Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The story began with a smiling goddess. The beautiful goddess closed her eyes and greeted all the beautiful heroes she had summoned. The students looked at her in confusion. They began to look at each other and shout, not understanding what kind of place this was. The girls picked up their phones and started shouting, saying that their phones were not working. Looking around, they realized that the floor was covered in clouds. The goddess spread her wings, saying that they did not need to be wary. The entire crowd stared at the goddess, who said that because of the demon lord's resurrection, they were called to save Fantasia, which was in grave danger because of him. The students turned their heads excitedly. The goddess smiled. A boy standing behind everyone listened as his classmates began to shout and get excited. Soon, all the heroes would be transported to the Fantasia temple. Inside the temple, a saint was waiting for the heroes. She would provide the heroes with full emotional and material support. The girl prayed with her eyes closed. One of the boys raised his hand and asked for permission to ask a question. Hanu smiled and asked if there were levels, skill status windows, and monsters like in games. The goddess placed her hand on her chest and said that it was. Min, who was standing next to the boy, immediately raised her hand, saying that she also had a question. Min also smiled, asking if this was a fantasy world, if there was a medieval setting, princes, and knights. After receiving a satisfactory answer, the girl thought about it. Her classmate raised his hand, saying that he had a question. The angel turned to him, giving him permission to ask. Kangmin raised his head and asked if the most outstanding person among them would become a hero. The goddess answered, saying that this would not happen. Raising his hand, the boy asked if it was so that regardless of their abilities, they were all heroes, but not all were endowed with power. Many became nervous and thoughtful. The young goddess, imagining the other gods, said that only by receiving the gods' recognition and blessings could they be reborn as true heroes. Kangmin smiled and thanked her for her answer. The goddess chuckled and said that he was a very confident hero. The young man standing behind him mentally said that he felt that this being had a different attitude towards Kangmin. The girl raised her hand and asked for permission to ask a question. Bora parted her lips and introduced herself as the class president. The goddess, still smiling, asked what the hero Bora's question was. Raising her hand, the girl said that this world was in crisis and desperately needed help, but since they had been called away so suddenly, their families and teachers would be worried. Lowering her hand, she asked if they could contact them. The goddess, hovering in midair, froze. The students became worried and stepped back when the goddess said that it would be problematic. The being chuckled. Smiling sweetly again, she said that if they defeated the great demon lord, the gods who had given them blessings would grant their wishes. The crowd of students suddenly raised their hands, wanting to ask questions. Almost all of the students raised their hands. The goddess opened her eyes. She diligently answered each question, though as it went on, the answers became less and less detailed. Soon, the crowd quieted down. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking. He raised his hand. The goddess nodded, giving permission. Everyone looked at the boy when he said that it was not a question, but a request. He needed to go to Earth. The goddess's eyes opened. Closing them again, she said that she had already said this. If they defeated the demon lord, their wishes would be granted. The boy's lips trembled. Bora looked at Kana in surprise when he said that he was not interested in becoming a hero. Silence fell in the space. The boy, shuddering with his whole body, asked not to tell him that it was impossible to return to his Earth. The goddess, thinking, said that it was quite possible, but she had to ask him if he would really abandon a world in which countless lives were on the verge of collapse, lightning constantly striking the ground. The demon lord was sitting on his throne. Remembering the face of the lord, the goddess asked why he closed his eyes to misfortunes and expressed a desire to continue his ordinary life. Kanu's head twitched. Gritting his teeth, the boy asked how someone who made his family worry could save the world. Bora raised her eyebrows. For her, this guy was too boring. The goddess stopped smiling. The protagonist clenched his fist when the creature asked his name. When she touched his cheek, the boy said his name. The students were thinking when the goddess addressed them, asking if there was anyone else who did not want to become a hero. Kan-min and Hanu chuckled. The protagonist's eyes widened. He was alone near the portal. No one wanted to follow him. The goddess, smiling again, told him that he did not fit in this place for great heroes and should leave now. Kanu turned to the portal. He looked back when his classmates asked him to say hello to their parents. Kanu would definitely tell them that they were all terrible sons and daughters. The boy entered the portal. A moment later, he came out in the forest. The protagonist shuddered with his whole body, thinking that he was thrown far from the school. The monster stepped towards the boy. Kanu turned around, thinking that a person was approaching him. The elf shuddered. The monster opened its mouth. The monsters, holding the elf in their hands, approached the protagonist. Blood was flowing from the elf's mouth. He was unconscious, possibly dead. Kanu's entire body trembled with fear. Looking at the grinning faces of the monsters, he cursed the goddess. Turning around, the boy ran away. The events take us to the city of Saints, Prologen. A bright beam of light rushed towards the city. A pillar of light burst out of the temple. After the glow disappeared, heroes appeared in the temple. Hanu opened his eyes, hearing a female voice. The saint approached the heroes, greeting everyone who had arrived in the dimension of fantasy. The girl smiled. 2 knights stood near the saint. Looking at the blonde, many of the girls decided that he was a prince. The saint introduced herself, saying that, having received a prophecy from the goddess, she was looking forward to their meeting. Then she pointed to the blonde next to her, wanting to introduce him. The sword master himself bowed and introduced himself, saying that he was the prince of the northern kingdom of sword masters. The girl smiled at the sight of him, being happy. The saint, looking at the maid, said that the princess was late. Suddenly the princess burst into the hall, saying that she overslept because she drank too much the night before. The priestess, smiling, said that honesty was both her strength and weakness. She should not have said the last phrase. Athena tripped over her own foot. Everyone stared at the girl in amazement. Athena's crown slipped slightly. The girl, sitting on the floor, said that the floor in the temple was too slippery. It was bound to happen, because she had never slipped on her way here before. The princess saw how these heroes looked at her. The girl smiled when the schoolchildren shouted, calling her cute. When Athena stood up, the saint said that this lady was the princess of the Archmage kingdom south of the temple. She would support them, the heroes, along with Prince Alsus. Hanu called the system window. He grinned, saying that it was as if he was going on an excursion with small children. Looking at his characteristics, the guy said that everything was clear with the blessing, unlike the rest. Poking at the system panel, he decided to check the hero listed in the blessing section. It turned out that he was provided with automatic translation, and the experience gained from hunting was significantly increased. The guy frowned slightly, realizing that without a limitation, this would be a cheating effect. Hanu, looking at Kangmin's back, mentally said that too many people received the same blessing. The saint smiled when Kangmin asked her how to get the blessing of the god. She answered, saying that they must gain the favor of the god. Each of them has their own preferences. Many system windows appeared in the air, reporting about some gods who were communicating with them. Many system messages filled the space. The saint, closing her eyes, said that each god had their own standards, but they were all looking for the one who would overthrow the great demon lord. Kangmin smiled. Putting her hands to her chest, the priestess said that the gods were watching them. They should remember that their attention was not eternal. The guy with glasses, raising his hand, asked what to do if nothing worked out. Smiling even wider, the girl asked him if she should worry about such trash. Everyone immediately frowned, the excitement disappeared. And so, in a fantasy world filled with hopes and dreams, the adventure of the 4 main characters, Kangmin, Hanu, Bora and Min, began. The events take us to the forest. The protagonist ran as fast as he could. The clouds above the guy quickly changed. The guy leaned against a tree. Sweating, he said that if he'd known this was going to happen, he would have bulked up a bit. Something crashed right into a tree. The arrow lodged itself in the bark. The nose caught up with the guy. It didn't take a genius to figure out that such creatures didn't exist on Earth. The person who called herself a goddess had deceived Kanu. She had no intention of sending them back. The monster slowly approached the boy. Kanu's eyes widened. He ran away again, realizing that if this was a real fantasy world, there might be magic here, so he called up the system panel. Looking at the system window, Kanu asked why the hero was listed in the curse category. After reading the description, he realized that the experience gained from hunting would be significantly reduced, and the transfer would only work on hostile races. Kanu realized that the goddess had done this on purpose to get rid of him, because such a punishment in a world where you can only level up using the game system is just terrible. It was as if she was squeezing the space with her hands. Kanu gritted his teeth, realizing that he could communicate with these monsters. Turning his head, he asked the gnolls if they wanted to talk to him. The monsters looked at each other, and immediately screamed, saying that this meat was talking. The protagonist covered his ears, realizing that it was useless to try to establish contact with them. Kanu, tired, began to slow down. The monsters surrounded the protagonist. Kanu's eyes widened when he heard an unfamiliar language. An arrow pierced his leg. Right in front of him, elves crawled out from behind cover. The girl pulled the bowstring. The guy, falling to the ground, tried to understand what was happening here. The gnolls, tearing arrows from their bodies, said that the meat of cowardly elves had come to them. Kanu crawled to the side, deciding that a battle had broken out between fantasy barbarians. Leaning against a tree, the guy tried to understand what he should do now, whether he should pray to God. The guy clenched his teeth. Touching the arrow, he cursed, asking if he really had no other choice but to die. The unnamed goddess peeked out from behind a tree. She was peeping, standing right behind the boy. Kanu looked at the gnoll. Frowning, he mentally said that it was because of the goddess that he was in this situation, so he would not pray to her. Closing his eyes, the boy decided to accept his death instead of praying to the god. The girl sat down next to him. Kanu, having received the notification of the observer, clenched his teeth, asking for help. The goddess opened her mouth in amazement. Crying, Kanu asked to save him. Looking up at the sky, the goddess asked why he was alone. The boy, having stopped crying, thought, Frowning, he mentally said that it was because of the damned goddess who kidnapped him. Kanu clenched his teeth, realizing that he could not say such a thing, because if this unknown voice belonged to a god, he could be a friend of that goddess. The girl clenched her fist, puzzled. The boy started to move his arms and screamed, saying that he needed help first, otherwise he would die from this pain. The boy jerked his head and asked if there was another god who could help him. The protagonist grimaced when the goddess said that there were no other gods here, because she liked the absence of other gods here. Kanu sighed and turned away, asking if she was an outsider. Looking up at the sky, the goddess asked what this term meant. The boy immediately became agitated, realizing that he had been very stupid. The girl clenched her fists, ready to teach the boy a lesson. Kanu involuntarily imagined the system panel with a curse, deciding that he could receive a strange curse again if he explained the true meaning of outsider. The boy frowned and said that an outsider was like a lone wolf running through the wilderness. The goddess immediately imagined this and said that she liked it. The protagonist sighed, glad that he had died. The goddess put her hands on her hips and said that she was an outsider. Kanu smiled nervously and asked to save him. The goddess smiled and asked if he was also an outsider. The guy turned his head and thought about it. In his life, he had always been an insider, the complete opposite of an outsider. He actively communicated with everyone. But now, pointing to himself, the guy said that he was also an outsider, which is why his friends were called to the ram, and he ended up here. The goddess stood motionless, listening to his story. While the gnolls fought and fought, the goddess experienced conflicting feelings, looking at the guy. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that it was normal for an outsider to help a fellow, but this did not apply to her, because she was a god. The guy opened his eyes and mentally said that he had blurted out nonsense. The goddess stood still and said that all outsiders are the same. She suddenly raised her hand, accumulating mana. The mana enveloped the arrow in the boy's leg. A moment later, it began to disintegrate. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The pain that seemed to kill him suddenly disappeared. Standing up, the boy thanked the goddess. Looking at the system window, the boy noticed that next to the blessing was now written, outsider. All statuses except death will be reset for him. However, something terrible will happen if the lone wolf leaves the wilderness. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, not understanding what the same wolf meant. Hiding behind a tree, Kanu asked if he would receive divine retribution if he stopped being an outsider. The goddess answered, saying that she will only help outsiders. Starting to slowly walk away, the boy mentally said that he really has no complaints. Looking at the gnoll with its mouth open, Kanu mentally said that he wouldn't be able to talk to them if it weren't for the curse, although even understanding them, he can't come to an agreement. Stepping on a branch, the guy said that he was destined to be an outsider anyway, willy-nilly. The gnoll, sharply turning around, screamed, saying that their dinner was running away. Kanu was running away. The monsters, holding out their hand, angrily said that this meat was too frisky. The gnolls approached the guy's back. The guy's eye widened, thanks to the outsider. All statuses except death were reset for outsiders. The guy sped up, his fatigue gone thanks to the blessing. Even if he continued to run at full speed, he would not get tired. The gnolls grinned, they were angry, because they were so tired that they could not catch up with him. The monster threw a stone. The boulder hit the back of the guy's head. Kanu's body gave way. The monsters were happy to see the boy start to fall. Suddenly, the protagonist stood up firmly. He said with a wide smile that they simply had no chance. Smiling, the boy thanked the goddess, saying that this blessing was excellent, and that it was not just empty words. In this situation, not only did his fatigue and injuries disappear, but his mind remained calm, so he ran away calmly. Despondent, the boy asked if he should bite his tongue if he was caught. Kanu looked up at the sky, when the goddess said that he would not die from just that. The protagonist stood at the edge of the cliff. He decided to jump off it, because as long as he was not killed with one blow, even critical wounds would disappear. Looking at the dead deer below, the goddess said that he would not survive if he fell from such a height. Kanu, gritting his teeth, said that she could give him wings or something. At that moment, the gnolls ran up. Now the boy was facing a cliff and the monsters were behind him. Kanu frowned, trying to find a solution to this situation. He turned around abruptly, saying that he had a suggestion that could help them all. The gnolls grinned when the boy said that there were many hungry mouths here, but not much to eat. Pointing to himself, the boy said that whoever caught him first, he would give his most delicious body parts. The gnolls grinned happily. The entire crowd pounced on the boy, starting to fall with him. A couple of the monsters grabbed him by the throat and shoulder. Their pupils glowed with anger. The huge crowd fell on them from behind. The protagonist, barely standing, said that these gnolls were obsessed with his meat, and this was only to their advantage. The boy placed his hand on the monster's shoulder. A moment later, they began to fall. A huge crowd of monsters began to fall from the cliff. The protagonist hugged the gnolls and laughed as they called him crazy meat. The monsters screamed as they fell. A moment later, a huge amount of dust rose up. The guy barely opened his eyes. Soon, he was able to fully see the world. Kanu was lying among the corpses of monsters. He felt like he had been smashed into a pancake. Kanu stood up, listening to the admiration of the goddess. Suddenly, the gnoll raised his dagger. The protagonist, looking at the monster and its status window, said that the name of this gnoll sounds quite poetic, and its level is higher than his. The guy, parting his lips, asked if he really survived after falling from such a height only because of his high level. The young man picked up a stone, saying that since this was an RPG, opponents superior in strength and having a high level will definitely give much more experience. The young man swung his stone. Events take us to the statue in the temple. The saint, standing in the middle of the heroes, said that they should either level up by gaining experience from killing creatures with status windows, or they should receive a blessing from the gods. Hanu, yawning, called it all a waste of time. Kan then, chuckling, mentally asked the god to give him his blessing, since he was the talented being he had been looking for so long. One of the girls raised her hand, saying that she had a question. Bora, holding a pen in her hand, asked if the gods would watch over them at all times, even when they were in the shower or during their natural urges. The saint replied by saying that even during that, they would be watched. The girls shuddered and were horrified. The saint, stopping smiling, said that the heroes were not just people, they should not judge the gods based on crude human standards. Bora clenched her fists, then the two male gods told her that they were not interested in such vulgar entertainment. The girl, covering her mouth with a notepad, asked if everything was really okay. Mean, looking at the ceiling, said that they would at least give blessings to those they were more interested in. Smiling, the girl charmed the two gods, who praised her. Suddenly, a bright sphere appeared in front of her. She was blessed, now she had charm. Mean raised her hand, rejoicing at the new blessing. Her charm caused Hannah to awaken. Kenmen frowned, trying not to show his anger. The guy with glasses thoughtfully asked what this skill had to do with defeating the Demon King. The knight, who was standing to the side, trembled slightly. The smell coming from Mean made the opposite sex submit to her. The saint, looking at the girl, asked her to stop using her blessing. The blonde, grinning, said that she did not know how to stop it. At that moment the innocent goddess said that she did not like impure deeds. The saint sighed, saying that it was too late. Winking, Mean asked for whom it was too late, for the men who succumbed to her charms. The saint, interrupting her, asked her to look at her status window. The girl shuddered with her whole body, seeing the punishment curse in her status. Smiling, the priestess said that blessing is not the only thing that the gods can bestow on everyone here, they can also cast curses on heroes they do not like. Taking a step, she said that they hadn't heard about it yet. Approaching Mean, she said that it was because she was just about to explain it. A handprint appeared on the blonde's back. She screamed in pain as electricity began to strike her. The lightning was heartbreaking, all the damage and crits she received were now greatly increased. Mean closed her eyes, then the male gods left, because now this girl would be watched by an innocent goddess. The saint clasped her palms and said that once she received a curse or blessing, it would not disappear until she died, and the higher the rank of the curse or blessing, the stronger its effect. Mean, unable to hold back her tears, said that since an F-rank curse caused such insane pain, it meant that she was finished. Athena, approaching her, asked her not to give up so quickly. Smiling widely, she said that curses could be compensated for by blessings, and the pain would also decrease once her body and mind became stronger. The princess closed her eyes and calmed the schoolgirl with her smile. The protagonist took a stone in his hand. Wiping the blood from his cheek, he asked why his level did not change. Looking at the corpses in front of him, he asked if it was all because of the hero's curse. Taking a dagger in his hand, Kanu asked the goddess if there was any useful information. The girl, crossing her arms over her chest, said that he could not tell him such a thing. Kanu, starting to run, said that just running here is pretty boring. The guy froze, saying that if he found a person, everything would be fine. He had to hide behind the bushes from the gnolls. The goddess, clenching her fists, said that she hoped that the powerless outsider would die peacefully. Kanu squeezed the dagger tighter. The monster raised its head, smelling something. Two gnolls bared their teeth, smelling blood. Kanu grinned and wiped the blood from his cheek. The monster's eyes glowed brightly. He pressed himself to the ground, trying to figure out where the smell of meat was coming from. The protagonist, looking at the monsters looking for him, said that he wanted to find a human settlement, but he did not know which way to go. Hiding behind a tree, the boy said that there were also many cannibals here. Looking at his dagger, Kanu said that it looked like it was only used for stabbing, but its blade was perfectly sharpened. The goddess standing behind him began to pray for him. The boy cut the vine. Crouching down, the boy decided that just because he was in a fantasy world, it did not mean that he should only engage in fantasy activities. The young man quickly made himself a sheath. Smiling, the boy asked the goddess if she knew what centrifugal force was. The gnoll looked back, sensing something. The protagonist began to spin the stone. He spun his homemade morning star, intending to show the monsters the power of science. The stone rushed towards the gnoll. The boy clenched his teeth. His arms and legs began to shake. With his endurance, if he swung more than twice, he would be dragged by inertia, and he would lose his balance. But thanks to the skill, he deftly spread his legs wider. The boy began to breathe heavily. Kanu chuckled, saying that whenever the blessing began to work, his legs stopped shaking and his breathing stabilized. Spinning the stone, the young man said that he already understood how to use this blessing. Now he did not need to pay attention to minor wounds and fatigue. Throwing a projectile at the monster, the boy said that if he simply avoided death, then everything would be fine. Having knocked down one monster, the boy immediately attacked the second. The gnolls, angry, began to throw stones at him. They decided to stall for time, waiting for him to get tired. The stones hit Kanu. The monsters immediately rushed at him with a scream. One of them extended its paw. The protagonist grinned. It was just a trick. The guy deftly swung his weapon, hitting two opponents. Soon only the protagonist remained on his feet in the clearing. The goddess, approaching him, said that he was slightly strong. The gnoll flinched when the guy told him to move if he did not want to feel even more pain. Standing in front of him, he told him to tell him where the people live. The guy was reflected in the monster's eye. He was surprised by the talking meat. The monster immediately pointed in one of the directions. The guy, parting his lips, asked what kind they belonged to. The gnoll, raising his head, called him stupid. Winking, he said that he was a gnoll, then he asked to spare him, because he answered all the questions. Kanu smiled widely and thanked for the information. A moment later he struck him on the head. The protagonist, standing in front of the corpse, said that he promised him that he would not hurt him too much if he answered all the questions, but he never said that he would spare him. The goddess, raising her hands, said that it was a gnoll. Kanu snapped, saying that he had already figured it out himself. A gnoll was half human, half monster, a character that often appears in fantasy games and stories, usually similar to hyenas. The goddess, approaching Kanu, said that the young monsters were quite cute. The boy, thanking her for the important information, asked why he was still at the same level, after killing so many of them. The events returned us to the temple. Alsus, putting his hand on his hip, said that full-scale training will begin tomorrow. Pointing to the princess, he said that he will teach fencing and Athena magic. Hanu, who was standing behind everyone, chuckled and asked if they could not attend classes at all. The prince turned his head and said that if he thought they did not need the lessons of the greatest in the field of swordsmanship and magic, then that was his choice. Smiling, Hanu asked if he could leave the temple during their free time. Kanmen glanced at his comrade with a grin. The latter glanced at him and also chuckled. At that moment, the god, who stood behind Hanu, showed interest in him. Sitting on the bed, the boy with the 8th grader syndrome said that the training was only for extras who did not have the skills of a cheat key. The boy thought that while they were training, he himself would already be the main character of a fantasy world surrounded by beautiful ladies. The grin did not leave the boy's face. Alsosus raised his hand. The prince, standing in front of the heroes, said that those who wanted to follow the path of a knight, they should follow him. If it did not suit their abilities, they could change their choice at any time. Putting his hands behind his head, the boy asked the prince where they would learn magic lessons. Alsosus smiled nervously and said that the princess seemed to have drunk a lot yesterday, but she was quite a hard worker, so she would be here soon. The crowd of students gathered together when the prince asked them to wait here. Hanu turned around listening to his friends complain about the lack of a shower and other things here. The boy parted his lips. Among his blessings there was one new one. Now he was the most special protagonist in the entire world. Hanu smiled widely, saying that now he had his answer. Meanwhile, Kangmin, who was standing in front of everyone, thought that he was the best here. The young man started to walk down the stairs, saying that if such useless brats worked hard, they could definitely rise to the A-rank position of the protagonist's rival. Hanu walked out of the temple grounds. The events take us to the city square. Hanu, smiling, said that he had come to the right place. Standing in front of the stairs, he said that a fantasy story should definitely start right here. The guy opened the door. He entered a room where mercenaries were everywhere. A couple of assassins looked at the young man in surprise. The mercenary standing by the wall decided that this guy had come to issue a mission. The employee, smiling sweetly, asked what brought him to the mercenary guild. The young man, stretching out his finger, said that he had come to register as a mercenary. The guy used the standard route of any protagonist, a prerequisite for someone who does not want to get involved in other idiocy. The mercenary standing next to him was puzzled. Hanu turned around when someone told him that this was not the place for a newbie like him to be. The red-haired girl frowned and told him to stop talking nonsense and go home right now. She had seen many impulsive guys like him. They all died quickly after becoming mercenaries. The girl slightly tilted her head. Hanu looked at her and decided that this was the effect of his blessing. The mercenary frowned and asked the guy if he was listening to her. The guy noticed the sword of the beautiful mercenary woman with a curious nature. Looking at her face, he decided that she was definitely a princess in disguise or a noble of high status. Hanu chuckled and mentally said that this was the fate of the protagonist. This was definitely the effect of the blessing. The girl extended her finger and was about to scold the guy, but he interrupted her, offering to keep him company since she was so worried about him. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that it was wrong to judge a book by its cover. He chuckled and said that she had probably experienced this many times too. The girl froze. She smiled slightly, saying that he had caught her. Hanu turned around, happy with his peculiarity. Covering his mouth with his hand, he said that he couldn't say much about it now, but he was the chosen one. The guy blushed slightly. At this moment the immature god was dying of laughter. The mercenary, looking at the guy, asked what the abilities of the chosen ones were. The guy answered, saying that it was a buff of the main character. The girl at the counter calmly listened to everything. The events take us to the forest. The gnoll, lying on the ground, groaned. He opened his eyes, saying that the village of meat is in the west, and it is too far. Looking at the guy twirling his weapon, he said that he dare not lie to such a strong meat. Kanu waved his weapon and thanked for the useful information. Examining the corpses, he said that the monsters were so primitive that you can immediately tell when they are lying. The protagonist smiled. He confirmed the location of the village by asking a bunch of gnolls. There can be no mistake now. A desperate fight with the gnolls turned into a hunt. Kanu beat most of the monsters' relatives. In one night he turned from a victim into an experienced hunter. Raising his hand, the boy asked if it was possible that this was some kind of hidden talent. The goddess stood behind him, silently watching. Looking at his torn clothes, the young man said that without the blessing he would never have been able to fight like this, because the blessing also allows you to maintain composure. Raising his hands, the boy was glad that he did not go crazy after so many severe wounds were inflicted on him. The goddess, starting to whistle, grumbled, expressing her displeasure. The boy, lowering his hands, asked if she wanted him to die. She answered, saying that she did not care about what was happening. Kanu, stepping forward, said that she was too cold-blooded, although it was she who gave him a blessing. The boy turned around abruptly. An enraged gnoll jumped out of the bushes. Kanu grabbed his dagger. Suddenly, an arrow hit a tree near him. The protagonist glared at the arrow. A group of mercenaries stood in front of the boy. Kanu gritted his teeth, realizing that they could not understand each other. The young man decided to put his dagger away for a while. Gary grabbed the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, the protagonist fell to his knee. He raised his hands, saying that he was against violence. The boy, raising his hand, mentally said that nothing had changed yet. They still could not talk to each other. However, people communicated not only with words. Body language could show a reluctance to conflicts and fights. The guy kept his hands up. The group of mercenaries looked at each other. Misa raised her crossbow sharply. Kanu covered his face with his hands. Smiling nervously, he said that the otherworlder does not bite. He is a nice resident of another world. The group of mercenaries walked through the forest. Kanu looked around. Misa, lowering her scarf, said the guy's name. Cole and Gary, who were walking next to him, also began to say something to the guy. The man winked at him. The protagonist smiled nervously. Of course, he told them his name with gestures, but other than that, he could not understand a single thing they said. Looking at Cole's back, he mentally said that it was easier for him now, because there were people next to him, and they did not shoot at him at the first meeting, like elves. The goddess who followed the guy was angry. Puffing out her cheeks, she said that he did not act like an outsider. Seeing the guy with his hands behind his head, she began to complain about him not to talk to her indifferently. Kanu, looking at the sky, said that it was okay to talk informally when people get closer. The goddess immediately responded by telling him to stop acting like they were close. Kanu, looking at the people, said that he met them, and he can only talk to a god. Gary patted the guy on the shoulder. The man was the leader of the group. He had a huge sword in his hands. He never showed the slightest hint of fatigue. Looking at the old man's muscles, the guy wondered how strong he was. Cole turned around. He hugged the protagonist, starting to say something to him. This guy had a strong body and used dual swords. The girl poked her finger at the shoulder. She pointed up and said something. This lady was the one who attacked at a long distance using a crossbow. This huge crossbow was not originally used to fight people. The protagonist looked into the distance when the girl pointed there. The young man saw smoke in the distance. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the boy said that if this smoke was not from a forest fire, then it must be a chimney. Smiling widely, the protagonist said that he finally found a place where people live. Seeing Kanu smiling, the goddess said that he was not acting like an outsider. She turned away from him, saying that he was too impudent. The protagonist, looking at the sky, said that he was just pretending that they got along. After all, he needed to get out of this forest. Gary abruptly grabbed the hilt of his sword. Misa took the crossbow in her hand. Cole also looked behind him. Kanu froze, confused. A huge crowd of gnolls rushed towards them. They opened their mouths wide. Gary held his sword in front of him. The protagonist grinned, seeing the number of enemies. Kanu, taking the dagger in his hand, said that it was the first time he had seen such a large pile since the incident on the cliff. The two swordsmen rushed forward. The big man swung his sword. Cole jumped on his shoulder. He jumped right into the crowd of monsters. The mercenary swung his sword. The two swordsmen found themselves surrounded by monsters. Grinning, the gnolls said that the big meat would soon tire. An arrow pierced the monster's eye. Misa frowned, loading the arrow. She raised her crossbow. A moment later, the arrow pierced another gnoll. The girl took the arrow. She clenched the arrow with her teeth. So Misa began to reload her crossbow. She looked back in fear. The gnoll was right next to her, wanting to tear her apart. Cole, seeing this, screamed. The protagonist swung his dagger. Kanu stood before the monster and asked the god of the outsider to understand that man is a social creature. The monster's eye flashed. Its paw rushed towards him. Kanu deftly jumped, dodging the monster's attack. A moment later, he plunged his dagger, then the goddess said that she did not care about his feelings. Kanu, straightening up, said that this was also true. Smiling, he said that the monsters were gathering around to first level him. Gary and Cole stood to the side, watching the battle. The protagonist, looking at the corpse, said that everyone was safe now. The swordsman turned around abruptly. The protagonist, smiling widely, said that if it were not for them, he would have been in trouble. Suddenly, Misa pointed a crossbow at him. The girl closed her eyes when the guy said that she must be joking, because he was covering her from the knolls. An arrow flew out of the crossbow. A moment later, the boy's chest was hit. Kanu fell to the ground. The events in the forest continue. The group of mercenaries stood in front of the corpse. Cole, looking at the girl, said that she did a good job. Because of those knolls, their plan failed. The girl, having stopped smiling, said that thanks to the monsters, they were able to find out how dangerous the enemy was. It seemed that the boy was weak. Besides, he continued to babble in an unfamiliar language, but he fought the monsters much better than they expected. Gary closed his eyes and said that it would be dangerous if they stuck to the original plan. Cole chuckled and said that it was a bit of a shame, but it couldn't be helped, and he would hardly have willingly agreed to be sold into slavery. Kanu was lying on the ground. Gary raised his hand and offered to take the dagger he had used. Since they were no longer selling him into slavery, they should take everything they could. Kanu gripped the hilt. The man smiled and said that something might be more valuable than they thought. The swordsman sighed and chuckled along with Misa. The old man pointed to the dagger and said that this artifact belonged to the royal family of the elves, and even if it was a fake, it was worth a lot. Cole, hearing this, approached the corpse. He bent over him. Grinning, the boy said that this young man, even in death, did not let go of his weapon. Misa raised her hand and screamed, saying that she had hit the enemy in the chest, but not in the heart, and that he might well be alive. Cole raised his sword, saying that it was easily fixed. A moment later, he lowered his hands. The swordsman frowned. A system window appeared above the guy's body. There were two ways to see someone else's status window. Either someone shared it themselves, or you had a special blessing. Cole's eyes widened in horror. There was a condition for the status window to be visible, namely, the target had to be alive. The protagonist tightly clutched his dagger. A moment later, he plunged the dagger into the enemy's throat. Gary grabbed the sword and screamed along with Misa. The swordsman's body began to slowly descend. A moment later, he fell down. Gary, pulling out his blade, asked what was wrong with this guy. His hands began to shake. The man was too tired from the recent battle. The protagonist was next to him in a second. He swung his dagger, attacking his throat. Suddenly, an arrow pierced his chest. The boy grabbed the arrow. The girl's whole body began to tremble. Her legs shook as she took a step back and begged for forgiveness for the mistake she had made. Kanu began to walk towards her. The boy soon reached her. The archer fell to the ground, begging for forgiveness. Kanu, looking at her intently, said something. The archer, smiling nervously, said that she did not understand anything he was saying. Looking up at the sky, she screamed, begging for mercy. The protagonist, looking at his clothes, said that he could not believe that she was shooting something so deadly at another person. Putting on his new equipment, the boy said that it was not very comfortable. It was probably a woman's size. The goddess, watching him, laughed, saying that she respected his hobby. The boy, adjusting his clothes, said that it was not a hobby. Only the girl of the three had the right size. The armor that the other two were using was too bulky and heavy. Kanu, picking up the crossbow, said that it was worth taking along. Glancing to the side, he said that he still did not understand why they attacked him, but at the last second he was able to briefly see their status window. Misa was level 6 and had a blessing, although she was not a hero. When the goddess asked what he was going to do next, the boy said that he was going to the village as planned. He took a bag of money in his hand. Stepping towards the forest, the boy said that he received enough compensation, and perhaps he could do something with this amount. The goddess reminded him of what happened when he tried to stop being a loner. The events take us to the temple. Athena, standing in front of the students, said that first of all, she must teach them the basics of magic. She smiled broadly and said that in the distant past there was no magic on the continent. The boy grinned and told his friend that it was all about practical use. He had read about it in a novel. Using mathematical calculations, one could become an archmage. One of the boys adjusted his glasses, saying that he had deliberately kept his virginity. Knowing that this day would come, his friend laughed, saying that it was not deliberate. The schoolgirl grinned and said that chemistry was magic, so she would show them the first ever fantasy magic of an atomic bomb. Bora turned his head and told them to keep quiet, otherwise they would distract others from the lesson. The girl thought, looking at her classmates, who said that magic also depended on talent, and one could not become an archmage by listening to history. Athena clapped her hands. She looked at the gloomy and dissatisfied faces, saying that talent was indeed a very significant thing. Smiling, she said that since talent was important when it came to magic, an explanation about the founder of magic was necessary. The students in front of her became agitated, many of them not listening to her. They all stared at the princess intently as she said that magic was a field where talent was more important than anything else. She formed a fire in her hand, saying that what determined one's talent was their innate bloodline and acquired academic connections. Continuing to smile, the princess said not to forget this. Raising her hand, the girl said that the main component of magic was still talent, and this was determined by innate bloodline and acquired academic connections. The students, with their mouths slightly open, listened to the teacher's words about her being a direct descendant of Archmage Shaun, who was the 12th disciple of the founder, and her third husband. Smiling, she also noted that she had both a pedigree and academic connections, and when someone in the audience asked how they would manage without such connections, Athena replied that everyone in this room would maintain an academic connection with her, and that by becoming her student, all students would be able to reach their full potential. The student, raising her hand, apologized for interrupting an important explanation and asked if she could ask a question, to which she received a positive answer. With her mouth slightly open, the girl asked if it was possible for a person without a pedigree and academic connections to become a wizard. The student, without turning around, listened to the student's questions about whether it mattered at all, because in the end they all started with a good academic connection. The teacher covered her mouth with her hands and remained silent. Suddenly, smiling widely, she exclaimed that such a thing was possible. Grabbing the girl's hand, she said that she would tell her about it later. Still holding her hand, she asked the name of the interlocutor. Closing her eyes, Athena said that from this moment she was establishing a relationship between the master and the student of Bor. Suddenly, some small particles began to appear around the student. The mage summoned 2 pink seals and said that she recognized her as the first student of the Archmage Athena. The other students turned around, their eyes wide open. The student fell backwards while the teacher was talking about how she needed to take an oath using magic. The girl's eyes began to close when she said that she was swearing. Suddenly, her body glowed the same pink color. Her eyes closed. Opening them slightly, she heard words of congratulations from the teacher. Smiling, the master explained that from this day on she was a full-fledged wizard. Adjusting her hair, the student asked again, because she did not understand what the teacher was talking about. Raising her fingers, Athena explained that she had originally forgotten to mention that the one who became a disciple earlier would receive more inherited talent. Looking at the system window, the student read that once they became a teacher and a disciple, she had a C-rank blessing and asked if this was the blessing that the master had mentioned, to which the master replied in the affirmative. The message stated the essence of magic, and Athena's voice was heard immediately, saying that if a student did not have parents or teachers with the blessing of magic, then even with hard work, they would not be able to become a wizard. Lowering her hand, she asked the student if she now understood why talent was so important, to which she replied in the affirmative. Closing his eyes, the teacher said that she should return to the first question then. Suddenly, a flame appeared in her hand. Still holding the fire in her hand, she explained that the founder, who became the god of magic, left behind a blessing so that her descendants and future students could learn magic more easily. Suddenly, a huge fireball appeared above her, as she explained that an ordinary magician could use magic easily and effortlessly with the help of a blessing, adding that it was called white magic. All the students looked at her with their eyes closed. Suddenly, she raised her other hand. A purple flame began to appear on her palm. Suddenly, the princess's hand began to tremble. The glove on her hand began to tear. The students, their eyes wide open, shouted at her that something was wrong with her hand. Smiling, the girl reminded the students of their question about whether talent was always necessary for magic. Bora, with her mouth closed, watched what was happening. Standing in front of a group of students, she explained that her right hand held white magic, which was used through blessing, while her left hand held black magic, which was used without blessing. The students' eyes widened at the sight. Suddenly, a woman pulled the teacher's cheeks and reminded her that she had forgotten that she was strictly forbidden to use black magic. Falling to the floor, Athena explained that she had only done this so that the students could understand it easier. Opening her mouth, the woman explained that she would report this to the queen. Closing her eyes, the princess asked her not to tell her mother about this, while the bishop, healing his hand, shouted at someone to hurry up and use healing magic on the girl. Bora, opening her mouth, said that she was sorry, because she should not have asked such a question. Smiling, Athena noted that she was happy because she realized that now all the students understood the dangers of black magic. The students crowded in front of her and began asking questions about such magic, and she explained that it was not evil, because unlike the blessing of magic that was sent by the founder, it was simply a form of nature that had magical power. A certain village appeared. The young man, standing in front of the guard, asked if they needed dry fuel to light the fire and also added that his left hand had just acted as fuel. The soldier, stretching out her hand, said something in an incomprehensible language. Putting coins in his hand, the guy said that he most likely understood what the interlocutor meant and thanked him. Walking deeper into the village, The guy noted that there were a lot of armed people walking around and assumed that this was because this city was in the middle of a forest with man-eating monsters. A sign of a certain store appeared and the hero realized that this was exactly the one he was told about at the entrance, and was glad that this store had such a sign with a picture. The moon was visible from the window and the protagonist's words were heard about how the best thing is money. Wiping his face with a towel, he said that he can be friends with anyone, even if he can't talk to such a person. Suddenly, he noticed a notification that a certain god was feeling uncomfortable. Looking up, the young man noted that he was also uncomfortable taking a bath and asked what gender this god was. But a message appeared in response saying that this god had become even more uncomfortable. Dipping the towel in the water, the guy said that he would think of the observer as a man in order to protect his dignity. Wiping his hand, the young man noticed that it was a blood stain that would not come off at all, and a message immediately appeared saying that a certain god was starting to worry. The hero turned around and asked him why he was worried, and a message immediately appeared saying that the god would keep this secret in his heart, when suddenly a voice was heard from behind the door. The boy's eyes widened. There were two figures behind the door, one of whom was thanking someone and saying that he would take care of it as mayor. The boy was wiping his head, recalling the image of that girl. Opening his mouth, he shouted that he was still bathing and asked to wait a minute. The man standing behind the door said that earlier he thought that the protagonist could not speak their language. The boy began to put on a t-shirt. He took the sword in his hand, realizing that the person he was able to communicate with was right behind this door. The hero got into a fighting stance. Memories of a curse that allowed him to understand different languages appeared in his head. Standing in front of the door, the young man realized that the fact that they could understand each other meant that the person behind this door was not a person at all, but a representative of an enemy race. Opening his mouth wide, the boy tried to think of what to do. Imagining monsters, he assumed that there would be some kind of monster behind the door, like a gnoll or a demon. Sweat broke out on his face. He reached for the door handle. Sitting on the bed, the boy asked the guest to come in, also receiving a notification that a certain god was staring at him. The young man held the blade behind his back. Opening the door, the man apologized for the intrusion. Frowning, the hero looked at the opening door. Looking at the silhouette of the man behind the door, the protagonist tried to understand what kind of monster was about to appear in front of him, and realized that it did not depend on whether he was important, because elves, humans and gnolls were equally dangerous to him. A certain man opened the door while the boy was wondering if they would be able to have a meaningful conversation. Sitting on the bed, the young man asked what happened. The old man asked his interlocutor not to worry and introduced himself as the village elder. Squinting, the man explained that he received a report and decided to check for himself what kind of traveler he was, speaking a different language. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that he understood everything, but assumed that it might not be an ordinary person, but someone who was disguising himself as him, because he was too young to be a village elder. Looking at his characteristics window, the young man heard the interlocutor call his name, and the hero immediately realized that he could also see him and felt discomfort due to the fact that someone was looking through his personal information. Closing his eyes, the old man advised the protagonist to hide the status window, but also noted that this would not help if there was a collision with someone who had the blessing of the observer. Hans asked if it was true that it could be hidden. The village elder noted that apparently the interlocutor did not know anything at all. Rubbing his chin, Karmazin explained that he thought there would be an elf who had secretly made his way here, but apparently it was just a stranger from afar. The guy noted that he looked disappointed. Remembering the village, the old man explained that it had bad memories associated with the elves. Imagining how the elves hunted the gnolls, he explained that the beasts, having lost their territories due to the greed of the elves, began to invade the lands of the people. A certain girl looked at the corpses of people, and the elder explained that many of them lost their families then, and therefore the local village was built by those who were thirsty for retribution. The goddess clenched her fists tightly because she was upset. The young man said that such a story explains the presence of so many mercenaries. Then the elder noted that there were not many left who remembered the events of the past and added that the rest of the people here are just newcomers who came here to gain experience. Looking to the side, the old man asked for the right to ask another question, to which he answered positively. Holding a certain flask in his hands, the man explained that a lot of time had passed since the young man's dinner. Rubbing his chin, he said that he had slipped a paralytic drug into the protagonist's food and asked why there was still no effect. Suddenly, the young man reached for his weapon. The blade was already in his hand. He began to approach the elder. A grin appeared on his face. Frozen in place, the boy tried to understand what was happening. Standing in front of the young man, Karmazin explained that elves have a high resistance to the effects of potions, and he specially prepared it for such cases. The elder snatched the blade from the boy's hands and told him to just give up, because resistance would not help break the invisible shackles. The young man's eyes widened in confusion. Grinning, the man explained that this was not the boy's fault, because he was just unlucky. The hero, looking away, received a message that a certain god was trying to warn him. A door to a basement appeared and words were heard about how people were angry at the gnolls because they saw them killing their families and taking their homes, and also words about how it was not true. The protagonist sat by the wall, and the elder told him that the gnolls were the same victims as people. With his mouth open, the hero listened to the man's words about how there were other real culprits who started the conflict and stole the beast's lands. Standing in front of the hanging elves, he shouted that they were their real enemies. Grinning, the elder asked the hero to look at his status window and explained that there would be a price that must be paid by the one who knows the truth. Looking at the status window, the guy noticed a curse. A message appeared saying that the elf's curse meant hostility with them, as well as a loss of life expectancy and increased damage from representatives of this race. The young man, looking up at his opponent, asked if this curse was the work of a goddess, but he answered negatively and explained that it was because of the accumulated grievances of the elves he had killed. Smiling, the boy said that he did not belong to the race that the elder hated so much and also realized that curses could be cast not only by evil gods, because apparently each curse also had its own conditions. The blade was already in front of the young man's face, while he was saying that such things could hardly be said to a random stranger. Holding the blade, the elder explained that he had not really planned to tell so much. Crouching lower, he asked the young man where he got the dagger, since it was from it that his decision changed. The guy, looking away, remembered that this was the weapon of one of the gnolls. Looking at the hanging elves, the hero also realized that he was not so stupid as to say such a thing to this man. Looking at the tip of the sword, the young man realized that he should survive. Grinning, the protagonist said that he received this weapon after killing an elf who shot an arrow at him for no reason and added that they most likely have a common enemy. The man brought the blade to the guy's chin, saying that it was extremely surprising that with such skills he managed to kill a royal elf, and the hero asked if his victim was really from the royal family. Raising his hand, the elder said that it was becoming extremely troublesome, since it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to kill him. Turning away, the man also added that he had probably already seen his status window, which said that he was a mage without a magical blessing. The young man did not understand, and the opponent asked if the interlocutor knew anything at all. Looking up, the hero explained that he was simply an outsider, thinking that he did not have a person or a god who could kindly explain the rules of this world. Turning, the man asked about the outsider status, then Kanu explained that it meant that he was a lone traveler who wandered in the wilderness. Covering his face with his hand, the headman noted that this was an extremely cool word and added that, however, he would no longer be able to wander in the wilderness, but the hero did not understand. With his mouth wide open, the guy read the system message that a certain god was praying for his luck in the afterlife. Suddenly, the headman waved his hand. The chains began to descend. A certain girl fell to the floor. He put his foot on her. The man held one of the candles in his hands. Raising his hand, he explained that he was a dark mage. Grinning fiercely, Karmazin said that the curse of the elves was eating away at him, but he had the ability to fight it forever by prolonging his life with sacrifices. The young man bowed his head and listened to the enemy's words that as a reward for killing the royal elf, he would be killed painlessly. Grinning, the boy noted that this was extremely kind of him. Looking ahead, Kanu thought that he might have been abandoned by a corrupted god, but he would still be able to find a way out of this situation. Turning his head, the headman heard the boy turn to him and tell him that it was useless to beg him. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist declared that he was not going to do it. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was not about that. The man stood motionless. Raising an eyebrow, Karmazin decided that he could at least listen to the request of someone who was about to die. Looking away, the elder expressed displeasure at the noise his captives had made. The villain held a whip in his hands. A moment later, the blow of the whip cut through the air. Kanu silently listened to the screams of the elves. Looking at the bloody whip, the protagonist listened to the man's words about how peace and quiet had finally come here. Turning his head, Karmazin asked the protagonist what he was trying to say. Looking forward, the boy thought about the immorality of such actions. Raising his head, the young man began his speech about how difficult it was to follow a path that no one recognized. Smiling, the elder assumed that the boy understood him. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that he had always been an outsider. Making a displeased expression, the man asked if he was a lone wolf traveling through the wilderness. Placing his fingers under his chin, the village chief wondered if he himself was an outsider. Clenching his fists, some god emphasized that he was not, to which Kanu agreed, but he doubted that he had managed to elicit even a modicum of sympathy. Opening his mouth, Karmazin declared that he really liked the guy. Raising his hand, the man explained that since he was an outsider, he should continue to be a lone wolf. Frowning, Kanu heard some god laugh until he dropped. With wide eyes, the man shouted that he had finally found someone who understood his noble cause. Sweating, the protagonist realized that he had found himself in the best possible situation. Turning his head, the village chief asked for a moment to look at something. Looking at the hanging elf, the man asked if he should choose the one who was not in the best condition right now. Baring his teeth, the elf said something in an incomprehensible language. Looking away, Karmazin decided that his girl should remain alive in order to entertain him. The man grabbed the chain. The captive fell on the bloody rune. Folding his hands, the elder suggested to begin. Against the background of the chains, which glistened from the light from the middle of the room, the sorcerer read a prayer that the rest of the captive elf's life would pass to him. Watching the man perform the ritual, the protagonist noticed that the magic circle began to glow. The magician stood in front of his victim. Folding his hands, the man ordered the elf to confirm that he was bequeathing the rest of his life. The captive bared his teeth. Kneeling, the elder promised that he would release his girl if the elf agreed to his terms. Grabbing the guy by the hair, Karmazin reminded him that refusing his mercy could lead to serious consequences. Covering one eye, the young man said something in the elven language. Standing up to his full height, the elder declared that the contract was concluded. Lowering his head, the protagonist guessed that the sorcerer was performing this ritual in order to rejuvenate himself by the number of years he would take from the elves. Looking forward, Kanu asked if his ritual had failed. Putting his foot on the body of the dried-up prisoner, the elder declared that everything had been successful. Opening his mouth, the man heard the protagonist say that he had not become younger, to which the villain replied that he was not human. Approaching the protagonist, the man said that he had not sacrificed these elves in order to prolong his life. Raising his eyebrows, Karmazin asked the guy if he knew how many lives of elves and travelers he had taken during his time in the village, because now only the name of the fairy's curse remained. Remembering how old he was, the man said that after the fairy's curse, he became old and sick. Remembering the dark-cloaked mage, the villain explained that thanks to him and his experiment, he was still alive. Karmazin began to take off his shirt. Raising an eyebrow, Kanu could not understand what he was doing. Wide-eyed, the protagonist could not believe his eyes. Looking at the face of some creature, the protagonist asked if his captor was a gnoll. Smiling, the elder confirmed that he was a gnoll. With his mouth wide open, the guy could not understand what kind of hybrid creature this was. Raising his hands to the sky, the sorcerer explained that thanks to the unification of two tribes that harbored a grudge against the elves, he now possessed the wisdom of a man and the body of a gnoll, which meant that his revenge was no longer some distant dream. Looking down on him, Karmazin declared that his dark magic was the best, and hunting elves with their own power was humiliating enough. Sweating, Kanu said that he was not even an elf, to which the man replied that he should not worry about trifles. The elder grabbed the young man by the shoulder. Opening his mouth, the man said that thanks to the protagonist, he was able to realize who he was, so in gratitude, he would use his life to good use. Bowing his head, the young man asked if his opponent was going to kill him. Beaming with joy, the maniac said that he would do it because he was an outsider. Frowning, the boy thought that serious outsiders were very dangerous. Athena stood in a field of flowers. The other magicians looked at the princess with hostility, because she was called the genius of the magical kingdom of archmages, and being a princess took up most of her time. Such a beautiful girl with pink hair had talents that allowed her to do so without much effort. Raising her hand, Bora asked if there was a way to create magic more effectively than just imagination. Hearing these words, the girl began to glow with happiness and decided to make such a hardworking schoolgirl her first student. Folding her arms across her chest, the princess said that this was an excellent question and added that in order to strengthen her magic, she would have to imitate the magic of her teacher or parents. Creating a flash in her hand, Athena said that there was something else besides this. Making surprised faces, the students thought that this was some kind of new magic. A small bunny was hovering above the archmage's palm. Bora's eyes widened and she realized that this was ice magic. Imagining the princess using fire magic, she explained that due to the patronage, the royal family of archmages inherited some of the talents of their ancestors. Stretching out her hand, the girl explained that because of this, members of the royal family are able to use flame magic. Closing her eyes, Athena said that this ice rabbit was created by her own magic, and then invited the observers to try it for themselves. Bora raised her hands. Holding her palms in front of her, the schoolgirl said that she was unable to do it. Placing her hand on her cheek, the princess realized that she had a long way to go as a teacher. Opening her eyes, the girl promised that when her skill increased, her first student would be able to do it easily. Bowing, the student thanked the teacher for the explanation. With wide eyes, the princess heard someone speaking to her. Clenching her fists, the lady asked what about the person who did not have blessings like her. Raising his hand, the young man shouted that he also wanted a blessing, after which all the students began to shout that they asked for equal treatment. The princess squeezed the ice rabbit in her hands. Hearing the crunch, the students silently looked at the teacher. Smiling, Athena asked them to decide for themselves who would become her second student. The students continued to look at the archmage in silence. After a moment, each of the children opened their mouths and began to shout that each of them should take the place of the second student. The sand tower began to shake from the noise, because everyone begged to be made the second student. After destroying the sand castle, it became clear that because of one phrase, the entire alliance collapsed and the students began to feud with each other. Looking at the noisy crowd, Athena asked the children to tell her when they decided. Looking away, Bora asked if this was done on purpose. Smiling, the archmage asked what her student meant. Outside, the princess's words could be heard that they should continue the lesson. Folding her hands, Athena explained that one's own magic can be acquired through trial and error, after which Bora compared this principle to dark magic. The archmage's eyes widened. The young lady, sweating, called out to her mentor. Looking down, the girl said that black magic was different from white magic, as it was impossible to master on your own. Looking at the floor, Kanu realized that black magic required sacrifices each time it was used. The young man, sitting in the center of the magic circle, could not understand how he could get involved with such a crazy person. Looking up, the boy heard the sorcerer addressing him. Stretching out his hand, Karmazin asked the protagonist to confirm that he was bequeathing his life to him. Raising an eyebrow, the protagonist suggested that the victim's consent was probably an important element in casting black magic. Holding his hands behind his back, the young man said that even if the victim could not move, it did not mean that they belonged to the caster, to which the man decided that enough chatter was enough. Looking from under his brows, the man could not wait for the moment when the protagonist would agree to bequeath his life to him. Opening his mouth, Ne asked to hear his last request. Making a displeased expression, Karmazin asked what he wanted. Standing up to his full height, the young man asked to see Misa one last time before his death. Putting his hand to his chin, the man assumed that he was talking about the mercenary with a large crossbow, and then asked why the boy wanted to see this woman for the last time. Smiling, the young man explained that he was her boyfriend. Looking at the magic circle, the sorcerer was surprised that this guy was her lover. Grabbing the victim, the man said that he knew everything that was happening in the village. Remembering the girl in the arms of another mercenary, Karmazin said that her boyfriend was named Cole. Sweating, the protagonist was surprised that the man was doing so well at his job. Smiling, the protagonist said that Cole was Misa's ex-boyfriend. Lowering his head, the elder asked for proof of these words. Looking at the animal's face, the young man offered to smell it. Putting his hand to his chin, the sorcerer confirmed that the scent belonged to Misa. Looking away, the man rejected the boy's request, since if the girl disappeared, Gary and Cole would suspect something was wrong. Looking askance, the boy could not believe that this man was considering kidnapping Misa just so he could meet her. Standing in front of his victim, the sorcerer asked him if he had another wish, to which he replied that if he survived this, Karmazin would have to release him until he met Misa. Looking the boy in the face, the man gave his word that he would do so. Folding his hands, the man declared that the deal was made. Kanu opened his eyes wide. Baring his teeth, the protagonist thought that such a death was not at all painless. Watching the protagonist being struck by lightning, the elder said goodbye to him and promised to tell Misa that he had gone far away. Smiling, the boy said that Misa had left first. Making a surprised expression, Karmazin asked what he meant. The boy's fist rushed towards the villain. The blow hit the villain in the face. Karmazin, standing not far from the protagonist, said that he was a brat. Holding his hand on his face, he also added that the boy had deceived him. Clenching one hand into a fist, he replied that this was his line, remembering the old man's words that there would be a painless death, but it was very painful. Smiling, the hero raised his hand, saying that because of this, even the best friend would turn into the worst enemy. The elder, looking at the young man in surprise, said that he did not believe his eyes and asked why he was still alive. The young man grinned and raised his fist, saying that he would only know when he died. The goddess straightened her arms to the sides, removed the magical restriction and blessed the outsider, as it restored even her shortened lifespan. Standing straight, the boy looked at his opponent with the same grin. Leaning his hand against the wall, the man said that he was just a newbie who survived only thanks to luck. Pointing his finger forward into the air, the young man replied that he should not forget his promise to let him go if he survived. Reaching out for his weapon, he added that it was his time to fulfill his part of the deal. Scratching his chin with a sword in his other hand, he looked off to the side, saying, "Let's see." One of the girls sat exhausted with shackles on her hands. Kanu, looking at her, swung a sharp thing. A sound from the metal was heard. The shackles on the girl's hands instantly broke. Celeblis looked at her hands in surprise. Taking the surprised sitting elf by the arm, the protagonist said that now there was a witness. Throwing an even more surprised girl over his shoulder, he added that there was no other way, because she looked like she did not have the strength to walk. Holding her tightly in his arms, smiling, he heard an answer in a language he did not understand. The girl, with the same surprise, screamed from the fact that the young man ran forward with all his might the next second. Seeing the escape, frowning, he asked where they were going. Still smiling, the hero ran away with the elf in his arms, hearing the old man's cry, with the word no. Opening his mouth, he turned back, shouting in response a question whether he had forgotten his promise, thinking to himself that he would not do anything to him until he met Misa, but how to meet someone who was already dead. Frowning, the man asked again about the promise. Putting his hand forward, he continued that this could be nullified if he let go of the lifespan he had received. The village chief's magic stopped and grabbed the boy's legs as he ran away. Due to the current situation, the boy turned to the old man in anger, thinking that it seemed like it wasn't a bluff. The enemy, clenching his fist, smiling slightly, said that he was disappointed in Kanu, so he would have to give up on the idea of killing him painlessly. Smiling with all his teeth, the opponent replied that it was too early to give up. Standing not far from the boy and girl who had stopped, the old man wanted to say something, but stopped. Frowning, he saw blood flowing from his mouth, not understanding what had happened. The man's eyes widened. The next moment, getting even angrier, his essence began to burst out of him. However, he bowed to the ground powerlessly, putting his hands in front of him. Surprised by the scene, the boy did not understand what had happened, asking the enemy what was going on. While the old man, squatting, looked up somewhere, the boy asked again if his strength was leaving him. Frightened, he continued to look up somewhere, saying that he could not believe it, because no person would remain unharmed after he stole so much life force. Frowning deeply, the village elder began to shout with questions about his true identity, and whether the young man with an infinite lifespan was a vampire. The boy, opening his mouth, wanted to start a response. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about how annoying the god was, seeing a system message that a certain god was cursing because the boy was trying to put on airs. Putting his weapon slightly in front of him, the boy made a decision, continuing the previously started phrase, that he was an apostle of an outsider. The next moment he got angry, seeing the system message pop up that the god was struggling with embarrassment. The old man was trying to cough up his blood. The young man's eyes widened as he thought that if he eliminated the 13th level elder, he would probably gain a lot of experience. Smiling, he thought that the best solution would be to focus on escaping at first, and said out loud to the elder that they would see each other later. As he was about to run away, the protagonist was surprised by the answer that he would not forgive him. Having shown his true nature, the gnoll screamed that he would definitely kill him and turn him into mincemeat, because he had destroyed his dream. The old man stood with white pupils, raising his hand up. With his next action, he quickly walked towards the young man, shouting at the same time for him to die. Wincing, the boy backed away from the blow. Holding the wound that had appeared with his hand, he sank to the floor, hearing from his opponent a question whether he was surprised by this. Standing straight with white pupils, the village elder raised his fist up, showing the accumulated power, and explained that this power is called the gnoll's sword. The wounded man frowned at his weapon, thinking that he was saving it for hunting elves. The gnoll stared at his enemy in surprise. The guy, smiling, stood up from the ground, hearing the surprise phrase that it was a fatal blow, immediately, agreeing, answered that it was quite risky. Baring his teeth, the old man looked at the young man with anger on his face, asking himself if he had really spent all his strength. Starting to run away from the surprised protagonist, he said to wait. The hand with the torn shackles grabbed his leg. Staring at his leg in surprise, the man did not understand what happened. Frowning, the elf held him heavily by the leg, saying something in her language. Swinging, the dark-haired man shouted at the enemy to let go. He turned around in surprise at the blade rushing towards him. Sitting on the ground, the girl put her hands in front of her, continuing to say something that no one understood. Looking at the gnoll in surprise, the hero swung, thinking that it was not enough to kill him, because he still had one, so-called, head left. Sticking his tongue out of his mouth, the monster let out a couple of tears, saying that he was never able to avenge his beloved daughter. Holding his sword in his hands, the outsider said the last words, "Rest in peace." A system message appeared over the lying enemy again, saying that the god considered this sad. The main character, throwing his weapon over his shoulder, looked somewhere straight ahead. Many elves appeared, talking to each other in their own language. One of the guards and a villager, whom the hero called, looked at what was happening in surprise. Closing his eyes, the guy pulled his backpack over his shoulders, thinking that it seemed like it was all over. While he was looking somewhere ahead, incomprehensible dialogues were heard in the background. Hearing a rather loud phrase, the young man turned his head back in surprise. The men, with their mouths slightly open, were looking somewhere in surprise. Without saying a word, Kanu, smiling, closed his eyes again, thinking that he had only thought this until recently. Sounds of haste were heard in the area. Having climbed high up the mountain, the guy asked a question out loud. What did these damned elves say? Immediately he turned back in fear, because he heard an incomprehensible language. He took a step forward to the ledge. The next moment he was already flying down the mountain, thinking that to hell with this fantasy world. Warm rays of the sun illuminated the old building. The hero thought that there was a children's quarrel over the problem of apprenticeship. Imagining a crowd of magicians, he also noted that with their appearance and desire to become mentors, the situation was quickly resolved. He also imagined a student kneeling before a mentor and thought that there were plenty of mages who wanted to get this honorary title. Athena raised his hands and told the boys that they should imagine the image of magic in their heads, because concentration is very important in this matter. Suddenly, small fires lit up in the students' hands and one of the boys asked where mathematical formulas could be used. The princess fell into a stupor and thought for a moment, then asked if he was talking about a subject usually studied by merchants, and noted that in magic, 2 is always better than 1, even if it reduces the effectiveness. The dark-haired youth raised his hand and explained that he asked about mathematical formulas necessary for magic, for example, to use calculations to simplify, but immediately heard a negative answer. He turned pale with irritation and asked what that meant. While the boy held the flame between his hands, she asked the heroes if they needed to use addition or subtraction when creating a fireball, and then explained that there was only one reason they were able to use magic, and that was because they had a mentor who was good at fireball magic. The boy dispelled the magic and turned away, telling them that he thought it was an easy goal to become an archmage thanks to modern knowledge. The old man chuckled and told the princess that she had made a mistake in her explanation, because the boy's guess was absolutely correct, and even magic used mathematical formulas. The young man smiled happily, realizing that he was right. Creating a fireball in his hand, the old man said that since it was about the element of fire, he would continue the explanation himself. The mage nearby created a blue sphere in his hand, as the old man explained that the princess had only studied the theory, so she might not know, but they had implemented mathematical formulas to increase the effectiveness of magic. The magician released it into the air, and the old man added that they should avoid wasting spiritual power unnecessarily, because all this would happen in a war. He also said, holding his hand out in front of him, that in order to shoot a fireball over a long distance, the angle of the fireball was important, and not only that, the direction and strength of the wind should also be taken into account. Suddenly, a loud explosion thundered in the air. Looking at the surprised young man, the old man asked if this was what he was asking about. The princess looked back at the man when he asked if she would mind if he offered his help, because she herself could also learn the practical application of magic. The girl sadly lowered her head and agreed. The students crowded together, discussing among themselves the outstanding magician, practical magic, and something about a real war. They stood in a small group in the middle of the hall, led by outstanding mentors. They quickly learned magic. A strong clap of lightning was directed towards the ground, when suddenly the system reported that some impatient demon god was trying to pull off underwear, and some god of law was losing his temper and using magic. Thunderclouds completely covered the sky above the city. Torrential rain and lightning strikes fell upon the settlement. The maid applied ointment to the wound on the elf's wrist. She took the bandage and said that they were done, and that the elf should be patient for a while, then asked if she felt any better. The girl pulled her hand away and loudly asked if she really felt better. The maid awkwardly apologized. She imagined the image of the saint and the unknown man. The only thing they could do for her was to dull the pain with medicine, because only a miracle from a saint could help her recover. But there was no way that one of the two saints in the entire world would grant a miracle to a simple elf who was not even someone special, like royalty. The girl looked down at the floor. The assistant went out the door and said that they would definitely catch this man, so the girl could rest easy. Espresso squeezed her hand on the bed sheet and thought that perhaps this was an act of old age of Karmazin, and the villagers who were just standing nearby could also be accomplices. She frowned angrily, wiping away her tears, and noted that upon returning to the kingdom, she would need to immediately report this village. Suddenly, she was distracted by a knock on the door, and she asked who was knocking on her door. The pink-haired girl called the elf by name, and she asked her to come in. The girl came into the room and said that they had received a message that the mercenaries had lost his trail. Espresso turned to her and asked why she needed this information and if they should worry about human problems. The guest folded her arms and awkwardly said that the man had saved them from the worst from the village chief. Jumping up from her seat, the wounded elf shouted that they should remember about the princess's dagger that he had with him, because they should not allow themselves to be fooled again, and they should remember that people are animals that cannot be trusted. The interlocutor sadly lowered her eyebrows and added that the man really did save them. Espresso, with an irritated smile, said that this is why she was silent, because no one said that he should be killed, and this is just animal squabble. The guest understood the look at her and pointed out that calling them animals is disrespectful. Celeblis frowned in surprise, called her subordinate by name, and asked what it all meant. She leaned on the pink-haired girl, who asked if the elder was okay, but the elder demanded an answer to her question. Espresso imagined the elder with a small phoenix, and thought that she was a royal elf with a name that in the ancient language meant sacred sun. Then, imagining her chained up, the girl noted that the elder was of royal descent, but because of her eternal life, she became a toy that the elder Karmazin especially treasured, and besides, she had been in the basement longer than anyone else. The elder closed her eyes when she heard the request to calm down, because they had to wait until the kingdom reported everything to put an end to everything, after which she asked irritably what this meant, because nothing was over yet. Clutching her stomach, she said heavily that despite the fact that the boy could have escaped on his own, he freed her. Espresso raised her hand and shouted that he was hunting for her eternal life. The elder raised a stern gaze at her and asked if the girl knew that their savior had used a pact of dark magic. Imagining a young man from 100 rasts on different scales, she thought that what Kanu had used was a violation of the contract. Imagining the scales moving towards old age, she added that if the contract was broken, the person was obliged to pay in equal amounts. The village elder doll began to tear, and the girl finished her thought by saying that the village elder had underestimated the boy's lifespan and had self-destructed. Looking away, she remembered what Espresso looked like and said that the image of her innocently rushing around the royal palace still haunted her mind, but it was now a thing of the past. The young elf began to cry and said that they could not even imagine what she had been through, the pain and humiliation she had experienced. The elder wavered and agreed with this statement, after which she said that she still had to find the boy. The assistant recoiled in surprise and said that the elder was not in a condition right now. The woman quickly turned to her and confidently noted that if they met again, she could not be called an elder. As she left the room, she finished her sentence by saying that it was too grandiose a title for an old lady who was easily angered. The unknown god was watching the scene. She walked through the wall and left the place stealthily. Dark clouds covered the starry sky above the forest. The god flew under the treetops. Raising her hand, she asked the outsider if he was alive at all. The hero opened his eyelids and looked at her. Lying on a branch, he said irritably that she should see it for herself. The heroes followed Ulysses through the open doors when he asked them to follow him. They were very surprised when they entered the room. Cups of tea and utensils were neatly laid out on the table. One of the heroes asked if it was time for tea, and if they should swing swords on the training ground or something like that, and it turns out that they will be resting from the very beginning. The prince looked at them with a smirk, but did not say a word. They all sat down in their places. The prince raised his teacup and said that he wanted to raise a toast to the heroes who had chosen the path of a swordsman. The soldiers shouted in unison and wished them good health. The students were very scared when they heard this. Ulysses put the tea on the table and said that he was surprised to hear what kind of talk was going on in their ranks, because they were talking about ignorant training, but this was not the art of swordsmanship, and he would give them a small demonstration so that they could understand better. The stocky captain raised his head when the prince asked him if he wanted to spar. The captain immediately agreed. The men stood opposite each other, holding swords in their hands. The prince said that firstly he wanted to show the guys fencing, which we do not think, so the captain should demonstrate his swordsmanship. The next second, the young man rushed into battle. Approaching the man, they both swung their blades. During the fight, they exchanged blows and skillfully parried them. The guys watched the battle carefully. One guy noted that no matter how you look at it, this is the art of fencing. The captain frowned sternly, defending himself from the blow. The next second, he knocked the sword out of the prince's hands. The blade stuck into the floor. The blonde took his hand, saying that it was a good sword dance from the commander, to which the man replied that he was clearly flattered. Reaching for the hilt of the sword, the prince said that now he wanted to show the real art of wielding a sword, which they would learn. While the doctor was healing his hand, the young man asked the captain to pounce on him with all his might. The man released his aura and said that he would do it with great pleasure. The young man stood in a stance and released energy. The captain immediately rushed into battle with a cry. Their blades met and a flash lit up the room. A piece of the blade flew to the side. The captain stumbled, his sword was broken, and he said that he lost. Ulysses put the sword back in its sheath, and the man bowed to him. The principal praised him and said that his swordsmanship had become much better. The boys looked at each other and wondered what happened. The blonde smiled widely and said that the power that would destroy any enemy method was the art of swordsmanship. The correct mastery of the technique would not help to defeat either the demon lord or the incompletely equipped cavalry. The boys turned to him and the dark-haired youth agreed with these words, after which he said that it was the art of ball control, which strives for maximum efficiency. Sitting down in his seat, the blonde noted that since the boys understood the concept, from now on he would teach them swordsmanship, so they should drink the tea that was in front of them. Kangmin lifted his cup and sipped a little of the drink. He immediately choked, feeling the terrible taste. The boys put down their cups, outraged by the unpleasant taste. The prince smiled and raised his drink and said that in order to learn this art, they need to have the blessing of a warrior, and this medicine allows them to receive the blessing quickly and safely, so they should get used to this taste quickly. The system opened a notification and said that a person like a warrior must go through many situations, life and death, and must be worthy of becoming stronger. For this, heroes need to defeat the enemies blocking their path, in the name of love and justice. While the others grimaced from the unpleasant taste, Kangmin drank his drink in one gulp. Slamming his cup on the table, he asked for another portion. The blonde looked at him with a smile and said that the young man would feel better if he ate some cookies, after which he asked the captain to show a little courtesy and pour another cup of medicine for the hero. The boy cringed as the medicine poured out. A naive goddess asked how it tasted. A water god tried to talk his curious friend out of taking the medicine, and a kind-hearted death god looked at the boy with pity. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the forest. The hero sat on a branch with the god, saying that it was dangerous, then thought that there were no knolls to use to soften the fall, but he was able to survive thanks to the forest right under the cliff. The boy remembered how he ran through the open gate, and the mercenaries who persistently pursued him into the village. Then an image of a guard appeared in his mind, and he thought that if it were not for the bribed guard who opened the village gate, he would have been finished. Then the hero remembered watching the monsters from a tree. One of the beasts noticed him and shouted that there was meat sitting on a tree, after which he demanded that he come down. The boy looked at the monsters and thought they were giving him a warm welcome, but the irony was that gnolls were more trustworthy than humans or even elves. He chuckled and confirmed his words out loud. With explosive force, he jumped from the tree. While in the air, he noted that there was something he wanted to know, and now was his chance. A strong blow from the club hit the beast's head. The boy elbowed another predator in the face. He slashed the third opponent's neck with his blade. The beast fell to the ground next to him. Getting up, the boy said that it was quite easy, probably because there were only 3 of them. A god looked at him with half-open eyes while the boy said that his body felt lighter than before and wondered why, if his level had increased since the last time he looked at his status window. The system opened his stats. He had level 1, Outsider's Blessing, Hero's Curse E, and the coefficient was 3.43. He looked at the coefficient and realized that only one thing had changed. A certain god began to mock him for not knowing what the coefficient was. When the boy said that the coefficient kept increasing, but he did not know what it gave him, Kanu asked if the god himself knew. Putting his hands on his waist, the god confidently gave him advice that the higher the coefficient, the better. The boy sarcastically thanked him. One of the monsters watched the boy's legs, while he thought that for the first time he received at least some reliable information from this god. But now it was time to move on to the next step. With a wide smile, the boy said that he wanted to ask the beast something. Does it know how angry the hero is now because of the elves? The gnoll immediately jumped up and asked with a smile if the boy could give him some elven meat, to which he received an affirmative answer, and asked him to ask the question quickly. Imagining their image of crimson with shining hands, the boy asked how the beast used the art of wielding a sword, from which the hands turned red. Frowning sternly, he imagined the image of a saint and thought that now he was too weak, and it would be difficult to take revenge even after reaching the second level, so it would be better to imitate the swordsmanship that only these beasts can use, because at least he will become stronger compared to his current state. Turning away, the beast thought and said that red meat is good because it is fresh. The hero was interested in what he could tell about the redness of the eyes. Introducing the elf, he said that he knows the power of meat. The hero asked how he uses the power of meat. Touching his chin, the young man also said that he wants to see this power, after which he asked what the guys usually eat. The gnoll replied that they eat meat. The young man realized that this was a stupid question. Looking away, the guy thought about the art of wielding a sword of gnolls, the power of meat, about which he needed more information. Suspiciously looking at the beast, he thought that, apparently, he will have to explore their habitat for leisurely revenge. Alsa stood next to the table and began his speech. He smiled broadly, saying that although talent is needed in magic, if the guys have time and money, anyone can learn fencing. The heroes did not listen to him very attentively while he said that in addition to everything, he can say that the art of wielding a sword comes from ancient times. Suddenly, Confronting turned pale and slammed his cup on the table, demanding another drink. The prince smiled and told him that he could stop today, as the effectiveness decreases if he drinks too much at once. The boy frowned in irritation and thought that he should become stronger faster, no matter what, as he was different from these bastards. Looking around in surprise, he saw a teapot. The man added that he would feel better as soon as he cleaned his mouth with honey tea. The prince looked down and continued to tell him that consistency was very important. One should drink 1 cup a day, or 2 if a person is greedy. The young man looked at him with a smile and said that he would try drinking 2 cups a day. The prince replied that he was pleased to hear that. Putting his hands on his waist, the blonde said that the warrior's blessing was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time, just as a child could not turn into an adult overnight. Confronting jerked in shock, realizing how long it would take. The prince explained that there were individual differences, but if a person maintained his resolve, he would be able to achieve his goal in less than a year. Suddenly, a system notification lit up his face. The system opened a window with information about the hero, in which a low-rank martial spirit blessing appeared. He smirked slightly as he looked at the text. The youth opened the description of the blessing. The system reported that the longer a person fought, the stronger and more powerful he became, and the effect would be reset once the target was defeated or his will to fight was broken. The boy covered his mouth with his hand, realizing the improbability of this blessing. A certain war god proudly said that it was unimaginable, and a certain martial arts god snorted in annoyance. The blonde clapped him and congratulated the hero with a smile, then said that he had high hopes for him. The youth sheepishly scratched his slit and said that he was flattered by these words. The blonde placed his hands on the table and said that first of all he wanted to teach them how to hide the status window. The evil gnoll shouted something about meat. The boy watched as the beast ate the boar. Raising one eyebrow, the boy thought that it had been a few days since he started watching this gnoll to observe its meat strength. Suddenly, the beast looked back at him angrily. It immediately rushed towards the boy with its mouth open. The boy thought that the beast tried to hunt him every time it had a chance. Kicking the gnoll hard on the head, the boy noticed that the enemy had never been even close to success. Frowning in annoyance, he ordered the beast not to crawl back up, after which he thought that it was too weak. The beast lay down on the ground and sighed sadly. The system reported that it was level 6. But there was no blessing and curse, and the coefficient was 0. The hero crossed his arms over his chest and asked if the beast was really level 6. The gnoll showed 2 ribbons on his hand and said that it was true, and this was his evidence left by the elves. The hero looked at him suspiciously and thought that the beast said that a gnoll who does his job well takes the elf's hair, after which he asked the beast to answer the question of how it happened. What is a gnoll like him, who successfully caught 2 elves, attack slab? The beast rested his hands on the ground and said that it was unfair, because he was strong, and the talking meat was very strange. The young man asked if the gnoll could see his level. The beast looked up and thoughtfully said that he could not see anything, but he knew that level 1 meat was quite weak. The guy irritably slapped him in the face, wondering if he knew it instinctively. While the sun was shining on the forest, the gnoll was guiding the guy. The young man thought that in addition to the characteristics of the beast, he was studying various pieces of information. The gnoll pointed towards the bushes. The boy asked what was there, to which the beast replied that there were many elves there. Grinning confidently, the boy thought that he had learned the location of the elven village from which the elves who had ambushed him had come, and even confirmed that the past the chief had spoken of was not an illusion, but the truth. The beast opened its mouth to bite the carcass of a rabbit, and said that the meat was stolen. The boy thought that he had stolen it from the elves, but the beast said that elven meat was bad. The boy thoughtfully watched him happily chewing his prey. Imagining an energy sphere in the beast's body, he thought that he began to clearly see the changes in the gnoll's body, and every time he ate something, the power in his stomach began to grow. It was also much easier compared to the elder who used black magic to steal life force, although the effectiveness was much lower. The guy smiled widely and asked if the beast had eaten enough, but the interlocutor only growled. Throwing his arms out to the sides, the gnoll screamed that he was pissing and feeling good. The beast seemed to go berserk and began to scream that he needed even more meat. Saliva flowed down his fur while he talked about meat. Turning to the guy, he rushed into battle again and said that this was his meat. The hero filled his fist with similar energy. Preparing for a blow, the guy thanked his opponent and thought that he managed to figure out why it was called the power of meat. Kanu attacked his opponent at incredible speed. The beast's body split into two and collapsed. Lying on the grass, the gnoll said that the talking meat was very strong, but he did not understand how. The hero looked back with a smile and said that they had not been together for long, but it was very useful, so he only got this power thanks to the beast. The hero came closer to the defeated enemy, when he asked if he was also a gnoll. Looking down, the young man answered that he was just a man. The guy raised his hand and thought that this was some kind of chemical reaction that occurs due to strong emotion, and the gnoll's greed lies in the desire to maintain the feeling of satiety. He released more energy from his body. The god watched the guy in surprise, perplexed by his changes. The young man said that he did not think anyone could take advantage of this. The boy frowned and said that if he didn't have the blessing of the outsider, he wouldn't have died the moment he used the power from the depleted life force, then thought that it seemed to him that the beasts always filled it with meat. Schematically imagining the actions of the blessing, he thought that before he ran out of power, everything was reset by the blessing, and the god did this every time he was depleted, so it seemed like an endless cycle. Covering his face with his hand, the boy smugly said that nothing could be cooler than this. A certain god scolded him, saying that he was acting very childish. The night sky hung over the forest. The boy quickly flew between the trees. One of the gnolls turned around, smelling the meat. Suddenly, Kanu dealt one blow to both beasts. The gnolls had already fallen to the grass. A certain god looked at him with great surprise. The young man continued to run forward, thinking that even though he had become stronger, he was not the least bit unhappy, because he was originally supposed to use his smartphone under the covers. Pushing off the ground once again, he noticed that he was still in this place with this terrible dagger, wandering through a forest full of man-eating dagger monsters. The god raised his hand and pointed to the boy to run to the left. The boy immediately thanked him. Light from a fire was visible between the trees. The boy took hold of the blade and wondered with a smile if he should go and punish these fantastic barbarians with the power of fantasy. The guards patrolled the area, discussing something among themselves. The boy watched them from behind the bushes, thinking that he was going to sneak in unnoticed, but the guards were better than he expected. Looking away, he was glad that he remembered the scheme in the village in advance. Some god excitedly urged the boy to go right now. The god started kicking him, pushing him forward to move forward. The boy wondered why he was trying to be helpful. He really didn't understand what the god had in mind. Kanu ran through the area behind the guards, thinking that his instincts weren't telling him the same thing. He stopped at the wall, wondering if he could do it, but this was his chance. The boy thrust the dagger deep into the log. Pushing off from it, the boy flew a few meters above the fence. The boy landed softly on the other side. Looking around, the boy realized that there was no one nearby. A certain god said with a smile that the boy should be grateful. The boy immediately feigned gratitude. Grinning, the boy decided to move on. One of the guards carelessly wrote something under his breath. Suddenly, he noticed Kanu behind him. The next second, the boy pierced his neck with a dagger. The man tried to cover the wound with his hand. After a while, he collapsed to the ground, and the boy said that he did not feel the difference between killing a man and a gnoll. Kanu pulled the body aside and thought that these people might have those who would mourn their death, but he also had a family. The man's body left its mark on the ground. Walking further into the shadows, the boy said that because of them, he almost died without seeing his family again, so he will not let them stand in his way anymore. A certain god defiantly watched the boy's actions. 3 moons hung in the sky above the camp. The bodies of the guards were thrown into one pile. Standing next to them, the boy said that many people had already died, but no one noticed anything. He crossed his arms over his chest and added that the infiltration was quite exciting, but he only saw mercenaries. He wondered when he would find the elves. A certain god looked down on the boy when he said that both elves and humans needed a bath, but elves were still worth looking for. Smiling, The god began to mock his slow understanding. The boy asked him not to be mean. Suddenly, the boy heard someone talking behind him. A small group of people were walking down the street. A boy and a girl brought in hostages next to them. The boy looked at what was happening in surprise, calling it an interesting turn of events. A little earlier, Espresso was sleeping on her bed. Suddenly, she began to wake up when someone's hand reached out to her. The stranger covered her mouth so that the girl could not scream. Pressing the elf bed, the stranger ordered her to shut up. In fact, a bag was placed on the elf's head, her hands were tied behind her back. The men were discussing the fact that she bit one of them, and that he needed to be more careful. Approaching the door, they began to lead the hostage away. The young man pushed the girl in the back and told her not to slow down. Espresso wondered if other elves were taken away in the same way. She timidly went down the stairs, realizing that this was the headman's basement. The human healer with an impassive expression said that Karmazin believed that they were ignorant, but they turned a blind eye because they wanted to protect their new way of life. The elf jerked, hearing the healer's voice. In this room, other elves were also gathered with their heads covered. The healer said that this would be retribution. The humans gathered the elves in front of them. The healer added that this was happening because they allowed their friend to fight alone. The young man raised his hand and shouted that he heard it in the dining room, and that these elves were against humans, and if they were allowed to live, they would take human homes and families again. The tall bald man looked at the healer, and said that he had ordered the others to stay inside, as something was happening in the village, and even the mercenaries should not come out now. The woman closed her eyes and suggested to begin. The people took up their blades, saying that this would happen in the name of Karmazin, their fallen comrade. The first blow was delivered to the chest of one of the hostages. The soldier also pulled the blade several times to be sure. Dead Espresso fell to the floor with tears in her eyes. The healer said goodbye to her. The sounds of blows echoed throughout the room. The people looked back at the healer. A young man said that only one elf remained. Celeblis sat tied up in a chair, while the people discussed what they should do. The elf looked up and asked if their goal was to kill her, like the other murders. The boys looked at each other, discussing that she was caught trying to leave the village, but she was high enough in the hierarchy that they did not know what the elves would do as revenge. Celeblis looked down and said that she understood how the humans felt. The woman imagined Kanu. She seemed to frown and said loudly that killing their savior in order to protect a human's secret enraged her. The young man approached her, raised his hand and offered to let her go as she kept everything a secret. The woman shouted that he was in vain, thinking that an agreement based on threats would be fulfilled. The healer approached her and calmly asked why the elder went so far, because even if she lied, she could escape. The elf smiled and said that elves do not lie to save their lives. The soldier pointed a blade at her and said that then they had no choice, and they would do it as painlessly as possible. He raised his sword behind his head, preparing to strike. While the girl kept her eyes closed, blows were heard in the room. She slightly opened her eyelids. Surprised, she looked up to see a head flying past. Horror and confusion were visible on her face. Kanu threw the dagger over his shoulder, looking at her. He calmly looked into the eyes of the elf while she asked him something. The guy raised his eyebrows and noted that he thought they had met again. Looking back at the surviving people, he decided to deal with them first. The young man instantly closed the distance, attacked one of the guys, and then thought that he planned to kill everyone, not paying attention to whether they were elves or villagers. The dead young man collapsed on the floor next to his ally. The frightened girl begged for mercy in a language the hero understood. The boy looked at her in surprise and said that he knew this language, and it was nice to understand at least something. The next second, blood splashed across the floor again, and he said that he didn't care about it. The healer rushed to the exit, but the boy noticed her. A second later, a dagger appeared in her head. The girl slowly began to fall to the ground next to the corpses. The boy thought that everything was easier than he expected, and it was a good idea to start with the strongest guy. The elf looked up at him and asked about something. Pulling out his dagger, the boy thought about what she was saying. Celeblis opened her description. The system reported that she was level 12, as well as the blessings of the Tamer of rank A, life of rank C and pure heritage of rank B, as well as the curse of nobility of rank B. The guy came closer to the system window and said that he had not seen this before, after which he wondered if the girl was showing this on purpose. Looking at the writing on the window, the boy thought that he only had one blessing, and she had 3, and high ranks. He opened the description of the Tamer's blessing. The system reported that the Tamer can improve the abilities of animals he tamed, and the probability of taming a cautious animal is greatly increased. The boy thought that this was a blessing for training, but even it is useless without the animals themselves. He glanced to the side and thought that in any case, there was only one reason to open his status window. The girl smiled happily when he asked if her name was Celeblis, and tried to confirm it. She closed her eyes and smiled at the boy. The hero looked at her in surprise and thought that perhaps he did not feel anything because of the blessing of an outsider, but all this embarrassed him a little. A certain god stood up to swear at him, experiencing great discomfort, and also emphasized that the boy was an outsider. The hero dropped to the floor and said that he knew it, and if he did not remain an outsider, he would be punished. The elf watched him in fear. Looking down, the guy said that she was quite lucky, after which he thought that he wanted to kill everyone. The young man threw the ropes off her, noting that he did it because she had gone through the same thing as him in order to survive. He remembered the people he had told his name to and thought that although it had been dangerous, they had not let him down. Turning sideways to her, he said that I would take care of everything myself, and thought that if he killed all the elves, it would be like all the people. Celeblis rested her injured hand on the arm of the chair. She staggered and began to fall, greatly surprised by this. The hero caught her deftly. Taking the girl by the waist, he said that such things irritated him, and the girl called him by name and muttered something. Kana looked at her in surprise, asking if she knew his name. The girl called him again. The night sky still hung over the camp. The guys went outside. The young man said that many people had already died, but everything was still quiet around. A certain god was irritated nearby. The young man asked what the god thought, what was the reason for this, but the god replied that he did not want to talk. The boy frowned annoyed and agreed, thinking that he needed to get rid of the elf so as not to anger the god. They suddenly stopped. The boy thought that he could not trust anyone in this village, and the forest was full of animals. A thick dark forest was located just outside the walls of the settlement. The hero decided to get out of this place first. His cloak and the elf's hair fluttered in the wind. The boy quickly ran through the forest, holding the celebrity in his hand. The girl looked up and called out his name. The boy asked what was going on. The elf pointed her finger at the sky and said something. The hero looked up and saw a bright flame. A phoenix flew right over their heads. The bird opened its beak and screamed loudly. The boy jerked in fear when the phoenix landed in front of him. Looking at the elf, he thought that even if he was fine thanks to his teacher's blessing, this fragile elf could burn. The girl pulled him by the clothes and said something again. The boy asked if she wanted him to let her go. Removing his hand, he asked if she wanted him to leave her and run away, since she considered herself a burden. Celeblis walked towards the bird with a confident step. Raising her hands, she began to say something with a smile. The boy calmly watched what was happening and thought that thanks to the blessing of the tamer, they became partners. Celeblis looked back at him and called him by name. She came closer to the hero, said something and said her name. The elder pressed her hand, coming closer to him. Celeblis kissed the boy, saying something before that. A certain god twitched, being shocked by the unexpected situation. The boy embarrassedly closed his lips and exclaimed. The girl smiled affectionately in his face. Phoenix watched what was happening from the side. Suddenly the flame of the bird swirled around the boys. The hero could not understand what was happening. He covered himself with his hand from the flame, but tried not to close his eyes. Kanu saw that the elf had saddled the phoenix. The woman smiled, called him by name and said something again. The phoenix's legs lifted off the ground. The bird quickly flew away, leaving feathers. The young man silently watched them. A certain god grabbed the boy by the hair, emphasizing that the outsider's crime was obvious. The boy tried to stop the god while he was passing sentence on the sinner, saying that he was also upset about this. Well, having calmed down, the young man noted that this was his first time, and he could not believe that the elf repaid him for his generosity with sexual harassment. Suddenly, a system notification opened before his eyes. The young man and the god looked out the opened window in surprise. The system reported that the boy had received the blessing of a C-rank elf, and his coefficient had been increased to 4.85. The hero was very happy about the new high-rank blessing. A certain god was stunned by what he saw and said that he felt uncomfortable. The boy smiled slightly and remarked that anything can happen in life. The god began to stroke his head, saying that he felt very uncomfortable. The system said that the elf's blessing gives increased lifespan and youth, and all the effects and favorable comments received from the elves will be greatly enhanced. The boy imagined himself, half an outsider and an elf, and with the power of meat, and thought that the lifespan and youth were increased, so the blessing was similar to each other. But if he used them together, the lifespan he could spend with the power of meat would be increased. Boxing jumped off the boy's neck and began to grumble that the boy was too happy. Scratching the back of his head, the young man said that the reason he was happy was because his paths with this elf had diverged. At that moment, a certain god froze in place. He turned around and smiled widely, and his condition improved significantly. The guy looked into the depths of the forest, and asked if they should try to go a little further this time. The gnoll was walking through the forest. Finding himself behind the beast, he asked the gnoll how things were. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he mentally asked for permission to inspect their house. The morning sun rose over the forest. The prince, princess, and students gathered in a clearing. The blonde said that it had been 3 days since the heroes were there. Raising his hand, also said that from this day on, after meditation, they would raise their levels in hunting, but there was no need to act too strongly. Bora listened attentively to his words that for their first hunt, the knightly order would gather monsters in this place. The princess raised her hand and happily said that blessings are absolutely necessary for magicians, because when the rank of blessings and levels rise, the abilities also grow. The guys were very happy with her words, anticipating the time of hunting. The girls also happily took it, but the reason is that the skin and figure should improve when the level rises. One of the heroes noticed a small monster in the bushes. Turning around, he rushed at the slime. The slug was very scared, noticing this. The prince and princess shouted loudly for the heroes not to move. The guys looked around in surprise, not understanding such a decision. The blonde raised his hand and explained that as they noticed, this is slime, a useful creature that does not harm people. The guys were very upset when they heard his words. The prince also added that the slime eats absolutely everything, from dirt to garbage, not missing insects and corpses. The princess held out the leaves to her as the prince explained that thanks to this, the number of infectious diseases in the area was decreasing. The girl rose up on her feet again as the boys considered what she had heard. She raised the slime onto her hands and said that they should never attack her. The boys were very upset when they heard that even if they were heroes, they would be judged. Alsus clapped his hands to get their attention. Introducing the image of a gnoll, he explained that normally, level 2 goblins would be an ideal target for them, but today their opponents would be level 4 gnolls. The princess raised her hand and tried to cheer the boys up, saying that they had a saint on their side, and even if they died, they would be resurrected, but she failed. The blonde came closer to her and said that with the people who had gathered in this place, they could even deal with 6th level orcs, and as long as luck did not abandon them, it would not come to death. The gnoll crushed a twig with his paw. The beast looked around in rage, starting to say something. The guys split into those who were scared and those who were anticipating a battle. The opponents rushed at each other. The young guy attacked, but the beast blocked it. The next second, the gnoll cut the hero's eyes. The guy fell to his knees, holding his face, and the beast was anticipating food. The young man looked back at his opponent with tears in his eyes. One of the girls also received a strong blow to the head. The curly-haired guy was twisted and wounded by the beast. The girl in glasses gathered magical energy in her palm and said that she wanted to show her magic. Suddenly, a fireball exploded right in her hand. Looking at her palm in surprise, she couldn't understand why her magic didn't work. Tears started to flow down the girl's cheek. Alsa stood in one place and watched the students suffer. Suddenly, the blonde calmly said that it was time to stop there. A moment later, he cut the monster in half. The blonde shook the blood off the blade. Several students were lying on the ground in their own blood. The saint came out of the forest to them. The blonde looked back at her when she said that the principal really worked hard training these heroes. The girl knelt down in front of the injured student and said that there must be a reason why a god chose them as heroes and sent them to this land. With her hands folded in front of her, she began to heal the hero. A certain male god asked if there was really a reason for this. Did a certain god send? A certain unseen goddess was puzzled, and a certain wicked god shrugged. The wounds on the hero's body began to heal. After a little while, they completely healed. Suddenly, the guy jumped up from the ground, trying to catch his breath. The saint calmly addressed the heroes and said that they could fight until their last breath. She smiled affectionately and added that after each death she was forced to resurrect them. The bright sun was still hanging over the forest. 3 guys were standing in front of the beast. One of them noted that the enemy was very resilient. Kammin put his hand on his ally's shoulder and thanked him for buying him time. Suddenly, the young man jumped up from his place. He lunged and attacked the beast in the stomach. The gnoll flew back a few meters. The beast fell to the ground next to a tree and bled from its mouth. The guy opened the system window with a smile. A certain god praised someone for being smart, and another god began to criticize, saying that he was cheap. The system reported that the young man had received a low-ranking leadership skill, as well as the 2nd level. Noticing his level, the guy smiled. Looking at the 2 new blessings, acceleration and leadership, he thought that thanks to them, the hunt was not so difficult. The system also told him that acceleration gave him incredible speed at a critical moment, but long-term use led to a long recovery, and leadership allowed him to increase the abilities of any group that a person led, and the bolder and more reckless the orders, the stronger the effects become. Looking at the rejoicing allies, he noted that they were very useful. Suddenly, a loud scream sounded from behind him. 2 guys were beating the beast, saying that they were fighting Mayan. The beast fell to the ground in front of them. The blonde raised her hand and coquettishly thanked them, saying that she reached the 2nd level thanks to them. The other girls watched her with envy and irritation. Mayan looked away, according to the rules of the hairstyle, and said that beauty is also a weapon. A certain innocent goddess watched her closely. Noticing this, the girl began to wave her hands and say that this is not an illegal treatment. Suddenly the blonde calmed down when a certain bold god of beauty smiled lightly, looking at her. The system reported that the girl received the blessing of the color of beauty, due to which the beauty of the girl's beauty became an exception, and she was exempted from the manifestation of physiology, and the need to maintain the body in good shape. Smiling widely, the girl said that this was perfect for her. The guys touched her chest and happily said that they would protect her, because this is a job for men. Kammin silently watched them. The girl thanked her allies. Suddenly, the guy's comrades said goodbye to him and said that they would help him later. Kammin noticed that they headed towards the blonde. Grinning, he said that her methods were quite good. The guy also headed towards the 2 girls next to him. He greeted them. One of the girls asked if he wanted to hunt together, after which he said that they would help him. The gods were watching the action. A god was walking around the popcorn. A bold god of beauty was watching the action in a sexy pose, and a god of war was excited by the talk of universal death. A strong blow knocked Bora off her feet. She rose from the ground, the gnoll reached for her sword, the god of water watched her with pity. The beast raised the sword when the girl turned to him. A god began to push the popcorn forward, and the god of water refused, saying that he was not in the mood to eat. Bora rose to her feet and said that she would definitely win. She created a small fireball in her hands. A second later, a powerful explosion burst from her palm. The flames burned the monster's body. The girl fell to the ground without strength. The system opened its window in front of her. The girl's level also increased to 2. She folded her hands and embarrassedly said that although she is not the best, this is only the beginning. The girl took her sword, the god of water calmed down, and the god of war began to root for her. The girl thanked them for this. The system also opened the description of the weapon blessing. It gave the body's fortitude, and all the weapons that the person had were restored as well as the body. She noticed that the wooden sword had become light, and thought that it was because of the blessing. Suddenly, another beast ran out from behind her. She quickly turned to him and covered herself with the sword. The system reported the activation of the weapon blessing. Suddenly, a deep wound appeared on the beast's shoulder. The gnoll swung his right hand to attack. He hit the girl's body, but was unable to inflict much damage on her. The system reported that the blessing strengthened the girl's body. The beast looked at its claws in shock after this blow. Bora put her hand in front of her and blew up its head. With her left hand, she took hold of the blade. With a quick movement, she tore the beast's head from its shoulders. A small glow enveloped her body. The system reported that the girl had raised her level to 3. Kangmin looked back at her, very surprised. The blonde crossed her arms over her chest and chuckled a little. On the rocky hill stood a prince and princess, and watched what was happening. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest. A certain god also continued to watch. A certain wind god began to encourage the guys with a cold breeze. The bright sun still hung in the blue sky. A certain impatient demonic block took its place. The sun began to set behind the horizon. The gnoll tried to remove the human hand from its mouth to close it. Kanu stood in the middle of many animal corpses. A certain god asked if he was curious how many he killed. The hero opened the system window and said that he was not very interested, because he already understood that he killed at least several thousand. Going down to the beast, he thought that he checked the status window again and again. You only have the E-rank bloodshed curse in his stats, and the coefficient has increased to 5.46. The guy thought that only one curse had appeared, but there was a more serious problem. Looking at the moon cluster, he said that he was now sure of something. Raising his eyebrows pitifully, the guy added that he could not raise his level. The young man kept looking at the bodies of the defeated beasts. A certain god was worried about his condition. The guy replied that everything was fine, after which he thought that he knew that the curse of this evil goddess would hinder his development. Looking at the description of the hero's curse, he added that he did not even expect it to be so significant. He frowned in annoyance, and said that his level was not growing at all. The young man looked at the god when he said that this time in the distant galaxy there were quite a lot of stars. The god barely held back his smile while the guy said that he thought he would be bullied again. Kanu touched his chin and wondered what kind of curse was on him. The system opened a description of the curse of bloodshed. Friendly races will be slightly afraid of him and find him terrifying, and the chances of them resisting his cruel action are greatly increased. A god joyfully flew up to him. The boy sadly lowered his head and said that he was indeed being forced to become scum. Suddenly, he noticed a shining bracelet on the gnoll's arm. He opened his bag and said that he tried not to steal too much. The boy took the bracelet off the monster and added that he was sure that all of this was either from humans or elves, and since he could not level up, his only way to become stronger was money. Another gnoll walked towards the boy and called him scary meat. A crowd of monsters came out of the forest, shouting that they needed to kill the meat and take revenge. The boy rose to his feet, surprised that there were more gnolls nearby. He looked at one of them and the system reported that he was level 9, and also had the blessing of a warrior and the curse of an elf. Kanu took the dagger, and said that he thought they came with a plan, thinking that having a numerical advantage was not enough, and it seemed that they ate a ton of meat. The beasts were becoming more and more furious. They rushed towards the guy and shouted that strong meat would be in their hands. Kanu easily dodged one of them, simply jumping away. He filled the blade with energy, and said that he was glad that such a good teacher came to personally find him. The gnolls froze in place, afraid of his meat power. The guy cut one of the opponents at high speed. Looking back, he said that thanks to them, he figured out how to effectively use this power. The gnolls staggered a little and the leader said that the enemy was too strong, so they need to run. The bloodletting curse was activated again. The boy said with a smile that it did not matter to him how many they called, because it would never be enough. The sun rays were breaking through the leaves of the trees. Kanu put a bag of gold on the ground and said that he had managed to collect a whole ton, although the language was still a problem. He remembered how he was refused to buy, and thought that if he could not sell these things for the true price, they were no better than stones, so he needed a translator, and for this it was worth looking for an intelligent gnoll, capable of turning into a man. Someone approached the hero from behind. While he was thinking about the fact that animals can be trusted, since they are bad at lying, Stranger called him, as a person of the first level. Passing with a businesslike look, Stranger asked a question about where the one who took care of all these animals went. Kanu looked back at him with a wide smile. He quickly grabbed the stranger by the collar when he asked if he understood what he was saying, since he was speaking the language of humans. The guy began to shake him, smiling, saying that he needed it. The stranger insulted him and asked what it meant. The guy thought that he looked like a pretty smart and handsome gnoll in a human body. He smiled evilly and asked the interlocutor about his name, and although he did not know what kind he was, he thought that they could become good friends. The man put his hand on his wrist and said that he was a demon, not a gnoll. The guy was very surprised to hear this, after which he said that he thought that demons were a very powerful race of humanoids. Kanu imagined the image of the kidnapper and thought that, according to her, the goal of the heroes is the leader of the demons, defeating the great lord of the demons. Looking at the stranger, he noticed that even if the gods are forced to ask for help from the worldly ones, then the demons must be powerful. But this guy is an exception. Suddenly the demon went into a rage, insulted the young man and said that it was too much to hurt him on the first meeting and demand to be friends, and the belief that all demons are strong is just a prejudice. The guy awkwardly raised his eyebrows and apologized. The demon burst into tears when the young man said that he was a little too weak. The guy began to ask him not to cry and said that the demon was making him out to be a bad guy. The interlocutor frowned irritably and said that the whole point is that the guy is abnormally strong, after which he asked who he is and what kind of incredible power for someone with the first level. The young man smiled broadly and said that all this is thanks to his blessing. The demon considered it a lie and said that the guy should not lie so openly, and I have more curses than blessings. The young man was very surprised to hear this and asked if the demon could see it. The interlocutor pointed to the shining eye and said that he had the blessing of observation, and he also had another blessing that allowed him to look at the status windows of others. The guy pulled the demon towards himself and said that he understood this. The interlocutor asked how long he would hold him in his hands. God silently watched what was happening. The young man replied that this was just a manifestation of friendship. The demon was indignant, and said that it sounded like his neck would be broken if he did not become a friend. Kanu looked into the man's eyes and said that he was quite smart and different from the gnoll. The demon replied that he was a black magician, and that you cannot learn black magic if you are a fool, and now he is training, having left his homeland because of marriage. He smiled awkwardly when the guy asked why the demon was getting married and said that he shouldn't be compared to humans, because long before Kanu was born, he was already of the right age to get married. A certain god with a wide smile began to insist that they learn more about the life of a demon. The guy began to shake the man, smilingly asking why he still hasn't gotten married. The demon asked to just kill him, because he didn't want to be a toy in the hands of a man. Kanu smiled faintly and asked if it wouldn't be sad to die an unmarried virgin. The demon looked away and said that the stronger the demon, the more partners they can have, and he, being a weakling, ran away, because he didn't want to become 243 Mog old Demonis. The guy brought his hand to his mouth and feigned pity for him. The demon demanded that he stop. The man frowned angrily and asked how the guy even walked. The young man was stunned by this question and asked what he meant. There was an open jar lying next to them and the demon said that he had used a large amount of paralyzing poison, and such a volume would stop even elves with strong natural resistance. The remains of the poison flowed out of the jar. The demon also asked why a first-level person was so immune. Kanu immediately remembered the image of Karmazin, hearing the words about paralyzing poison. He angrily clenched his teeth and insulted the demon. The man jerked in fear, noticing this. The hero smiled madly and said that he was reminded of a very invigorating incident. The guys were standing in the middle of a small clearing. The young man lowered his head and began to giggle ominously. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in streams of magic. Kanu jerked violently when the magic took effect. Glaring at the demon, he asked what he was doing. The man called him a monster and asked why he had so easily destroyed the binding magic. He looked into his eyes with irritation, not letting go of his collar. He frowned and asked what the demon had in common with the village chief. The man smiled and called the question stupid, then asked the young man if he knew how many old people he had met in his life. Kanu became irritated by his answers, explaining that he meant the village chief with the head of a beast on his chest. The demon looked away and said that he remembered that. He remembered meeting the old man in an empty house and told him that he was a man on the verge of death, and his story was a fairy tale that could make anyone cry. Kanu tugged the man hard when he said that that was why he saved the old man from the elf's curse. The boy closed his eyes in irritation and asked if he had understood correctly that the mage who had helped this rotten old man was this demon. As he finished his question, his anger flared up like a flame. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the forest. The tired heroes gathered in a clearing. The saint covered her mouth with her hand and said that unfortunately, the remaining heroes had given up training and returned to the temple. The boys were very happy when she added that the funds would now be invested in the remaining heroes. Ulsus raised his hand and said that an average of 3 levels per day alone, an unprecedented speed. He closed his eyes and noted that, as expected from the hope of humanity, they were all truly amazing, after which he thought that the only thing that surprised him was the hero's blessing. Suddenly, a scream was heard from the forest, addressing the prince. A soldier on horseback was riding quickly towards them, shouting that he had a report, as they had found a gnoll in the process of being eaten. The soldier stopped and tried to say something about the knightly order. The saint looked at him and asked what level the beast was. The knight replied that it was level 5. She touched his chin and asked the prince if the 3 heroes were also level 5. The blonde replied that they were and that their growth was definitely very fast. The saint said that since this was a rare opportunity, she thought it would be a great experience for them. The boys followed the prince. Alsus gestured for them to stop and be quiet when he saw the gnoll. The blonde frowned slightly and said that the beast may look simple, but this enemy is not so simple. It can attack someone who is much stronger, so you should be careful. Athena smiled happily and told that a well-fed gnoll can also use black magic, so they should be careful when its eyes glow red. The gnoll turned around when he heard her words. The princess smiled awkwardly and apologized, since they were discovered because of her. The gnoll raised its head and let out a loud scream. The prince crossed his arms over his chest and said that they would stay behind. The boys were a little shocked and scared, asking if everything was okay. Kangmin took hold of his blade, used his leadership and said that they should not be afraid, then thought that they should at least buy time. Looking back at them while the gnoll was sitting, he said that since the enemy was larger, it must be slower than the previous ones. A second later, the beast closed the distance between them, while the boy said that first they should avoid its attacks. Kangmin looked back and saw an approaching paw. Suddenly, a loud rumble sounded in the clearing and dust rose. The boys covered themselves with dust, calling out to their ally. The gnoll frowned angrily. He attacked the boys again, throwing them into the air. Suddenly, a fire charge flew at his head. Bora moved her hand to the side, looking at the result of her attack. She swung her blade while the beast was motionless. The girl made a sweeping attack, but the beast dodged. Just a second later, a knee was heading towards her. The gnoll kicked the girl in the stomach. Bora almost lost consciousness from this attack. The enemy grabbed her by the clothes. The beast threw the girl towards Mayan. The beast bared its teeth, while the blonde tried to lift her ally. She held Bora in her arms and did not understand what to do now. The monster slowly walked towards them. Mayan begged for help. The beast hung over the frightened girls. The blonde folded her hands and begged for salvation. The system reported the activation of the charm blessing. Some innocent goddess began to writhe because of someone's smell. Some god began to eat popcorn. The beast leaned over and sniffed the girl. The charm worked on the gnoll and he licked his lips in anticipation. Suddenly, the beast's body was cut into 2 parts. Blood splashed on the frightened girl's face. The prince put the blade back in its sheath and asked if the girl was okay. Some innocent goddess sighed with relief. Mayan grabbed her shoulders, trembling with fear. Some wicked god was a little disappointed, and the god of water washed himself with cold water. The prince looked over his left shoulder. He looked at the wounded students. Fluffy clouds floated in the sky above them. The principal said that heroes who fought hard against a strong opponent would definitely deserve the blessing of the gods. The demon fell to his knees, saying that the hero was definitely worse than the devil, and that he did not dare to wave him around like a branch. The youth looked at him with an evil smile and called out. The demon looked up, and the youth asked him to listen carefully. Kanu closed his eyes and asked if he wanted to die. The demon exclaimed loudly. The man raised his hand and used magic. The bruises on his body began to heal. The hero frowned in annoyance and thought that this was an ability similar to an outsider, then said that thanks to the demon, he almost died because of the village chief. The man knelt down and said that this was too much, and that there was a terrifying saint in the nearest city, so he could not die without getting married. The demon smiled widely when the boy agreed with his words and asked what about the second closest city, since he would be happy to take the boy there. The hero took his words with a smile and said that it sounded good, after which he thought that he also did not want to go to the city where the lackey of the goddess lived. They went further into the forest. The demon said that he wanted to tell him something. Raising his hand, the man said that the knights had been guarding the entrance for 2 days already, so they would have to go around, and at least they would just check the guy's identity. But for him, as a demon, it was dangerous. If I did not show my anger, he said that in this case there was nothing to do, but he thought that he would also suffer because of the language barrier of the damn goddess. A certain god laughed loudly, watching the hero. The sun was high in the sky. Arya and Hanu were walking through the forest. The girl said that the boy was probably the most useless of all the country's rednecks that she had ever seen, and then asked if he learned about the world from a picture book, because she didn't understand how he could not know about a toilet. The boy looked at her with annoyance and thought that toilets were not mentioned in novels and comics. He put his hand on the hilt of his blade and noted that she had paid for the inn, armor, and even his weapon in the past 2 days. The girl suddenly stopped and called out to him. She closed her eyes tiredly and said that she had wanted to say something for a while. The girl turned to him and told him that she was very concerned about how intently he was staring at her from behind. Hanu smiled lightly and said that it was just a misunderstanding, because he just liked to walk behind. Remembering the blessing of the special, he thought that such a beautiful girl helping and looking after a stranger, and it must be the effect of the blessing. The girl asked if he was even listening to her. Getting very close, she asked if he knew how surprised she was when he tried to attack the slime, and why he lacked common sense in general. The young man recoiled and began to stutter. Arya said that from this moment on, the orc territory begins, and in a normal situation, he would be running errands for the village. Hanu replied that he did not want that. The girl put her hand on her belt and explained that the orcs are much more dangerous than the gnolls, so you should be careful and not leave this forest. She sighed heavily and asked if he was sure he understood. Hanu smiled and replied that he remembered everything. The girl crossed her arms and looked at him suspiciously. Some immature dice god waved his hand, beckoning his friend. Some wind god asked if they were expecting something grand. Hanu smirked and thought that the number of watching gods had increased, and while the others were growing at the speed of hothouse flowers, he was going to be active and take all the blessings for himself. The girl watched his smug face, saying that he should calm down and stand guard. The girl presented a slime sign and told him that the Gnoll territory was a harsh place for a mercenary of the level, because it was a rank given to beginners, the lowest rank. Hanu looked at the ring with a smile. The system opened his stats, and he thought that he had a new blessing. Opening the description of the mercenary blessing, he noted that it gave extra experience, and there was a risk associated with it, but it was not a problem for a protagonist like him. Hanu's voice sounded near the cliff. He asked the girl if she was sure that this was the place they received the request for. He began to look around, saying that he did not see a single gnoll. The girl answered that he was right, and that something must have happened to the forest. The young man touched his chin and said with a smile that extraordinary events always happen where the main character goes. The girl asked what he was talking about, but the guy just waved it off. Arya opened the scroll and said that this was a problem, because she thought that they would quickly complete the task and bring 5 right ears of the gnoll. Hanu went further and said that they needed to go deeper into the forest, but the girl answered that it was not that simple, and first they needed to return to the guild, see if there was any new information. The guy grinned and asked her to trust him. The girl looked at him in fear and asked why he was so confident, then shouted that he needed to be careful. Khan noticed the axe approaching his head. At the last moment, he dodged the gnoll's attack. The guy looked back at his opponent in fear. Arya rushed into battle and said that the guy should pull himself together. Her dash tore a piece of grass off the ground. The girl rose into the air above the enemy. She attacked the gnoll from above. The tip of her sword rested on the monster's armor. Frowning, she thought that, judging by its armor, this monster had a name. Arya jumped back and asked if the guy could stand up. The gnoll loomed over the guys. The girl ordered Khan to draw his sword, because this enemy was very strong and had a name. The young man took the blade and said that the gnoll was actually more frightening than he imagined. Suddenly, 2 more beasts in armor appeared from the forest. Without turning around, the girl asked him to listen to her carefully. The guys stood back to back. Arya said that she would try to distract attention, and he should run away. The boy asked if she wanted him to leave this whole experience for her, to which she replied that the time for jokes was over. Suddenly, a stone flew into the boy's face. The boy almost lost consciousness from this blow. His eyes began to roll back while he tried to understand what hit him. Arya noticed that he fell and tried to shout to him. A certain wind god began to roll on the floor laughing, and another god laughed at the top of his lungs. After a while, Hanu came to his senses from suffocation. Jumping up from the ground, he asked about the gnolls. Arya smiled, noticing that he came to his senses, and said that she took care of everything. The guy noticed that the girl no longer had an arm. Looking at the bandage, he began to stutter. Hanu staggered slightly, and asked what had happened to her, and if it was because of him. Arya looked at his hand and said that it was not a mistake, and he should not blame himself. The young man realized in shock that he could not call himself the main character after this. Raising his eyebrows in alarm, Hanu began to say something, when suddenly he was called out. Pointing his fingers at the system screen, the hero of legends loudly asked his companion to wait, after which he cried out that there must be a way to cure her, and this could be his blessing, to which she exclaimed for the interlocutor to stop and calm down. Looking away, the mercenary asked how he could calm down. Closing her eyes, the girl explained that it was a mistake, and then asked the guy not to blame himself. Grinning, the young man thought about the effect of this damn blessing was simply to remove the blame from him for the mistakes. Suddenly, the red-haired girl's eyes widened, as the system reported that a certain wind god was falling out of a cloud laughing. Han's hair appeared, and the artificial intelligence informed him that a certain immature god was asking about his well-being. Opening his mouth wide, the hero of legends shouted for them to stop laughing, and then asked if the guys found it funny. The mercenary silhouette was enveloped in streams of red magic, as the system suddenly reported that a certain wind god was unhappy with his attack and decided to teach him a quick lesson, which he was outraged by. The screen said that a curse was being placed on the swordsman, due to which he would not be able to spy even without physical barriers, to which the guy's eyes widened and asked if this was similar to Mayan's curse, and did not understand what it meant to be unable to spy even without barriers. Suddenly, the companion clarified if her partner was okay, to which he looked back. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and noticed that he was still talking to himself, and asked if he had hurt his head in his recent fall. Pounding his fist on the ground, the young man shouted that this was the meaning of the curse, and exclaimed about his dreams of traveling with a beauty. Green leaves fell from the trees, and the swordswoman said that the forest seemed ominous. With her jaw dropped, the warrior suggested that her ally return to the city, and then added that if more gnolls appeared, they would indeed be in danger. The hero of legends asked her again, when he suddenly agreed to return, and while pounding his fist on the grass, he noted that everything was correct, because the saint was in the city, and in the fantasy world she should be able to restore her hand. The swordsman made a promise to his partner, to which she widened her eyes in bewilderment. Looking up, the mercenary said that he was going to take responsibility and fix her hand, and he himself thought that it was because he was a hero of legends. Opening his mouth, Kanu asked the interlocutor to repeat his name again. Turning his head back, the demon asked if he was asking this now, when they had been traveling together for so long, after which he said his name, to which the protagonist clarified whether it was a pseudonym, because it sounded quite ordinary, and received the answer that it was not a pseudonym, and it was unusual. The black mage extended his palm and explained that he was the 23rd child of the 348th wife of the 14th demon lord. Spreading his fingers, Cogmus explained that humans place great importance on royal status, and then added that in demon society, anyone could rule if they had the strength, which led to a large number of nobles and royalty, so they did not care much about status. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that, in short, his partner was a nobody among demons, and began to laugh. Carrying a bag over his shoulder, the boy apologized and told his friend not to cry, and then asked how he would like to pass. Lowering his head, Cogmus explained that part of the name was his nickname given to him by an old friend, and then added that she became the 425th wife of the 7th demon lord. Recalling how he had reached out to the baby in the woman's arms, the demon explained that he hadn't even been able to congratulate her upon the birth of her first child. Suddenly, Kanu began to smile. Pursing his lips, the protagonist thought that he felt sorry for this demon, who had his own history of obsession with marriage, but he probably wasn't having as much of a hard time as he was, having been kidnapped into a fantasy world. A system message appeared, saying that a certain god was yawning quite widely and whining, asking to leave this boring forest as soon as possible, while the protagonist and his friend were standing in the middle of the trees. Frowning, the outsider thought that the god wasn't happy when he had to be with elves or humans, and then wondered why he acted differently with demons. Suddenly, the black mage opened his eyes in alarm. Reaching his fingers towards the huge footprints on the ground, Cogmus declared that they were finally in the right place, to which he was asked again. Sitting on the grass, the boy noted that they would soon be able to leave the forest, and then told his partner not to let down his guard, to which the latter said that it sounded great. Flashes of light were visible in the sky, and the boy was heard saying that when the forest ended, the territory of the Kingdom of Knights, Masters of the Sword, would begin. Standing near the cliff, the demon noted that this was also the territory of the orcs. Looking away, Kanu said that he was looking forward to it, and then admitted that he wondered if there were any good guys among them. The black mage lowered the corners of his lips, saying that the orcs were much stronger than the gnolls he had met earlier. The demon lord's wife's child said that they could be seen there, to which the protagonist asked where exactly, when suddenly a goblin passed by the bottom of the cliff. The monsters were standing in a field among bulls, and the protagonist said that they looked normal, after which he asked if they bred animals. Opening his mouth wide, the orc exclaimed that he sensed a person. His partner, frowning, said that he sensed a man, and another noted that they were not as tasty as women, but at least they could eat. The monsters were heard shouting that they saw people, to which Cogmus's eyes widened and said that it was his partner's fault, to which he asked what his fault was. The outsider's eyes bulged, and his partner asked if it had ever occurred to him that his eyes, which glowed red like a gnoll's, might be very noticeable in the dark. The boy exclaimed that he forgot, because he was so used to it, to which the demon turned around and asked if he had forgotten. The young man asked if it would be better, when suddenly the black mage opened his mouth wide and shouted that his partner was an idiot, and asked why he hadn't done it before if he could have hidden them. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that it looked cool, to which he was asked if he was stupid. Suddenly, the orcs began to walk forward on the grass. The protagonist's pupils lit up, and he noticed that not to mention that they improved night vision. A crowd of monsters appeared, and the outsider began to count the enemies, and then said that there were only 10 of them. Lowering his chin, the guy said that they looked pretty calm. Frowning, the son of the demon lord's wife stated that it was also his ally's fault, and then added that the orcs traded and robbed, so they knew the value of the reward. The bag contained gold coins, and the black mage asked his ally to just look at him, since he looked like a tired third-rate mercenary, but smelled like money, so they were going to look at him. Jumping off the cliff, Connor asked why they didn't try to talk to them, to which Cogmus asked him to wait for him. The demon said that it was great, and told his friend to do what he wanted, when suddenly he began to land on the grass. Grinning, the protagonist called out to the monsters, to which they shouted that he was a skinny pig. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, and the monsters exclaimed that he looked weak, and then told him to give him everything he had. The orc asked if the skinny pig knew the language of his kind, to which he raised his head and asked who they called a pig, since he himself was a man. The goblin raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked if it was an orc who spoke. The monsters exclaimed that the skinny pig knew the language of the orcs, therefore he was very smart, and then asked the boy to give them everything he had or they would kill him, to which he put his hand to his face and remained silent. Kanu closed his eyes and thought that they seemed more eloquent than the gnolls, but they did not seem smart enough to talk. Reaching his fingers for the hilt of his sword, the protagonist assumed that he had no choice, since Cogmus said that they were much stronger than the gnolls, and they also looked like they could fight together and surround the victim. Taking his weapon out of its sheath, the protagonist called out to the green piglets, and asked why they didn't give him everything they had instead. Squinting, the monster said that they were orcs, not pigs. At that very moment, the outsider struck the monster in the neck, causing it to scream loudly. The goblins opened their mouths wide, and the mercenary decided that it was better not to think about whether he could defeat them, because he was sure that he could handle the outsider's blessing. Grinning, the guy explained that these were his words, and then offered to find out who really belonged to the pigs. The tip of the blade appeared. At that very moment, the blade pierced the monster's forehead. The monster asked what was wrong with this pig, to which his partner opened his mouth wide and shouted that now was not the time for unnecessary questions. The goblin clenched his fist and told his ally to catch him, to which he asked if he wanted to fight. Kanu suddenly lowered his eyebrows and remained silent. The protagonist remembered that Cogmus had told him that orcs were stronger than gnolls, to which he folded his arms and replied that it was true and that he was just weird. Drops of blood fell from the tip of the knife, and the monster said to kiss his ass. Stars were visible in the sky above the mountains. The man was wiping the tip of his sword with a rag. Turning his head from side to side, the protagonist admitted that he thought he had taken care of them, then added that it was easier than expected. Lowering his eyebrows, the outsider noted that if the demon was going to accompany him, then he should at least help him a little. The black mage lay on the ground and cast a spell, to which his companion asked what he was doing. The mercenary asked what he was doing and what it was, wide-eyed and confused, and then remarked that it looked really dangerous. Gritting his teeth, the demon lord's wife's son asked his partner to look at the sky. The boy asked him again, when suddenly a bright light appeared high in the clouds. A white magical animal appeared in the sky, which surprised the young man and exclaimed that it was very big, and then clarified whether it was a lizard or a dragon. Putting his palm to his forehead, Kanu asked where the animal was going, to which Cogmus replied that the saint was riding on this dragon. Turning his head back, the protagonist asked him again, to which he said that it was true. Lowering his eyebrows, the demon said that it was as expected of humanity's strongest weapon, then added that in order to detect it at such a distance and strike so accurately. The magical creature moved away, and the black mage said that there was an elven kingdom there, and apparently something large-scale was happening, since the saint went in person. Looking away, the guy said that he managed to avoid death, but met one of only 2 saints in the world, and noted that he was very unlucky. The young man asked why she was flying to the elven kingdom, and whether it was possible, to which the outsider lowered the corners of his mouth and said that the lower half of his partner was almost completely burned. Crawling out of the magical fire, Cogmus said that such wounds are nothing to the demon, then added that due to the saint's blow, it takes a long time to recover. Frowning, the demon asked his ally to carry him. With bulging eyes, Kanu answered negatively. The stars were shining brightly in the sky, and there was complete silence all around. Red horns were visible on the head of the black mage. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist thought about how not only was he kidnapped into this stupid world, but he had also been close to death many times. Holding the son of the demon lord's wife on his back, the protagonist thought about how he had never even carried his parents to ride this stupid demon on his back. The system reported that a certain god was saying that he needed to feed the black mage to the orcs, to which the outsider narrowed his eyes and said that this was a very terrible feeling. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that it was mutual, after which he added that if someone found out that a lower person helped him, then his chances of getting married would be no higher than 0. The mercenary smiled widely and said that once he got out of here, he would have to spread this rumor as far as possible, to which his partner asked if there really was a person threatening the demon next to him. The swordsman lowered his eyebrows and explained that he was definitely an unusual person, and then added that he was almost a hero. With his mouth wide open, Cogmus asked indignantly if he was almost a hero. Kanu widened his eyes and asked if the guy could see his status window, to which he exclaimed that he was shocked because he could see it, and the hero's curse was usually given to demons. It seemed like a level 10 dark entity was running away, and the protagonist explained that when you lose to the hero and run away, you receive the hero's curse, and since the curse makes it difficult to level up, revenge becomes almost impossible. The red undead drew on the ground with a stick, and the protagonist explained that a demon with a hero's curse is no better than a dead person. The outsider raised his eyebrows and asked if that meant he couldn't have a scenario where development happened and was just waiting, then added that it was really weird for a fantasy world. The demon lord's wife's son frowned and exclaimed that it was really weird that a lowly human like him could gain so much power with just an elf's blessing. Placing his palms on the hero's shoulders, the boy asked if there was an effect he didn't know about, and if it was his outsider's blessing, to which the hero remarked that his friend could fall like that. Touching his chin with his fingers, the boy said that he had collected a lot of information while traveling around the world, but he had never heard of the outsider's blessing, then added that a similar curse came to mind, when the main character's stat window suddenly appeared. Raising his head, the mercenary thought about his comrade not knowing the true meaning of the word outsider, but it was a surprisingly unpleasant feeling when someone looked at his status window, when suddenly a message appeared saying that all statuses except death would be reset, after which the swordsman did not understand whether it was referring to returning to the beginning, or he misinterpreted the meaning. Looking away, Kog'Maw suggested that this was the reason why he did not need to eat or go to the toilet, then added that for some reason Kanu's wounds disappeared as if they were never there, and for some reason he never got tired, so it was clear that these elements made this blessing a cheat. Looking into the distance, the protagonist said that it was true, and then admitted that he did not know what the word outsider meant, but it seemed more like a curse than a blessing. A bunch of monsters appeared on the floor, and the protagonist noted that it did not matter how much experience was gained. The mercenary raised his eyebrows when he was informed that he would not be able to grow if all his statuses kept resetting. Suddenly, Kanu's eyes widened. Kog'Maw asked how he would be able to become stronger despite this, to which the protagonist turned his head back and said that he was thinking about it now. The protagonist continued that because of this, his words made sense, while a certain god turned away from them and remained silent. The magical entity opened its mouth slightly, and the system reported that it was sighing. The AI reported that the unknown god was calmly reminiscing about the past, to which the mercenary raised his nose and thought about how this god was an outsider. Suddenly, someone slammed their foot on the wall and shouted that it was a curse. The boy gritted his teeth and indignantly asked why they were legendary heroes despite constantly being defeated. Turning his head back, Kongmin exclaimed that his comrade was not the only one who had lost, so he should remain calm. Putting his hand on his leg, the youth muttered something unintelligible. Clapping his hands, the man said that there was no need to despair. Ulsa smiled and explained that a well-fed gnoll becomes many times stronger, then added that they would not be able to defeat him easily once they leveled up. Bora, lowering the corners of her lips, agreed with him. The prince frowned and thought about how they were on average level 4, and they were growing quickly, and everything was going well until now, when someone suddenly said that they did not have enough gnolls for their hunt. Taking a step forward, the knight addressed his highness. The warrior reported that they could find no trace of the mercenary group that destroyed the gnoll territory, to which he turned his head back and asked if they had found anything else, to which he received the answer that their initial hypothesis was that it was the actions of a famous mercenary group for fighting a large number of gnolls. Holding out a paper scroll, the man noted that the experts were sure that it was the actions of a knightly order, to which he was asked again. The soldier explained that this was because the techniques of using the sword on all the gnolls were identical, while the sword master held the document in his hands and said that it was quite strange. Lowering his eyebrows, Ulsus thought about how in order to allow the heroes to hunt freely, they forbade entry into the forest. There were slain monsters on the ground, and the prince noticed that he was being told that a mysterious knightly order had broken in and destroyed the gnolls' territory in one night, and asked if there was a chance that it could have been the actions of one intruder. Grinning, the sword master thought that it was impossible, when suddenly someone called the commander. The chief said that it was still a little early, but ordered to begin preparations for the heroes to hunt the orcs, while the guys sat on the floor. The knight dropped his jaw and clarified what about the investigation, to which he was told that he needed to pass it on to the intelligence guild, since they would not be able to handle the change in their plans on their own. The warrior declared that he understood everything, to which Alsus, standing next to him, began to talk about what concerned the heroes and himself. With his mouth wide open, Kana began to sigh heavily. Suddenly, the prince's eyes widened in surprise. The hero of legends entered the room on bended knees, when suddenly he was called loudly. Frowning, the mercenary loudly asked where the saint was. Standing at the entrance, the boy asked for the saint. Kongmin was surprised by the appearance of a familiar man, while the girls widened their eyes and wondered if he had gone to train alone. Opening his mouth wide, Hanu said that he heard that she had returned to the temple. Lowering his chin, the prince politely asked the hero to mind his manners. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary apologized to the sword master and exclaimed that the girl's life was at stake because of him. Putting her fingers to her mouth, Athena exclaimed in admiration. Closing her eyes, the red-haired girl said that she was now a simple mercenary, and then added that she was thinking about resigning and returning. The princess raised her eyebrows and asked if she would return so suddenly. The swordswoman grinned sheepishly and began to explain how this had happened. Clenching his fist, Hanu called out to the princess and asked her to call someone. Someone was heard saying that the room was too noisy, when the saint suddenly appeared and asked what was going on. Ulsus lowered his hands and said that the hero Hanu had returned. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary said that he had a request, and then cried out loudly in pain. The knight thrust his spear in front of him and told the boy to stand there, to which he began to shout for the saint to listen to him. Looking away, the princess remarked that this was quite shocking, and then asked if he was at level 1, and also cursed. The system window appeared, while the swordsman grabbed his wooden weapons with his hands and exclaimed that he had found a wonderful comrade. The girl turned her head and remained silent, after which the system showed the characteristics of his friend, to which she remarked that this was a B-level blessing, so this girl could even be the daughter of a duke. Putting her fingers to her chin, the priestess clarified if this was enough to call her wonderful. Smiling widely, the boy shouted that she protected him with her life, so she was truly worthy, and he himself realized that, as he thought, she was a noblewoman. Lowering the corners of her mouth, the princess called out to the hero. The girl extended her hand and asked him to look back. A tall knight appeared, and the saint asked if he saw any priests or knights above level 30 who would gladly sacrifice their lives for the good of humanity. The priestess asked how remarkable this girl was compared to them, when suddenly Hana's pupils noticeably shrank. The mercenary said that she had a pure heart, to which she stated that it was not enough and decided to ask again what was so unusual about her while the others watched. At that moment, the swordsman clenched his teeth in alarm. Opening his mouth wide, the boy shouted that she had potential. The saint said that she understood everything, and then stated that she was sure that in a few years she would become a beautiful young lady, to which Arya's eyes widened in confusion. The young man smirked and countered that he was talking about her talent. The princess closed her eyes and noticed that they were talking about talent, but at the same time they had friends who were draining the sea of talent, and then added that while the hero was stuck at level 1, some of them had managed to rise to level 6 in the last 5 days. The girl explained that this was talent, to which the mercenary turned his head and remained silent. The heroes looked at him in confusion. A moment later, the swordsman's pupils noticeably decreased. His comrades' eyes began to glow brightly, and they could be heard asking whether Hanu was still at level 1 after the show he had put on when he left. The priestess pressed her lips together and asked if he had anything else to say. Clenching his hand into a fist, the mercenary thought about how ashamed he was, when he suddenly shouted that Arya was his special comrade. Closing his eyes, the swordsman began to beg her to heal her hand, to which he was refused. The boy raised his eyebrows in disappointment, and the princess advised him to prove his worth before asking. Spreading her fingers, the saint asked if she should pay off the hero's debt. Kneeling down, the girl called out to him. Lowering her eyebrows, the priestess admitted that she thought they did not understand the significance of the saint's magic, to which he began to object. Turning her head to the side, the princess said that it would be a good idea to share the results of the miracles she had recently performed, and then called out to the priest. Holding a paper in his hands, the old man shouted that in exchange for treating the great elder Celeblis, their nation would like to offer the saint the following. The equipment was revealed, and the priest reported that it was 15 spiritual swords that contained the essence of the forest, 200 bows made of moonwood, 600 tamed unicorns, and 15 phoenix feathers. The priest noted that there were 40 other items on the list, to which the boys widened their eyes in confusion. Raising her eyebrows, the princess asked if Hannah understood this, and then explained that this was proof of her worth, and whether he could now prove his. Dropping his jaw, the mercenary cried out that the saint should consider this an investment in that case, and then added that he would quickly become stronger. Closing her eyes, the priestess declared that in that case, the conversation would have to be postponed. Someone was heard saying that the swordsman had run away very quickly earlier, and acted as if he knew everything, to which Hannah clenched his teeth in alarm. The heroes surrounded the mercenary, wondering if he had managed to find his comrade girl right away, which made them think of him as a pervert, and wondering what he was thinking. The boy leaned down to the ground and loudly objected, when suddenly the system reported that a certain god said that lying was bad, and another was disappointed that his pride was now lost. Suddenly, someone raised his hand and called out to the saint. Bora's eyes widened and she apologized for the request, and then asked if she could make the swordswoman her comrade, to which she remained silent. Looking at the sweet girl, the princess thought that for some reason she was an outcast among the heroes, but she had too much potential, so she thought for a long time about what to do. Turning back, the priestess noted that if such a wonderful hero was interested in her, then this was quite possible, and then she thought that at least the swordswoman would serve as an interlocutor for the hero. Stretching her palms forward, the girl asked Arya to give her hand, to which she agreed. Suddenly, a bright green flash appeared between them, and the princess informed her that from today on, the girl would be Bora's sword and shield. Raising her eyebrows, the saint advised her to remember this until her death, and thought that she simply hoped that she would not drag the hero down. The mercenary's eyes widened in fear and she screamed. Bandages began to fly around her arm. The priestess clarified what she was doing, while Arya wiped away her tears with her finger and apologized. Closing her eyes, the princess asked her to go to Bora's hero immediately. Lowering her chin, the girl called the prince and informed him that they had wasted too much time on this minor incident. The saint noted that it was time to speed up, to which Alsus closed his eyes and agreed with her. The boys wished Khan luck and asked what awaited them, to which he sat with his head down. Suddenly, the sword master looked away and remained silent. Opening his mouth wide, the mercenary began to scream loudly. At the same moment, the swordsman slammed his fist on the floor. Extending her fingers, the girl asked the hero to raise his head, which surprised him greatly. Athena widened her eyes and explained that they might not recognize him, but there was no mistake. Grinning, the archmage exclaimed that it was he who brought Arius to the temple, after which she thanked him for saving her childhood friend. Opening his mouth in alarm, the young man asked the princess again. Taking Hannah by the hand, Athena declared that it was true. A bright magic seal appeared near the heroes, and the girl asked him to become her second student. The mercenary turned around and saw a system message about magic. Widening his eyes, the swordsman asked her again. The princess grabbed the skirt of her dress with her hands and wished the hero all the best. The archmage began to leave, and the boy remained silent. The young man raised his hand to his chest. Grinning sheepishly, the mercenary admitted that he had no idea that Athena was in love with him, when suddenly notifications appeared that a certain god of beauty had dropped his jaw in shock and was applauding him for his own interpretation, as well as giving him a 10 out of 10. Raising his fists above himself, Hanu exclaimed that this was good, and decided to start over. White clouds thickened in the sky and loud screams were heard. The orc held his hand forward, while his partner screamed about his throat. Suddenly, Kanu rushed past them. The protagonist punched the monster in the face, while it offered to talk to him. Leaping over the enemy's body, the protagonist noted that this was another day and another crowd that started a fight with him. The outsider's cloak fluttered in the wind, and he thought about how these guys didn't call their comrades for help, unlike the gnolls, but since this was a plane, he had nowhere to hide either. At the same second, the mercenary grabbed the hilt of his sword with his fingers. The ram opened his mouth and began to make sounds. Putting his palm out in front of him, the swordsman said that this was not food, and thought about how these things that the orcs gave him were too noticeable. Squinting, the guy said that he was a good boy next to him, and advised him to eat something else. Cogmus was heard to notice that his partner looked involved, to which he said that he had come to life, and the demon looked up and replied that he himself was of course fine, because he had recovered, and therefore he could be freed. The protagonist said that he had excellent regeneration, and then asked if the black mage was a lizard, to which he stepped forward and asked if the ally thought he was the wittiest. With wide eyes, the protagonist asked if the son of the demon lord's wife hid his horns with magic, to which he explained that it was just a trick spell, since they were about to enter the city. The outsider asked why the boy hadn't hidden them from the start, to which the boy clenched his fist and said that it made regeneration more difficult, and it would also look weird for a lesser man to be alive with only half a body. The boy's mouth wide open, he was scared of the animal next to him, and the protagonist thought about how he had been worried, but at least this guy was smarter than the gnoll. Frowning, the mercenary thought to himself that his companion had said that this was the second closest town, so he thought they would get there quickly, and didn't realize how far it was. Suddenly, the swordsman's ear twitched at the sounds he heard. A large wheel was racing along the ground. A cart flew past the heroes, and from it came cries of someone asking the piglets to give them everything. From above, they could see the carts moving forward. The orc opened his mouth wide and shouted that the man could not escape, so he had better stop, to which he began to speak in an incomprehensible language. The knights saddled their horses and were indignant at what was happening. Throwing his sword over his shoulders, the monster said that they were stupid skinny pigs, after which he asked how they dared to fight them. The monster frowned angrily and declared that it was their time to die. Various equipment flew high into the air. Kanu raised his head and remained silent, and Cogmus asked if they could cope without his help. The protagonist said that even if you are a demon, you are not obliged to marry an elderly ruler, to which the companion closed his eyes and admitted that this company sometimes really irritates him. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, suggested watching for now, since he could take revenge on them later, to which the black mage said that he was an immortal bastard, and the outsider thought that it might be heartless, but he still found it hard to trust the people of this world. Holding a weapon in his hand, the orc asked if the people were tired yet. The knight stood in front of the carriage and said something. Raising an eyebrow, the monster noted that it smelled like a girl, to which his partner suggested just grabbing the food, since it would be better if they ignored it and left as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the chariot door began to open. With his mouth slightly open, the monster thought. 2 girls got out of the carriage, which made the orcs very happy. Having saddled the bulls, the monster shouted that they should stay put, since they were stupid pigs. The girl raised her hands up and began to form a magical flame. At the same second, her friend took off. Bright energy streams flew around her sword. A moment later, the lady jumped on the enemy, which surprised him greatly. A powerful magical explosion occurred in the middle of the field. The knights opened their mouths in delight and screamed. With bulging eyes, Kanu asked if this was magic, because it seemed quite strong, to which Cogmus said that it was complete horror. Lowering his hand, the protagonist admitted that he did not like it. Turning his head to the side, the demon clarified whether his companion was glad that innocent people were going to survive, to which he answered negatively. Scratching his head, the protagonist said that he regretted missing the opportunity to take revenge on them, to which the black mage noted that it was the same thing. Looking at the battle between people and goblins, the outsider thought that these girls looked like the elite of this world, so he was sure that friendship with such strong people would make life easier with these fantasy barbarians. Suddenly, the swordsman puffed out his cheeks with air. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted that there was a very beautiful pig girl here. The protagonist thought that thanks to the hero's curse, these people would not understand the meaning of his words, but the green pigs would hear them perfectly, while the guy spread his arms out to the sides and asked what his partner was doing. With a sly grin, the outsider said that he was gathering a herd of pigs, after which he explained that it was better to solve everything at once, not to mention that danger is fun. The girl's eyes widened in confusion. Her partner raised her sword high above her head. A powerful explosion was heard in the middle of the field. Folding his arms, the orc laughed loudly and shouted that the girl's pigs will be his, to which the other exclaimed that they will be his. Turning back, the men began to speak anxiously in an unknown language. A bright fire was burning on the lady's palm. Putting his hand to his chin, Cogmus admitted that he could not believe that his companion had used a curse to call the orcs. Drawing his blade from its sheath, Kanu declared that they would help them now, to which the demon asked if he wanted it, and the protagonist exclaimed that sometimes plans change. The system reported that a certain god suggested letting them die, to which the protagonist, standing behind the crowd of monsters, asked to understand him this time. Surrounding the noblewomen, the goblin shouted that the girl's pigs were tired, and then began to laugh and suggest that they be cornered. Frowning, the monster declared that these pigs were his, and ordered that the rest be killed. The girl's eyes widened in alarm. Smiling, the outsider uttered words of surprise. Putting his palm to his forehead, the mercenary cried out that they still looked good, after which he suggested that he should have waited longer. The orc dropped his jaw and asked what was wrong with the skinny pig. The protagonist turned his head back. Crouching down, the protagonist explained that he was simply an apostle of the outsider god passing by. The monster's eyes glowed brightly, and he said that the skinny pig looked fearless. The goblin gripped the handle of his weapon tightly and began to speak. The orc charged at the boy and shouted that he thought he should kill him. Suddenly, Kanu flew back. Placing his palm on the ground, the protagonist noticed that all the orcs had the same reaction, while the enemy was screaming for him to die. At that moment, the protagonist looked back. The outsider stuck 2 fingers into the monster's nose and asked to let him borrow it for a while. A moment later, the huge monster flew high above the ground. The noblewoman's eyes widened in confusion. The mercenary frowned and said that it was pretty cool, but also really disgusting. A moment later, a bright beam of light flashed in front of his face. Kanu spread his arms out to the sides and asked his opponents to wait, while they screamed for the skinny pig to die. Grinning, the protagonist said that he could now see through all of their attacks. Suddenly, someone screamed for the protagonist to be careful, to which he lowered his chin and asked again. The orc pushed off the ground a few steps and screamed for the man to die. At that very moment, the outsider pounced on his opponent in response. Clenching his hand into a fist, Cogmus exclaimed that his companion was an idiot and asked why he had let his guard down. Black shreds of fabric began to fly off the mercenary's hand. The swordsman sighed in relief, then screamed that he had managed to get scared because of the sudden attack, when suddenly the noblewoman's eyes widened in bewilderment. Looking away, the protagonist wondered if the demon thought it could suffer from such a thing. Frowning, the black mage muttered that it was a monstrous bastard, and then asked him to forget about it. The huge monster walked up to the protagonist's feet, and he wondered about how this monster had suddenly turned red too, and that it was something similar to the ability of the gnolls, and whether it was worth studying instead of killing. The knights joyfully opened their mouths and exclaimed something in their language. The outsider closed his eyes and thought that this was not bad. Remembering how his companion pointed his finger to the side, the mercenary thought that this might not be enough, but he was starting to recognize some words, so the training was starting to bear fruit. The magical entity placed its elbow on his head, and the system reported that a certain god was uncomfortable with his non-outsider actions, so it offered him to kill everyone fairly. The orc exclaimed that it was a strong pig, to which his companion opened his mouth wide and suggested that he must be tired. Suddenly, someone's hand hit the monster on the head. Putting his palm to the back of his head, the monster did not understand what it was, and then noticed the orc's hand. Closing his eyes, Kanu asked which of them could turn red, to which the goblin clarified why the skinny pig knew their language. Squinting, the protagonist said that he was the only one asking questions here. White clouds thickened in the sky. The grass swayed in the wind. On the ground lay the body of a huge monster. Cogmus asked if his companion was okay, to which he put his hand on his side and replied that he felt fine. Pointing his finger to the side, the demon asked him to look there, to which he was very surprised. The noble knights widened their eyes in bewilderment, and said something in an unknown language. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and asked if he had accidentally used too much of the gnoll's power, then asked him to do something about it. The black mage took a step forward and began to complain. Frowning, the demon lord's wife's son introduced himself and his partner, then stated that he was sure people would understand from his unique name, but his friend did not speak the common Western language. The boy smiled, and the outsider thought that he was not bad, since he was making up such nonsense so quickly. The noblewoman started screaming, her eyes wide with alarm. Raising his eyebrows, the young man explained that, as the lady had said, he had the curse of a hero, and then suggested that he take a closer look at the status window, which indicated that he also had the blessing of a C-rank elf, which was an amazing symbol of trust, considering that even humans who marry elves only get an E rank at best. Covering his mouth with his hand, Kanu asked if that valuable first time that the elf had taken from him worked in a similar way. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked him to wait, and then said that it was all that damn goddess's fault in the first place, when the stranger suddenly called his name. The girl's eyes widened in delight, and Cogmus explained that she was saying that she was sorry for doubting her savior. Kanu scratched his head and asked how it was, thinking that he had found a really great translator, and that the locals were finally starting to trust him. The magical entity gritted its teeth, when suddenly the system reported that a certain god was feeling uncomfortable, and really didn't like where things were going. The artificial intelligence reported that an unknown deity was explaining that only death awaited the traitorous apostle, to which the protagonist smiled and thought about how hard it was for him. The protagonist asked the outsider god to calm down, then added that he would tell him a secret, to which he opened his mouth in bewilderment. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. A fire was flaring up in the middle of a small camp. The system reported that a certain god was humming and saying that being impotent was not a sin, while the mercenary lowered the corners of his lips. The swordsman frowned and said that it was all his blessing's fault, then suggested that he should be glad that the deity was no longer sad. A sign with the word outsider appeared, and the protagonist explained that this cheat blessing had a plus, which was also a huge minus. The protagonist stood by the bright fire and thought about the fact that all statuses could return to their normal state. The fire flared up, and the mercenary noted that all statuses did this. Sitting on a log, the guy said that it had been a long time since he did anything. The noblewoman called out to Kana, to which he widened his eyes and responded. The girl closed her lips, and the young man said that he thought her name was Julia, and she was a noble lady who attended the famous local academy. Grinning, the protagonist said that it was a little difficult, because his damn translator was already asleep. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if she had called him by name just to sit so far away and wanted him to leave. Suddenly, the stranger called his name again, to which he leaned back and did not understand why this was happening. A sharp blade was visible in her hand. Bright streams enveloped the weapon in Julia's hands. The noblewoman called the mercenary again, to which he raised his eyebrows and asked if she wanted him to show her too. At the same moment, magical energy formed around the guy's finger, and he asked her to watch carefully. The pink flame on the young man's hand began to grow taller. With her mouth wide open, the girl loudly complained in her own language. With her eyes widened, she continued to speak. The noblewoman closed her eyes, and Kanu did not understand what was happening to her. Closing her lips, the protagonist clarified if she did not like that it was too small, and then asked if it was better like this. Julia raised her eyebrows in embarrassment, and muttered something. Suddenly, the girl turned away and began to walk away. Smiling widely, the outsider remained silent. The mercenary lowered the corners of his lips and said that a woman's heart is difficult to understand, and a certain god said that it is better for an impotent man not to think about such things. A building with huge columns appeared. A torch hung on the wall, and someone could be heard loudly asking why he was not allowed into the dormitory, to which he was told that he was not allowed to enter. Clenching his hand into a fist, Hanu cried out that he was also a hero. The mercenary's eyes widened when he heard that he was told that he was a failed hero. Standing behind, the priest noted that he was also a hero who left the temple and lost support, after which he asked him to choose one of three options, to which the swordsman asked again. The priest raised his finger and said that the first option was to receive the Independence Fund and surrender, because in that case he would no longer be able to call himself a hero, and if anyone found a violation, he would be executed. The swordsman asked his interlocutor again, raising his eyebrows in alarm. Spreading his fingers, the man explained that the second option was to return to training, because until he showed promising results, he would not be given support from above. Hanu remembered sitting on the floor next to his comrades, and thinking that it was obvious that his classmates were making fun of him. Holding his chin with his hand, the hero of legends asked what the third option was. A pair of noblemen were visible, and the priest said that the third option was to entrust his body to the temple, from finding a noblewoman to marry until retirement, after which he added that they would take care of everything, but he would not be able to leave the temple until his death. The mercenary raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment before answering that he would choose the first option in that case, and then thought about how he couldn't live in a trap forever. The priest held out a paper scroll and asked the boy to sign it, to which he asked again. The priest explained that it was a contract, and the boy pursed his lips and asked why they needed a contract. The man dropped his jaw and said that it would be bad if the one who left the temple ruined the reputation of the remaining heroes, and then added that it was some kind of insurance. The box contained a bag of money and a ring, and the man said that it was the aforementioned Independence Fund and a new identity to replace the heroes. Hanu grinned in alarm, not understanding what it was, and muttered that it was very different from the novels. The priest asked him again with his mouth slightly open, to which he replied that he was talking to himself, and then apologized and asked not to pay attention. Placing his palm on the small suitcase, the hero of legends thought about how in fantasy novels, the protagonist who left the temple or kingdom was considered hypocritical evil, and wondered about this offer. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary asked if it was true that he could use the money as he wanted. The clouds thickened in the sky, and he heard the priest answer that it was true, for which he received words of gratitude. As he walked down the stairs, the swordsman thought about how tempting it was to get together with the noblewoman. Smiling widely, the guy said that marriage would be the end of the harem route, and then exclaimed that he was going down a different path, and was going to become a real hero. The rooftops of the houses could be seen, and someone was calling everyone to the slave market, and the system reported that a certain immature god was following him with popcorn in his hands. A drop of water fell into a puddle. An elegant statue appeared, and someone said that it was a saint. Entering the room, the priest reported that the hero Hanu had abandoned his mission. Lowering her head, the princess wondered how this could be, and thought that the number of heroes should decrease from now on, but it would be problematic if this did not happen. A large black shadow appeared behind her, and the girl thought about the fact that there were 2 saints on the fantasy continent, and until the real fight began, she should take care of everything. The temple servant closed her eyes, and the priestess said that while she was visiting the Elven Kingdom, she heard that the number of gnolls had significantly decreased, to which the subordinate noted that they said that a mystical order of knights destroyed the gnolls in the forest. Turning back, the princess asked the girl if she was sure that the order of knights took care of so many gnolls. The priestess dropped her jaw and replied that they thought it was a small elite unit that practiced a single art of wielding. Recalling how she had shot a bow, the saint spoke of how one should not underestimate the number of gnolls, for there was a tribe that lived in their lands that lived to exterminate them. The monsters lay on the ground, and the princess asked if it was a small elite unit that did this, or even if it was an entire knightly order. Raising her eyebrows, the priestess suggested that then it could be a demon lord. Suddenly, the saint's eyes widened. Putting her fingers to her mouth, the subordinate loudly apologized for the slip of the tongue. Cupping her palms together, the princess noted that sudden judgments could be dangerous. The priestess said that this could indeed be a sign of the demon lord's invasion, and then asked the priestess to check if the demon lord was involved, to which she bowed and accepted the order. Lowering her hands, the girl thought that this was the edge of the west. A map of the area appeared behind her, and the priestess explained that the great demon lord and most of the demon kings were in the east, and a few were active in the central region of the continent, but they were not the type to work in the shadows. The saintess closed her eyes and thought that it would be good if they had some resources to investigate this matter, when someone called her. The princess asked what it was, and the old man, holding a stand in his hands, replied that it was a message from the academy. Raising his eyebrows, the priest explained that they were saying that they wanted to invite heroes to celebrate the start of school holidays, to which the girl asked him again. Looking away, the priestess asked if they knew about the summoning of heroes, and where such information had leaked from. Frowning, the priest explained that it was because the student had seen Hanu's status window in the mercenary guild. The saint put her hand to her forehead and said that it was a mistake to let him do things freely, thinking that he would quickly get tired and return. The girl opened her eyes and thought that it was good that the existence of heroes as the hope of humanity was becoming known, but they were still too weak, and yet it might help them meet a teacher or student who would be a useful companion to them. The princess asked to tell them that they agreed, to which the priest opened his mouth and said that he would contact them immediately. Raising his leg high, the knight called out loudly to the saint. The warrior stopped and exclaimed that he had a report, to which she asked what he had this time. The soldier shouted that they had found a bag that supposedly belonged to the hero, to which the priestess widened her eyes and asked him again. White clouds thickened in the sky. Kanu grabbed the back of his head with both hands. Sitting on the carriage, the protagonist asked if the girls hired mercenaries, to which Cogmus asked if it was obvious. Smiling, the man began to speak, and the demon explained that he was asking why he was so strong despite being a level 1, and how his training was going. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that his training method was a very superficial reason to talk to someone, to which the black mage asked if he should translate this as he was uncomfortable with their degenerate greed. Clenching his hand into a fist, the outsider objected, and his partner explained that he did not need to hold back, as asking about their training method was quite rude. The son of the demon lord's wife noted that although the body was a valuable asset to a mercenary, so they were used to being shameless towards him, to which the swordsman widened his eyes and asked if it was okay for a mercenary to be a little shameless. The guy frowned and said that he hadn't said that, then added that it all depended on the situation, but in fact, they often died during quarrels. Putting his cheek to his palm, the protagonist asked why they continued to work in that case. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that with the blessing of a mercenary, you can get experience for completing tasks. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist spoke the words of his companion. Suddenly, the outsider's pupils noticeably dilated, as the system suddenly reported the possibilities of the hero's curse. Opening his mouth wide, the mercenary shouted that this was not it, after which he thought about the fact that the penalty to experience, which slows down his growth, only affects hunting and achievements, and does not affect experience gained by other means. Winking, Cogmus clarified if something had happened. Suddenly, a palm fell on his shoulder. Dropping his jaw, Kanu called out to his friend. The protagonist grinned and asked what he needed to do to become a mercenary, then thought about how he had found a way to become strong. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The outsider raised his hands and shouted that they were here and had finally arrived in the city. The demon frowned and said that he saw no joy in his face, to which the swordsman noted that he smelled of rotten stench. The knights were handing over papers to the citizens, and someone could be heard saying that different people were gathering at the entrance to the city, and it was difficult to wash during the journey. The black mage said that it was also not for him to say this, because after bathing the orcs, he smelled the worst of all, to which the protagonist lifted his clothes to his nose and asked if this was true. The protagonist said that he could not believe that his companion could mock someone so easily, to which he opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was not for him to say this. Looking away, the outsider noted that the mercenaries had disappeared as soon as they entered the city, to which the demon lord's wife's son asked if he liked them. Closing his eyes, the boy explained that there was no need to miss them, as the mercenaries had obvious routes such as the guild, bars, inns, stables, and forges, while Kanu admired that it looked delicious. Holding the food in his hands, the protagonist explained that all this time he had only heard meat and pig, and even thought that there might not be any fruit, but there were plenty of them in the city, to which Cogmus noted that he did not feel hungry. Folding his arms, the demon asked if they should listen to what business the ladies wanted to talk to them about first, to which he replied that the companion was right. The girl put her fingers to her mouth and called out to the protagonist. The black mage dropped his jaw and explained that she was saying that she wanted to repay him for saving her life, so he suggested that they stay at an inn, to which his partner exclaimed that he was fine with it. A certain god grumbled that it was not good, while the outsider closed his eyes and asked him to be kinder to the impotent man. The swordsman asked when they were going to the mercenary guild, to which the guy looked away and asked him to wash himself if he did not want to be kicked out immediately upon entering. Raising his hand, the protagonist began to sniff himself. A house with a red roof appeared. On the floor lay a lump of magical liquid, and a loud scream was heard. Sitting down on the floor, the protagonist exclaimed that they eat the dirt from the clothes, and it was like a real washing machine, after which he added that he really liked this slime. The demon lowered his eyebrows and explained that the trained slime was very expensive, so he couldn't even think about stealing it. Smiling widely, Kanu asked how expensive it was, to which he received the answer that it was literally worth its weight in gold. Poking the magic lump with his finger, the protagonist cried out that he didn't believe it, because being so expensive made it even cuter. The black mage asked the protagonist to stop playing around and change his clothes, to which he widened his eyes and asked if his companion had said that they would go to the store later, since he didn't have any spare clothes. Adjusting his clothes with his hands, the son of the demon lord's wife noted that gentlemen should arrive early and wait until people showed up, after which he added that he took something for him just in case. Sticking out his tongue, the outsider began to cough. A wooden ceiling appeared, and the swordsman could be heard saying that he didn't understand why his partner was still single, to which the latter was indignant that he enjoyed mocking the demon. Nobles were walking around the street. The boy folded his arms and asked if he really needed to change his clothes, as it really irritated him. Cogmus held out his palm and talked to the girls. Frowning, Kanu noted that the demon did this despite looking at humans as animals, and then admitted that he hoped that he would receive some kind of divine punishment, while a certain god looked at the well-fed wolf with discomfort. A golden bracelet was visible on his arm. The protagonist's eyes widened, noticing that they were here. The nobleman's mouth widened and he exclaimed in surprise. The girls were descending the stairs. Julia raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. Raising his hand, the black mage said that they had also just arrived here, so they need not worry, to which the protagonist did not understand what he was talking about, since they had been waiting for a long time. Looking away, the outsider said that it made no difference, and asked to offer to go eat something delicious first. Closing his eyes, the son of the demon lord's wife said that he knew of a restaurant that the ladies could enjoy, after which the mercenary added that they had not had a proper meal due to the long journey, so he suggested that they first have a snack. The noblewoman's eyes widened in delight and uttered the outsider's name. Gritting his teeth, the guy explained that she approved of his idea, but suggested that they first go where he wanted. Smiling widely, the swordsman exclaimed for Cogmus to tell her that he did not mind, to which he said that this was a dirty world where it did not matter whether you were a human or a demon, but they only cared about the strongest. Kanu closed his lips and cried out that these citizens of the fantasy world were good. Clouds appeared in the sky. Raising his head, Kanu said that this could not be. Standing in front of the tall building, the hero of legends did not understand why the slave market stood so proudly. Someone was heard shouting that they needed to look at his body, to which the mercenary turned his head to the side. The girl reached out to the muscular body and said that she thought he would be an ideal errand boy, while another remarked that he really did look very strong. The people asked the boy to say something, to which he lowered his head and remained silent. The bald man looked at the boy on the ground and shouted at the useless creature to walk normally. With his mouth wide open, the big man cried out that these boys would be sent for re-education. The swordsman lowered the corners of his lips and remained silent. A sign on a building appeared and someone could be heard shouting that they should be shot, because now was not the time for it, and some wicked god offered a bet, to which another accepted. Taking a step forward, Hanu thought. A small boy was sitting in a cage. A young lady was visible behind the bars, and the hero of legends said that it was surprising that there were no good slaves here, when suddenly someone recognized him. Raising his eyebrows, the mercenary began to speak. The boy smirked and asked if his friend was there to buy slaves too, to which he wondered why the guy was there. The big guy looked up as the legend replied something like that, wondering who the big man was. Smiling widely, the boy noted that they had the same thought, then asked if he was also unhappy with the training, and he left with the money. Tilting his head to the side, Hanu said it was a secret, then thought about the training and wondered if the guy knew that he left on the first day. The stranger closed his eyes, laughed loudly and asked him to relax, then added that they should get along while they were on the same boat, and even decided to share some useful information with him. The man gritted his teeth and asked him again, to which he pointed in the direction. Turning his head back, the boy explained that the man was in charge, then added that if he knew there was a hero here, he would provide him with the best slaves that weren't on display, to which the man protested. The boy closed his eyes and said that he couldn't stop someone from looking at his status window, so technically the contract wasn't being broken, to which the man replied that it was true. Squinting, Hanu wondered if it was okay to look at others' status windows, then decided that it was just too bad that the contract had such a critical flaw. Smiling broadly, the stranger asked if the hero of legend had decided which slave to buy anyway, to which the man replied that he wasn't going to tell him, and he himself didn't understand why he was being so friendly considering they'd never even spoken on the ground. The boy noted that if he wanted to show off the slave later, he could come to the inn by the city's eastern gate, to which the mercenary turned away and exclaimed that of course he would. The boy pursed his lips and said that the man was surprisingly cautious, then added that he had an interesting guess as to why that was so. Someone apologized, to which the merchant narrowed his eyes and said that he was busy right now, so he would accept next time. Slamming his hand on the table, the boy shouted that he came here to buy slaves. Hanu grinned, and the system showed his status window. The seller's eyes widened, calling out to the hero. Smiling widely, the man greeted the hero of legends. Opening a paper list, the merchant asked what kind of slave he wanted, and whether he wanted a strong warrior to fight him. Squinting, the seller thought about the fact that the heroic brat had a lot of money before, so today was his lucky day. The mercenary slammed his palm on the table. The swordsman opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he wanted a strong female warrior, to which he was asked again, and he clarified whether they had one. Standing up from his chair, the man said that they actually had a female warrior just for them. Extending his hand to the side, the merchant asked the guest to go there, then added that they did not show this to just anyone, but would make a special exception for him. The guy winked and groaned. Coming out onto the platform, the young man did not understand whether they were outside, and whether this was the place where they dressed the slaves for display. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked how about this slave. Smirking, the mercenary decided to look at these options. The slave's arm showed muscles. His pupils noticeably shrank. Squinting, the seller said that she was a bandit who boldly stole in the northern regions of the Kingdom of Knights, then added that he was sorry, but she ended up as a slave due to the betrayal of her subordinates. Hanu closed his eyes. The salesman said that she demonstrated monstrous strength, capable of twisting a heavy two-handed axe with one hand, and then turned his head back and told her to show the status window to the customer. Marasai closed her lips, and the system reported her characteristics. A notification appeared that she was a slave, and a man was heard explaining that the curse of a slave is given to someone who swore to the enemy to lose all their rights, so as long as they give precise orders, they can never betray, to which the hero of legends dropped his jaw and exhaled. Closing his eyes, the merchant exclaimed that there was no need to worry about the price, because he had no intention of making extra profit from the hero, to which he was told that this was not it. Scratching the back of his head, the mercenary said that he wanted a strong, but at the same time slender woman, to which he was asked again. The merchant put his fingers to his chin and explained that since he had the blessing of magic, he asked if he needed a strong shield to protect him while he cast his spells. The swordsman spread his arms wide and noted that the man was not mistaken, but asked if he could choose himself, and then thought about how he was sure that the blessing of the special would make everything work as it should. The merchant closed his eyes and agreed, asking the customer to walk straight ahead. Clouds were visible in the sky. Hanu exclaimed that he had finished choosing, to which the merchant turned around and noted that he had quickly returned. 3 girls were standing next to the hero of legends, and the merchant said that the customer had chosen 3 and fooled him. Lusa closed her lips, and the merchant explained that in fact, these slender girls were much stronger than the guy. Tearing the paper with his hands, the man said that in this case, he must cancel all the orders for Ser, Khan, and Lusa that he had given them, to which they agreed. Smiling broadly, The merchant noted that from now on, the hero was their new owner. Closing his eyes, the merchant said that since he had destroyed his contract, the transfer of ownership was complete, then asked for clear orders and added that it happens that slaves kill their owners or run away from them. Hanu, giving him a small bag, exclaimed that he would definitely remember this, and also muttered that they would never betray him if he took care of them with love. The hero of legends, turning his gaze to the side, said that Sarah, Kana and Lusa should follow him, and then suggested that they buy weapons first. The girls looked at him and answered positively. It was clear that the mercenary was grinning slyly. The daytime sky appeared, and a certain immature god continued to grin. After some time, Kanu, clenching his jaw, said that the meal and arrival at the mercenary guild went well. Looking at the piece of paper, the protagonist could not have imagined that he would get stuck on something like this. Baring his teeth, the protagonist said that he should have learned a few letters, and also did not expect that a signature was required to register in the mercenary guild. A moment later, the outsider lowered his eyebrows in displeasure. Suddenly, a satisfied girl appeared. The mercenary, through tears, muttered that no one could sign for him. Cogmus, squinting, said that there was no need to be embarrassed, because many mercenaries could not write their own names, to which the elf asked him to shut up. The demon, holding out a small piece of paper, offered to copy it. Kanu, lowering his eyebrows, objected that he said it as if it was easy, and perhaps it was because of the hero's curse, but even copying was difficult. 10 minutes later, the protagonist, picking up the piece of paper, shouted that he finally did it. The inscription with his name was visible. The black mage covered his mouth with his hand, thinking that his comrade was a dunce. The protagonist turned his head, displeased, and at the same time the girl said that she would finish his registration. A moment later, the outsider looked at the screen in surprise, where his characteristics were written, and it was also heard that this was a mercenary's blessing, and he even had a D rank. The guy, smiling, said that this was a no-level mercenary on his first assessment, after which he explained that he should thank those two people. The young man said that they vouched for his abilities with their mercenary ranks, to which the elf asked to thank them, and at that very moment the noble ladies lifted the corners of their lips contentedly. The teenager, menacingly baring his teeth, called the protagonist a donkey and objected that he should do it himself, and then he replied that he would do it if he could. Cogmus stuck out his thumb and exclaimed that it was good, but later he would buy him a children's picture book, and Kanu rudely said that he should not treat him like a child. Suddenly, Lesha, holding out the documents, addressed the protagonist. An image of an orc appeared, and it was said that this was his first mission, and she said subjugation of orcs. The demon, narrowing his eyes, explained that it was a simple mission to suppress their reproduction and reduce their numbers, and he was rewarded depending on the number of orc noses he brought back, after which the outsider replied that it was a cool job. After a moment, the mercenary looked away thoughtfully. The girls widened their eyes in confusion, and the elf said that he had these cute little ladies as bait for the orcs. A certain god asks if there will be another bloodbath, and then Kanu, turning his gaze upward, said that there will not be. The protagonist lifted the corners of his lips. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, said that this time it would be extermination. The daytime sky appeared, and an appeal to Julia could be heard. A blue aura swirled around the sword. The girl waved the weapon furiously. The goblin leaned back in bewilderment. A moment later, the monster touched the noble lady's face. Suddenly, the monster threw the warrior to the ground. Julia closed one eye in pain. One of the goblins turned around sharply, hearing the girl ask to lower her head. Suddenly, a bright flame swirled around the monster. Lesha, opening her jaw, asked if her friend was okay, to which she answered positively and added that she saved her. The count's daughter, her eyes widening, exclaimed that she should not overdo it, after which she clarified whether she knew how many she had already defeated. The swordswoman, turning her gaze to the side, said that everything was fine, because she could handle them without any problems. The monster grabbed its head, and then the girl asked if her fire power was not enough. The evil spirit, opening its mouth, shouted that it would kill her. A second later, two goblins collided with each other. The monsters fell to the ground, and Julia asked if he was dead. It was visible how Lesha thoughtfully looked at the sky. The count's daughter, through sweat on her face, said that she had met different people, namely the king, merchants, knights, mercenaries and elves. Looking at the protagonist, the girl explained that none of them were as special as he was. Kanu flew above his opponents, and the warrior added that he was currently cutting out orcs. The protagonist smiled contentedly. The guy quickly swung his blade. Suddenly, blood flowed from the goblin's neck. The boy's eyes glowed red, and at the same time, Lesha said that despite having the curse of a hero, which could lead to suspicion of the essence of a demon, he also had the blessing of an elf, which was the best confirmation of identity. One of the monsters opened its mouth in fear. The outsider opened his mouth in satisfaction. The count's daughter, clenching her fists, exclaimed that they should also try. The daytime sky appeared, and it was heard that he was indeed a strange man. A moment later, the mercenary jumped on the monster. The girl, lowering her hands, said that this was enough. Through sweat on her face, the warrior suggested that they rest for a while. Kanu looked back sharply. Cogmus, closing his eyes, said that he would tell this bastard, meaning his friend, that they should rest for a while, to which Lesha thanked him. Sitting on the ground, the Count's daughter wondered what was wrong with his stamina. The protagonist turned his head, and at the same time the girl explained that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he had exterminated all the orcs in the area without even breaking a sweat. Suddenly, she was addressed, causing her jaw to clench in surprise. Smiling, Julia asked if she was tired already, then added that she was surprised that she had asked for a break first. Her friend, with her mouth slightly open, replied that she looked ridiculous with her legs shaking. Through sweat on her face, the noble lady exclaimed that it was unfair because she was wearing a dress. The brunette, looking forward, said that the protagonist was truly amazing. Lesha, with the corners of her lips raised, noted that he was saying that it was thanks to his blessings. Standing next to her friend, the noble lady explained that she was talking about his talent. Julia crossed her arms and said that maybe she couldn't see it because she was a mage, but his swordsmanship was insane, and added that she was having trouble finding the right words. Imagining the boy's face, the girl said that he used dangerous, unstable swordsmanship, and it could completely destroy the body if he made a single mistake, but he practiced it all day. The Count's daughter raised her palm and asked if that was possible, to which she replied that she wasn't sure because she was also called a genius growing up. Looking at the teenagers, one of the friends exclaimed that he must have explained everything well, and they would finally get a rest. Suddenly, a picture book for children appeared. Kanu, holding a textbook in his hand, was pronouncing words, and the girls realized that he was studying. The main character continued reading the book, and then the brunette, lowering her eyebrows, said that for some reason, his pronunciation only suited certain phrases. Julia held out 2 fingers and said that she had just reached level 15. Lesha smiled slightly and muttered that the gap had become wider, and the system wrote that the corresponding amount of experience was awarded every time someone successfully completed a semester, and all students were ranked fairly and objectively one after another. The Count's daughter explained that it was a system where a high rank helped raise the level, and the higher the level, the easier it was to get a better grade, but if the rank dropped, all the benefits were lost, and at the same time, the brunette looked ahead and said that this time she was aiming for rank B. Opening her mouth wide, the mage shouted that she might suffer from too much workload. Crossing her arms, her friend noted that it would be difficult if it were just them, but this time everything should go well. The protagonist flipped through the pages of a book, to which the noble lady said that this guy was not only focused on hunting, but also too concerned about their safety. Lesha blushed sharply and said that she thought she had said that she was not interested in boys, but she saw that she was still watching him closely, whereupon her friend retorted that watching another person's movements was a necessary trait of a swordsman. A moment later, the boy closed his textbook. The young man said that they had to go, which made the girls, their eyes bulging, displeased. Suddenly, the outsider, clenching his fist, choked. Opening his mouth wide, the mercenary explained that they were better, and therefore they had to go. The warriors opened their jaws in bewilderment. The Count's daughter looked ahead thoughtfully. Kanu lowered his eyebrows, and at the same time the sorceress said that as a magician and a student, this boy, who was at once recklessly simple and difficult to understand, greatly aroused her curiosity. The daytime sky was visible, and an appeal to the girls was heard that they were coming, and Lesha also thought that she should first teach him to speak. After a while, the saint appeared and asked if it was the bag. The priest, closing his eyes, answered that everything was correct. The priestess sharply turned her gaze to the side. There were several objects on the table, and it was said that these objects were definitely not from their world, but this was an amazing mastery of printing. An image of a backpack appeared, and at the same time, the princess clarified where it was found, after which she was told that in the forest of dwarves, where the heroes were training, and this knight found it. Opening her mouth, the girl asked, including him, how many people currently knew about its existence, to which the guy said that only the commander of the knights and him. Looking down, the saint asked what the chances were that the commander passed this information on to Prince Alsus. The warrior, through sweat on his face, answered that there were none, because he was ordered to immediately report it to her. Raising the corners of her lips, the priestess muttered that she had checked all the personal belongings of the heroes in the temple, and had also examined all the heroes who had left the temple. Looking at the young man, the princess said that it was excellent work, and then added that she guaranteed that he would be able to work for the temple for the rest of his life. The teenager, opening his jaw, asked her again. Closing her eyes, the girl asked him to choose, then said that he could forget all about this bag, or die an honorable death. Leaning over, the knight asked to allow him to serve, to which the saint replied that he should follow the priest. A moment later, the boys began to leave. The priestess reached for a small badge. The back of the princess's head was visible, and she asked if she had heard everything. The girl in the mask, opening her mouth, said that she had, after which the saint asked to find out the letters from one of the heroes in the temple, and find out how to pronounce it. The assistant raised the corners of her lips, hearing that she should not reveal her intentions, and at the same time said that she would keep this in mind. Touching her lips, the priestess explained that the existence of this bag was definitely a mistake by the god, and wondered if the perfect god had made a mistake, and whether covering up the matter would be for the best. The attendant, standing in front of the princess, said that she knew that she was worried now, but she had a report, namely, that there had been a major incident involving a forest murder in the hunter village. The girl, lowering her eyebrows, asked what this meant, to which she received the answer that she thought that the incident would be covered up due to the demands of the elder Celeblis. The masked priestess, looking down, explained that more corpses were found, presumably the result of the actions of the criminal, as well as sacrificed elves, and according to the villagers, these were the actions of a vengeful outsider spirit. The assistant added that they said that the dead outsider returned as a vengeful spirit, after which the saint thoughtfully grabbed her chin. Through the sweat on her face, the priestess mused that usually, they say traveler, and maybe their appearance was foreign, like the clothes of the heroes. Opening her mouth, the princess exclaimed that usually, a logical assumption would be made. A bright torch was visible, and the girl said that this was not a vengeful spirit, but a survivor who had returned to take revenge, and first let her servant go and get a sketch of the appearance of that outsider. After some time, it seemed like a small log flew up. Kanu was sitting by the fire. Cogmus was fast asleep, drooling. The girls lay with their eyes closed, and at that moment the protagonist realized that everyone was sleeping well. The protagonist abruptly grabbed the textbook. Leafing through the pages of the book, the outsider said that he was forced to study from a pictured book intended for children. A certain god, touching his lips, was delighted by the cute pictures. The boy turned his gaze to the side and asked if she liked the picture book, to which the unknown entity said that she did. Opening his mouth, the boy asked about the other gods, to which she replied that she was not sure. Lowering his eyebrows, the mercenary explained that he needed to know where they were so he could avoid them. The magical being extended a finger and said that the company of gods was in this direction. From afar, a fire was visible burning, and at the same time, the teenager wondered if this direction was near the temple that Cogmus mentioned, since the saint who serves the evil goddess should also be there, and also said that he needed to hurry. Looking up, Kanu realized that he needed to quickly escape to the northeast, and until he was strong enough, he should avoid them. A god touched the protagonist's cheek, offering to read another picture book, to which he replied that after he memorized everything from this book. The unknown entity, with its mouth wide open, continued to offer to read another book. Frowning in displeasure, the protagonist asked to stop pressuring him. Suddenly, the outsider's eyes widened in surprise. Closing the textbook, the mercenary said that they would read the book another time, because they were surrounded, and also noted that these were not orcs, and clarified whether they were people. Something stirred in the thick bushes, and then the guy objected that these bastards deserved divine punishment, because they dared to displease the outsider's god. Cogmus drooled, and the young man asked him to get up. The demon, taking off his sleep mask, asked what was going on and added that it was the middle of the night, after which the teenager said that he should get up quietly because they were surrounded by people who were approximately at the same level as these ladies. Squinting, the black mage said that this was true and they were trapped. The child of the demon lord's wife asked if Kanu could roughly determine their level even at such a distance, to which he, raising his eyebrows, replied that dwarves could do it too. The protagonist, sitting down next to the girls, asked if they wanted to die, and at the same time the guy exclaimed that he was a crazy goat, because they would misunderstand him. The warriors widened their eyes in bewilderment. The protagonist, scratching the back of his head, asked if this was strange and added that he tried very hard, and the young man explained that this was not the problem. Suddenly, the outsider's pupils dilated. In the distance, many torches were visible, and then the mercenary announced that they were here. Unfamiliar guys appeared. The archers lowered their eyebrows menacingly. The man, holding a sword in his hand, said something. After a moment, the warrior grinned slyly. The elf, raising the corners of his lips, asked what he was saying, to which the teenager replied that he wanted him to give up his spoils from monopolizing all the orcs in the area. Extending his thumb, the enemy said that the guys would die, after which Cogmus explained that he said that they would definitely die together, and the noble ladies would be freed upon surrender. Smiling, Kanu clarified whether these bastards practiced discrimination based on gender and class. Lesha, opening her mouth wide, shouted that she should kill them, and her partner added that they should die. A question was heard if it would be okay since there were more of them than they thought, and then the protagonist muttered that he was already angry enough. The demon clenched his jaw in confusion, and the protagonist said that he was angry because he was summoned to an unfamiliar place, and therefore he was going to ignore their status. Raising his eyebrows, the outsider said that he would rightfully send them all to hell. The mercenary, standing in front of a crowd of enemies, noticed that there were more of them than he expected. The elf thoughtfully turned his head. The girls got into fighting stances, and at the same time, Kanu explained that it would be difficult to fight while protecting these ladies. Inhaling the air, the protagonist hoped that this method would be the best. The enemies, narrowing their eyes, shouted that there were strong girls here. A moment later, an army of archers released arrows. The protagonist, having parried the attack, said that it was hopeless. The outsider slyly raised the corners of his lips. A second later, the mercenary powerfully pushed the man away. The opponent opened his jaw in pain. The shooter looked at him in surprise. The old man's eyes widened in bewilderment. The goblin grabbed his head and exclaimed that there were piglets everywhere. The orc smiled and said that the skinny pig girls were his. It was visible how the monster lifted one of the warriors. The swordsman frowned angrily. Sweat was running down the faces of the noble ladies. The elf calmly watched the battle. Suddenly Kanu, opening his mouth, said that now this is a double experience event. The protagonist abruptly rushed from the spot. The protagonist delivered a slashing blow to his enemies. Drops of blood appeared on his cheek, and the system wrote about the bloodshed skill that friendly races will be a little afraid of him and find him terrifying, and the chances that they will resist his cruel actions increased significantly. A sharp sword lay on the ground. The guy opened his jaw in fear and asked to save him. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the shirt. The man threw the young man back, saying that he would kill him. The outsider, raising his eyebrows, asked if he was still on his feet, although he hit him quite hard. The warrior's weapon burst into blue flame. Suddenly, the goblin, opening his mouth, shouted that he was a skinny pig. A moment later, several swords were thrust into his body. The enemy quickly rushed from the spot. Approaching the mercenary, the warriors said that they would kill him. The elf menacingly lowered his eyebrows. A second later, Kanu swung his blade. The protagonist sharply turned his gaze to the side. A man appeared behind him. Unexpectedly, the swordsman dealt a strong blow to the protagonist's back. The warrior smiled contentedly and laughed. The outsider's eyes lit up red, and he said that he liked this cloak. The enemy looked ahead, puzzled, and also called the guy a monster. A second later, the mercenary pierced the man's body through and through. The enemy was seen falling to the ground. The elf turned his head and offered to take a look. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. Lesha extended her palm, and at the same time, Kanu noticed that she was doing well, and so was the swordswoman. It seemed as if Julia was waving her weapon furiously. Scratching his cheek, the protagonist said that they were both busy. A certain god, biting his lips, persuaded him to read a picture book. The night sky was visible, and the protagonist replied that he would try to make sure that they started it as soon as possible. After some time, white clouds appeared. The mage opened her mouth in bewilderment. On the table lay a bag filled with pig noses. The outsider, smiling, said that he did not know if this would be enough. Looking back, the mercenary added that if it weren't for the noble ladies, he would have gotten more, to which Cogmus retorted, didn't he know what restraint was, since they were close to death from exhaustion? After a moment, Lesha nodded her head. Handing over a piece of paper, the elf said that this was proof of the task being completed, and that they should take one each. The noble lady's eyes widened in joy. Julia blushed, hearing them say that they had risen 2 levels at once while hunting with her. The demon put his fingers to his mouth and said that he thought he had also leveled up, and was probably a little grateful, and at the same time the system wrote down his characteristics. Kanu, raising his eyebrows, exclaimed that even such a mediocre demon was at level 20, and therefore he was interested in how much he had risen. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in bewilderment, noticing the first level. Looking up, the protagonist wondered what was happening in this world. A certain god, crossing his arms, began to look at the distant galaxy, and said that there were quite a lot of stars today, and also pretended to be asleep. Suddenly, a tall structure appeared, after which the discontent of the outsider was heard. A green flash appeared above the planet, and it was said that initially the world was empty, and in this empty world, stars were formed, and finally, a long time later, living beings were born, and this is a fairy tale about a certain god. A bright glow was visible in the sky. The living beings, sitting on the ground, soon began to learn about it. The boys, opening their jaws, shouted that they believed in God and asked him to save them, and then it became God. The girl opened her mouth, and it was explained that the living beings wanted God's help, and by helping them, God felt the reason for his existence. A certain goddess hugs her pillow and says hello innocently. An unknown being waves its hand impatiently. An unusual being brought its palm to the map, behaving cautiously, and it was also heard that over time, many gods appeared, and they helped the living beings in their own manner, as if competing. Several entities appeared, and at the same time it was said that as soon as the living beings received the grace of the gods, they developed in different ways. Suddenly, 2 swords struck each other. Many living beings fought with each other. A huge number of weapons were stuck into the ground, and then it was explained that countless lives that could not get along with each other fought fiercely and died in vain, and time continued to pass. A certain cave was visible. Blood was flowing from the mouth of a young man. The wounded youth was sitting by a tree, and a certain god found the fading life. The teenager, through sweat on his face, turned to the creature, and it seriously asked if he wanted to live. The blonde suddenly burst into tears and answered that he wanted to live, because he could not die like this. A moment later, a bright flash appeared, after which an unknown creature helped the swordsman. Suddenly, a small child appeared. The child, with her mouth wide open, screamed. The girl suddenly turned around. The unusual entity noticed a small house. The old people raised their heads, hearing how a certain god called for them to hurry to the western cave. A second later, the child was in their arms, and it was said that, as the dying man wished, the god saved him. The unknown entity, clenching its fists, was proud of its result. After some time, the god, peering in the sky, came to visit the young boy. The youth, wiping sweat from his forehead, asked if she was the god from the past. With her mouth open in satisfaction, the unusual being confirmed, and at the same time clarified whether he needed help. Suddenly, the teenager bared his teeth. Lowering his eyebrows, the blonde exclaimed that he would curse him, because the woman he loved was taken away from him because he turned him into a child. A certain god, stunned, clenched his fists and said that he never asked for a woman. Raising his palm, the guy explained that he had to stop the wedding and save her himself. Raising the corners of his lips, the unknown being asked for forgiveness. The unusual entity abruptly left, to which the youth objected that he should take responsibility, and also asked to return. A god bit his finger and couldn't understand where he had gone wrong and how other gods did it. The pirate crossed his fingers and said that it was his offering and that the unknown creature of the wind would allow them to travel safely, after which it was flattered. The knight opened his mouth wide and said that the god of war was on their side. A girl's silhouette was visible in the distance, and she sincerely couldn't understand. The daytime sky appeared, and after that the god blessed several other lives. The woman cried loudly through her tears, and it was said that everyone was indignant at the god. The man frowned with displeasure. The girl lowered her eyebrows angrily, and the god couldn't understand the reason for this at all. The unusual being grabbed its cloak. The unknown creature looked at the bright sun, and it was explained that hundreds of years had passed. The hair of a god was visible, and as time went on the world changed. Clenching his fist, the man asked that the power of victory remain with him. The nun, crossing her fingers, asked the god for help, and it was also heard that more and more living beings thought of him as a tool. A bright flash appeared, and then the gods came up with rules, namely heroes, demons, levels, blessings, curses. An unusual entity parried in the sky, and at the same time it was reported that the gods had adapted to the new order, and all but one. The girl raised the corners of her lips in surprise. The guy, clenching his jaw in pain, asked to call the saint right now, to which he received the answer that he should give up, because she went somewhere while he was fighting. The young man, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed about the blessing of healing, and his partner explained that she was working on it. The system wrote a characteristic of Cain, after which he closed his eyes. A certain god asked if he wanted to survive, and then the teenager said that of course he did. The unknown being, lifting the corners of his lips, warned the elf that he would lose everything, and he said that it was better than a futile death like this. The unusual being smiled sharply. A magic ball appeared above his palm. The mercenary's legs suddenly lit up, and it was said that as soon as the god gave his blessing, he thought that he was still needed in this world. Through the sweat on his face, the warrior said that this was great, because his body had returned to its previous state. Cain turned his gaze to the side. Noticing the first level, the guy was perplexed, to which a certain god, crossing his eyes, reminded him of the warning. The young man, smiling slightly, said that the most important thing was that he was alive, and he simply needed to start over. Lifting the corners of his lips, the unknown being was calm. After some time, a dark sky appeared. The teenager, bulging his eyes, clarified what he was talking about. The girl looked away and explained that this could not continue because his level was not rising. As he left, the magician apologized and asked him to forget a woman like her, to which the warrior asked how this could be a blessing, then added that it was the worst curse. Opening his mouth, the elf said that he had been angry, but now he felt nothing. Smiling, the mercenary said that since he had saved his life, he would stop resenting and complaining, but asked to allow him to give advice to the god. The unusual entity nodded its head and was ready to listen, since it was curious. Clenching its fist, Cain said that he should never give a blessing to anyone again, because it was a curse that took things much more valuable than life. Biting its lips, a certain god listened attentively to the blessing, which returned to the first level with each use. There would not be a day when it would be used again, even when dying. Adjusting its cloak, the unknown creature thought that this was quite shocking. The girl put on her hood, and then it was explained that the god had finally accepted everything and had been in renunciation ever since, and the world no longer needed him. A long time later, some bushes appeared. An unusual entity was peeking out from behind a tree. Kanu bared his teeth in pain. The protagonist took hold of the arrow in his leg. A moment later, the protagonist lowered his hands to the ground, and at the same time, the god found the dying boy again. The outsider laid his head on the tree trunk, and it was said that it was simple curiosity, and the reason for giving him his blessing when he had the curse of a hero and was bound to die. A black cat appeared, and it was heard that he had changed the name of his blessing, but he would inevitably be outraged if he found out the truth. A tall structure was visible. The mercenary learned the secret of the blessing, and at the same time, he thoughtfully took his chin. The girl, through the sweat on her face, thought that this was too bad, and the system also wrote that all statuses except death would be reset for outsiders. Putting his hand on his head, the elf said that resetting levels was stupid on his part, and this is obvious if you think about it, because he was just wasting time exterminating pigs. A certain god opened his mouth in bewilderment, although he wanted to know if he felt anger. Kanu, turning to his comrade, said that this was enough, and then suggested that he go buy picture books. An unknown creature, clenching his fist, desperately prayed. With bulging eyes, the protagonist clarified whether it was for his dead soul. An unusual entity, crossing its fingers, answered that it was not so. The protagonist asked why then, after which the girl smiled contentedly and said that it was a secret. Suddenly, the outsider found himself in an unusual space, and he could not understand what this should mean. After some time, the daytime sky became visible. The boy's pupils narrowed sharply. Hanu raised his eyebrows and wondered why he was on the ground. Clenching his jaw, the boy thought that this couldn't be happening. The boys appeared behind him, and he muttered that this couldn't happen to the main character. Suddenly, the teenager raised the corners of his lips. Not long before, the warrior opened his mouth wide and asked Sarah to attack. A moment later, the swordswoman rushed forward. The blonde delivered a slash at the monster. Kana and Lusa raised their weapons upon hearing the order. Blood poured out of the monster's mouth. The mercenary, wide-eyed, exclaimed that this was excellent. Clapping his hands, the hero of legends said that this was good work, and they were finally starting to work as a team. Hanu explained that they would continue to hunt in this mode, and therefore they should get used to it, to which the girl, wiping sweat from her face, answered positively. The boy lowered his head and thought that the average gnoll was level 4, and Sarah, Kana, and Lusa were level 5 and 6, and now hunting gnolls would be easy. Reaching for a small pouch, the boy thought that he might have spent all his money on buying equipment, but that was okay, because now he could start saving. The swordswoman turned around in surprise. The monster tried to get up, and then the girl shouted that it was still not dead. The monster's pupils lit up brightly. A second later, a powerful flash of fire was heard. The teenager stretched out his palms forward, and the system wrote down his characteristics. Looking at the flames, the mercenary muttered that the blessing of magic received from Princess Eaton already had a lot of fire power. The hero of legends turned around abruptly, hearing that it was clever. Henyong, clapping his hands, said that he was going to help him if it became too dangerous. Hanwoo turned his gaze to the side and said that if he was going to hunt, he should do it further away since he came here first. The guy opened his mouth and said that he didn't want to. The man frowned in confusion. Through the sweat on his face, the mercenary explained that, as expected, this guy was trash. In the original world, the hero of legends was holding a book in his hand. A crowd of guys could be seen, and the young man explained that he always walked in groups, intimidating people. The bully turned around and asked what he was looking at. Hanwoo abruptly covered himself with his textbook. A moment later, the mercenary clenched his fist. Baring his teeth, the hero of legends said that here he was the hero and the main character in this fantasy world, and now no one could stop him, and then exclaimed that he should come to him if he could. Henyong, grinning slyly, said that he was going to. It was visible how the girls got into a fighting stance. The rivals stood opposite each other, and a certain evil god watched with fascination. A small leaf fell on the grass. The slave suddenly rushed from his place. The swordswoman's eyes widened in fear. The boy, with his mouth wide open, asked his partners to stand in defense while he used his magic. Suddenly, the boy's pupils narrowed. Kana was hit in the face. Luz was attacked in the stomach. Sarah fell sharply at the teenager's feet. It was possible to see the girls lying on the ground. Hanu, with sweat on his face, did not understand how this happened in just one blow. A second later, his partner stood up. The bully, squinting, asked if he now understood what was happening. Opening his jaw, the hero of legends clarified what kind of trick he had pulled. The man's eyes were shining brightly, and his leader explained that his level was simply higher. The boy clarified whether he had told him earlier, and at the same time the girls looked ahead in bewilderment. Hanyan, frowning menacingly, said that he should come to him if he could. The young man, standing behind his assistant, asked to agree to hand over his slaves to him. Hanu's eyes widened in surprise. After some time, many houses were visible. Kanu was leafing through the pages of a book. The protagonist, looking at the textbook, said that she did not look special, and a certain god asked for another book. Raising his gaze, the protagonist noted that since he could not raise his level, he was going to look for a strong weapon. Cogmus, with his mouth slightly open, said that he thought he had read too many fairy tales, because such weapons had long been confiscated. Raising his eyebrows, the demon added that even human noblewomen said that such a thing did not exist, and therefore he could only get lucky on Treasure Island. Looking at the book, the outsider wondered if this relic was so dangerous that the excavations were suspended. Smiling, the mercenary asked if it was not tempting. Jaw dropped, the black mage replied that the entrance to such relics was guarded by the royal knights, and the elf then asked how strong the knights were. His partner replied that they were much stronger than him, causing Kanu to pucker his lips in displeasure. The daytime sky was visible, and he could be heard going for a breath of air. Placing his hands on his hips, the protagonist wondered if it was really impossible, while he was still on level 1. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist thought about the knights. Imagining a warrior in armor, the outsider mused that they were just empty tin cans with nothing but glory and bluff, and wondered if there really was no way. Clenching his jaw, the mercenary muttered that he thought it was a good idea. Suddenly, the elf turned his gaze to the side, hearing someone speaking to him. The orc smirked and ordered him to give up everything he had, to which Kanu replied that he felt very depressed. Scratching his cheek, the monster asked if the boy spoke the orc language and if he was asleep, and then the protagonist asked him to leave while he could. A moment later, the goblin rushed forward, saying that he should not look down on the orcs just because he spoke little. Stretching out his palm, the protagonist exclaimed that he really was not listening. Suddenly, the monster's body burst into flames. Blood began to flow from the goblin's mouth. The outsider could be seen clenching his fist. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. The mercenary, placing his hand on the orc's face, asked if he knew what it was like to have his world collapse. Frowning menacingly, the elf asked how there were no relics to dig up, and what he was supposed to do in a fantasy world with no hopes or dreams. The youth hit his opponent hard on the head. Extending his palm, the orc shouted that he had a relic. Kanu's eyes widened in surprise. Through tears, the monster explained that they were there, and so he should stop hitting him, after which the protagonist asked him not to lie to him, adding that he was straining his brain to escape. Opening his mouth, the monster told him that there was indeed a large orc relic. The protagonist, sitting on the big guy, clarified where exactly it was. Smiling, the outsider called him his friend, and then asked if he could tell him more about this relic. The goblin looked at him in bewilderment. The daytime sky appeared. Introducing the monsters next to the level scale, the mercenary explained that since there are different dialects in each region, the western continent of fantasy uses unique names, like a dragon-level knight, or a slan coward, and they named things using monsters. Walking along the path, the elf wondered what about the orcs in the middle. Closing his eyes happily, the teenager thought that this meant they were good enough, and also called the monster a friend. The monster, turning his head, objected that he should stop, since he was still talking about a friend, to which Kanu said that he should know how lucky he was, and then asked where else he could find a human friend who would communicate so well with him. The orc clarified if the protagonist thought he was stupid, since friends did not use violence against each other, and then he, raising his eyebrows, asked him to go forward. The protagonist crossed his arms, and at the same time the goblin called him a stubborn bastard. Moving his legs, the monster explained that he could show the way, but a strong guy like him would not be able to enter, and he asked why not. The monster narrowed his eyes and replied that he did not know, because this was how it had been since the day he was born. The big guy said that they were here, and it was in front of them, which made the outsider blush sharply. An empty field was visible in the distance. The mercenary, raising his palm to his forehead, said that there was nothing there. A moment later, the elf's eyes widened in shock. In the thick haze were ruins. Boulders stuck out of the ground. The guys approached the entrance. The orc, opening his mouth, said that the smart and stupid guy had finally left. Through the sweat on his face, Kanu exclaimed that it was charming, after which he asked how he had not noticed such a large city. The goblin, bulging his eyes, clarified why the protagonist was here, to which he replied that he had brought him here, and then the monster said that this was an Orcish sanctuary, which only those below level 9 could enter. The protagonist, scratching the back of his head, noted that then it was not a problem, since he was on level 1. Looking ahead, the monster called him a liar. A second later, the outsider frowned menacingly. Suddenly, arrows tore the mercenary's backpack. The orcs, grinning menacingly, exclaimed that this was a skinny guy. The monsters offered to eat him because he was a male, and at the same time, the elf, lowering his head, wondered if this was an orc village. The monster, opening his mouth, said that it was the boy's own fault for entering the orc sanctuary, because entering here meant that at best he was level 9. Through the sweat on his face, the goblin shouted that the boys should be careful. Suddenly, blood began to flow from the orc's body. Kanu, holding a knife in his hand, asked to let him pass, and also added that they should not be shy about stopping him. The teenager's cloak was visible, and he said that he would step over them himself. A moment later, the protagonist rushed from the spot. A small flash appeared on the stone. The protagonist flew up above his opponents. The monsters, bewildered, bulging their eyes, wondered if the male pig had flown away. Suddenly it seemed as if some god crossed his fingers. Biting her lips, the girl prayed for the soul of countless pigs. Red drops flew up, and it was heard that they needed to run away, and also stop him. A bright sun was visible in the distance. The monster, sighing heavily, asked where the guy had gone, and his comrade replied that he could not find him because of the smell of their blood. Raising a finger, the orc exclaimed that more than half had already suffered because of him, and let them find him no matter what, because they must avenge them. The goblin moved his legs and said that there was something suspicious there. Clenching his jaw, the outsider said that this would not end soon. Holding a knife in his hand, the mercenary asked how many of these orcs were there, since he had been hunting them for ages. The elf, turning his gaze to the side, said that it seemed to him that he was walking in circles, trying to find a way out, and then clarified whether he was missing something. The monster, opening his mouth wide, shouted that there was a male pig. A moment later, Kanu jumped high into the air, and the monsters ordered him to stop, calling him an enemy of their people. The protagonist, stopping abruptly, said that they were continuing to crawl out of somewhere, and that it was rude. The orcs, frowning menacingly, asked why he was still so energetic, and whether he was getting tired. Smiling, the protagonist suggested watching it to the end. The monster's eyes widened in bewilderment. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard. The red sky was visible, and then the outsider explained that they were all looking down on him, since he was on the first level. Sitting on a mountain of defeated enemies, the mercenary said that it was easy. Blue slimes crawled on the goblins, and at the same time, the guy asked if it was finally over, and also added that it was good that he took the slime that they collected for him. Looking at the screen, the young man decided to see if anything had changed, after which he noticed that the bloodshed was now rank C. The system wrote about the ability of the massacre, namely the probability that the dead soul he killed will appear in their dreams increases significantly, and the nightmares will continue until the dead souls go to nirvana or give up, which made the teenager widen his eyes in surprise and exclaim that this means that the orcs he killed will hunt him in his sleep. Opening his mouth, Kanu said that it does not matter because he is not sleeping, but still his curse has become stronger, and another one has appeared, and then he clarified with the god if he thinks that this is too much. A certain god, biting his lips, claimed that he did nothing, to which the protagonist said that it was not him, but the curse. Suddenly, the guys approached the protagonist, and he asked about the price for saving these people, a curse, and whether he thought it was unfair, and at the same time, a certain god said that he should look at it from the orcs' point of view. The guys smiled contentedly, and the outsider said that he gathered all the people who were captured by the orcs whenever he saw them. The mercenary's cloak was flying in the wind, and he asked if he had any suggestions for the foreigners, because he could not understand a word. Having fallen to the ground, the elf added that it was necessary to take this bastard Cogmus. Kanu, addressing the orc pretending to be dead, noted that he knew that he was alive, to which the orc, frowning, called him a terrible pig. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist asked how he could leave this place, because no matter how long he walked, he still returned to the beginning, after which he received the answer that this city had different entrances and exits, and the city center was the only exit. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that it was not surprising that he continued to get lost, because he needed to go to the center, not to the outskirts. It was visible how the outsider walked through the ruins. Approaching the stairs, the mercenary asked if this was the exit the orc was talking about. With wide eyes, the elf explained that he did not see anything special here, and then asked if it was necessary to use magic to open the portal, since this was a fantasy world. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared. A powerful explosion was heard in front of the guy. The goblin, lowering his head, clarified whether he was the man who destroyed their base. The guys looked ahead in surprise. The orc, biting his lips, asked to answer his question. The young man, sweat on his face, wondered if it was really an orc, since its appearance was quite unusual. The back of the monster's head was visible, and he asked again for an answer to the question. Kanu, smiling, realized that this orc was stronger than him, after which he said that he asked them to move, but they did not. The monster, holding a long weapon in his hand, asked if this was the only reason he slaughtered 300,000 orcs. Lowering his palms, the protagonist exclaimed that there were 300,000 of them, and it was no wonder that it took so long. The big guy's eyes suddenly turned red, and he said that he was the guardian of this city and the orcs, and would not allow a single person who knew the secret of this city to leave. Throwing down his backpack, the protagonist asked if he was the guardian. The outsider added that it was even better that way, causing the goblin to lower his eyebrows in bewilderment. A moment later, the mercenary swung his blade. The elf jumped high and said that there was a treasure that needed to be protected. The boy swung his knife, intending to put all his strength into one blow. The monster could be seen raising its trident above itself. A second later, the boy collided with the monster. Frowning, the young man wondered if this was no laughing matter. An unusual aura appeared, and the teenager noticed that he was on a different level compared to the other orcs. Suddenly, Kanu's hand separated from his body. The protagonist abruptly turned his gaze to the side. The guard, opening his mouth, explained that this was the end. Green flames swirled around the protagonist. The outsider closed one eye in pain. A bright flash was visible in front of the mercenary. The goblin, lowering his eyebrows, said that it was impressive. The elf, placing his hand on his shoulder, heard that he had managed to dodge the fatal blow at the last moment. Blood flowed down the guy's face. A severed part of the boy's body appeared. The monster, narrowing his eyes, said that he was not going to stop there, and he would pay for 300,000 lives of his people right now, and also let him not think that he would die easily. Suddenly, Kanu's hand and eye were restored, after which he exclaimed that his opponent was an amazing judge. The monster opened its mouth in bewilderment. From afar, the protagonist could be seen standing near the stairs. The protagonist spread his fingers, to which the orc said that as he thought, he had an ace up his sleeve. The goblin, looking ahead, asked if he was immortal. The outsider, smirking, answered that something like that. Pulling out his trident, the monster exclaimed that then there was only one way out, and whether it took a century or a millennium, it did not matter, because he would imprison him in this city until he died of old age. Through the sweat on his face, the mercenary asked if he had anything to do, and at the same time wondered what they would order him to do with it. Suddenly, the night sky appeared. Bora was sitting on the window, and a moment later someone spoke to her. The girl, her eyes bulging happily, asked Arya to come in, to which she was surprised that she was already on the 7th level. Smiling, the hero explained that this was all thanks to her blessing, although he did not receive the hero's blessing on his own. The warrior, spreading his arms in different directions, said that from the moment of her birth, she only had the blessing of nobility. Looking at the screen, which said that as a person with noble blood, she must protect her subordinates, the mercenary said that this was proof that she was the daughter of a duke with rank A nobility. The class president, raising her hand to her mouth, said that this was impressive, because it was a blessing that gave experience almost for free. The F-rank student raised her eyebrows and explained that it was useless because she didn't have a single subordinate, and she had once been scolded by her mother because she thought she didn't deserve this blessing. In the past, the woman had extended her finger, and Arya explained that she had told her to repeat everything she dared to say to countless people who had sacrificed everything to obtain it. The little mercenary could be seen crying. The girl exclaimed that with the blessing came responsibility, and then thanked the warrior for the good lesson, and then the warrior clapped her hands and replied that there was no problem. Suddenly, the F-rank student raised the corners of her lips. Looking up at the sky, the duke's daughter asked if she thought the hero Hanu would be okay. The class president, adjusting his hair, asked if she liked Hanu. Arya, looking away in embarrassment, asked what she was thinking. A moment later, a small door appeared, and it was heard that the saint had come to see her. The warrior, with her mouth wide open, was very surprised to see the saint at this hour. A second later, the door creaked open. The priestess, looking to the side, apologized for the late visit. Through sweat on her face, Bora greeted her, then asked what brought her here today. Closing her eyes, the princess replied that she just came to chat, and also asked the mercenary to bring some tea. The night sky was visible. The F-level student was pouring tea into a mug. The saint, sitting at the table, asked if she had any problems living here, to which the hero replied that she had not had any problems. The priestess said that she was glad to see that she had adapted well to the fantasy world, and at the same time the girl muttered that she felt like she was in a teacher's office. Taking hold of her glass, the princess said that right now the heroes were competing with each other. Looking out the window, the saint said that she was worried about the troubles this struggle was causing, and if she noticed anything wrong, she hoped that she would let her know. After a moment, the priestess opened her mouth and added that before they became fallen heroes. Bora, her eyes wide, asked again about the fallen heroes. In the reflection of the unusual ball, 2 guys were visible, and then the princess said that very soon the heroes, spoiled by blessings and temptations, would appear, and perhaps they had already appeared. The girl raised the corners of her lips and asked what happened to fallen heroes. Squinting, the saint noted that heroes were still heroes even after they fell, and they could still be used, so they did not kill them. Raising the glass to her mouth, the priestess said that was all, and added that corruption was a betrayal of all those who believed in heroes. Suddenly it seemed like the boy, through the sweat on his face, asked to be returned to Earth. The young man clenched his jaw in bewilderment. The hero turned his gaze to the side, hearing the question of how someone who made people worry about their family could save the world. Bora's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly someone turned to the girl, to which she, opening her mouth wide, explained that she was simply distracted. Biting her lips, the hero could not understand why she thought of him, and she also wondered if Kanu had made it home safely, and what if he had actually made the right choice. The saint smiled and asked if she knew anyone named Kanu. The class president's pupils widened and she asked why the priestess had suddenly mentioned Kanu. The princess narrowed her eyes and asked if he was her boyfriend, to which she replied that he was not, since they had only communicated as classmates. Leaning towards her interlocutor, the saint asked her to tell her everything, as an older sister. The light was on in the house, and it was audible that he should open up and tell her, and at the same time, a certain goddess desperately wanted to adjust the volume. A large bed was visible. The priestess bit her lips, thinking about communicating as classmates. Turning her gaze to the side, the princess thought that she was undoubtedly very interested in him, and she was not sure how many hours she had been talking. Picking up the yellow keychain, the girl muttered that Kanu was the one who refused to become a hero and was sent back by the goddess. Looking down, the saint thought to herself that if word spread that he had not returned, the level of trust that the heroes had in the goddess would sink to the bottom, and it was fine if he was already dead, since she could only hide the evidence, and then wondered what if he was alive. The priestess's eyes widened in surprise, and suddenly a certain arrogant god looked at her with a kindly expression. The goddess narrowed her eyes at the objects. The princess, looking up, recognized her, after which the unknown being felt very uncomfortable and also left. A moment later, the saint placed her palm on the bed. Leaning to the side, the priestess thought that this was the one who knew the location of all the heroes because he gave them a blessing. Through the sweat on her face, the princess wondered if another god was standing in the way, if even the goddess could not find Kanu. Taking the paper, the girl decided that she had to find him and erase all the evidence, and therefore it was necessary to quickly start searching there so that no one would find out. A second later, the saint closed the envelope. A certain god, biting his lips, looked at the plan. The unknown being quietly left the bedroom. The ruins were visible in the moonlight. A powerful blow shook the ground. Looking at the cloud of dust, the orc realized that his opponent was not going to give up. Frowning, the warrior asked how long his opponent would fight in vain. Lowering his head, Kanu repeated his enemy's question. The monster silently looked at the boy. Raising a finger, the young man said that he would fight until the guard died. The protagonist lunged forward. Preparing for the blow, the orc addressed his opponent. The warrior held his trident in front of the boy. The young man saw that the tip of the spear was right in front of his eyes. A flash of light formed in front of the protagonist's body. The boy began to see sand in front of him. The young man made a sketch of his previous battle on the ground. Kanu thoughtfully looked at his drawing. Scratching his head, the boy came to the conclusion that he should have moved differently. Sitting on the ground, the young man heard someone address him. Turning his head, the young man realized that it was Bruce. The man with a bandage on his face was a level 9 mercenary who was the temporary leader of the group of people whom the protagonist had rescued from the orc hideout. Holding a stick in his hands, the protagonist explained that he did not quite understand the language his interlocutor was speaking. Smiling, the group leader said something in an incomprehensible language. The girl who was standing next to him bowed deeply. A moment later, there was a sound of a blow. Running away, Bruce apologized and called for help. Looking back, the guy asked the stranger if she was going to go, to which she answered something that the young man could not understand. Leaving his companion, the boy told the girl to do whatever she wanted. The lady opened her eyes wide. Sitting on the ground, Kanu wondered where he had stopped. Putting his hand to his chin, the young man thought about something. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist sank even deeper into his thoughts. The dry land was visible in the light of the fire. The next morning, the sun was shining in the sky. Raising his hands, the protagonist was glad that it was already morning. Putting his hands on his hips, the boy decided that his thoughts were enough to successfully attack the orc guard. Shifting his gaze, the boy wondered who the lady was lying on the ground. Looking at the sleeping lady, Kanu was surprised that she had simply fallen asleep. Covered in sweat, the young man heard a certain god grumble at him not to pay attention to her. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that he first needed to find the guardian of the relic. Opening her mouth, the outsider god heard the boy address her. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked his patron to look at something. The young man was holding a glowing dagger in his hands. The young man opened his eyes. The fighter was rehearsing his fight with the orc. Kanu's foot slid along the ground. The protagonist ducked down. Putting his hand to his mouth, a certain god was confused. Smiling, the protagonist explained that he had been practicing the previous day, while a certain god was unsure of how to respond to that. Recalling the powerful opponent, the boy thought about how he had been beaten day and night, so he had to watch the orc's swordsmanship until he got tired. Sweating, a certain god declared that the boy was obsessed with this. Turning his gaze, the young man saw a system window. The notification stated that Kanu had now improved his curse and blessing by 1 level. The next message stated that the boy was now an E-rank outsider. Folding his hands, the youth was glad that his blessing rank had increased, so now Ron revered the outsider god even more. Opening his eyes, Kanu noticed something. Looking at the system window, which showed that his hero rank had now moved from E to C, the protagonist shouted that the goddess had gone too far. Imagining the goddess, the protagonist realized that this entity had noticed that he had not been killed by the gnolls. Looking ahead, the boy asked the outsider god if it was time for them to go, to which she replied that they needed to teach this big pig a lesson. The orc guard folded his arms. Standing still, the orc asked if the boy was going to run away again, to which he replied that he would not run away this time. Exhaling steam from his nose, the monster said that he would not believe the words of a cunning man. Raising his hand, Kanu asked if the monster refused to fight, to which he replied that he would show the youth the relic. Climbing the stairs, the protagonist asked if the guard had set up traps. The orc turned his head and said that such a great warrior would not rely on such simple tricks. Smiling, the protagonist thought that the monster was trying to get rid of him by luring him inside, since no one could leave the location of the relic. Moving forward, the young man thought that this pig actually used his brain. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Holding a trident in his hands, the guard explained that in ancient times, this was a training ground for heroes. Raising an eyebrow, the boy expressed doubt that there were heroes among the orcs, to which the orc agreed, since their race was not chosen by the gods. Looking from under his brows, the monster explained that when humans became arrogant, their people saw this as a chance to take their place. Looking at the high arch, the monster said that this can only be done by leaving the relic with the blessing of inviolability. Raising his palm to his forehead, a certain god heard Kanu ask why the relic was being abandoned, to which the guard replied that it was being done to restrict the entry of the strong. Frowning, the warrior stated that as long as the protagonist was alive, it was impossible to restore the city. The orc began to spin the trident above his head. A moment later, the fighter's foot began to slide along the ground. Taking a fighting stance, the monster shouted that the protagonist would have to die here. The boy looked at the enemy in silence. The young man smiled indulgently. Standing in front of his opponent, the guard stated that the boy would die here, to which he replied that before the battle began, he would like to ask a question. Looking forward, the warrior asked what the question was. Putting his hand to his chin, the young man asked if there were any treasures here. Looking at the stone arch, the orc explained that deep inside there was a weapon that was given to newly minted heroes. The boy couldn't believe his ears with a surprised expression. Imagining the goddess in front of him, Kanu couldn't understand what he would do with her without a good weapon. The protagonist imagined himself holding a broken blade. Imagining the goddess cutting it in one blow, the protagonist decided he was in trouble. Stamping his foot on the ground, the guard shouted that the time for talking was over. Opening his mouth wide, the orc shouted that it was time to avenge 300,000 of his brothers. The boy grabbed the dagger. The monster blocked the opponent's attack. A moment later, the opponent's blows met. Then the warrior blocked the dagger's blow with his trident. The fighters made sweeping blows with their weapons. Kanu smiled. Making a surprised expression, the monster couldn't believe that his opponent had grown so much in just one day. Looking behind his enemy, the orc realized that he was running towards the exit. The warrior opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would not let the boy escape again. The young man dodged the enemy's attack. Looking down, the protagonist noticed that his opponent had been paying attention to the exit just yesterday. The protagonist made a tackle. Resting his foot on the orc's torso, the boy realized that he could not leave the vicinity of this relic. The young man threw his opponent back with a kick. A portal began to appear nearby. Baring his teeth, the warrior could not understand how a portal could appear here. The monster looked away. Looking at the portal, the guardian shouted that his opponent was a hero. Looking at the funnel, the boy was surprised that there was an exit from here. Smiling, the boy said that it would be better if they decided everything without a fight. Looking away, the young man thought that he should focus on getting treasures, since he was unable to increase his level. The young man walked forward. Pointing his finger, a certain god said that the treasure was further away. Turning his head, Kanu could not understand in which direction the treasure was. Looking at the crevices between the mountains, the young man thought that he had never seen such a beautiful place. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Looking at the swords lying on the floor, the boy thought that he had found what he was looking for. Smiling, a certain god said that this was a beginner's holy sword. Looking at the new weapon, the protagonist noticed that this blade possessed divine energy, but was still a beginner's sword. Swinging the new sword, the boy could not understand why such an artifact was thrown away in such a place. Lowering his head, the young man noticed that the weapon had become significantly heavier, to which a certain god replied that he could still hold it, since he was a hero. Opening his mouth, the boy realized that such a blade did not want to recognize the cursed hero as its owner. The young man broke the sword with a blow of his hand. With his hands up to his face, a certain god listened to the words that the protagonist could no longer use this weapon, so it would be wise to destroy it so that others would not get it. Kanu threw several swords into the air. In an instant, each blade was broken. The boy ducked. The boy began to swing the last sword. Suddenly, he noticed something. Swinging the weapon, the young man realized that, unlike the others, this one was surprisingly light. Opening his mouth, a certain god explained that this was a defective product, so it did not react to the curse. Putting his hand to his mouth, the young man thought about something. Baring his teeth, the protagonist decided that it was necessary to destroy the remaining swords. Making a cute expression, Kanu noticed that only one blade remained, so it was no longer defective. Putting his hand to his chin, a certain god was impressed by the logic of an outsider. The boy smiled. The system showed a message with the characteristics of the protagonist. The young man noticed that a new curse of the holy sword had appeared on him. The boy frowned, realizing that a new curse was affecting him. The treetops were visible. The girl raised her hand and called out to Kangmin. Looking at the schoolgirls, the student listened to their words about how they would see each other very soon. Waving his hand, the young man said that it was very tiring, to which a certain god replied that he had to do what he had to do even though he was tired. Placing his hand on his hip, the student noticed that he had a new blessing. Looking at the system screen, the boy hoped that this would continue, because then he would be able to cope with his fatigue. Looking down, the boy was surprised that he had received so many blessings in a few days. Smiling, the student decided that with this rate of growth, winning the upcoming tournament would be easy. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, the young man was determined to receive the holy sword as a reward for winning. Outside the pantheon, Kangmin's words of agreement with a certain male god were heard, who claimed that it was not the time for that yet. The girls spoke of heroes and demon lords, as well as princes and princesses. Introducing intelligent people, Min explained that they were all the basis of the romantic fantasy genre. Crossing her arms, the schoolgirl thought that any of them would do. Tapping her hand with her finger, the young lady thought about how she found it exciting to tame demon lords. Clenching her fists, the lady shouted that she did not like fighting. Raising her hands, the boy asked the girl to calm down, to which she replied that she had not spoken to him. Sweating, Burden asked for forgiveness. Imagining herself surrounded by handsome guys, Min dreamed of being protected by cute knights. Opening her eyes, the schoolgirl began to analyze what was happening in reality. Looking at the young man nicknamed Shield A, the lady thought he was timid and stupid, so he took 4th place overall. Looking at Shield B, the girl realized that she was selfish and had dirty thoughts, so he took 5th place overall. Looking at Shield C, Min thought that he was a conceptual error that was good at following orders, so he took 7th place overall. With her mouth open, the schoolgirl was disappointed that she only had these guys. Grabbing Shield A's hand, the student apologized for her behavior. With her hands on her chest, the guy asked why the girl called them, to which she replied that she had something important to tell them. Beaming with happiness, Min told them that soon there would be a selection of heroes to be sent to the academy. Sweating, Shield B was disappointed that there were academies here too. With a determined expression, the lady declared that she wanted to join it, because a truly fantasy life would begin there, in response to which a certain brave god of beauty supported the desire of the ward. Kneeling down, Shield C asked his queen for permission to ask a question. Turning her head, the lady heard the young man ask her if all candidates would be accepted. Opening her mouth, Min explained that preference would be given to the 4 heroes with the highest scores. Adjusting his glasses, the fat man expressed confidence that the girl would definitely succeed, despite serious competition. Looking at the schoolgirl, Shield V asked her why she was telling only them about this, to which she replied that she wanted to enroll with them. Smiling, the young lady noted that she was speaking completely seriously. Putting his hand on the table, the boy stated that he did not want to look after Min while she waited for her knight in shining armor. Putting her finger to her lips, the lady promised that she would not do that, and if she did, she would fulfill any wish of her guard. Shield B couldn't believe his ears, making a surprised expression. Showing 3 flying spheres, the girl noted that the gods were listening, which meant that this was a serious promise. Opening his mouth wide, the boy shouted that he would go anywhere for the sake of the girl's happiness. Putting his hand to his heart, Shield C shouted that his queen could use him as she saw fit. Closing his eyes, Shield A said that he felt cheated, but still agreed to go to the academy. Folding her hands, Min thanked her knights. A heartrending scream could be heard on the evening street. Kneeling down, Kanu couldn't believe that he was cursed for breaking several swords. The system showed a notification that the creator's blood and tears strengthened the holy swords in the area, so it would be harder for the protagonist to destroy or seal an innocent holy sword. Raising his head, the protagonist began to doubt that this curse was bad. Looking at his new blade, the boy could not understand what they were trying to say by leaving a defective product that was resistant to destruction. With his arms folded, a certain god expressed sorrow at the end of it, to which the boy assumed that its creator did not expect the hero to break holy swords. Clutching the hilt of his weapon, Kanu was surprised that out of the many swords, only the one strengthened by the curse would remain. Outside, the protagonist's words could be heard, saying that it was time for them to return home. Looking at the stone arch, the protagonist was sure that he saw the orc disappearing here. Raising his blade, the boy began to think about what was required of him to open the portal. Opening its mouth, some creature called out to the boy. The young man turned his head. The orc was rushing towards his offender. Looking at the ferocious monster, the young man noticed that something had changed in him. Kanu extended his hand forward. The monster made a surprised expression. Spreading his arms, the protagonist assumed that when leaving the territory of the relic, the guard does not age. Smiling, the protagonist added that for this reason he cannot allow the orc to enter. The monster made a dash forward. Looking up, the boy said that his opponent was too desperate. Swinging his sword to strike, the young man said that it was time to test his new sword. The boy made a sweeping blow. Blood spurted from the monster's body. A moment later, the warrior landed on the ground. Looking at his severed arm, the guard listened to the young man say that it was his turn to lose an arm this time. Looking at the satisfied face of his opponent, the orc turned to him. Sitting on the floor, the monster explained that the price of stealing his youth was very high. The hand of wine began to heal. Baring his teeth, the monster said that it ignored the death of 300,000 brothers because of his vile attack. The fighter jumped up from his place. The guard rushed towards the enemy. Clutching his weapon in his hands, the young man said that this was no excuse. Baring his teeth, the orc screamed at his opponent to die. A moment later, the monster received a blow. The boy made a sweeping blow with his sword. The young man looked at the severed head of his enemy. Opening his mouth, Kanu was surprised that an entire day had passed, and his opponent had learned nothing. The young man stood in front of the body of the ogre. Looking at his sword, the boy asked his opponent if he was hoping for a pathetic trick. Looking at the monster's head, the protagonist said that the trick would have worked if the guard was stronger than him. Turning his head, the boy heard a god pointing at the enemy. The orc's head began to regenerate. Smiling, the protagonist said that this monster was resilient. Opening its mouth, the monster screamed that its opponent was a bastard. A red hand appeared right in front of the guard's face. A second later, the boy slammed the orc's face into the ground. Opening his eyes, the young man hoped that it was over. Noticing how green tentacles wrapped around his hand, the boy expressed surprise. Frowning, the young man screamed that this pig had gone crazy. Shifting his gaze, Kanu realized something. Looking at the stone arch, the protagonist decided that he could kill his opponent if he threw him there. Opening his mouth, the guard asked the boy to wait. Covered in tears, the monster screamed that he admitted defeat and was ready to do whatever the boy wanted. Turning his head, the young man listened to the head's words that he could help leave this place. Looking at the opponent, the monster explained that it could temporarily move the entrance and exit of the city to any place where the holy sword, which only heroes could lift, was located. Raising the sword, Kanu asked if it was suitable, to which the orc answered yes. The guard opened his eyes wide. A moment later, his eyes filled with blood. Looking at his offender, the head declared that there really was a hero standing before it. The sunset was visible against the backdrop of the mountains. Folding his arms over his chest, the protagonist asked the enemy to show his status window. Opening his mouth, the monster agreed to show his characteristics. Looking at the system window, the protagonist asked where he got the hero's curse, to which the guard replied that such a curse is usually received when killing a hero. Raising an eyebrow, the guy could not understand what the meaning of the relic's curse was then. The system issued a message that such a curse prohibits actions directed against the intended use of relics. Raising his fists, the orc declared that this was some kind of mission, and he would receive eternal youth and immortality as long as he was nearby. Sweating, the guard explained that he was the strongest opponent for rookie heroes. Looking at his opponent, the boy realized that this monster was not a guardian. Kneeling, he said that he was not a guardian of people, but a guardian of orcs. Covering his mouth with his hands, the warrior listened to the words that he still lost. Looking down on him, the boy said that one of his demon friends was just as whiny. Looking from under his brows, the monster asked the intruder if he was going to leave. Keeping his hands on his knees, the guard explained that now he wanted the young man to leave as soon as possible. Putting his hand to his chin, the young man thought about the fact that he could not trust this creature. Pointing his finger, Kanu asked to let them go too. A group of people stood nearby. Turning his head, the orc agreed with the hero's words. Looking at the protagonist, the prisoners heard him shouting that they were free. The group was talking to each other in an incomprehensible language. Exhaling steam from his nose, the protagonist asked if they liked this place. The bag fell to the floor with a loud bang. Looking at the three peasants, the boy was surprised that only three were walking. The portal began to open. The travelers were heading into the open funnel. Squinting, the boy felt that he had a sense of danger. Opening his mouth, the young man asked the outsider god to check where this exit led, to which he replied that it was too boring. Frowning, a certain god complained that it was very tiring. Folding his hands, the boy began to beg the god to have mercy, to which a certain god agreed to help. Glancing at each other, representatives of different races listened to the words of the deity that it was safe there. Looking at his new friend, the young man asked him what he needed to do to return home, to which he replied that he needed to tell his request to the holy sword. Putting his finger to his chin, Kanu thought that it was too unreliable. Clenching his fists, the protagonist heard a certain god repeat that it was safe there. The guy extended his hand into the portal. The bright light made the young man close his eyes. A moment later, the young man opened his eyes. Seeing that he was in a room, the boy was surprised. Turning his head, Kanu was glad that he was not in the heart of a dragon or at the bottom of a pond. The travelers entered after their leader. Turning his head, the protagonist could not understand where they were now. The protagonist's attention was drawn to the things on the shelf. Raising the sword to his mouth, the boy asked to open the gate. Standing with his back to the group, the boy told them to go back. Sweating, the young man asked the outsider god why she called this place safe. Holding the sword on his shoulder, the young man noticed that the lady had a sacred sword in her room as a simple decoration. Opening his mouth, the boy heard a certain god say that it was safe for now. Raising a finger, the deity confirmed that it would be very dangerous later. With wide eyes, the young man decided that he should leave this place as soon as possible. Looking ahead, the boy noticed something. Looking at the backpack, Kanu couldn't understand what he was doing here. The houses of the hunter village were visible. Standing in the middle of the street, the princess addressed the heroes. Raising her hands, Athena said that the village was in disarray, so they shouldn't shock the locals. The boy and the girl looked away. Looking at the teacher, a group of schoolchildren were surprised that there could be misfortunes in this village. Smiling, the lady asked the participants not to disturb the saint. The entrance to the basement was visible. With his hand on the back of his head, the old man invited the visitors inside, to which the saint noticed that the place had already been cleared. Falling to his knees, the man began to apologize. Smiling, the priestess said that she was visiting this place because she heard about the massacre incident. The walls of the basement echoed their words. Introducing Elder Celeblis, the saint asked if she was really imprisoned here. The lady's gaze fell on the iron bars. Kneeling, the old man stated that it was. Holding onto his hat, the old man listened to the words about Celeblis being a very important figure. Exhaling steam from her mouth, the priestess reassured herself that this would be a problem regardless of the man's knowledge or ignorance. The girl looked away. Remembering the elder, the saint thought about the beings she was watching over being very powerful. Remembering the Eye of the Phoenix, the lady thought that it was this creature that gave her the title of Guardian of the Flame. Opening her mouth, the lady declared that provoking a civil war was unforgivable. Walking away, the lady said that she would not continue, since the victim wanted to leave everything as it was. Closing his eyes, the old man thanked his mistress. Standing with her back to the interlocutor, the priestess asked him what the stranger who was there looked like. Kneeling, the man said that he was already dead. Looking back, the girl reminded that she asked about his appearance. Covered in sweat, the old man remembered that the guy had short black hair. Looking at his subordinate, the saint shouted at him to shut up. Putting her fingers to her chin, the girl asked what name the hero introduced himself by, to which the man replied that he did not know. Opening her mouth, the maid called out to her mistress. The priestess extended her hand and let go of the old man. The man ran towards the exit. Looking ahead, the girl in the white robe addressed the saint again. Lowering her head, the lady assumed that the unknown person was the main character who had somehow survived. With a worried expression, the priestess pondered the fact that it was impossible to defeat a gnoll on the first level even with a blessing. The lady remembered how the gnolls tore apart young guys. Introducing the guy with a knocked-out eye, the woman stated that the heroes were very quickly crushed by only 2 monsters. Remembering the large monster, the saint decided that it was simply impossible to defeat such creatures on the first level. Looking away, the lady could not understand who had given him a blessing if all the gods were with them in the temple. Sweating, the servant said that if the owner of the backpack and the spirit were one person, it was extremely dangerous for the heroes to be here. Smiling, the saint stated that everything was fine, because the guys were under their control. Introducing her goddess, the priestess promised that they would not be discovered anytime soon, to which a certain god of benevolence expressed his concern. Remembering the backpack she had found, the girl decided that those who knew his name were dead, and that she had the final proof. Opening her mouth, the assistant said that information about the tournament had leaked out, to which the saint replied that she was already aware of it, but would not do anything. Folding her arms, the girl explained that this information could play into their hands, since Min had become much more assertive. Closing her eyes, the lady was sure that the schoolgirl would make every effort to get into the academy. The lady remembered Min's face. Looking at the exit from the basement, the priestess said that she was looking forward to this moment. A drop of water dripped onto the iron plate. Looking at his hand, Kanmin noticed that it was going to rain soon. Looking at the clouds, the guy could not understand when it became cloudy. Looking away, the student heard someone shouting that she was tired of waiting. Min made a pitiful expression, complaining about how much effort she had spent on Zarya and that her armor was too heavy, to which Shieldas offered to carry her armor. Smiling, the young man thought that the girl was acting as usual. Looking at how Bora and Arya were talking, the young man thought that nothing had changed for them either. Sitting on the bench, the student thought that everyone here was acting very carefree, so he shouldn't worry about the tournament. Kammin noticed something ahead. A dark silhouette appeared from the forest. The boy extended his hand, ordering everyone to call the princess, since there might be a gnoll nearby. Min's eyes widened, shocked by this statement. The boy frowned. Iron armor flashed in the forest. Arya made a surprised face and assumed that it was someone they knew. Looking at the boy, the girl said, "It's Hanu." Taking his hand away from the sword, Kanmin laughed at the boy's appearance. Looking askance, the student said that it was his honorary badge of victory. Clenching his fist, the young man asked why his comrade looked like that. Standing on wobbly legs, the boy explained that it was a sign of a real battle. Smiling, Kanmin said that it was a pathetic excuse. Opening his mouth, Hanu offered him to test it. Grabbing the sword, the student accepted the challenge. Frowning, the young man promised his opponent to show the true difference between them. Looking askance, Hanu thought that his opponent was confident that his level was higher. Using a fire spell, the boy was glad that he had a blessing. Raising his hands in front of himself, the boy showed that his blessing was revenge, so he would never lose. Standing in front of their classmate, the boys decided that it was not him. Hana looked at his opponent. Looking at the swordsman, someone said that they were going to fight. Waving her arms, Arya asked the fighters to wait. Stretching out her arms, the girl said that she could not stop the two of them from fighting. Raising her hands to her chest, the young lady wanted to say something. Smiling, the mage looked at the lady. Closing his eyes, the swordsman said that their duel should be fair, so that he would not receive criticism. Covering her mouth with her hand, Arya said that she did not mean that. Hanu bared his teeth. Looking at the boys, the saint said that even after leaving, the boy continued to bother them. Using a healing spell, the priestess promised that she would restore both of them, so the boys could have a fight. Looking at the flames from the sword, the woman suggested that the boys demonstrate their true strength in a real fight. Mania restored Hanu's wounds. The boy bared his teeth and was furious that his opponent was looking down on him. A few days ago, the sun was shining brightly over the forest. Lying on the grass, the young man complained that he had let his guard down, so he would not let it happen again. Remembering the recent events, the schoolboy thought about Hanan taking the girls who did not want to go with him. Suddenly, the boy noticed something. Looking at the system message about a new blessing that allows you to increase your power through revenge and the number of ill-wishers, the young man thought that this is the power of the protagonist who was betrayed by his colleagues. Remembering the face of his classmate, Hanu decided that it would be funny if these guys were the target of revenge. Imagining Kungmin's face, the young man decided that he would be his sworn enemy. Smiling, the young man realized that he was the only one. Raising his fist, the boy decided that this was a new beginning, because he considered himself the main character of this world. A blue slug jumped across the field. Jumping up, Hanu decided to defeat the little monster. The creature made an angry expression. A moment later, the slime hit the enemy in the stomach. The boy fell to the ground. Clenching his fist, the schoolboy guessed that this creature was high level, to which the evil god only laughed. Looking at his stats, the boy noticed that he had received some kind of curse while hunting slime. Looking at the system window, the boy realized that the curse called hunting, all the prey he hunted becomes stronger. Hanu imagined it as a flimsy slime that he killed earlier. Remembering the expression on the last enemy, the boy thought about how he could no longer hunt the monsters that he had previously killed so easily. Looking down, the schoolboy could not understand how the protagonist could receive a curse that prevented him from improving. Looking at the system notification that the immature dice god was rolling on the floor laughing, the young man was angry at Arya for not telling him about such curses. Smiling, the boy decided that this was normal. The boy's hand began to glow. Frowning, Kanu shouted that it was meant for the protagonist. The blow struck the mage's head. The tip of the sword dug into his forehead. A powerful explosion thundered. Raising an eyebrow, Kannan stated that his opponent had leveled up a lot in the time they hadn't seen him. Raising his hands above his head, the mage said that if he was already scared, then big trouble awaited him. Clutching the sword in his hand, the schoolboy thought that his enemy was starting to get on his nerves, so he needed to bring him back down to earth. Making a dash, the warrior used acceleration. Hanu created a fireball above her head. The sword woman looked at the stream of fire. Moving forward, the boy decided that such large attacks could simply be dodged. The warrior's eyes widened. Looking at the fireball, Kannan realized that this was the second blow. Looking at how the fire was approaching him, the young man could not believe that his opponent's magic was so strong. Smiling, the mage asked his opponent how he felt about it. Hanu's eyes widened. The swordsman used the skills Fighting Spirit and Warrior. Frowning, the boy shouted that the fact that he did not dodge the previous attack did not mean the mage had won. The girls watched the fight in surprise. The boy opened his mouth and shouted that he would never give up. Several projectiles rushed towards Kenmin. The warrior stood motionless. Looking forward, the young man laughed at the enemy's last words. Hanu watched in surprise. Raising his sword above his head, Kanmin declared that his opponent had lost. The mage covered himself with his hands from the blade strike. The boy closed his eyes in fear. The system used a blessing called Special. Opening his mouth, the warrior could not understand what was happening. A bright flash appeared between the opponents. An energy ball was on the battlefield. The girls tried to cover themselves from the wind that was coming from the battlefield. The assistant covered her priestess with her body. Looking at the fallen Kanmin, a certain immature dice god was very happy with the result, and a certain war god was very uncomfortable. Looking at the lying Hannah, a certain wicked god laughed. The saint closed her eyes. Looking at the crater from the explosion, the lady ordered the guys to clean everything up. Kanu opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was here. Then he closed his eyes and thought that he could not believe that the orcs sent him to such a dangerous place. Someone called out to the protagonist and asked him about when he returned. Cogmus crossed his arms and said that he was going to leave yesterday. Then he scratched his nose and said that he missed his chance because a person he should not encounter came to the city. The protagonist scratched his ear and asked if it was really a saint, and the demon replied that if that terrible woman visited the city, he would be dead. Kanu put the bag down and asked who it was then. Cogmos frowned and said that it was the first heir of the country they were in right now, Prince Alsus, the sword master of the Night Kingdom, who was also the third strongest knight of that kingdom. The protagonist stood with his back turned and put things away while Cogmos said that Alsus was a prodigy swordsman, a second-generation monster who resembled the young queen, called the King of Knights. Kanu turned around, because the demon said that according to the lady, the prince was looking for the protagonist. Cogmos opened his mouth wide and started shouting that if Kanu met the prince, he should not mention him, because then Alsus would immediately realize that Cogmos was a demon. The demon frowned and explained that it was because Prince Alsus was a holy knight who received a blessing from a saint. The protagonist threw his clothes on the floor and thought that it was better to avoid this night. He then looked at the demon and asked if the prince had anything to do with him. Cogmus bared his teeth and started shouting that the prince wanted to see him, but the protagonist replied that they couldn't talk anyway. Suddenly, they turned around because someone knocked on the door. Julia and Lesha entered the room, and were very happy to see Kanu. Cogmus looked at them and said that he didn't know they were here, and also noted that the protagonist's strength made him popular with women. The unknown girl began to frown. She pulled the protagonist by the ear, and he said that he was sure that they came to ask for help in raising his level. Cogmus frowned and said that he had a habit of interpreting people's goodwill as something material, and therefore he would never marry. But Kanu replied that this was not something an old bachelor demon should say. The demon covered his face with his hands, and the protagonist asked if he was crying. Julia put her hand to her chest and said something. Cogmus wiped away her tears and said that the noble lady said that she was a little disappointed, because she thought that she could not repay the favor, because the protagonist left. Then Kanu raised his hands and said that he received a curse because he hunted, and the demon replied that with the curse of a hero, it is difficult to just enter the city. Cogmus crossed his arms and said that in any case, he will part with him in this city. Besides, he has no doubt that he will die before marriage if he continues to spend time with him. Kanu immediately grabbed him by the throat and asked about who will then translate the foreign language. The demon pulled the boy's hand away. The demon grabbed his throat and suggested that he go and find a servant with a blessing of the language. Then he pointed at the bag of money and said that money rules the world, and the protagonist has enough of it, because he hunted so much that he must have saved something. The girls looked at them with a smile. Kanu raised his hand. The girls called out to him. The protagonist turned around, and the demon said that the protagonist definitely doesn't know, because why would a woman dress like that to meet a man? The protagonist put his hand to his chin and assumed that it was to meet a man. Cogmus sighed heavily and asked him about his happy medium. Kanu extended his hand and said that the demon should come with them, because the girls seemed to want to take a walk. He looked at the protagonist's hand and started to say something. The happy girls looked at the protagonist, and Cogmus assumed that they probably wanted to be with Kanu. The demon took the protagonist's hand and said that while the prince was in the city, he did not intend to take risks. The protagonist smiled and called him a coward. Cogmos began to cry. Clouds floated across the sky, it was clear. The girls walked ahead of Kanu. After a while, a woman approached him while he was bathing. Then the protagonist went to the tailor shop to buy clothes. The weather was really sunny. After a while, the sky turned yellow. The heroes found themselves at the castle gate. The girls looked at the protagonist and said something to him. He took a step forward. Kanu was dressed formally and his hair was done. He opened his eyes wide and thought only that it was very inconvenient. In front of him was a nobleman's house. Everything inside was decorated with ornaments. Inside, a maid bowed to him, but he only thought that the house looked exquisite. Prince Alsus was looking out the window. The prince turned around and noticed the protagonist, and therefore smiled. However, Kanu frowned and said that Alsus was too handsome. The prince placed his hand on his chest and said that he had sought to meet him, as the ladies had spoken highly of him. Kanu smiled unnaturally, as he was shocked by the prince's ability to speak other languages, but Alsus replied that it was a blessing of language, as the prince should be able to speak with all countries and species. The prince smiled and said that his name was Alsus, and asked that the protagonist not feel oppressed by the prince. The ladies placed their hand on their mouths and looked surprised. Alsus bowed and said that Kanu had hunted the orcs that were the country's headache, and had also saved the two ladies who were the nation's treasure, and so he wanted to express his deepest gratitude to him. The protagonist scratched his cheek and said that it was his duty as a citizen of this fantasy world. Alsus raised his head and said that he was very impressed, as the protagonist was able to slaughter so many orcs. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when the prince asked him to duel with his swords. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and asked him again. Alsus looked at him silently. They stood opposite each other, and the prince asked if he wanted to duel with his swords. The protagonist scratched his cheek and wondered if it was really going to happen right now. The ladies exchanged glances. Prince also smiled and said that he must have gotten too excited because of the guests around him. Kanu looked at the table with various delicacies in shock. The knight smiled and suggested that they continue this conversation over dinner. The youth stuffed his mouth with food. Lesh's mouth fell open in surprise. The butler could hardly keep up with the trays. Alsus put his knife on the table and said that it was truly a charming blessing. He smiled and asked if Kanu didn't feel full despite the amount he had eaten. The protagonist smiled and said that he seemed to have eaten everything by himself, and so he apologized. The prince smiled and said that it was much better than saving the leftovers. He then opened his eyes and asked the boy how he got the hero's curse. Kanu smiled and explained that he punished the hero who had molested an innocent elf. Alsus narrowed his eyes and asked if he remembered what the hero looked like. The protagonist put his hand to the back of his head and apologized, saying that he had hit the hero's face first, so he was not sure. The prince smiled and said that it was okay, because they would find out as soon as they found out about the hero with the injured face. Kanu turned away, thinking that it was unlikely. The knight looked at him and said that he had invited the protagonist here because, according to the guild's assessment, he had hunted a large number of orcs, and the boy asked if he had done something wrong. Also smiled evilly and said that Kanu had gotten rid of a nuisance to the nation, so there was nothing wrong with it. The protagonist became very tense when the prince said that Kanu should think of it as a light-hearted investigation of the reasons. He remembered that plain and said that all those orcs that lived there had recently disappeared, as if by magic, essentially extinct. The protagonist remembered sitting on a mountain of orc corpses, and Prince Alsos asked if he knew about it. Kanu raised a finger and said that he seemed to have hunted the orcs too fiercely. The prince then lowered his head and said that those orcs were not so easy to get rid of alone. He then smiled and said that if it were possible, he would have done it a long time ago. Lesha was shocked. Julia also widened her eyes in surprise. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and said that it was true. The corners of the prince's lips drooped slightly. He looked at the protagonist and said that the lady said that he was a charming person, so he wanted to know more about Kanu. Night had fallen, and the moon was visible in the sky. They went outside and also said that he was going to pay the protagonist a tribute of gratitude for him saving Miss Lesha and Miss Julia. He took a step and said that after seeing that Kanu was on the first level, he could not contain his curiosity. He stood in front of the fountain and thanked the protagonist for agreeing to this sparring match. The protagonist smiled and said that it was nothing special, while he was thinking about not taking out the holy sword. Alsus frowned in shock and asked if this dagger was really an elven weapon. Kanu immediately put it behind his back and explained that it was just a demonstration, and he said that he had gone too far by taking out the weapon. Then he smiled evilly. His finger caught fire, and he exclaimed that he would just do it. Everyone was shocked by what he saw. Alsos lowered his head and said that it was a surprise. He looked at his hand that caught fire and said that it was a dangerous technique that he had mastered by injuring himself countless times, but Kanu mastered it without much effort. The unknown girl hit the protagonist on the chest when he lied about how difficult this technique was too. The prince turned around and began to talk about how the protagonist had such high abilities despite being a level 1. The servant handed him the sword that Alsos promised to give to the protagonist. The prince held the sword in front of him and said that he would allow the protagonist to make the first move. Kanu smiled and said that he would not refuse this offer, but at the same time he wondered if he should test its full power. The protagonist raised his sword and was enveloped in a red aura. Alsos' eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist was completely enveloped in a red aura. He frowned and exclaimed that it was time to begin the duel. He then struck with his sword. Alsos held his sword out in front of him, preparing to parry the attack. A pillar of light shot into the sky. The girls covered their faces from the dust flying at them. The protagonist also covered his face with his hand. He then opened his mouth wide, seeing that his sword had broken, and said that he must have used too much force. He immediately turned around and saw the exit, thinking that the prince must be dead. He immediately ran away. Running deeper into the forest, he shouted his apologies. Alsos chuckled. He sat by the fountain and watched the protagonist go. He picked up his broken sword and thought that it was a bit slow, however, surprisingly, his sword that he put his power into was so sluggish. Alsos smiled and called the protagonist very ridiculous. Around the fountain stood the girls and his servants. He extended his hand, and the girls excitedly began to ask if he was okay. Their eyes widened in surprise when the prince replied that everything was fine. He placed his hand on his knee. The prince smiled and told the maid that the world really is a big place. Lesha came up to him and said that Kanu also looked shocked, and he ran away very quickly. The prince put a towel on his head and said that it seemed like he almost framed the hero of the kingdom for murder, since he was a weakling. Then he smiled and said that he wanted to apologize to the protagonist, and Julia suggested that he probably went to the inn. The girls ran somewhere and said that they would be right back. The prince frowned and said that it was as exciting as his first training in fencing with his mother, Her Highness. Sometime later, the scene takes place in another room. The saint turned her back to the priests and asked if anyone had entered her room without permission today, and they replied that no one had except the usual watchers and the maid. The saint looked down and said that she was sure that there had been an intruder. She saw many footprints on the floor. The priest began to shout excitedly that it was dangerous because there might be a murderer there. The girl turned around and asked if he was talking about a murderer who would leave footprints on her floor. She went inside the room and ordered that no one should enter until she gave her permission. The saint heard a sound. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she realized that something was missing. There was an object in this corner. She saw weapons on the wall. There were also various shields, but she wouldn't care if something else was stolen. Everything could be replaced, after all. The girl put her finger to her mouth and mentally said that this was the one thing that could not be replaced. She imagined the protagonist's backpack and realized that the only piece of irrefutable proof that their god was lying was missing. The silhouette of the god of benevolence appeared behind her, asking her why she was worried. The saint closed her eyes and said that someone had invaded her room and only took this backpack. Feathers flew above her, and the god was angry, because she should have destroyed this backpack earlier, but the saint asked the god not to test her faith. The goddess frowned. She was very uncomfortable. The saint stood with her back to her and said that now she could only leave this to fate, but the god asked if there was a way to find this backpack. The saint lowered her head and asked why the goddess didn't just look for it herself in that case, but the goddess simply walked away with an irritated face. The girl put her hand to her head and said that her head was already splitting because of the protagonist. Suddenly, the orb behind her lit up and someone started asking if she was safe and if they could come in. The girl looked ahead and ordered the servants to send a letter to Prince Alsus and the Elven Kingdom. After a while, the maid ran to the prince. He turned around and asked her what was going on, and the girl replied that the saint was looking for him. The prince looked away and said that he forgot to report it to her. There were stars in the sky. The prince asked the maid to clean up the ruined fountain and deal with the aftermath. He then sat down at the table and asked the saint if she wanted to see him. The saint asked him about the progress of the investigation into the mass disappearance of orcs. Alsus looked at the orb and reported that it seemed that it would be difficult to follow the plan for the heroes to hunt the orcs from the plains. The orb glowed and the saint asked him what he meant. The prince remembered the plane and replied that there was currently no sign that the sudden decrease in the orcs would turn into an increase. The prince remembered how he had put his sword to the orc's neck. He said that they had captured a live rogue orc and interrogated it with the blessing of the tongue. He introduced the demon and said that the orc's habitat had been taken over by demons. The saint put her hand to her chin and thought. The prince closed his eyes and said that this information was not confirmed. The saint looked away and said that she would have to be more vigilant about demons capable of such a thing. Then Alsus frowned and said that he had a proposition for her. The action shifts to the protagonist's house. He shouts at the demon to pack his bags now. Kanu was hastily packing his things and saying that they needed to flee now, as he would be arrested for the prince's murder if caught. The protagonist frowned and told Cogmus not to worry, as he could easily escape. Cogmus opened his mouth wide and began to scream that he was worried about himself, as he could be caught along with the protagonist. The protagonist took out his sword and ordered the orc to open a portal. A portal appeared in front of them, and the demon exclaimed in surprise that he thought the protagonist could not cast spells. Kanu turned around and said that they did not have time, and so Cogmus should go to the northern gate of the city. The protagonist waved his hand and said that he could not wait for him for too long. The demon grinned angrily. Meanwhile, Alsus continued to communicate with the saint and managed to tell her that there was a hero who attacked the elf. The girl put her hand to her chin. The prince said that they did not know his name and appearance. In addition, his face was injured beyond recognition, and so the saint said that she had someone in mind. She remembered Hannah and said that it was not easy to be such a nuisance. Alsus smiled and said that he would like to send an observer so that the exiled heroes would not cause any more trouble. The saint closed her eyes and gave permission, and asked that he provide generous compensation to the cursed citizen. She put her hand to her chin and added that the hero's mistake was the saint's responsibility. Although she must take care of it herself, it was difficult, since she urgently needed to go to the kingdom of the elves. The prince lowered his head and said that he understood, and therefore he would provide compensation that would not disappoint. The ball went out, but not before the saint said that she trusted him. Alsus smiled. He stood by the window and said that he wanted to make him his knight. He looked at the broken sword and said that this weapon would not be enough. The protagonist was scratching his ear and wondering why his ear was itching so much, while an unknown goddess was walking behind him. The action moves to the ruins. A portal opened and several bags fell out. Bruce smiled happily and exclaimed that Kanu had returned. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he was really sleeping. The protagonist extended his hand and said that he needed someone. He pointed at the bags and said that he needed someone who could move all of this. Bruce put his hand to the back of his head. A city guard approached the protagonist and asked him what it was. The hero looked at him and said that from now on these people would be moving them, and therefore the guard should forget about killing. But the orc replied that this was not his personal warehouse. People were moving the protagonist's things, while he himself ordered the guard to move those things to the exit with the holy sword. The guard looked at him and said that he had been humiliated in every way, but had never felt so hurt by the fact that he was weaker than the protagonist. Kanu smiled and said that he would take it as a compliment. The scene shifts to a dark forest. Cogmus is biting his fingernails as he walks through the forest. Suddenly, Kanu appeared behind him and called out to him loudly. The demon immediately frowned in displeasure and asked if the protagonist wanted to explain himself, but the protagonist said that for now he needed to run as far away from the saint as possible. Cogmus frowned and asked if this had anything to do with his hero's curse. Kanu turned around and happily confirmed it. The demon put his hand to his chin and said that they would have to go north so that they could part ways sooner. The hero looked at him and asked about what was in the north. Cogmus crossed his arms and said that the largest servant market on the western continent was there, and that he was going to find the protagonist a servant with a tongue blessing. The protagonist smiled suspiciously, and then remarked that he was fascinated by the fact that the demon was not running away. Cogmus pointed his finger at him and began to angrily shout that he himself had run away, taking his things. He then looked away and said that thanks to him, he was not able to buy a single horse, and besides, nights would soon break in, so they needed to hurry. Suddenly, Kanu grabbed him. Cogmus ended up in the protagonist's arms, which shocked him. The demon blushed and began to shout for the protagonist to let him go. The protagonist ran forward and said that it would be faster this way, and he would carry him carefully, like a princess. After a while, dawn began to break. The protagonist ran through the forest, and wondered how Kamos could feel hungry in the middle of all this, but the demon told him not to think he was such a monster. The sword in the protagonist's hands began to glow. He took a couple of plates of food from the teleporter. The protagonist immediately ate his portion. He then threw the plate back into the teleporter. Kog'Maw put his hands on his hips and said that it wasn't as good as what he had with the prince, but it wasn't bad. Kog'Maw looked at him and said that no matter how he looked at it, it didn't make sense, since Kog'Maw had never heard of magic that cooked and washed his dishes for him. The demon grinned angrily, since Kog'Maw accused him of ignorance. The demon then closed his eyes and asked the protagonist not to bother him, since they were almost there. They continued walking through the forest. The protagonist looked ahead and realized that they were there. There were many people walking along the street. According to Kog'Maw, this is the largest servant market on the western continent. Kanu started looking around and exclaimed that the city looked quite tidy. The demon walked forward and told the hero to follow him and stop acting like a country bumpkin. The soldier opened his mouth wide and started yelling at someone. Kanu smiled awkwardly, thinking that they were trying to catch him. 3 soldiers were playing cards. The protagonist continued to smile awkwardly. Kog'Maw looked to the side and said that if a city with such a high population turnover was carefully checked, the economy would stop running so smoothly and collapse. The demon extended his hand and asked the protagonist to return his things. However, Kanu frowned and said that then the demon should not run away before he found him a servant with the blessing of the tongue. He took out his holy sword and asked for an old brown bag from the back. The bag immediately fell out of the teleporter. Kog'Maw put his hand to his chin and said that the connection was through what, and therefore he did not think that Kanu could learn magic on his own. The demon picked up the sword to examine it. He put his hand to the blade and said that it was unlikely that this sword had spatial enchantments, since it looked like an ordinary metal sword. A moment later, the sword released an electric discharge. Kanu took the sword back in his hands and said that he did not know that the sword was equipped with an anti-theft system. The demon grinned and exclaimed in displeasure that he should have guessed that this was a holy sword, since Kanu gave it to him so easily. Kog'Maw frowned and asked how the protagonist was holding the holy sword. The protagonist waved the sword and said that this sword was defective. The hero looked at him in surprise, and the demon said that, like its owner, even the weapon was defective. Kanu immediately threatened him with the sword. The weather was clear and sunny. We see a pink-haired girl, she is tied to something. This is a demon girl who is used as a servant. Her eyes are like a cat's, but her gaze is empty. The mustachioed man shouted that he offers young servants. Another man was suggesting muscular men. They continued walking down the street. The protagonist looked ahead and said that it woke him up. He imagined himself as a hero with a strong sense of justice, which would show if a merchant treated a beautiful maid cruelly. Kog'Maw looked at him skeptically and called it nonsense, and added that he did not expect much from someone who almost killed a prince. Kanu frowned in displeasure and said that it was rude. Suddenly, a man raised his hand to a maid nearby. The girl was kneeling and begging him for forgiveness. Kanu crossed his arms and asked what it was, and the demon replied that it was a classic trick to evoke superficial sympathy. According to him, they staged such a scene and forced a soft-hearted person to buy servants. The demon looked at her closely and said that her skin was too light for a maid who was constantly abused by her owner. Kog'Maw turned away and said that he should not be fooled. There were 4 main categories of servants sold at the market. The first category was humans. The second category was elves. The third category was dwarves. And finally the fourth was mermaids. However, the prices varied between the species, but the level was more important than their appearance or skills. Kanu followed the demon, who said that they needed to go somewhere. Kog'Maw turned around and said that he knew of several places that specialized in selling elite servants, who were too good to be wasted as ordinary workers. The protagonist goes inside the building. There, he is met by an elf girl. She smiled and asked if they really came for servants. Kog'Maw extended his hand and said that they were looking for a servant with the blessing of the tongue. The elf put her hand to her chin and wondered if the servant's level was important to them, but the demon replied that nothing else mattered as long as the blessing was there. The protagonist smiled and said that it must be a servant who could go on a journey with him, but the demon knew that such a servant did not exist. He turned around and promised that he would ask. He extended his hand and asked something in another language. The girl smiled and replied that such a servant was available. Kog'Maw's mouth opened wide in surprise. He then looked at the protagonist and said that he already wanted a servant who would follow him in constant torture. They walked up the stairs. The protagonist looked ahead and said that all the elite servants were gathered in one place. The elves looked at him with displeasure, and Kog'Maw said that all servants without exception had either a servant's blessing or curse. The demon pointed his finger and called for the protagonist to look at their status window. The maid looked at them sadly. Her status window said that if she went against her master's orders, she would feel equivalent pain. The protagonist stood next to her, and Kog'Maw was distracted. The elf smiled and pointed to a suitable maid. The demon girl came out to them. She had horns on her head, so it was clear that she was a demon. Kog'Maw blushed and said that it was rare to see a demon who decided to be a human servant. Kanu smiled, covering his mouth with his hand, and said that he knew it. The demon immediately opened his mouth wide and asked him again excitedly. The protagonist continued to smile suspiciously, saying that he ordered someone similar to him, because only a demon could cope with such conditions. Cogmus opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was buying her. However, he sat down on the floor, because he had no money. The protagonist stood against the wall and asked her about how she became a servant, to which the girl replied that she loved the man so much that she felt she could give him everything, but he doubted her love. The maid stood with her back to the protagonist. She said that she became the man's maid to prove herself to him. Kanu smiled and said that it was too cliché. Cogmus, on the contrary, began to cry over this story. However, the demoness and the protagonist silently looked at him. The girl looked at him arrogantly and asked Kanu to allow her to get rid of this insect that looked at her with pity. The protagonist went forward and said that they should move on, but she asked if he was sure that he did not want to check thoroughly. Kanu smiled and said that everything was fine, since he could see her status window. The demoness lowered her head, based on her status window. Her name was Diaroka. The girl stood with her head lowered and said that she was doing this because of the blessing of the maid. Diaroka blushed deeply. She approached the protagonist and asked him to order her to translate for him. After all, the only reason she obeyed a lowly person like him was to take orders. Cogmus cried and shouted that the protagonist should not even dare to order her to do anything strange, because then he would get him. They both looked at the demon in silence. Diaroka smiled madly and said that she wanted to kill this demon, but Kanu allowed her to do anything except kill. They immediately began to fight, and dust rose. They went outside again and the young man looked at the cart in front of him and the movers. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and said that he bought a lot. They were really cheap, and according to the demoness, their levels were low and they were all working efficiently. The protagonist then opened a portal and asked the servants to enter one by one. The demon approached the protagonist and said that he wanted to tell him something. He clenched his fist and shouted loudly that he changed his mind and wanted to go with him. Cogmus was on the ground, having been hit by an arrow. Diaroka looked down and said that she wanted to do it so much, but it seemed that someone had gotten to him first. The girl stepped on his head. Kanu's eyes lit up. He was wary of being attacked in the middle of the day. The protagonist waved his hand and deflected the arrow flying at him, and then remarked that this world was very amazing. Kanu smiled and asked if Diaroka thought so. The protagonist punched the enemy in the face. A passerby opened his mouth wide and began to scream when he saw this. He and another passerby screamed that it was murder. Kanu turned around and realized that this was bad, because a crowd was starting to gather. Diaroka killed another enemy and said that these guys were stealing servants. According to her, rumors were probably spreading that the first level bought a large number of servants. 2 guards were running in an alley and wondering what was going on. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and exclaimed that the guards were already close. Cogmus was lying on the ground in a pool of blood, so Kanu offered to hide him. The sun was shining on the roofs of the city. The protagonist said that they would have to leave this city. The action moves to a dark forest. The heroes decided that the guards would not pursue them for so long. The protagonist threw the demon on the floor and said that he was weak. Cogmus frowned in displeasure and said that he simply let down his guard because he had never been killed before. Diaroka looked at him and said that all this time he really relied on his fortitude and stung the defenseless. The demon opened his mouth wide and wheezed from the blow, because Diaroka hit him, saying that he bought a female servant just for communication, and therefore he is a piece of dirt. Kanu looked at his shirt and said that they were in a bloody mess again. The demoness hand glowed. She wanted to hit the protagonist, but he dodged. He grabbed her hand and asked if he looked like a weakling too. The girl grinned angrily. She immediately swung her other hand. An aura appeared around the protagonist's hand. They hit each other. The demoness lost her hand. Cogmus cried and called the protagonist names. However, Kanu just smiled. A dark aura appeared around the demoness. She asked him if he was really level 1. The protagonist smiled and asked if she was really going to let her guard down if he was level 1. The hero smiled and clenched his fist. Diaroka ran at him, saying that he was just a human. The protagonist got into a fighting stance and said that he would now show her his abilities. He jumped into the air with a crazy look. He began to deliver numerous punches. These blows left small wounds on the demoness. The hero's eyes were glowing. He was about to make the last blow of the series. He destroyed half of the demoness' body. However, Diaroka also swung and was not going to retreat. She smiled happily and said that everyone has their own secrets. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, realizing that he was about to be hurt. The demoness hit him and blood gushed out of him. She saw the blood splashes after the blow. The girl stood behind and said that this was nothing to the demon. She smiled and said that now he must free her and she will immediately heal him. However, the protagonist smiled and said that this would not suit him. He put his hands on his hips and ordered her to stand still. Diaroka bared her teeth. It was difficult for her to move, since she was cursed by the servant. The protagonist's wound immediately healed, and he himself said that for him it was a trifle. The aura around the severed hand intensified. Diaroka regenerated her arm and asked if Kanu was really human. The hero looked away and said that they both had the power of restoration, so they could fight until one of them died. Diaroka smiled excitedly and asked if that was an order, and Cogmus, who was lying behind him, called him a monster. The demon clenched his fist and shouted that he would help the girl. However, as usual, they looked at him with disdain. Kanu closed his eyes in displeasure, because the demon began to tell him that during all the time they spent together, he carefully studied his fighting style. The sword immediately flew into the demon's face. Kanu, who had just thrown the knife, said that Cogmus, although he knew him, did not seem to foresee this. Diaroka frowned and said that this demon really struck in a bad way, because it is not so easy to be so useless. The protagonist immediately lunged towards her, saying that Cogmus was just trying to look like an angel. Kanu struck her with his hand, but she blocked the attack. The girl held her hands in front of her and said that she hated traitors the most. The protagonist raised his clenched fist and said that she was the one who betrayed him. Diaroka began to thicken her aura and said that she was undoubtedly a servant, but she never swore to be his servant. The two auras collided and the light of their fusion illuminated the forest. The demoness bared her teeth in pain, at the same time realizing that her recovery was not enough to heal her wounds. She clenched her fist and wondered who this was. The protagonist only smiled and exclaimed that this was a good excuse. Their auras clashed and created a bright glow. Diaroka ran towards the protagonist, preparing to attack. Kanu dodged the attack. Then he kicked her and shouted that she could not hope to win. He immediately dashed to the side. The protagonist, with incredible joy, kicked her in the head. Diaroka put out her supporting leg and slid back. She opened her eyes and grinned. Kanu smiled and said that she did not care about herself at all and could be tougher. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The demoness had wings. He clenched his fist and exclaimed that before she flew away, he would knock her down. The protagonist immediately attacked her. However, the girl flew up and his hand flew past. Diaroka landed on the protagonist's hand. A moment later, she jumped away from his hand. The girl was high in the sky. Kanu looked up and thought that she had worn herself out a little, constantly attacking and recovering. The youth again began to condense the aura in his fist and said that this meant that she was not so good. The demoness, floating in the sky, raised her leg and said that she would end this. She began to scream, starting an attack. The girl attacked with a straightened leg from above, and the protagonist decided that he could take advantage of this. Kanu extended his hand and was ready for victory, shouting that this was the end. But suddenly, he blushed, seeing something he should not have seen. She was already very close, but all of Kanu's thoughts were occupied with what he had just seen. The demoness kicked him in the head with all her strength. Diaroka closed her eyes from the bright light. Dust and stones flew in all directions, as if an earthquake had happened, but the protagonist was thinking about the white color of what he saw. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide. Kanu grabbed his head and wondered if he had just lost. A certain god behind the protagonist shouted at him. The protagonist turned around, because Diaroka had approached him. She held her torn clothes and said that he should buy her new clothes. Kanu frowned and asked if he should do that. Cogmus smiled and shouted that he would give the demoness clothes that fit her. However, Diaroka hit him and said that it was the owner's responsibility to provide his servant with food, shelter, and clothes. The protagonist took up his sword and said that he did not sign up for this. However, he immediately took out clothes from the portal. The dress was fluttering in the wind. The demoness looked at her dress and said that she lost when she lost her advantage. She tightened the bow on her belt and said that she did not know what could happen when she was so exhausted. The girl then raised her head and asked with disdain what would happen if she was controlled by this piece of trash. Diaroka stepped forward. She poked the protagonist with her finger and said that he seemed to have lost on purpose, which made her feel very awkward. Kanu smiled and asked if she was going to tell him something like she would obey him. The demoness frowned and replied that she had accepted him, a lesser being, as her master, but it was not easy to do. She turned away and exclaimed that this was a humiliation for which she would be mocked forever, so he should consider it a test. Diaroka crossed her arms and said that Kanu was too greedy, since she did not understand what else he wanted from her, a servant. Cogmus became furious and began to call the protagonist names. The demon lay on the ground and shouted that if Kanu demanded something absurd from the girl, he would not forgive him. Diaroka stepped on his face and said that he could not defeat the hero in battle if he could not forgive. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that this guy was really stubborn, but a certain side muttered that he was a pathetic demon. Suddenly, Diaroka pulled her hands to the boy's face. He immediately pushed her hands away and asked what she was trying to do this time. The girl hugged him and said that she was trying to bring compensation. Then she completely lay down on him and, closing her eyes, said that she was tired because of him, and therefore left the rest to him. The protagonist silently looked at her. The envious cry of Cogmus was heard throughout the forest. The action moves to another building. Prince Alsus, through the ball, says that he will take care of generous compensation for the hero. The saint closed her eyes and said that she cannot believe that the orcs were wiped out from the plains. A girl held a multicolored creature in her hands and thought about the fact that first the number of gnolls in the forest sharply decreased, and now the orcs. The saint smiled and said that she hadn't come to this meeting for that reason. A green-haired girl named Elder Celeblis was sitting on the couch. The elder smiled and remembered the Knoll Forest. A memory of an unknown man and a fire hawk popped into her head, but she was interested in how things were going with that man now. Celeblis took a glass and asked if they were trying to find the criminal and the lost things. The saint crossed her arms and answered positively, then asked if it was possible, and the elder said that it was doable, but she wouldn't be looking for them. Stroking the rainbow slime, the flame guardian exclaimed that she had asked her little friend for help. Turning her gaze to the side, the priestess asked if this friend had such an ability. The girl, opening her mouth wide, said that she shouldn't worry, because Malin was a special slime. Picking up the unusual creature, Celeblis explained that this fellow did not shake like other slimes. The princess, standing near the table, said that she did not understand what she was talking about. Closing her eyes, the elder noted that she would understand as soon as she saw Malin's powers. The guardian of the tribe, holding the slime in her hand, asked if she had found anything leading to the criminal, to which the saint explained that the room they were in was the scene of a crime, and then the girl asked to find the thief who had invaded her room. Raising her hand to her mouth, Celeblis asked if the saint was in the room with the criminal. The elder asked Malin if he could reveal the identity of the intruder, after which he changed the color of his body to yellow. A moment later, the unusual creature opened its mouth wide and screamed. The priestess, with sweat on her face, clarified what Malin was saying to her, and also muttered that she could not translate it with the blessing of the tongue. The princess looked at the armor and weapons on the wall, and at the same time, the guardian of the flame explained that according to Malin, the intruder escaped through the holy sword on the wall. The saint, raising the corners of her lips, realized that the worst thing was that the criminal was a hero. Smiling, the girl said that she thought she already had an idea of the identity of the criminal, to which the priestess thanked her and asked if there was anything she could do to help her in return. Celeblis, closing her eyes, said that she was planning to go to a magic academy, and would be grateful for help. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the princess asked if she was saying that she was going to become a professor at the magic academy. Introducing herself in the past, the elder replied that since she was weaker than the average soldier in that incident, she couldn't do anything. The flame guardian narrowed her eyes and continued that she tried to level up through hunting, but only found out how unfit she was for it. The girl could be seen rubbing her palms together. It seemed that Celeblis was surrounded by animals, and it was said that due to her dislike for war, and despite being an elder of the Elven Kingdom and living for thousands of years, she was only at level 12, and since she could gain combat experience through the blessing of teaching, it would be the best solution for her. The saintess smiled contentedly, and exclaimed that she would help her as much as she could. After a while, many structures were visible. Hanu clenched his jaw and laughed loudly. The hero of legends looked at his fist and reported a draw with such a difference in levels, and then added that he would crush Kongming next time. A certain wicked god gave 2 thumbs up, and a certain immature dice god thought he was very cool, and then a mercenary smirked and muttered that he should be praised more. Suddenly, a man holding a huge bag on his shoulder said that these were the things he ordered. Several swords fell out of the bag, to which the boy said that there were more than he thought. The fat man, holding out his palm, exclaimed that this was a small favor for someone who was going to save the world, and at the same time the young man noted that this was still too much. The teenager, widening his eyes, said that he had a question, after which he asked if there were little studied dungeons nearby. The big man, opening his mouth wide, answered that there weren't any, and Hanu thought that this meant that he had simply never found them, because how could there not be dungeons for the development of a hero? The hero of legends, noticing a crowd of people, asked what was going on. Roofs of houses were visible, and words of gratitude were heard. The mercenary, baring his teeth, clarified what it was. A moment later, the boy covered his mouth with his hand in bewilderment. Looking at the happy Celeblis, the boy muttered that she was very hot, and then wondered who she was and if she was a noble. The elder, turning her gaze to the side, apologized for the commotion, and also asked not to worry, because she did not come for revenge. Shaking his head, the teenager could not understand why she was here. Suddenly, Malin, opening his mouth, screamed loudly. A second later, the man, moving his legs, exclaimed that he should wait for him. The guardian of the flame, raising his eyebrows, asked if he was the new village elder, to which she answered in the affirmative. Holding a slime in her hands, the girl asked if the basement was the same as it was, after which the old man asked her to follow him. Hanu, biting his lips, muttered that this was probably an event with the heroine. Suddenly, the hero of the legends turned to Celeblis, causing her to look at him in surprise. The mercenary closed his eyes and asked if there was anything she had to tell him. The word special was written on the system screen, and at the same time, the elder, raising her eyebrows, replied that she did not understand what he was talking about, and then the notification abruptly broke. The boy, frowning, wondered why this was happening, and whether he should receive a signal for such events with the heroine, and a certain male god believed that she might already be taken. Opening his jaw, the young man asked if she was married by any chance, to which the flame guard explained what he was planning. The girl, remembering the kiss with the teenager, blushed. The knight exclaimed that he was rude, and Celeblis, closing her eyes, asked him to stop. With a heavy sigh, the elder said that she was uncomfortable, and therefore he should stop. The flame guard, turning around, told the elder that they needed to go. Hanu held the bags with his hands, and at the same time, a certain male god asked if he was okay. The hero of legends lowered his eyebrows sadly and said that there was no doubt a reason why she couldn't speak, and he thought he should help. The mercenary shuffled his feet and said that there was no need to rush, and he would look at her first to get to know her better. That night, the sky appeared. Ulsus, standing in front of the crowd of boys, exclaimed that he was sure that they all knew that their goal was to hunt the demon lord, and for that, they would need to use everything without exception. The prince, opening his mouth wide, added that the same was true for this tournament. The instructor waved his hand and explained that several orcs had been released here, in the area marked with a red line. The monster's leg was visible, after which the boy explained that the goal of this tournament was to hunt orcs, and that they should not forget to check the ID tags on their ankles. Mayan, rubbing her shoulders, asked again about the orcs. The girls, looking at each other, muttered that it was scary. Clenching his fist, the young man exclaimed that it did not matter how they did, because the winner would be the one who collected the most tags. Lowering his eyebrows, Ulsus added that the prize for winning would be the one and only holy sword of the hero. Kangmin, baring his teeth, thought that if he did not want Hanu to slow him down, he should win this tournament. After some time, the orange sky appeared. The hero of legends, holding his chin, said that if there was an autosave. Looking down, the mercenary said that he could not go to the academy since he did not have the status of a hero. The knight, holding out his hand, asked if his ally was assigned as a guard in that place. The warrior's helmet was visible, and he replied that it was true, and also heard that the heroes would be enrolled in a magic academy, after which his comrade added that the elven elder also became a professor. The guy, looking out from behind the corner, thought about the academy. Biting his lips, the young man laughed at the words about the professor and the student. The teenager imagined himself standing on the roof of the building. The girl, walking towards him, said that they could not do this, to which Hanu clarified why not. The teacher, blushing, explained that they were a teacher and a student. The hero of legends, smiling, asked not to worry about insignificant things. Hugging the professor, the mercenary exclaimed that he liked her, and she said that she liked him too. A moment later, it seemed like the guy scratched his head contentedly. Looking at his characteristics, the young man wondered how to get in there, and at the same time, a certain wicked god assured him that everything would work out if he was hired. Suddenly, the teenager hit his palm with his fist. Lowering his eyebrows, Hanu decided that he would simply reclaim his hero status, and then added that he was also going to the academy. That same night, the sky was visible. Kangmin turned around abruptly, hearing that they had not seen each other for a long time. The boys widened their eyes in bewilderment at the words that it was not that long ago. Ulsus, with his mouth slightly open, asked how he was here. The hero of legends, pointing a finger at himself, replied that he was also participating in the tournament. The prince explained that he could not compete if he was not a hero, after which the mercenary, putting his hand on his side, said that he had returned and proven his abilities. Blushing, the boy clarified whether they were thinking. Kangmin frowned angrily. The instructor noticed how the youth menacingly clenched his fist. Ulsus, raising the corners of his lips, noted that he heard that the result of their fight with the hero Kangmin was a draw. In the past, the teenager extended his index finger. Looking forward, the prince said that he could not help but doubt his character, and also asked if he had forgotten about the incident with the elf. Hanu, his mouth wide open, was puzzled. Through the sweat on his face, the hero of legends replied that it was a misunderstanding, because he was simply trying to help her. The instructor narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Frowning menacingly, the blonde asked how he could lie so stubbornly. It was visible how Ulsus was clenching his fingers. Suddenly, the prince turned his gaze to the side. It seemed like the saint, holding her chin, was thinking. The instructor, looking back, wondered if she was just planning to watch from afar, and also did not understand what she was thinking. The mercenary opened his jaw in satisfaction, hearing that then good. The blonde sighed heavily and said that on the condition that he return the money he received and renounce his status as a hero, he would accept his return. Scratching the back of his head, the boy exclaimed that he spent everything on training, but he would soon return it all, so he should not worry. Ulsus's displeased face was visible. Suddenly, a blue flame surrounded his hand, and he explained that it was still too early to celebrate, and he was just curious to see how much his skills had improved since leaving the temple. After a moment, the prince clenched his fist, and then asked to let him see for himself. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The young man, narrowing his eyes, said that he would be surprised. A fire appeared near the teenager, and at the same time, a certain god of war watched with a very peaceful expression. Opening his mouth wide, Hanu shouted that here he was. Bright flames illuminated the high walls. Kangmin, through sweat on his face, asked if he was alive. Suddenly it seemed like the hero of legends was lying face down on the floor, and the system reported about the survival skill, namely, the chances that he would not die under any circumstances would greatly increase, and he would only get a headache if he tried to figure out how he survived. The instructor, smiling, said that this was the final check, and the tournament participants should raise their hands, because he was informing them that there was no protection at the upcoming events. The schoolchildren, raising their eyebrows in bewilderment, said that this meant that they could die again. It was visible how someone extended a palm. The two boys frowned seriously. The girls raised their palms sharply. The other boys looked away, puzzled. It seemed as if Alsus bit his lips. The prince, contentedly closing his eyes, explained that those who doubted their participation should not regret it later and think about it now. The saint, lowering her head, told him that this was enough and asked him to respect the choice of the heroes. The priestess, opening her mouth, exclaimed that the players who were not participating in the tournament should return to their rooms and collect their things. The boys, with their jaws open in bewilderment, asked why. The princess, raising the corners of her lips, replied that they intended to actively support only those who had courage and determination, and this situation was part of the weeding out process. A moment later, the students stretched out their hands and shouted that they would participate. Smiling, the saint explained that true heroes must have genuine courage, and heroes driven by self-interest are no different from mercenaries. The girl, opening her mouth wide, objected that the winners had already been determined, and the boy added that she was right because they were simply being realistic, and not that they lacked courage and determination. Closing her eyes, the priestess exclaimed that they did not need heroes who faced reality and avoided battles. It was visible how the young man bared his teeth in bewilderment. Suddenly a high door appeared. The boys, turning their heads, heard that the remaining ones had successfully passed the first stage of the tournament. The students lifted the corners of their lips in satisfaction. The princess, placing her palm on her chest, said that may the blessings of the gods be with them in the further stages. At that moment, Kanu continued to lie face down on the floor. After some time, Kanu could be seen walking down the street. The protagonist, looking forward, asked who knew that they would part ways with Kog'Maw like this. In the past, the demon, raising his hands up, shouted that he would return as a strong man who suits Miss Dairoka. A certain god, clenching his fists, thought that this did not look like an outsider. The unknown creature suggested abandoning the demon, to which the protagonist, smiling, asked the god to calm down. Turning around, the outsider noticed that the translator had simply changed gender. A girl was sitting on the mercenary's back, and the unusual entity said that she felt uncomfortable. Biting his lips, a certain god continued to feel uncomfortable. A moment later, the unknown creature flew away. The elf, turning his head, asked if he was serious. Looking in different directions, the guy clarified whether the god was there. An orange sun was visible. Suddenly, an unusual entity, crawling out of the wall, began to peek. Alsus, with his mouth slightly open, explained that he was simply curious to see how much his skills had improved since leaving the temple, and asked to be allowed to see for himself. A certain god, biting his index finger, looked around. The unknown being was looking closely at the schedule. A screen was visible in the distance, on which it was written that the winner's prize was a holy sword, and the champions of the tournament would be granted a chance to enter a magic academy. It seemed like the guy was happily releasing flames. The unusual entity crossed its palms contentedly. After some time, a window of a house was visible. Kanu put Jiarak on the bed. Looking at the sleeping demon, the protagonist said that she really fell asleep. A moment later, the protagonist thoughtfully looked at the screen. The outsider, holding his chin, said that his blessing was still with him, and therefore did not think that he had refused it. Suddenly, the girl opened the door to the room, to which the mercenary asked why the worker was here. The maid closed her eyes and reported the other guests. Noticing the demon, the maid clenched her jaw in fear. The elf's eyes suddenly lit up red. The boy turned his gaze to the side in confusion. The young man extended his hand, saying that this is why, and at the same time the system wrote about the bloodshed effect, that friendly races will treat him with caution, and the chances that they will resist his cruel actions will increase significantly. Smiling, the teenager exclaimed that until now it amused him, but now it is strangely interesting. Standing up, Kanu believed that he could turn a blind eye to this, because it does not appear that often. Looking out the window, the protagonist said that he must notice that the ideal time for the activity of slave kidnappers has finally arrived. Looking around the street, the protagonist added that he must take revenge before he leaves the city. A certain god, stretching out his arms, quietly returned, to which the outsider noted that he had returned earlier than expected. With his mouth wide open, the unknown being praised himself for his lonely journey and also insisted on a compliment. The mercenary, raising his eyebrows, said that it was a good job, after which he clarified whether he wanted to take a walk somewhere, and the unusual entity asked if he had finally thrown out the demon. It was seen that the girl was lying on the bed, and then the elf answered negatively, and a certain god asked where he was going. The guy, frowning menacingly, said that he was going to see the bandits who had attacked them and wanted to say a nice goodbye before leaving. With his jaw open, the unknown being asked where he was going next, and received the answer that he did not know, because he had not thought that far ahead. The strange entity grumbled that the young man should go to the academy, to which he, with the corners of his lips downturned in displeasure, asked again about the academy. Scratching the back of his head, the teenager said that he would make a decision after he taught these robbers a lesson. A certain god lay on the floor and called for a promise, and Kanu said that he would think about it if he helped him. The unknown creature looked at him with narrow eyes and also asked if he would go to the academy if he helped. Looking at the street, the protagonist answered that he would think about entering. The strange entity asked what exactly he needed help with, after which the protagonist opened his mouth. Grinning, the outsider explained that in order to catch fish, you need bait. Suddenly, the night sky appeared. The man, crossing his fingers, thanked the mercenary and asked him to come again, and he exclaimed for the slaves to bring it here. The elf put his hand on his side and thanked the outsider god, because he needed a translator, and the outsider wanted to know if he needed more slaves. The boy scratched his head and replied that everything has its use. After a moment, the young man lowered his gaze. Looking at several people, the teenager said that the daughter of a magician, the son of a knight, nobles, they are all cheap, regardless of their occupation, because their levels are low. Opening his mouth wide, Kanu said that he felt bad, and at the same time, a certain god said that the outer levels are pathetic, and the inner level is important. From afar, the protagonist could be seen standing in front of the people. Suddenly, the protagonist looked back. The outsider, holding his hand in front of him, repelled the attack. The guys, holding crossbows, shouted that they hit the mark, and added that only a first level one was guarding a bunch of slaves. The warriors, through the sweat on their faces, were perplexed. After breaking the arrows, the mercenary said that they were too old-fashioned, and he had no doubt that they were in league with those bastards. The guy furiously opened his jaw and asked not to underestimate them. Suddenly, the boss put his palm on one of the shooters. The elf, closing his eyes, laughed. Several guys were visible on the roof. There were also guys on the other side, to which the young man asked if the whole group was here. A moment later, the big guy jumped down. Kanu, raising the corners of his lips, asked if he was the leader of the bandits, and at the same time, a certain god called to go to the academy. It seemed like the man quickly landed. The unknown creature insisted on the outsider's answer, and he, scratching the back of his head, replied that he was now going to arrange a massacre, and therefore they would talk later. It was visible how the enemy bared his teeth menacingly. Opening his mouth wide, the fat man shouted that they needed to move forward. Biting his lips, the unusual entity urged him to hurry with the slaughter. The protagonist, rushing from the spot, exclaimed that he would be quick. The man, his eyes bulging, thought that this could not be. The boss, watching the protagonist destroy his allies, could not understand how a first-level person could do it. The mercenary, looking at his palm, said that crushing people with bare hands was very unusual. A moment later, it seemed like a god was dancing and demanding that he hurry with the bloodshed. The elf approached the local boss. Baring his teeth, the guy noted that he was smart, since he did not run away. Lowering his hands, the young man said that he would save his life. A second later, the big guy, opening his jaw, screamed loudly. The teenager, pushing him with his feet, asked where he was going. It was visible how the enemy's back began to crack. The local leader fell to the ground. Suddenly the boys rushed towards the main character, asking how he dared to touch their boss and added that he should die. Kanu turned around abruptly. Roofs of houses appeared and someone could be heard screaming. After some time, buildings were visible. The warriors, their eyes wide, asked if they were alive. Noticing the tied-up crowd of people, the knights exclaimed that it was incredible. The boy handed the small bag to the protagonist, explaining that it was his reward, and the latter thanked him. Standing in front of the outsider, the warrior said that they were supposed to do it, and the slime would help with the aftermath. Suddenly, the mercenary raised his eyebrows in surprise. There was a bone on the ground, and then the elf asked if the bandits had dropped it, and why they weren't cleaning it up. Holding his chin, the young man muttered that it was true that they didn't eat rare ingredients, and then wondered if it meant that it was some kind of special bone. A certain god, biting his lips, reminded him about entering the academy. The unknown creature grumbled, complaining about being ignored, and the teenager, looking away, clarified why the academy. The unusual creature, smiling, said that he would understand when he got there, to which Kanu objected that he didn't even know what kind of academy it was. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth wide and asked the protagonist to wait. The protagonist looked back in confusion. The knight, looking at the outsider, asked about the bone and added that his son was in the academy, which made him think that was bad. Frowning, the mercenary thought that he had no idea what he was saying and could be accused of attempted murder of a member of the royal family. Lowering his eyebrows, the elf wondered if he could be accused of attempted murder of the knight as well. A certain god, holding out a bone, said that the man wanted to buy it from him, and then the guy asked what came over him. Extending his index finger, the unknown being said that the knight planned to give the bone to his son, who was studying at the academy, and also mentioned the academy again and insisted that the outsider read the situation. The guy closed his eyes in displeasure. The young man spread his arms out to the sides, wanting to ask for a favor instead of money. Smiling, the young man exclaimed that he also wanted to go to the academy. The man, through the sweat on his face, asked again about the academy. The unusual creature flew around the knight contentedly, and his heart jumped out of his chest. A moment later, the warrior angrily lowered his eyebrows. The teenager, looking away, wondered what he was saying, and at the same time, a certain god was displeased and began to stamp his feet. Putting his finger to his mouth, Kanu said that maybe they should come to an agreement, after which Dairoka clarified about coming to an agreement. The protagonist, turning around abruptly, asked how long she had been here, to which he received the answer that he was mean, because he left her wounded and alone. It was visible how the demon hugged the protagonist. The outsider angrily asked what she was doing, and then the girl asked if he was embarrassed, and at that very moment the knight raised the corners of his lips in bewilderment. Suddenly the man, opening his jaw, shouted that he was a demon. The slave, squinting, asked if he was a knight. It seemed as if the warrior began to draw his sword. Opening her mouth wide, Dairoka asked her master what kind of knight he was, to which he asked to translate his speech. The man, lowering his eyebrows, asked if she was a slave. The girl, grinning angrily, asked what he thought, after which she added that she was not a fool to walk around defenseless. Clenching his fist, a certain god hastily called for negotiations, and also claimed that he was already tired of repeating this so many times, and then the mercenary offered to talk about the academy. Taking his chin, the unknown creature explained that it could not wait any longer. Suddenly, a good idea came to the unusual entity, and at the same time it went somewhere, and the elf, bulging his eyes, asked if the outsider god had escaped again. The warrior, stretching out his palms, exclaimed that in any case, it was not the academy. Suddenly, the guys raised their heads. The man, baring his teeth, asked what it was. With his mouth wide open, the guy did not understand what was happening. The warrior, stretching out his index finger forward, asked to look there. Sweat was running down the knight's face. Suddenly, the dragon's paw appeared, and it was heard that this was impossible. A huge monster parried above the city. Opening his mouth, the monster ordered the people to listen to him. Leaning down, the dragon said that a disaster worse than death had returned, and this time it would destroy all of them and this heroine, on whom they depended so much. With his eyes bulging in surprise, the monster asked why he was at level 1. The monster asked how this was possible, and then Kanu, smiling, said that this is why. Putting his paws on his head, the dragon asked how it was and who dared. The protagonist lifted the corners of his lips in satisfaction. A god retorted in the sky, and the protagonist explained that he did it. People, quickly running away, asked to save them. A moment later, the monster descended to the ground. The monster raised its head, and it was heard that it was a dragon. The evil spirit's eyes were glowing red. Dairoka, crossing her elbows, said that it was true that it was a dragon, after which, due to its size, she believed that it was at the level of catastrophe. The outsider, putting his hands on his hips, noted that however, she was still quite calm, to which the girl replied that she was not able to defeat him, but she could run away. The dragon, frowning menacingly, asked who did this and who dared to joke about his level. A bright flame appeared in his mouth, and he shouted that this was most likely a hero. Releasing a powerful beam, the monster exclaimed that he was more than capable of such a thing. It was seen that the fire covered many houses. After a moment, the knight began to take out his sword. Lowering his eyebrows, the man explained that they would see each other later. A certain god felt proud of his activity after a long time, and also said that the mercenaries should hurry and get rid of him, to which he, raising his eyebrows, clarified about this. Swinging his fists, an unknown creature asked to show his abilities to this knight. The demon, noticing the holy sword in her master's hand, was very surprised, after which he said that Kogmo realized this only after holding it in his hands. The elf asked not to put him on the same level as this piece of trash, and then the girl, turning her gaze to the side, asked if he was a hero. The sharp weapon was surrounded by a bright aura, and the boy replied that it was a defective sword, and at the same time Dairoka said that she did not know that gods could make mistakes. The dragon's mouth burned with a bright flame, and he ordered the hero to come out. The monster, releasing a powerful burst of energy, said that if he did not appear immediately, he would turn this city into ashes. The young man, frowning with displeasure, said that he was already on his way. The warrior, opening his jaw, shouted that the archers should get ready. Stretching his palm forward, the knight ordered fire. Suddenly, many arrows flew towards the monster. Covering himself with a wing, the dragon objected that he was a pathetic person. The monster's empty eyes were visible. The monster, opening his fiery mouth, exclaimed that if only his level was normal. The knight quickly moved his legs. A moment later, the man swung his sword. The warrior tried to counterattack the enemy's powerful blow. Kanu, putting his palm to his forehead, asked if he blocked it, and also believed that he was not just a useless tin can, and at the same time, Dairoka noted that this was expected from a knight protecting his country. Smiling, the protagonist clarified if it was obvious, and then his slave explained that she could easily repeat something like this. A second later, the protagonist suddenly jumped up. Having landed on the roof of the building, the outsider decided to check. Suddenly, the dragon swung its paw powerfully. The monster was able to grab two warriors. The monster, raising its head, noted that if it hunts, its level increases. A certain god, clenching his fists, said that it is necessary to hurry and get rid of him, to which the mercenary added that it is worth hurrying before he increases his level even more. The demon, hovering in the air, asked who he was still talking to, after which the elf replied that he was talking to the one who resurrected this dragon. The girl's eyes widened in confusion. Looking at the enemy from afar, the guy explained that he needed time to prepare, and therefore let him distract this dragon. Dairoka obeyed her master's order, and then flew towards the monster. The monster, opening its mouth, noticed the 27th level demon and asked what a high-level demon was doing on the western continent, and also added that it was even better this way, because it would become his life points. Suddenly, a dark ball appeared between the girl's palms. The protagonist's slave released powerful energy, exclaimed that she did not plan to. It was visible how the magic beam pierced the dragon's wing through and through, and he screamed in pain. Frowning, the monster said, "How dare a simple cockroach do this?" Spreading its fingers, the monster said that this was excellent, because today, at the hands of the Red Dragon King, they would all burn alive. A moment later, a bright flame enveloped the body of the evil spirit. Dairoka, clenching her jaw, tried to hold back the enemy's onslaught. Opening her jaw in displeasure, a certain god did not understand what he was doing, and also scolded the hopeless outsider. Kanu, bringing a finger to his mouth, said that he was gathering his strength, and therefore let him be quieter. The unknown creature covered its mouth with both hands, asking if this was enough, and at the same time, the protagonist clarified what he was talking about. It seemed like the outsider took out a holy sword. Pushing off the roof of the house, the mercenary said that it did not matter. Rushing forward, the elf exclaimed that this should be enough. It was visible how his slave continued to hold back the powerful flame of the dragon. The boy asked Yorak to step aside, to which she, turning her head, asked him again. Suddenly, the young man swung his blade. The teenager delivered a slashing blow to the enemy. A moment later, blood flowed from the monster's body. The demon's eyes widened in surprise. The unusual entity, placing its palms on its cheeks, was shocked. Smiling, Kanu laughed and asked how they liked it. The protagonist furiously cut the dragon's neck. A moment later, the protagonist landed on the ground. The outsider held the sword behind his back, and a certain god praised him. The monster asked how this happened, to which the mercenary, turning his gaze to the side, clarified whether he was able to speak with a cut neck. The elf was reflected in the monster's pupil, and he did not understand how he had lost to a level 1 man, and then the man objected that he had also been level 1 not long ago. Dairoka, crossing her arms, said that he had used her as bait for the dragon, and that was pathetic, and the boy explained that it was all because of the difference in size between him and this lizard. The young man opened his mouth wide, noticing that someone wanted praise. Suddenly, the knight looked at the teenager in surprise, and the teenager asked if he was alive. The demon, frowning, asked if he still doubted even after seeing everything with his own eyes, and also added that it was worth ripping out these useless eyeballs. You could see sweat running down the man's cheek. Blood was flowing from the dragon's mouth, and he said that it was disgusting, because he, the king of the red dragons, was defeated by this bastard, who was not even a hero. Kanu, with his jaw wide open, said that everything was fine because it happens and there was no need to be embarrassed. The protagonist stood in front of the monster's head. The monster's eye glowed red and it exclaimed that it swears on its soul that he gave it a humiliation worse than defeat, and therefore curses it. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared on the protagonist's body. The outsider raised his eyebrows in bewilderment, and the system wrote about the king's anger. The night sky appeared, and loud screams were also heard. The mercenary, angrily looking at the screen, asked if there was another curse. The girl, holding her chin, explained that dragons are proud creatures who sometimes curse their opponents instead of accepting defeat, and she also saw something like this for the first time with her own eyes. The elf, kicking the monster, yelled that he should resurrect right now and take it back, because it sucks and is incomprehensible. A certain god was happily spinning around and saying that he had succeeded. A moment later, the boy fell to the ground, saying that this couldn't be. Through tears, the young man said that he had simply killed a monster that threatened the inhabitants of the fantasy, and in return he had received another curse. The teenager asked what it did, after which the artificial intelligence wrote that the fury of the dragon he had killed provoked the dragons nearby, and when his life was in danger, the enraged dragon would attack him, and then Kanu said that it was a curse that dealt the final blow whenever it was in danger. Dairoka was seen smiling contentedly. Squinting sadly, the protagonist asked if she was happy that his master had been cursed. His slave, her eyes bulging, replied that she had received a new blessing, and days like this only came thanks to her persistence and tenacity. The protagonist was stunned through the sweat on his face, then asked to show him, and the system reported that she, as a dragon slayer, put pressure on the dragons in the area, and the enraged dragon would protect her when her life was in danger. It seemed like the outsider opened his mouth wide. A moment later, the mercenary sharply turned his head towards the knight. The man bit his lips in bewilderment. The elf, clenching his fists, asked not to say that he had the same. Suddenly, the guy fell to the ground with his hands. Looking at the floor, the young man clarified why only he could not be happy, because everyone received a blessing, but only he received a curse. A certain god with a bright smile praised the outsider. After some time, 2 slimes were visible. The cute creature opened her mouth slightly, and it was heard that the slime was able to separate the ingredients, and it was nice. Kanu, crossing his arms, said that the slime had passed and sorted everything, and therefore it seemed to him that only the most valuable things remained. Frowning sharply, the protagonist shouted that he could not believe that he could not take all of this from the fantasy world, because he could be caught by the kingdom and the evil goddess if he took them. Suddenly, the protagonist looked to the side, hearing joyful exclamations. The woman, raising her hand, addressed the knight. The man joyfully opened his jaws. It was possible to see how the warrior was riding a horse, and at the same time, the people around him were praising him. Suddenly, the knight's eyes widened in surprise. The outsider looked at him with a smile. After some time, the night sky appeared. The man, stretching out his palm, exclaimed that he was in his debt, and a certain god said that he just needed to go to the academy. The mercenary, with his mouth wide open, asked to tell him that he should use his share of the spoils to rebuild the city, as well as to support the families of the dead, to which his slave obeyed the request. Raising her index finger, Dairoka said that it was a great honor for him that he was still alive thanks to her and her master, and also that they did not need this pathetic trash, and therefore he should use it for himself and other people. The elf, turning his head, noticed that her tone was very suspicious, after which the girl said that he should not make it up, because she translated everything word for word. The guy thoughtfully raised the corners of his lips. Suddenly, a small cloud appeared in the sky. The young man, looking up, wondered what it was. A small haze parried in the air, and the system wrote that it was the king's wrath. The knight's eyes widened in shock, and then exclaimed that it was the dragon's rage. A moment later, a bone paw appeared. The dragon's eyes glowed blue. The teenager looked at the monster and asked if it was Bones, and his slave noted that it was a dragon. Kanu opened his mouth and explained that he was not blind, then added that he was smaller than the previous one. Dairoka crossed her arms and said that it seemed that the soul of the dragon that was angry at him had taken physical form. Scratching his head, the protagonist said that this was fantastic and expected. A moment later, the protagonist opened his mouth. Smiling menacingly, the outsider exclaimed that he had easily cut up a living dragon, and then clarified who the skeleton thought he was to look down on him. After a while, a large square appeared, and it was heard that the sky was clear, and today, brave heroes had gathered in this place, seeking to kill the demon lord. The man, clenching his fist, asked what he was interested in, who among the legendary heroes would be the greatest. Hana looked ahead confidently. The host raised his hands and shouted that this would be revealed at the hero tournament. The saint, holding the microphone with her fingers, explained that their support had greatly helped the heroes develop. The priestess's legs were visible, and someone said that they believed that this tournament would prove that she had not gone unnoticed. The gentleman, turning his gaze to the side, asked what they all thought, to which he received the answer that there were rumors that the hero Kongmin was the strongest. At the same time, the boy happily waved his hand. The man, opening his mouth wide, said that this was complete nonsense, after which the girl asked if this was the hero Bora. The class president, with her eyes bulging, asked Arya if something was wrong. Raising his eyebrows, the warrior said that her mother was looking at her from the noble's seat. The woman could be seen waving her fan. The class president sighed heavily and exclaimed that she should be confident in herself then, because her mother might be disappointed if she hid behind her back. The mercenary called her a strong player, raising the corners of her lips in surprise. The F-rank student smiled and said that she would also try her best. Looking to the side, the duke's daughter asked a casual question about what she would do if another hero was in danger during the tournament. Bora, with her mouth slightly open, answered that she would help him. The swordswoman happily raised her eyebrows and said without hesitation that she really was very strong. The class president blushed sharply and then asked her friend not to make things up, explaining that she simply thought that this was the answer he would give, to which she asked her in bewilderment. The class president, waving her hands, replied that she was doing nothing of the sort. The princess, holding out her palm, shouted that she was now officially declaring the tournament open. A moment later, the knight waved a red flag and also shouted the word forward. The boy, looking ahead in confusion, asked if this was the beginning. A second later, the boys rushed from their place. Suddenly, a man standing near the carriage told Kongmin that they needed to go to him. Clenching his fist, the hero explained that this was a carriage that he had prepared in advance, and then added that everyone should climb in, to which the girls noted that Kongmin was magnificent as always. The boy lowered his eyebrows and muttered that knowledge is power, and let the idiots run as fast as they can, because he will be the one who will capture all the orcs. Suddenly, it seemed like Arya opened her mouth wide and objected that this was cheating, and her friend asked her to hold on tightly. Bora suddenly grabbed her hand, and she did not understand what was happening. It was seen that the class president was running forward quickly, and at the same time, the system wrote about the speed skill, namely, her legs are able to move faster than usual, and she cannot slow down or rest until she reaches her destination. Mayan, biting her lips, asked if Kongmin and Bora had already left, because she thought she would be the fastest. The girl was asked to hurry before they were behind, and then the guys, holding on to the carriage, obeyed the request. After some time, the saint's assistant approached her. The servant opened her mouth and said that the previous night, the Red Dragon King Alcazar had appeared in the northern city of the Knight's Kingdom. The priestess, her eyes wide with surprise, asked if she was sure of it. It seemed as if the dragon was parrying in the sky, and it was heard that the build, the number of horns, and the color of the scales all matched the description in the literature, and it was definitely the Red Dragon King Alcazar that they had hunted a century ago. Blood was flowing from the monster's mouth, and the princess said that it was true, because she had hunted it with the heroes, and she still remembered it very clearly. Taking hold of his chin, the saint added that she was sure that she had confirmed his death. The assistant, through sweat on her face, asked if it was possible that a god had revived him. The priestess turned her gaze to the side and replied that she did not think so. Several carriages were visible in the distance, and at the same time the princess explained that there was no time for this while the tournament was going on, because the gods would not do such things without a reason. The girl choked, putting her hand to her mouth, and then asked if it was possible that the god had mistaken the location of the tournament, and revived the dragon. The servant replied that the gods had no reason to cause an incident in the absence of a hero, to which the saint, biting her lips, thought that this was true, because all the heroes were participating in the tournament. Suddenly, the priestess, with wide eyes, realized that it was the hero Kanu. In the empty space, the princess thought that there was a god next to Kanu blocking the goddess's surveillance, and then wondered what if this god was the culprit. As she descended the stairs, the girl asked the priest why he did not report this immediately, and also said that she would check everything herself, because it was necessary to make sure that there was no threat of greater damage. The saint stopped abruptly in her tracks when she heard that the Red Dragon King had already been defeated and killed. The priestess turned around and asked who had stopped him, to which she was told that they had not received any further information, but that the dragon's life had been cut short by a single night. The princess closed her eyes and said that she was then certain that the information was false, because it was impossible to stop the Red Dragon King's attack alone. The fence was visible from afar, and at the same time the girl explained that there was no reason to be influenced by misinformation, and added that they would discuss the matter later, and for now they should concentrate on the tournament. After a while, the daytime sky appeared, and it was heard that this was impossible. The old man, with his mouth wide open, shouted that riding in his carriage for free was only in his dreams. The man, with his jaw threateningly open, asked if he was a hero, after which he asked him not to play the fool and get lost. Hanu, looking towards the carriage, wondered what was going on, and wasn't it the duty of a citizen to help a real hero, and at the same time, a certain god asked if he would stop there, and he replied that he would not give up. The hero of legends widened his eyes sharply, hearing a grin. Julia, sitting on a horse, clarified that didn't he need to go to the plains, and why was he still here, after which the system wrote about the look-through, namely, it is not able to spy even in the absence of physical barriers, and the likelihood that his weaknesses or secrets will be revealed increases significantly. Angrily lowering his eyebrows, the mercenary wondered if she was a knight, and also thought that nothing could be seen because of the curse, and then replied that everything was correct. With her mouth slightly open, the noble lady offered to ride with him, adding that it might be uncomfortable since there was only one horse, and the guy muttered that for the protagonist, this is a completely normal situation. Clenching his fists, the young man thanked her. A moment later, the teenager jumped up to the noblewoman, and she asked him to hold on tightly and not too close. Raising his eyebrows in satisfaction, Kanu obeyed her, and at the same time thought that this was how it should be. The hero of legends hugged the girl, and she explained that she would take him there as quickly as possible, and he exclaimed that even a long ride would suit him. A second later, the horse galloped forward, and then the mercenary thought that being with a lady knight was much better than riding with a sweaty man, and wondered if he should invite her to his team. After some time, Dairoka appeared to be lying on the ground. Blood was running down her face, and she told her master about the monster. A skeletal dragon parried in the air. Clenching his fists, Kanu wondered what he had gotten himself into again. A monster was flying above the protagonist. The protagonist, baring his teeth, said that everything was fine until he killed the skeleton dragon. The defeated monster lay on the floor. The outsider widened his eyes in bewilderment. Many screens appeared around the mercenary, on which was written about the outsider and the king's wrath. Suddenly, a dragon's paw crawled out of the ruins. The monsters, parrying in the air, shouted that they would kill him, and the elf could not understand what was happening. Unexpectedly, the monster quickly approached the guy, exclaiming that it would take his life, and he asked if he was the boss of the group. The knight, lowering his eyebrows, clarified why there were so many bone dragons here. The evil spirits, appearing behind the man, said that they needed to tear people apart. Turning his gaze to the side, the warrior said that things were bad. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. The knight, sitting on the ground, groaned in pain. The bones were being parried near the man, and at the same time the system wrote about the king's anger, namely, he, as a dragon slayer, puts pressure on the dragons in the area, and the enraged dragon will protect him when his life is in danger. It was visible how the monster stepped on the warrior's shoulder with its paw. Opening its mouth, the monster screamed that it would save him and protect him. Tearing from the spot, the evil spirit explained that it would protect, and the enemy objected that it would kill. A second later, the two dragons collided with each other. Kanu bit his lips in bewilderment. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked what was going on, after which he noticed that they continued to appear. Dairoka, through sweat on her face, said that she was irritated by this. The demon, having delivered a slashing blow to the enemy, said that he should finally die. A moment later, the remains of the dragon fell to the ground. The girl, shaking her head, informed her master that her limit was already near. Suddenly, the protagonist's slave noticed the battle between two dragons, and it was heard that he would kill a man. Dairoka, clenching her jaw, muttered that she could not move. Suddenly, there was a bright flash. The demon opened his mouth in bewilderment, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote that the enraged dragon would protect her when her life was in danger. The skeleton dragon, flying above the girl, exclaimed that he would save her and protect her. The outsider, holding a sword in his hand, said that it seemed to him that this place would soon turn into ruins. Swinging his weapon, the mercenary thought that it was time. A moment later, the guy rushed from the spot, adding that it was time to end it all with one blow. After some time, the young man stuck the blade into the floor. Through the sweat on his face, the teenager noted that there were a lot of them, and also praised the slugs for their good work. His slave, leaning on a stick, asked what the mess was, and then said she had never heard of such a thing before, and her master asked if she was okay. Dairoka, lowering her eyebrows, replied that the curse of the dragon's wrath bestowed by Alcazar should not be activated so thoughtlessly, and then asked if there were any ideas about what had happened. Kanu, holding his chin, said that he had an idea. Introducing the monster, the protagonist explained that he had the cheating blessing of the outsider, unlike the gnolls who gained strength from stuffing their intestines. The monster was seen baring its teeth, and at the same time, the protagonist explained that the source of his powers was his own lifespan. Suddenly, different variations of the outsider's health points were shown, after which he said that since it kept burning and constantly reset, his low lifespan became the trigger. The mercenary, with his mouth wide open, added about the activation of the king's wrath curse. Clenching his fist, the guy said that he was not sure if this curse had a limit on activation, but in his case even it would probably restart. The boy sighed heavily and said that it was annoying and meant that he needed to watch the amount of force he used. Suddenly, the slug hit the boy with a small bone. The slug lowered its eyebrows in displeasure, and then Kanu asked where he was going to put all of it, since it was smaller than a red dragon, but it was still dragon bones. Holding his sword in his hand, the protagonist asked his slave if she could take it all. Dairoka, looking away, replied that she felt like she was being given useless trash, and that these were elite ingredients worth more than her body, and therefore she did not think she could carry it all. The remains of skeletons were visible. A moment later, the knight turned to the outsider, to which he sharply turned his head. With his mouth wide open, the man told him about the academy. The mercenary, through sweat on his face, asked what he was talking about. The girl, closing her eyes, explained that he was asking him to go to the academy with his little son. A certain god, waving his arms, was very excited, and also admired the perfect plan. The demon, sighing heavily, said that at least the knight had a conscience, and believed that he was inviting him to visit to thank him for his significant contribution to getting rid of the dragon. The man extended his palm contentedly, and the boy thought that it was his fault that the city was destroyed, and Dairoka asked what the outcome was. The youth, shaking the man's hand, believed that he could not refuse, and then exclaimed that the knight's pride would not allow him to leave him without a reward. The teenager looked away sharply, hearing that they needed help. Kanu, his eyes bulging, said that chaos would ensue if more people gathered. His slave, blushing, noted that it meant that it was time to leave, and her master clarified why she was so happy. The bright sun was visible in the distance, and the girl said that he was making it up again. After some time, the warrior, shuffling his legs, explained that they needed to come here now. Turning around, the knight addressed the main character. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist exclaimed that he did not expect this from the outskirts of the city, and at that moment the demon said that it was rather modest for a knight's house. A huge palace appeared, after which the outsider said that he thought knights were better than mercenaries. Lowering his eyebrows, the elf asked why she was still here, to which he received a counter question whether he was afraid of making a mistake in the absence of a translator, and then he noted that he felt contempt, because he said that the meeting with the prince went smoothly. Dairoka clarified what about his criminal brand, and suddenly a guy with a displeased face was visible. The guests were sitting at a large table. Looking away, Dairoka asked if her host would burst. With his fork to his mouth, Kanu began to speak. The protagonist asked if they were asking him to go to the academy with their first son instead of the younger one, to which the slave replied that the younger one already had a companion and the first one had dropped out but could return, while the pink-haired boy sat on a chair. The boy sat near the door, and the demon explained that he was being asked to take care of this idiot. The protagonist dropped his jaw and assumed that he was being made into a supporting character, then asked what exactly he was told. Adjusting his hair with her hand, the slave said that the man wanted such a strong and reliable person to be a friend to his son. Slamming his fist on the table, the outsider shouted that his assistant had just said something completely different, to which she muttered that everything here was delicious. Smiling widely, the mercenary exclaimed that he would do it. A certain god began to support him, raising both hands wide. The woman turned to her husband, who was very happy, and hugged her. The nobles happily closed their eyes. Grinning, Dairoka explained that they were going to tame her master with money, to which he asked if she had put her own meaning into the translation. The demon said that she had simply removed unnecessary details, to which the protagonist lowered his eyebrows and noted that this was called distortion of facts. Spreading her fingers wide, the slave asked the knight to listen, and shouted out what her master was saying, and then said that she wanted to see the face of the unworthy son who hides when guests are in the house. Raising his hand, the protagonist exclaimed for the assistant to wait, and then clarified what she was saying. The parents fell to the floor, and the outsider did not understand why they suddenly burst into tears, to which the girl said that it was an excellent demonic translation. The mercenary asked why she would make his mom and dad cry, and suddenly bright stars appeared in the night sky. Collapsing on the bed, Kanu noted that his translator was too selfish, and then said that he was exhausted, as he tried to bring the couple to their senses. The protagonist asked if his slave knew anything about the academy, to which she widened her eyes in alarm. Monsters with bright eyes appeared, and the assistant explained that it was one of 4 academies that were founded by humans to confront monsters. The swordsmen opened their mouths wide, and the demon noted that they mainly taught barbarism there. People were seen holding each other's hands, and the girl explained that humanity remained weak despite all their efforts. Dairoka folded her fingers and said that this was why the academy became a place to find comrades, to which her master said that it would be annoying. The boy, opening his mouth wide, loudly called out to the peasant. Entering the mercenary's room, the young man called out to the simple first-level peasant, and received silence in response. Extending his sword forward, the student began to complain. The slave asked if she should translate something like that, to which Kanu smiled and replied that everything was fine, since he understood the general meaning. Suddenly, the student lowered the corners of his lips. Grinning, the protagonist explained that this is why he could not turn a blind eye to the request of this boy's father. The protagonist said that he was a good son who knew a way to make the boy become a good student at the academy, to which his assistant widened her eyes in surprise. The mercenary's eyes lit up brightly, and he said that he needed to teach him a lesson. With bulging pupils, the boy asked him to wait. At the same second, the swordsman delivered a powerful punch. Grabbing his swords with both hands, the young man was outraged by the guest's actions. A moment later, the protagonist rushed to attack again. The outsider gritted his teeth and shouted that the old man was trying so hard to make his child succeed. The student flew back, and Kanu screamed that he should at least pretend to be a decent son. A huge explosion occurred in the room. The student lowered his head and began to sigh heavily. The protagonist's eyes widened in alarm. The protagonist remembered clenching his jaw and asking if they thought that a man who made his family worry could save the world. The outsider began to break the wall with his fingers and expressed outrage at what had happened. The mercenary opened his mouth wide and exclaimed in alarm and asked if the guy was alive. Dairoka folded her arms and assumed that her master was happy when he was tormenting a level 13 weakling. The slave grinned and noted that the master did not think that an attack of this level would kill him, to which he replied that it was a misunderstanding, because his level was lower, and she seemed to be the most enthusiastic. Frowning, the young man began to cough. Tears flowed from the student's eyes, and he screamed very loudly. At that very moment, the demon directed a stream of magic at him. Closing her eyes, the girl exclaimed that he did it by accident, to which her master remained silent. Pointing a finger at the student, the outsider asked what she would order to do now. Opening her mouth wide, the slave asked if she should separate the head from the body so that he would not be recognized, to which she received a negative answer. Holding her chin, the mercenary asked if it was true that she had dragon bones, after which he offered to give the poor guy a couple, since they were expensive, and clarified whether that would suit him. Raising her eyebrows, the demon asked if the student would be able to stand up, to which her master remained silent. There were 2 moons in the sky. The knight did not understand what was happening, and the nurse closed her eyes and exclaimed that this was treatment. The man was silent, and Kanu scratched the back of his head and sighed heavily. A green glow appeared in front of the guy's face. Looking at the young man, the protagonist was surprised at how effective this treatment was, when suddenly the student noticed him. At the same second, the student opened his mouth wide and began to scream. Squeezing his eyes, the outsider assumed that he had not yet learned, and then said that he was not an assistant in this. A moment later, dark energy beams were directed towards them. The system reported the king's anger, when suddenly an animal with a wide open mouth appeared. At that moment, the monster closed its jaws. The monster began to roar, and the student moved back and exclaimed that it was a bone dragon. Suddenly, a hand appeared between the entity's fangs. The monster's tooth fell to the floor with a crash. The mercenary grinned and offered to be good friends with Tiger. The door to the room opened slightly. The saint entered the room and breathed a sigh of relief. The princess closed her eyes and thought about how they could no longer do without voluntary sponsorship, since the temple was not capable of supporting the heroes on its own. The priestess moved step by step towards the chair. Collapsing onto the bed, the girl realized that, as expected, time did not change anything. Opening her mouth, the saint reported that her head was spinning. The magic ball lit up, and someone was heard asking her if she could spare a minute. Lying face down on the bed, the princess asked what was going on. The magic sphere was on the pillow, and the voice said that the director of the academy had been waiting to meet her since the morning. Getting out of bed, the priestess noted that she thought that the hero's visit to the academy had already been approved, when she was suddenly interrupted. The magical entity reported that additional questions had arisen that required its consideration, to which she bit her lips and remained silent. The saint slid her feet down to the floor and assumed she had no choice, when a voice exclaimed that there was good news. A silhouette of a priestess appeared inside the magic sphere and explained that the incident with the mutant, supposedly the king of the red dragons, had been successfully resolved. The voice explained that the city had suffered some damage, but that there were few casualties. When the saint sat down on a chair and remarked that this was excellent news, and suggested that they discuss the details later. Lowering her head, the princess asked to speak to the director first. The magic sphere glowed, and the subordinate agreed to carry out the order. The woman opened her mouth and asked how the priestess was doing. Tilting her head to the side, the girl replied that she was not doing well, and that it was because someone who knew she was busy had called. The witch held a smoking pipe in her hand and stated that she was sure that everyone was living in peace thanks to the active work of the human shield. The priestess closed her eyes and said that she was hanging up since there was nothing important to do, when suddenly her interlocutor let out a displeased cry. The woman wrapped her lips around the smoking pipe. Hovering in the air behind the saint's head, the witch said that it was very rude, and then exclaimed that she was more irritable than usual today. Grinning, the director asked to let her get down to business, after which she told her that this year there were many first years on whom she had high hopes, and she was also thinking about opening underground relics for training heroes. The princess began to tap her finger on the table. The priestess looked away and asked if the interlocutor meant the labyrinth, and then noted that if she was asking for something like that, it meant she had finally removed the divine seal. The director opened her mouth wide and cried out that it was true and asked if the girl was surprised and if it wasn't amazing, then said that it was great that she had a slime that could even take care of a god's seal. Putting her finger to her mouth, the priestess remained thoughtfully silent. A huge building with stairs appeared, and the saint thought about the labyrinth being a place where gods abused their powers, and it appeared back in the mythical period, so it was an atypical building. Glare of light was reflected from the elegant things, and the princess remembered that all the relics that were found in the labyrinth had an abnormal power. Frowning, the priestess thought about what would happen in combination with the abnormal danger. Looking away, the elf said that the kingdom seemed to have received a sign from above and urgently called her to open the labyrinth, after which she added that she could not resist their will for long. The saint closed her eyes and assumed that this was a coveted treasury for heroes who had nothing to hunt, when suddenly her interlocutor confirmed her words. The princess agreed to send them to her when the tournament was over, to which the school principal smiled broadly and thanked her loudly, after which she asked her to try to hurry, and suddenly exclaimed that her room should be aired. Closing her lips, the girl declared that she was switching off. A magic ball appeared, and the woman screamed so that the priestess could just try not to comply. Suddenly, the saint fell head first onto the table and sighed heavily. Closing her eyes, the princess wondered how many heroes could survive. In the distance, a bright sun was visible on the green meadow. The fire on the wood was burning stronger. Spreading her fingers, Lesha greeted Hannah and introduced herself as a friend of Julia. The hero of the legends widened his eyes and remained silent. Suddenly, the mercenary greeted the count's daughter, to which the noblewomen closed their eyes and began to laugh. Smiling widely, the swordsman thought about how beautiful they were, and assumed that he was in heaven. Turning away, the girl quietly asked if her friend was sure that he was a hero, to which she apologized. Raising a finger, Lesha asked if it was true that the hero with the most points wins. Putting his hand to his mouth, the guy answered that it was true, and then noted that the lady was smart, as befits a mage. With wide eyes, the count's daughter mused that the blessing of magic depends on genes or training and has nothing to do with intelligence. Raising her eyebrows, Julia thanked her friend for coming. Winking, the sorceress countered that she should be the one thanking, since she got the chance to meet the legendary hero. The system reported the characteristics to Khan, to which the noblewoman was surprised that he had so many blessings at only level 6, and realized that this is what it means to be chosen by the gods, when suddenly the swordswoman put her hands on her hips and asked what he thought. Smiling widely, the hero of legends did not understand where to go now, and then clarified whether he was an amazing real hero. Raising her eyebrows, Leisha admitted that she would have been more surprised if this had happened before meeting him. A gray owl appeared. 2 moons were shining in the sky, and the guys said that it was strange because they did not see a single orc. Sitting down on the ground, the sorceress said that there were someone's tracks here, after which she suggested that someone had been here before them, which greatly surprised the mercenary. The noble lady turned her head to the side and explained that they had gotten here by taking a shortcut, and there must be someone faster than them, then noted that it had also taken them a while to bring Leish. Slugs were jumping on the ground, and the noblewoman said that considering they were still cleaning up, she thought they were somewhere nearby. Julia's eyes widened as she noticed cuts and burns on the orc, then said that this group, like them, had a swordsman and a mage. Hanu clenched his fists and let out a loud cry. A loud cry was heard in the distance, and the hero of legends pointed forward, shouting that it was over there. The mercenary jumped up and shouted that it was his turn and that he would not be robbed anymore. The boy's pupils bulged, not understanding what was happening. Arya and Bora were fighting the goblins, and the swordsman wondered if it was the class representative. The class president formed fire in her hands. The girl attacked the orc. The warrior swung her sword sharply. The goblin opened his mouth wide and began to scream loudly. Suddenly, the hero knocked the axe out of the monster's hands, to which he cried out indignantly. The class representative frowned, as the system suddenly reported the description of the weapon's ability. The monster bared its teeth angrily and began to growl. Pulling her hand back, the student shouted that he was the last one. The girl struck the orc's head. Black smoke came out of the goblin's neck. Opening his mouth wide, Hanu was very surprised to meet the class representative, to which she said that the hero of legends had arrived here earlier than she thought. Raising his hands, the mercenary exclaimed that this was what he should have said, after which he asked how the quiet class representative could be so strong, because it was impossible. Bora widened her eyes and admitted that she didn't understand what they were talking about, because the class monitor was always the one with the best grades, and then added that it was the same here. The schoolgirl dropped her hands and noted that this was except for the fact that everything was happening in a fantasy world, when suddenly the swordsman shouted that this was a fantasy, and that you can't improve your strength by studying well. Raising her hand, the girl said that she was also the best in physical training, and then added that she didn't understand what the other guy was unhappy with. Gritting his teeth, the guy began to object, when suddenly a certain male god shook his head, and a certain immature god gently pressed the consent button. Putting out a finger, the class monitor advised not to waste time on him, because they were not going to go in that direction, and suggested that they not get in each other's way, to which the young man apologized. Turning his head towards the departing heroes, Hanu exclaimed that this was great, and hoped that Bora would take second place since he would be first, and then laughed. The girl grinned and remarked that this was true, since it would be great if he took second place, and then added that in that case, the hero of legends would be able to take first place. Putting his fingers to his chin, Hanu asked if she was rooting for him. Squeezing his cheeks, the mercenary wondered if it was possible that he was the main hero. The swordsman shouted with a wide grin that the class representative was the main female character, and that she was actually in love with him, when suddenly the system reported that a certain god of war was sincerely considering a powerful curse, and the heart of a certain innocent goddess was fluttering. Raising his hands high above himself, the boy exclaimed that he would definitely survive. Julia widened her eyes in confusion and thought. Orcs appeared behind them, one of which shouted that he felt a fresh woman, and then told the piglet to leave the women and get lost if he did not want to die. With their mouths wide open, the noblewomen shouted that they were goblins. Closing his eyes, the young man decided that he would not leave them and run away under any circumstances, and then exclaimed for Miss Lesha and Miss Julia to stay behind. A huge fireball appeared above the mercenary's head, and he advised the enemy to taste it. At the same moment, the swordsman threw the monster back, to which it screamed loudly. The monster opened its mouth in confusion. The artificial intelligence notified that all prey was becoming stronger, and the traps made were more likely to fail, to which Hanu's pupils bulged in confusion. Swinging his weapon, the orc screamed that he would crush him. Suddenly, the hero of legends twisted to dodge the attack. A trail of dust appeared in the middle of the meadow. The hero of legends was lying on the ground, his arms spread out. Leisha smiled and admitted that she thought that every hero was unique, so there was no point in comparing him to someone, to which Julia said that this someone was simply special, and only he managed to cut down 6th-level orcs while he was at first. Raising the corners of her lips, the count's daughter asked if her friend thought they would meet again, to which she replied that if that person came to the academy, it would be possible. Suddenly, a crowd of monsters attacked the noblewomen, and the system reported that the hunt had begun. At that very second, the monster's wooden bat split into several parts, which surprised him greatly. The sorceress spread her arms to the sides and burned her opponents. Putting her palm to her thigh, the noble lady noted that even taking into account the effect of the curse, there would be no problems with their levels, to which her ally reported that they had other difficulties. Suddenly, the academy students' eyes widened in bewilderment. Closing her eyes, the sorceress clarified what they should do with Hanu, who had lost consciousness. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl clarified whether Julia would be able to carry him on her back. Opening her mouth, the noblewoman apologized and said that her hips had been hurting for the past few days, to which her friend said that it was a coincidence, because her hips hurt too. Looking at each other, the friends were silent. It turned out that a certain wicked god was dying of laughter, and a certain immature god was quietly giggling, while the bodies of slain orcs were visible in the clearing. 2 moons were shining brightly in the sky. Suddenly, someone took a step on the grass. Kangmin turned his head from side to side. The guy noticed how his friend was offering his hand to the girl. Clapping her hands, Mayan thanked the man, because she got here so quickly only thanks to him, to which he replied that this was not true at all, and it was a great honor for him to help the hero, and the schoolgirl wished him a safe journey on the way back. Frowning, the young man began to be indignant. The apprentice folded her arms, not understanding what her friend was muttering, and then noticed that he had used the carriage first. The warrior lowered the corners of his lips and declared that he would get rid of her if she got in his way. Mayan raised her eyebrows and exclaimed that it was a very cute threat, and then called the interlocutor the strongest hero, a baby. At that moment, the hero smirked. In response to her smile, the swordsman bared his teeth viciously. Mayan called for her companions to move forward, while Kangmin closed his eyes and exclaimed that they were also moving. A moment later, the hero frowned furiously. Opening his mouth wide, the orc shouted for the skinny pig to hand over the women to them. Someone was heard saying that 2 goblins were on the way, so everyone should be on guard, when suddenly the girl pulled her hand back and asked the boy to just be careful. A fiery explosion occurred in the middle of the forest clearing. The monster turned around and was confused. Bright magical rays from the attacks appeared in the air. Blood suddenly flowed from the cuts on the monster's back. Lowering his head, Kangmin sighed in relief, and then declared that first place would be his. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Swinging a wooden bat, the orc shouted for the boy to die. At the same moment, the young man flew back and screamed loudly. Someone was heard exclaiming that there were too many goblins, when suddenly the warrior clenched his teeth and explained that if the fight dragged on, they would all die. The schoolboy asked his queen to run away, when suddenly the girl turned her head to the side and called out to Mayan. The evil monsters surrounded the student. Raising her head, the heroine did not understand why they were all walking towards her. The system reported that due to charm, the chances of winning and captivating the hearts of the opposite sex are significantly increased, and hearts appeared instead of the monster's eyes. The goblin admired the woman, while she pressed her fist to her chest and did not understand what was happening. With her eyes closed, the student screamed to be saved. The boy opened his mouth wide and called out to his friend. Suddenly, the hero stumbled over the orc's hand lying on the ground. The student clenched his teeth and cried out in pain, and it turned out that a certain god of the earth was very disappointed. Covering her face with her elbows, Mayan begged to let her go, while a certain brave god of beauty watched with interest. The monsters called the woman, and the student's eyes widened in fear. Lowering his jaw, the boy called out to his friend. The swordsman frowned and said that they were all here for her, after which he asked her to sacrifice herself for the team. The young man opened his mouth in alarm. Tears welled up in Mayan's eyes. Lowering his sword, the student stated that they couldn't die here, then added that they could all survive if one of them became bait, and the saint was supporting them anyway. Looking away, the student noted that the priestess wouldn't let that person die, and muttered that that was most likely the case. The bespectacled warrior opened his mouth and admitted that he was sorry, then asked the queen for forgiveness. The girl raised her fist in front of her, not understanding how they could all do this, then exclaimed that they said they would do anything they were asked. The lady lowered her head and paused, admitting that if she had known something like this would happen, she would have simply returned to the ground like Kanu. At that moment, the student began to look up. Pressing himself to the ground, the comrade shouted at the girl not to give up, then declared that he was coming to save her. Suddenly, Mayan pulled her hand out of the troll's clutches. The lady smirked and decided to distract them, then told her friends that they could run. The schoolgirl's hair fluttered in the wind as the charm and seduction took place. Jumping up, the lady shouted for the pigs to come to her. At that very moment, a crowd of orcs ran right after her. The boy narrowed one eye and denied what was happening. Gritting her teeth, Mayan cried out indignantly. Tears appeared in her eyes, and the girl began to think about her dad. Squeezing her eyes shut, the schoolgirl called for her mother in her thoughts. A blurry image of a warrior appeared through the darkness, calling for a friend. The silhouette of the young man became clearer and clearer, while his comrade said that everything was fine. Leaning over, the knight said that everything was over, and Mayan did not understand who he was. The hero's pupils noticeably shrank from fear. The student grabbed her shoulders with his hands while the girl asked how he was feeling. Behind the boys, on the grass, lay the corpses of huge monsters. The students were unconscious, and Mayan asked about what happened here. Lowering his chin, the boy muttered that he was glad that his friend was safe. With wide eyes, the student exclaimed for him to wait. Raising his eyebrows, the swordswoman clarified what happened, when suddenly a message appeared that a certain earth god was touched, a certain water god had tears in his eyes, and a certain fire god said that it was cool. The boy closed his eyes, lying on his friend's shoulder, and a certain impatient god was happy about such an impulsive engagement. The hero took a step forward on the grass. The schoolgirl, clutching her sword with both hands, didn't understand what they were doing there, but she said that she didn't see any orcs here, to which her partner noted that it could all be because they already had one. With her mouth wide open, the warrior asked if he wanted to die, to which the hero exclaimed that he was joking, because the guys who got there first must have already caught everyone. Someone was heard saying that it was true, and that all the monsters in the area had been killed, when suddenly the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and called out to his partner. The girl with the long ponytail closed her eyes, and the young man clarified whether she was supposed to be with Kangmin. Putting a finger to his cheek, the warrior said that besides, as expected from the class president, in this world she was the same as in their home world. The student lowered her eyebrows and noted that it was true, since the class president was number one in the fantasy world, and then added that the kids would have to sit and do nothing but watch as that girl took first place again. The schoolgirl grinned and asked why they didn't help the others if they didn't want to let that happen. The knight was surprised, and his companion widened her eyes and asked what the student was planning. 2 moons were shining brightly in the sky. A building with tall columns appeared, and someone could be heard admitting that they hadn't expected this outcome. Holding the papers in her hands, the saint asked if it was possible that it was a cultural difference. Putting her chin to her palm, the princess explained that if everything went according to plan, Bora would definitely be the winner, but then suddenly stopped and added that it was problematic. The priestess lowered her jaw and suggested that she should tell the hero Kangmin about the backpack and ask for cooperation. The priestess raised her eyebrows and thought about it. Looking away, she did not understand how they could trust the hero who was egging on his friends. Opening her mouth wide, the priestess apologized and exclaimed that it was a slip of the tongue. Leaning her hands on the table, the saint decided that they could trust the decision of the gods and fate. Suddenly, the princess opened the doors in front of her and announced that all that lay ahead was the award ceremony for the tournament participants, after which she clarified whether they should end here, to which the subordinate answered yes. The girls widened their eyes in confusion as they walked next to the hero. Bora and Arya stood next to each other. The priestess's robe fluttered in the wind. Raising the microphone to her mouth, the saint thanked everyone for waiting. The princess smiled widely and exclaimed that they would now begin the announcement of the winners of the hero tournament. The chariot sped along the road, leaving a trail of dust behind it. The boy put his hand to his face and muttered that he was going to this academy again, and then added that what's more, his companion was a simple peasant. Raising his eyebrows, Kanu asked if he really hated her that much. Closing his eyes, the protagonist chuckled and noted that he was the one suffering the most in this situation. Dairoka turned her head to the side and told the master that she could not enter because her level was too high, to which he stated that slaves were considered objects, so he would just take her with him. A certain box smiled widely and said that everything was fine, while Kanu spoke about being a person who was being persecuted by the royal family and was going to the academy, after which a certain god decisively declared that this was indeed the case. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and thought about how he should trust him if he was so confident. He heard someone saying that he shouldn't tell him more, when suddenly the magical entity lowered the corners of his mouth, and it turned out that a certain god was discouraged. Looking out the carriage window, the outsider decided to tell him more about the reason why his arrival was so expected, because even if he didn't like something, he wouldn't be able to escape, to which a certain god claimed that he would know everything once he got there. The mercenary said that if he didn't tell him, he wouldn't get the picture book for 2 days, to which the unknown deity began to criticize the outsider's bold threat, and then shouted that he was going to cry, when suddenly the carriage stopped at the gate. The swordsman widened his eyes and asked what the sign on this bridge said, to which his slave clarified where it was. A huge palace appeared, and it turned out to be Paniker's. The knight raised his hand and welcomed the heroes to the academy, and then asked for their student permit. Holding the envelope out the window, the boy said that this was his pass. The registrar held a seal in her hands and said that the documents were accepted, so they could enter. Opening his mouth wide, the young man shouted that he had returned to this hell, and that he could not believe it, because he hated this place. Kanu noted that he was already here, but still did not see any particular reason, while a certain god pulled the pillow closer to himself and pretended to be asleep. The protagonist thought with the corners of his lips down. A stone statue appeared, and the protagonist said that this did not look like an academy. Warriors with axes lined up along the fortress wall. The door of the wooden box was open. There were several horses in the pens. There were large crosses on the large field, and the outsider admitted that it reminded him more of a military city. Hearing a sound nearby, the mercenary's eyes widened and he didn't understand what was going on. Smiling, the student muttered that there were many spies here. The swordsman agreed and allowed the guy to call him whatever he liked, to which he raised his eyebrows in admiration. Scratching the back of his head, the young man said that it sounded strange, to which the protagonist thought about how enlisting as a servant of the young master was an excellent cover. Selona closed her eyes and said that she hoped that they would get along. The girl raised the corners of her lips, and the protagonist realized that she was a noblewoman. The wheel of the carriage slid along the asphalt after stopping. The outsider appeared in new clothes, and he asked if they had finally arrived. The slave clenched her fists and exclaimed that it didn't suit her master at all, then muttered that he would be bullied because of his level, and suggested that he not be shy and wear something red. Suddenly, a bright red jacket appeared on the mercenary, and he asked if his assistant thought there was a point in dyeing the uniform. The swordsman shouted for Dairoka to stay in the dorm since she couldn't enter anyway, to which she agreed, and clouds were flying in the sky above the castle, when Kanu suddenly admitted that he didn't believe that even in this world there were entrance tests, and that it was a curse that he couldn't escape. There was a sign near the door that said admissions office. The administrator was sitting on a chair, talking about how the protagonist was only level 1, but managed to pass all the physical exams. Putting his fingers to his face, the man asked how much the candidate knew about elves. The outsider turned down the corners of his lips, wondering if the question about elves was some kind of test of knowledge. The girl was pulling back the bowstring, and Kanu said that he knew very little for someone who had been shot with an elven bow. The guy pressed himself closer to the ground, when suddenly he heard that this was a very interesting answer. Looking down, the registrar clarified whether he was capable of resisting an elf who would be armed with a bow, and then noted that his blessings and curses were mixed. In that same second, a red stamp was printed on the paper, and the administrator said that they were accepting him. Reaching forward, the man said that this year the elf received a position at this academy, and then added that he hoped that this would be a bridge for him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist promised that he would do his best. The receptionist raised his eyebrows and thanked the guest, then added that if he needed anything, he could always contact him. Smiling, the protagonist began to laugh awkwardly. A moment later, the outsider went outside. Turning his gaze to the side, the mercenary said that he had passed and asked what would happen now and whether he should just go back to the dorm, while a certain god asked him to approach the statue. The magical entity sat on the swordsman's neck, and he clarified what kind of statue it was. A certain god said that he really liked this sculpture, and the protagonist at this time opened his mouth in alarm when he felt that it was hard to breathe. Raising his head, the protagonist asked if the unknown deity had spoken about her, to which he began to whistle casually. Suddenly, someone called out to the outsider, to which he turned his head back and noted that it was the younger one and that lady. The guy lifted the corners of his lips contentedly. Kanu wondered who he was and if he was famous for something, when the boy suddenly put his hand to his chest and explained that he was famous and summoned in ancient times, and then exclaimed that he was also in this academy. Closing his eyes, the student admitted that he hoped to become a comrade hero too, while the protagonist thought about what the words comrade hero meant and remembered the god's reaction. Looking at the petrified statue, the protagonist mentally assumed that there was something there, and then decided to check it out when he was alone. Suddenly, someone shouted if it was true that they were first-year students, when a student suddenly appeared with his legs wide apart. Holding a thick roll of paper over his shoulder, the student exclaimed that they should hang it up, to which they clarified whether it was a poster. Turning his head to the side, the outsider asked the senior what it was depicting. The schoolboy was outraged that the eyes of his interlocutor were also of the first level, and then shouted that this was a welcome poster for the heroes. The boy frowned, surprised by this, and exclaimed that prestigious academies were indeed special, and the elder talked about studying with legendary heroes. Imagining the faces of the heroes behind him, Kanu thought about studying with them. Smiling, the protagonist called out to the god, who began to convince him that he should not worry. Looking away, the protagonist wondered if he could still run away. Squeezing his nose with his fingers, the mercenary addressed the outsider god. Looking up, the swordsman said that he would stop being the same in the presence of heroes, and then clarified if there was a problem with that. Clenching his hand into a fist, a certain god asked him not to worry, and then began to assure him that there were no other friends in the area. The boy thought about how if his classmates arrived, he would meet that goddess and other gods, when he suddenly frowned angrily and decided that this should be avoided. The boy mentally said that he would trust the magical entity, to which it began to smile brightly. A certain god emphasized that it was a very amazing statue, and Kanu put his hands in his pockets and did not understand why he did not tell him directly what the reason was, after which he suggested that perhaps he could not do this. Suddenly, a sculpture with a welcome sign on its chest appeared. Opening his mouth wide, the student shouted that they should stop mumbling, and then added that they could go if they were finished. Biting his lips, the protagonist remained silent. Closing his eyes, the protagonist called out to the elder and admitted that he did not quite understand what he was talking about. The student frowned and grinned with displeasure. Grabbing the outsider by the clothes, the guy cried out that he would make it so that he could understand, and then ordered him to follow him. Raising his eyebrows, the mercenary agreed with him. Looking after the leaving swordsman, the guys called him by name. Turning to face her partner, Selona noted that everything would be fine. A spacious area in the academy appeared. From behind the wall, shouts were heard that the man was sorry and asking the elder to forgive him, to which the protagonist widened his eyes in bewilderment. Swinging her palm, the girl ordered the younger one to stand up straight. At the same second, the student received a blow to the cheek with her hand and screamed loudly in pain. Leaning the protagonist against the wall, the young man called him son and asked him where he thought he was. Holding the outsider's shoulder, the student shouted that even the staff avoided this place. The mercenary asked if that meant there was no surveillance, to which the other man frowned and asked if the first-year man didn't understand what situation he was in and what he was thinking. At that moment, the swordsman grabbed the elder by the neck and asked if it was true that no one would know what he was doing here. Suddenly, a small smile appeared on Kanu's face. The protagonist extended his hand to the side and asked for a hammer. Squinting one eye, the student didn't understand what was happening. The protagonist wrapped his fingers around the handle of the hammer and admitted that he would kill him. The outsider asked if it was true that they should maintain order since they were in a school, while the elder gritted his teeth and muttered that he was a bastard. The mercenary opened his palm and grinned. At that moment, the student fell to the ground with a thud. Closing one eye, the student cried out loudly in pain. The swordsman closed his eyes and exclaimed that it was really annoying him. The girls widened their eyes in bewilderment. They remained silent as they looked at what was happening around the corner. Covering his face with a hammer, the protagonist turned to the cute senior girls and asked them not to look at him like that, because he felt embarrassed. Frowning angrily, the schoolgirl asked if the first-level peasant had gone crazy. The protagonist's pupil glowed red, and he assumed that they were the only crazy ones here. Grabbing the senior by the clothes, the outsider noted that they had also not forgotten that no one was watching what was happening here, to which they clarified what he was talking about. Suddenly, the mercenary extended his hand forward. The swordsman grabbed the student's neck with his fingers, to which she began to cough. The girl began to loudly complain, and the protagonist closed his eyes and apologized to the senior. The student widened her eyes in alarm and responded, and Kanu asked if she could leave them alone, to which she agreed. Smiling widely, the protagonist addressed the students, and then exclaimed that he was a freshman and welcomed them. Sticking his tongue out of his mouth, the boy began to cough loudly. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he hoped they could get along. In the distance, the bright setting sun was visible. 2 moons glowed in the dark sky. Diaroka pulled her leg to her head. The slave exclaimed that her master had arrived, while he threw his outerwear on the bed and clarified why he interfered with such a thing so soon after enrolling. Kanu suddenly wondered what was going on, and then remarked that if the assistant took up the entire bed, he would have nowhere to sleep, to which she widened her eyes in confusion. Reaching her hand behind her back, the demon explained that she simply wanted to make sure that the human women would not lie down on the window side, after which she suggested that there was no need to worry now. Lowering her chin, the protagonist asked her again. Diaroka gave the example of the one who was with her master back then, to which he worriedly bulged his pupils and said that it was Selona, but did not understand what kind of crazy school would allow boys and girls to stay in the same dorm. Covering one eye, the slave asked if they were just escorts, after which she added that it was obvious that they did not receive any special treatment. The protagonist suddenly decided to clarify where his assistant would sleep, to which she smirked and replied that usually people like her slept on the floor. Putting her hand to her mouth, the demon noted that since she was special, she would sleep next to the master, to which he began to loudly complain. The girl's eyes widened and she said that in that case she would just throw the human woman out, to which Kanu ordered her to get out of the room. The protagonist put his hands on his hips, and Diaroka asked if he was really ready to leave such a beauty, after which she added that she could not stop him, but there was a growing chance that the human woman would not wake up tomorrow. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist shouted at the slave not to dare do that, and then asked her to just follow him, because there was a place they needed to visit. Raising her hand high in the air, the assistant agreed. With wide eyes, the demon clarified where they were going. Grinning, the outsider said that they were going to a night school. Schoolchildren were walking along a dark street. There was a sign on the building of a bar, and someone could be heard welcoming guests to this establishment. The people sat at the tables, wondering who this was, whether it was a first year with a level of 1, and then wondering who the horned beauty next to him was. The man put his elbow on the back of the sofa and asked why the kids had come here. Gritting his teeth, Kanu apologized, but suddenly added that he had heard that this man was an expert in this field. Raising a large mug to his mouth, the elder asked him who sent him here. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that they were upperclassmen he had met today, after which he suggested that he dispense with details. Throwing the bag on the table, the protagonist said that he needed a way to act in this academy silently, and muttered that he hoped that would be enough, to which the man asked at such an hour. Smiling widely, the elder decided to do something before that, when he suddenly asked who the girl with horns was. The outsider explained that it was a level 27 demon and his bodyguard, while Diaroka lowered the corners of her lips, and the man began to laugh and asked why such a high-level demon would protect someone like him. Putting his hand to his mouth, the mercenary asked why they didn't believe him, to which the slave pointed out that he was only level 13, so everything would be resolved quickly if he was killed. The swordsman asked about the consequences, to which the assistant smirked and said that the master would have to take care of it himself. Slamming his palm on the table, the elder called out to the level 1 disciple and asked him what he said again, and then asked if he wanted to die. Waving his finger at the younger one, the man said that it didn't matter, and told him to leave his bodyguard here and go, and then noted that he would forgive him only if he liked it. Smiling broadly, the elder asked him not to forget about the money. Suddenly, Diaroka kicked him in the face with her heel, sending him flying backwards. The bar patrons gaped, wondering if the bastard had gone mad, and screamed that they would kill him, and that he was dead. Covering his mouth with his hand, Kanu wondered why him. Suddenly, the slave turned her head back. The men rushed straight at her, screaming for her to die. The protagonist gaped in alarm at what was happening. The assistant was throwing men around the room with her kicks. It seemed that a stream of blood was coming out of the nose of the elder. The other one was missing a tooth. The cooks hid behind the bar, and the protagonist thought about what was not white this time, but no less wonderful black. Slapping his forehead with his palm, the outsider exclaimed that he had to stop her, and he himself was thinking about how absorbed he was by this amazing view. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. The man in the black robe was lighting his way with a lantern. Suddenly, the mercenary pounced on the girl from above. Black pieces flew down, and the swordsman exclaimed that he was asking for forgiveness from the elder, to which she began to scream loudly in fear. Holding the clothes in his hands, the protagonist thought about how there was almost no protection against night invasion, and that this school was strange, although thanks to this he was able to pass so easily, and then cried out that this cloak looked very useful. Glancing to the side with displeasure, the protagonist noted that, as he said, he needed to be more inconspicuous, and then said that it was very troublesome for him to knock out someone without killing. Raising her eyebrows, Diaroka turned to the master and asked why they came to the school at such a time. Pointing forward with his hand, the outsider said that he had business with this statue. A moment later, Kanu came down. Diaroka, with her eyes wide open, said that Pedonicus was the hero's comrade, to which her master replied that he knew it. The demon, with his mouth slightly open, said that in fact, he fell in love with the hero's girl, and was then banished. Pedonicus could be seen opening his jaw in anger, and the girl explained that, overcome with resentment, he had sworn allegiance to the Queen of the Night, and had become a vampire. The monster ran quickly down the path, and the protagonist's slave added that she had eventually successfully kidnapped the lady. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist noted that she knew a great many details, and then Diaroka explained that she did not spend her energy only on exterminating other races. Looking to the side, the outsider said that in any case, there should be clues here, and at the same time asked if she had any ideas. His slave, scratching her chin, replied that she thought she knew, and also wondered whether she should tell or not, and her master clarified what it was, and then asked her to tell him. Tall statues appeared, and the demon asked to pay attention to Pedonicus and the swordswoman he had kidnapped, because there was no path between them, but there was not a single obstacle. The stone warrior looked ahead, after which the girl added that Pedonicus was looking at the girl, but her gaze was directed in the other direction. Moving her legs, Diaroka noticed that it was as if they were being led to something. Stepping forward, the mercenary asked if they should go where the swordswoman was looking, to which his slave suggested checking. A moment later, the guys looked out from the bushes. The elf, looking ahead, exclaimed that there was something there. Taking his chin, the guy explained that it was a map, and it seemed to him that the walk would drag on, and at the same time the girl said that it looked like the area near the lake. Spreading her arms in different directions, Diaroka said that this was an extremely large territory, and therefore searching the entire area was almost impossible. Looking up, the demon said that as far as he remembered, there was a legend about a freshwater eel that lived there, which turned into stone while waiting for Pedonicus. The young man, through the sweat on his face, said that it was a complicated story, and his slave asked if they should go to the place where it all happened. A statue of a girl was visible, and Kanu clarified if it was really here. The protagonist's pupils sharply narrowed, and he wondered if it was a mermaid. Diaroka, spreading her arms out to the sides, asked if they should break her first, after which her master shouted that it was not necessary, and that he should not touch the only clue. The demon, squinting, noted that this was not such a legendary fish. Taking his chin, the protagonist clarified that if it was not her, then who was crying and why? Waving his hand, the outsider said that the direction of the statue's gaze led them here. Suddenly, the mercenary looked back in surprise. Noticing the unusual light, the elf asked what it was. Looking at the ring on his finger, the boy asked if it was from him, and then his slave explained that it was a charm used by mages for proposals. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man exclaimed that he expected more. Suddenly, the system wrote about forgiveness, namely, his merciful face encourages others to confess their sins, and his sad face encourages others to hide their sins, after which Kanu sharply widened his eyes. A certain god, clenching his fist, was indignant that he had to take the blow on himself, and then insisted on an immediate protest. Stretching his palm forward, the protagonist shouted that this was a blessing, after which he added that he finally received a blessing, not a curse. An unknown creature jumped around the area in displeasure. The girl, looking at the protagonist, asked who he was and what he was doing here in the middle of the night. The brunette raised her eyebrows and said his name and asked who he was, and at the same time the warrior asked her to be careful because there was a high-level demon next to him. Kanu raised his hands when he heard that he should not move if he did not want to die. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Opening his mouth, the outsider replied that he would stand still, after which the system wrote about forgiveness, namely, his merciful face encourages others to confess their sins, and also his sad face encourages others to turn a blind eye to his sins. Raising her hand to her mouth, the girl asked him to follow the school rules from now on. The man scratched the back of his head and said that he felt like he was a first-year student, and then added that he should go ahead, since the entrance ceremony was coming up soon. Waving his hand, the outsider thanked the teacher, saying that he would keep that in mind. Dairoka, crossing her elbows, asked the master not to use this blessing against her, to which he asked why. Winking, the demon replied that it was obvious that he would forgive him without it. Turning around, the mercenary noted that he was already using it, and at the same time his slave asked if it was right now, and what sin he had committed against her. Smiling, the elf explained that there was something, and also thought that he could not tell her that he had seen something black. After some time, the guy, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that he had been accepted into the academy, and therefore this was the best morning, and Taika grumbled that he had returned to this hell, and therefore this was the worst morning. The guys sharply turned their heads, hearing congratulations on their admission. The old man, holding a microphone in his hand, announced that after the introduction of the teachers, the head of the school would give a farewell speech. Kanu raised his hand to his mouth and said that the greeting of the teachers here was not a joke, to which his slave replied that considering how strong those gathered here were, she believed that they were quite famous among humans. Suddenly, the protagonist lowered his eyebrows and clarified why she was here and how she got here, after which Dairoka said that the dorm was boring and so she came to look around, and also asked to evaluate how well the uniform fits, and her master noted that it suited her, but that he should not get too carried away. The host, opening his jaw, exclaimed that the professor who would be teaching the new class was the guardian of the flame, who was the great elder of the elf kingdom, namely Miss Celeblis. A moment later, a girl appeared with a satisfied face. Closing her eyes, the elder said that she hoped that they would get along. The outsider, biting his lips, wondered if there was a phoenix sitting on her shoulder. The mercenary, imagining a kiss with the flame guard, thought that it brought back bad memories. Suddenly, the bird's eyes widened, after which the elf muttered that he thought they met eyes. Looking away, Kanu wondered if he had imagined it. Suddenly, Tiger, clenching his fist, shouted that he really could learn from the flame guard, and added that it was not in vain that he returned to the academy, to which the protagonist asked if he had not recently been at death's door. Celebus smiled contentedly, and at the same time, a question was heard whether this elf was so great, as well as an objection, whether he really did not know anything. Raising the microphone to his mouth, the old man explained that they could finally hear the director's instructions. It was visible how the girl moved her legs. The witch, closing her eyes, told the first years that this year was important, because a respected person had come to their school. Putting his hand on his side, the elf added that they were also expecting heroes to enroll soon. A moment later, many children grabbed their heads and screamed loudly. The school principal, raising the corners of her lips, asked for silence. The protagonist, squinting, said that she was quite hot-tempered. The woman explained with a wide smile that the first years should start with the class assignment because it was needed to separate the upper and lower classes, and then continued that the rules were simple, because you just had to fight until half of them collapsed. The witch waved her hand and asked them to get ready. The elf yelled that they were starting, and at the same time, the students rushed forward. The girl's eyes widened in confusion. It was clear that the students were fighting each other. The student raised her hand. A moment later, the outsider crossed his elbows and said that sometimes the barbaric approach was the easiest, and a certain god was carried away by the noisy atmosphere. It seemed like the mercenary was flexing his fingers. A dark aura surrounded him, and he clarified that since he now had a new blessing, would he be forgiven if he destroyed everyone? The blonde looked back angrily. Kanu bared his teeth sharply. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, which scared the students. The protagonist violently pushed the children, saying that they should all go to the lower class. The unknown creature, folding his palms, prayed for peace in the world. Tiger, falling to the ground, muttered that this was a crazy school with only crazy people. Turning his head, the young man added that he had no idea what awaited him in the upper class. Falling face down on the floor, the guy said that he would better hide and go to the lower class. After some time, the daytime sky appeared. The teacher, sitting at the table, greeted the children in the upper class. The protagonist, smiling, listened to how everyone had quite different levels this year. Adjusting his glasses, the teacher explained that if their results were not very good, then they should remember that they could always be sent to the middle class. The teacher raised the document and exclaimed that there were a few more points, then explained that firstly, the subjects were divided into the knight's path and the mage's path, and everyone could choose the one that suited their talent better. Suddenly, the outsider thoughtfully turned his gaze to the side. The teacher said that Prince Rizal would be the class president, to which he happily raised the corners of his lips. The boy widened his eyes and said that he hoped that they would get along. The mercenary raised his eyebrows and asked about the class president. The roof of the building was visible, and the elf wondered what this child would do now. A huge number of students appeared, and it was heard that the winner of the tournament, the hero Kang Min, should go forward. The saint, smiling, congratulated him on his victory in the tournament, and then explained that he would be given the holy sword kept in the temple. The warrior opened his mouth in surprise, and at the same time the priestess said that the holy sword was like a symbol of a hero, and it would greatly help them grow, and now, raising the holy sword, let him shout that he wanted to become strong. The boy, stretching out the sharp weapon forward, exclaimed that he wanted to become strong. It was visible how a bright power surrounded the blade. Suddenly, a magic portal appeared. The student's eyes bulged in bewilderment. The girls, looking to the side, were very surprised. A small haze was visible on the ground. Kang Min, wide-eyed, looked somewhere. Lowering the sword, he began to recognize this place. Ancient ruins appeared in front of him. The man, raising his hand, greeted the young man. The latter, noticing him, asked about this place. The monster, crossing his arms on his chest, explained that this was the orc city of Orkral. The orc, standing over the boy, explained that this was a city of warriors who had been summoned according to the rules and added that from now on the knight would only have to train. The man, with his mouth wide open, said that the interlocutor would not be able to join his class. Kanu, with his mouth slightly open, asked about the reason for the refusal. Opening his mouth even wider, the teacher shouted that the art of wielding a sword was the main skill of a knight, and that he would not be able to pass if he did not have the blessing of a warrior. The boy was thrown out the door. He hid it, and shouted for the man to open it for him. Having stopped, the boy began to breathe heavily. A system message appeared, which told about the blessing of a warrior. Remembering all the locals, he realized that it was quite popular among them. Energy began to accumulate in the warrior's hand. The door was broken from such a blow. Pointing his finger at him, the man shouted something while he asked if this was enough for joining. Smirking, Kanu asked if he could now enter the classroom. The teacher, with his mouth wide open, tried to understand how the man could do such a thing without a blessing. The energy on the boy's hand began to glow brighter, and the man said that in that case they should begin the lesson. The students, looking at him, said that this man knew the art of the sword even without a blessing. Opening his mouth, Kanu asked how he could receive the warrior's blessing, and one of the students explained to him that he used medicine for this, and the other confirmed it. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that these guys did not put in an ounce of effort. The trainer gestured with his hands, while the hero thought about whether he could receive such a blessing with the help of herbs. One of the students, smirking, noted that he saw the protagonist's performance at the entrance ceremony. Looking at the guy, the interlocutor asked if he needed the warrior's blessing, and then added that if he became his subordinate, he would be able to share the medicine, but Kanu refused. With his mouth wide open, the student shouted something, not understanding how he received a refusal. Raising his hand, the interlocutor said that in the future he would not back down so easily, because the hero used the forgiveness skill. Grinning, he received messages that a certain god was confident that this person was not who he seemed and the god was looking forward to the upcoming events. The man brought his fist to his mouth and began to cough. Closing his eyes, he explained that he considered the theory in this matter to be the boring part, and therefore prepared something intriguing for the students. He took a certain fragment in his hand and asked everyone to look. With his mouth wide open, the teacher shouted that this was the tooth of a recently defeated dragon, for which he had saved for 10 years. Holding it above his head, the man said that the size and color of this thing were perfect. The hero, rubbing his nose, noted that this world is really small, because this is an extremely unexpected meeting, after which the god responded to his words with agreement. A clear sky appeared. The student, standing in front of the group, said that this circus lasted for several hours. Raising his hand to his face, he also added that it was an extremely good activity, and he did not understand why the others did not like it. Another guy, closing his eyes, asked Kanu if he agreed, but the protagonist tried to understand why this person was talking to him like a friend. God, showing a finger up, noted that it was not too late, but the hero did not understand. Suddenly, someone appeared behind them and called out to the protagonist. At the same second, the guy turned around. In front of them were 3 people, whom the young man sent to the lower class. The students, looking at the strangers, asked Kanu if everything was okay. Grinning, the young man asked the others to leave, because he would catch up with them later. 3 people approached them. An alley appeared. They stood in front of it, and said that Kanu had finally come to them. The man smirked and asked if this man was the protagonist's comrade. The boy listened to the man's words without turning around, saying that this young man was extremely cute and remarked that they were unlucky to be relegated to a lower class because of the hero. The other mercenary raised his hand and shouted that the hero would pay them for this. Energy began to gather around the boy's hands. Alpi's eyes widened. Leaning over their victim, the boy asked if they really thought that they would make their lives easier by simply being relegated to a lower class. Looking forward, the boy asked the victim to rest here for a while. All of his enemies stared at him as he realized that they had touched the boy that was entrusted to him by that brainless mister. Something began to appear in the boy's hand. A large bone appeared in it, and he said that it would be an apology, then added that he would take responsibility and avenge their sacrifice. The man smirked and asked if he was going to fight with this bone, then told him to prepare for death. Suddenly, something hit him in the face. All the other warriors widened their eyes. They turned around, not understanding what had happened. The hero, holding his weapon in front of him, explained that he still had work to do. His eyes glowed red as he ordered them to attack him all at once. An elegant castle was visible. The knight, his mouth slightly open, asked about what had just happened. Imagining the prince of the mercenary kingdom, he thought that his physical abilities and swordsmanship made him an extremely strong opponent, whom even he would hardly be able to defeat. Having imagined the princess of the Lake Kingdom, the knight also remembered that her body was as flexible as an eel and she wielded her sword softly, thanks to which she could easily repel any attack. A moment later, the mercenary was already lying on the ground. The girl was also defeated. The prince, looking at the hero, did not understand what was happening. The guy, smirking, told him not to try to run away. Frowning, the opponent decided to rush into the attack. The young man stood right in front of him. Suddenly, some energy began to appear around him. It began to spread to the nearby territory. Notifications about the use of bloodshed and slaughter appeared. With his mouth wide open, the prince did not understand what was happening. The monsters began to attack the rest of the group. At that very second, a bone was already flying at one of the enemies. The young man attacked everyone at once. With his mouth slightly open, he tried to understand why several curses were suddenly activated at once. With his mouth open, the prince said that the hero was just a demon. Suddenly, he fell to the ground with a crash. The young man, looking down, did not understand what he was talking about, because there were no demons here. Their victim was still lying on the ground. The protagonist, standing above him, asked if he had woken up. The guy's hand trembled. He got up from the ground. The hero, grinning, suggested telling everyone that he was the one who managed to defeat them all, because no one would believe it if they said that a level 1 person did it. Putting his hand on his side, he noted that the guy he saved was his master, so he was responsible for him. The man, rubbing his head, heard the guy say that he woke up in time. He leaned over him. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that it was time for him to get back to his studies and told the man to clean up everything here. Hitting him on the shoulder, he said that he now had one less problem. God, squinting, sent a message that he was watching the hero's actions and also a message asking what the protagonist was thinking about now. Grinning, he explained that it was just self-defense. Holding the bone in his hand, the protagonist also added that he found a use for this weapon. Rubbing his chin, he noticed that something was bothering him, because it seemed to him that when he received it, it was already covered in blood. The guy waved his hand, receiving a message from the god that he was interested in the hero's opinion. The same one asked if the man could have sent him what he beat others with. Grinning, he said that it even sounded funny, because in the end he asked not to touch the locals. Evening was already falling over the orc town. The guy flew back. He began to get to his feet. The orc, waving his hand, noted that he was extremely unusual to fight with his bare hands and added that he really liked how this blow felt. Opening his mouth, the monster ordered the young man to get to his feet. He began to get up, trembling from fatigue. Then the orc realized that this man was extremely strong. Frowning, the fighter realized that the monsters he had encountered yesterday were like babies compared to this enemy. Swinging his sword, he thought that this was just training, with the help of which he would be able to become stronger. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that he would be able to win. Taking a fighting stance, the orc noted that he had to do this and added that the ancient training grounds were destroyed, so he had to organize personal training. Swinging to strike, the monster also said that the guy would not leave this place until he defeated him. The young man, opening his mouth, could do nothing. Suddenly, one hand began to approach him. Then the second one appeared. The orc grabbed the fighter by the shoulders. Blood spurted from the knight's mouth. Grinning, the monster said that it was to relieve stress, but interrupted himself and explained that he learned faster when he was beaten. The young man, opening his mouth wide, asked the enemy to wait a little. The same one attacked with his head. Blood spurted from the fighter's nose as the orc asked him to switch off after such a blow. Suddenly, the monster grabbed him by the leg. He threw him into the air, shouting that he should just show him all his determination. The monster began to swing his fist again. The warrior gritted his teeth, expecting a blow. Some mountains appeared. Cadmus was walking along them. Thinking about Diorak, he did not understand why she was now with the protagonist. The orc, raising his hands, shouted that their king had finally returned. His eyes widened as he said that he was really better at home. Turning around, the demon began to understand what kind of energy he was feeling now. Gritting his teeth, he could not believe that a saint had appeared in such a low-level zone. An army of holy warriors appeared in the mountains. Goblins, standing in the forest, were shouting something. The man, his mouth wide open, shouted that he had spotted the monsters. They rushed at them, shouting that they would destroy them in an instant. Suddenly, one of their legs hit something. They began to fall into the trap. The girl, putting her hand on her head, noted that her warriors were extremely impatient. Another fighter, creating a fireball, shouted that she hated all these monsters. A large sphere of flame appeared above her hand, while she shouted that it was time for them all to die. The fire struck the monsters. The goblins rushed to attack, shouting something. They ran forward, when someone shouted that the rest were approaching them. Two girls cut down the advancing enemies. The warrior lowered her sword, exhaling. They helped two allies get out, saying that they only managed to get to the goblins. The princess folded her arms and said that they had already suffered losses. Then the interlocutor explained that since they now knew that goblins could make a trap, they would be more careful in the future. Then the archmage noted that goblins were much weaker than orcs, but they could attack in groups. Looking at the interlocutor's equipment, she also explained that equipment made from dragon bone provoked such monsters even more. The girl brought her fingers to her head. Suddenly, she clapped her hands, as she managed to think of something. Smiling, she explained that it was previously assumed that only heroes would participate in the mission, but due to problems that had arisen, they would help them. They stood in the middle of some kind of coliseum, realizing that they were now simply hunting goblins. Some warriors were healing, thinking about conquering the magical kingdom and waiting for Kongmin to return, and realizing that it was too hard for them, while one of the girls realized that she, as the class president, needed to become stronger to protect everyone. The princess raised her hand and asked the fighters if they should teach these orcs a lesson. The sun was already setting. Someone was reaching for the leaves scattered on the ground. The girl, sitting on the ground, explained that there were too many traps. Wiping her forehead, she also added that many of them were sloppily made, but even so, there were quite dangerous ones among them. Another warrior, open-mouthed, noted that the level had hardly increased lately and that they should have stayed at the academy, while the boy suggested that they set up camp. Turning around, he explained that night falls very quickly in the forests. They began to build a camp. The man, bowing, turned to the prince. Frowning, he explained that they had managed to find several tracks and also several traps that had been restored after being destroyed. The boy raised his hand to his face, trying to understand why there were human tracks in such a place, adding that they were all too vague for a demon. Several planets appeared in the sky, while the prince ordered the man to report this to the saint. 2 fireballs flew into the air. They struck a group of monsters. The princess, raising her hand, wished luck to the heroes. Suddenly, someone quickly rushed to attack. The warriors clashed in battle with the goblins. The girl, gritting her teeth, parried the blows of the enemies. The monster smiled, baring his sharp teeth. Suddenly, a blow cut him. It was the prince. Bora, holding her sword in front of her, listened to the boy's question about whether she was okay. Turning around, the prince thought about how difficult these sneak attacks every night were for inexperienced heroes. Turning around, he ordered all the knights to raise their swords and cover the heroes. Looking away, the prince knew he could never be too careful. The goblin bowed before the demon. Opening his mouth, he said something about the demon. Opening his mouth, Cogmus asked about the situation outside. Trembling, the goblin said that things were a little bad outside. The mage's eyes widened, realizing that his troops were almost destroyed, and besides, the saint was the strongest of humans, and she was fighting against these weak monsters. Suddenly, his eyes widened even more. Imagining Kanu, he realized that because he had slaughtered everyone in the area, these people had to come here to hunt. Clutching his throne, the demon realized that these warriors only saw his army as experience. Closing his eye, he knew that if it weren't for the saint, he would have managed to defeat the rookie heroes. Grinning, the mage supposed that he should still have a chance of success. Standing up, he ordered Road to call all the goblins here. The mage grinned and explained that it was their turn to attack. Night had already fallen over the forest. The monsters were breaking something. The girl, noticing this, screamed that the goblins had started destroying their supplies again, and someone asked why Bora had frozen in place. Suddenly, a fireball struck one of the enemies. The mage, using spells, shouted that if they lost these supplies, they would have to sleep on the ground. Someone stepped onto the rock above the camp. The demon, standing on it, said that now the holy army would defend itself. A grin appeared on his face. Baring his teeth, one of the monsters said something about heroes. The girl continued to attack the monsters. They dodged every fireball. The goblin stuck his tongue out at the fighter. The girl, opening her mouth, shouted that these monsters were already annoying her. Suddenly, another monster appeared and shouted something. They ran around the 2 girls. Turning around, one of them tried to understand what was happening. Bora explained that this monster that appeared gave the others an order and assumed that he was most likely the commander. She rushed in pursuit, shouting that they should not let such an enemy go. The goblin quickly ran away from them. Grinning, the demon realized that the bait worked just fine. Remembering himself earlier, he realized that he wanted to become stronger and therefore began to explore the bodies of slaves, and it finally came in handy. Suddenly, the monster began to take in air. Opening his mouth wide, he screamed loudly. The girls, hearing the scream, covered their ears with their hands, while they could hear the screams of their comrades about the need to stop the goblins who were going to attack the heroes. Covering her ears with her hands, Bora realized that her head was simply splitting from the scream of this enemy. The monsters rushed to attack in a huge crowd. They all ran towards the 2 girls. Morning had already broken over the forest, when someone said that they had more problems. The girl, stitching up the wound, explained that they were almost out of food. Stretching, the fighter shouted out a question about how many days had passed already, and also shouted that these goblins continue to attack them, and they cannot have a normal rest. Bora, smiling madly, said that so much time had passed, but the enemies still did not end. The prince, crossing his arms on his chest, noted that the number of goblins this year was equal to the number of monsters last year, but the blue mutant that suddenly appeared was extremely strong. Looking to the side, he also added that they were obliged to put an end to these atrocities, at least for the sake of Lewis, who was sacrificed. His hands trembled from the realization that they had lost a knight because of a banal goblin hunt. The princess ran to them with the news that the saint had managed to find out that their main enemy was a demon. The girl, looking at her friend, asked her a question about demons. Athena pointed somewhere with her finger, saying that this monster was hiding behind that rock. The saint was standing on the mountain. She was looking down. A girl appeared behind her and said that they had passed on the message to the rest of the fighters. Looking at the high mountain, the saint explained that there were already too many casualties and she planned to speed up the hero's level growth by hunting goblins, but in the end, they lost a knight and his corpse. Looking away, she also noted that incidents like these are good experiences for new heroes. The assistant stood with her head bowed and listened to the saint's words about paying more attention to the hero's safety, because they can resurrect dead flesh, but they cannot control the dead mind. Then the assistant replied that they had already warned the heroes about the risks of resurrection. Standing behind the saint, she also added that Mayan did not remember anything about her death and unfortunately, Bora was able to notice her own death. Then the priestess noted that this girl had an extremely strong mind, belonging to a true hero. They descended from the cliff. A lifeless field stretched out before them. The saint put her hands in front of her, using some kind of spell. Suddenly, something appeared from the ground. A sprout burst out from under her. The lifeless field was instantly covered with beautiful flowers. Smiling, she explained that the food problem should now be solved. Sweat appeared on the assistant's face after the commander's words about how pointless it was for them to continue in the same spirit and after the order that they should prepare the heroes to attack the demon. Suddenly, the goblin commander stepped onto the grass. Gritting his teeth, the demon realized that this was the saint's doing and regretted that he had spent so long trying to destroy these people's supplies. Slamming his hand on the table, the magician shouted the protagonist's name. Gritting his teeth, he shouted questions about why the saint was interfering with children's games, because did she really have no common sense? Clenching his fist, he also added that he had one last way. Two girls appeared, asking the master how they could help him. Opening his mouth wide, he ordered them to shut up, because who gave them the right to interfere? Frowning, the demon realized that he and the goblins would die anyway. Looking at the two captives, the mage decided to save them at least. A smirk appeared on his face after thinking about how he had previously only cared about himself. Looking at the floor, he thought about how he would sacrifice his life for the sake of people and most likely anyone who heard would laugh. The girl, looking up, heard an order that she should call the senior goblin. Frowning, the master explained that it was time for them to change their strategy. Raising her hand, the girl cried out happily. Looking at her stat window, she shouted that she was able to reach level 13 on her own. Standing over the defeated goblins, Mayan wondered if Bora was level 14 and immediately added that he would be able to catch up with her in an instant, and also that her mana was already exhausted and she had gone too far. Looking back, she noted that it was time for her to return. Goblins appeared behind her. They rushed at the girl. Suddenly, she disappeared. The academy appeared, with night falling. Throwing the bone over his shoulder, the hero said that he would leave the cleaning to the defeated enemy. Raising his hand, the man agreed with the order. Smiling, the boy read the notice from the god that she insisted on exploring, but he explained that they should begin searching the next day after classes. His hand emitted a bright light. Looking around, the young man noted that he was going where the ring was pointing, but he had no idea where it was. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Looking at the extinguished ring, the protagonist asked if it was broken. In front of him stood a white flag and he assumed that there must be something in this place. Rubbing his chin, the hero also noted that this place looked extremely suspicious. Then the god sent a message that a huge pile was flying at the guy, but he did not understand. Many magic projectiles were heading towards him. They hit the place where the protagonist was a second ago. The ground behind him was on fire. The man, raising his hand, shouted at him a question about whether he really decided to die, because he really did not know where he was. The instructor smiled after using the forgiveness skill and explained that this was a magic shooting range, and that it was too dangerous here and therefore he should not recklessly enter here. Frowning, the guy noted that they should put up some kind of sign. The students, wide-eyed, turned to Khan. The guy, shaking off the dust, asked who they were, and the god sent a message that there was no need to remember it here. Lesha, smiling, asked the hero if he really did not remember her. Rubbing the back of his head, the guy noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the girl corrected him and said that he still didn't remember her. The guy, smiling, understood that this was another annoying situation. A certain tree appeared. The young man, sitting on a bench, was talking about something with his girlfriend. Suddenly, his eyes widened after she said that he began to understand the language better. Smiling, he explained that he had been studying diligently, and the interlocutor explained that it was noticeable. Also smiling, she asked if the young man's visit to the shooting range was connected with his desire to study magic. Rubbing the back of his head, the young man answered affirmatively, thinking that he was only trying to find something hidden at the shooting range. Frowning, he listened to the girl's question about whether she should teach him magic then, and the protagonist asked again and explained that he did not have a blessing. Smiling, Lesha said that learning the basics was possible anyway, because he needed to be prepared to meet the mage. Jumping up from the bench, she suggested that they meet tomorrow and asked what grade he was in now. The young man replied that he was currently studying in the upper grade. Winking, she ended the conversation by saying that they would see each other tomorrow. Suddenly, a girl came up and asked if this man was Lesha's boyfriend. She answered negatively and added that it was time for them to go to class, because it would start soon. Frowning, the guy asked the god for his opinion on the situation, who noted that the girl's behavior was extremely suspicious. Rubbing her chin, the god listened to the guy's words about the shooting range. She sent a message that she was trying to hide the knowledge she had. Getting up from the bench, the guy noted that she still did not want to tell him about it. He suddenly looked away when he heard someone calling his name. Rizzo was walking towards him and the protagonist thought that he was the guy who really irritated him. Frowning, the class president explained that he had been looking for the hero for a long time, while the protagonist tried to understand why everyone suddenly needed to meet him on this day. Grinning, the boy used the forgiveness skill. Suddenly, a hand appeared while Kanu was thinking about how to make everything go smoothly. Blocking the boy's path, the interlocutor explained that it would not work on him again. Holding up a piece of paper, the class president explained that he needed it to climb a certain peak. Frowning, the protagonist thought about the forgiveness skill and how the interlocutor most likely saw his status window, which meant that the blessing also had weaknesses. Bringing the document closer, Rizzo explained that he was speaking very seriously and added that if they united, they would become the strongest. Looking away, the guy remembered that there were group quests in the academy, which would be easier to complete with classmates. The boy extended his hand and said that they would get along. The class president hugged him and shouted happily, laughing. The god, who was behind him, sent a message that he felt uncomfortable. The hero glanced to the side, thinking that he should ask Diorak about how to hide the status window. A certain window appeared from which a certain question came. Someone was sharpening a bone. The girl, turning around, explained that she did not want to tell him just like that, because it was too easy. Smiling, she also added that if he ordered, she would think about it. Sitting down in front of her, he ordered her to tell him how to hide the status. The demon, closing one eye, explained that in order to peek at the status window, a blessing is needed, and to counteract this, a blessing is also needed. The hero, raising his hand to his chin, asked which blessing would be easier to obtain. Then the interlocutor explained that the blessing of secret is difficult to obtain in a short time, and to view the window with the blessing of equality, you will have to open your characteristic window. The young man closed his eyes and listened to the girl explain that there was also a wedding blessing, with which one could see the partner's window, which also required a marriage that delighted even the gods, and also told about the blessing of deception, which forges a true window, but if caught, it would become a curse, and also explained that the blessing of disguise would make the status window disappear if he pretended to be dead. And at the end she added that the blessing of humility would make the ranks of other blessings low. The hero, frowning, asked if the demon had finished his story. The girl, grinning, explained that this was only a small part of her knowledge, and then the hero's question was heard about whether it had to be a blessing. The girl was wiping her head with a towel. Hanging it around her neck, she answered affirmatively and added that the curse would be more dangerous, but it would definitely not work worse. The protagonist turned around and asked if he could block the blessing that opened the status window with a curse and immediately added that it sounded very interesting. Standing up from his chair, the demon noted that this woman had come up with a good idea. Putting her hands on her hips, she said that the curse that would suit the guy would be the curse of greed. The guy's head flashed with an image of a frog against the backdrop of golden mountains, and he asked again. Grinning, Dairoka explained that this was a curse that completely controlled property and the status window was also considered for it. Then the hero inquired about the price of such a curse. Winking, she explained that such a curse requires one's life. The hero bared his teeth, saying that now everything was decided. Stretching out his hands, he received a message from the god that the outsider's face looked suspicious, but he replied that he had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. The hero, standing in front of the woman, laughed loudly. Holding the document in his hands, he asked if this was the only order available to him. The girl, with her hands behind her back, asked him why he suddenly registered her as a mercenary. Taking out his sword, the young man explained that in order to obtain the curse of greed, he needed a lot of slaves or wealth, adding that this blade was all his property. Raising a finger, he said that he had to think about it. The demon stared at him as he said that she needed to become so strong that he simply would not be able to restrain her. With her mouth slightly open, the girl noted that this would definitely work. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he already knew this and immediately asked his companion if she was worried about her curse of hunting, and she asked him not to take it too lightly. With her arms outstretched, she explained that such a curse could make an orc equal in strength to an ogre, and with her level she could have gotten rank A, but because of this curse she was stuck at rank D. Looking at her, the hero noted that the mercenaries' level could be increased later and asked how strong the ogres were. Having imagined such monsters, the demon answered affirmatively and explained that such monsters would not yield to the knight that they had met earlier. Leaving, the guy said that then there would be no problems with them, but his companion noted that he would regret it. With her mouth wide open, she said that she was not able to cope with even 3 orcs now. Grinning, the hero calmed her down by saying that they would only play with the goblins and that there was no danger in this. 3 planets were flaunted in the night sky. The monster rushed at the woman with screams. The demon swung his hand to attack. The blow hit the opponent's shoulder. Suddenly his eyes turned black after using the hunting skill. The enemy's wound healed and he growled that it didn't hurt. Gritting her teeth, the demon knew that this was all she could do and called her opponent an insignificant gnoll. The hero, taking her by the shoulder, explained that she had enough and should just stay behind. 3 monsters stood above him and shouted that he would just become their meat. The monster rushed to attack the guy. The young man, holding the blade in front of him, noted that their reception was extremely warm. With one blow, he cut all the enemies. The head of one of the monsters flew into the air. The eyes of the second opened wide. The girl, her mouth slightly open, could not believe what she saw. All the monsters fell to the ground. Turning around, he asked the girl to collect their fangs. The demon, her eyes wide open, could not say a word. Blushing, she listened to the boy's question about whether she had not heard the order, because the hero's curse had broken. She closed her eyes and laughed. Frowning, the hero asked if she had gone crazy. Suddenly, slugs appeared on the corpses of the monsters and Kanu shouted that they would take everything now. The demon asked him to order more insistently. Pointing his finger, the boy ordered the girl to immediately bring him all the loot from the defeated enemies. A smile appeared on the demon's face. Night was still hanging over the forests, while the boy shouted to collect so that not a single trace of their presence remained. The academy building appeared. The boy, looking ahead, heard someone calling out to him. The student, pointing his finger at him, shouted that because of him they would clean the toilets for the next 15 days. The hero, putting his hands in his pockets, asked why the interlocutor was unhappy. Because he had been discharged, the same one shouted with a question about where the complaints were. Suddenly the young man turned around when someone called him again. The girl, smiling, said something about the energies of the morning. With her eyes wide open, she noted that apparently the interlocutor was now with his friends. Suddenly, someone quickly grabbed him. The student, with his eyes wide open, asked him a question about what was happening now. The same one explained that they were just acquaintances. Pressing the interlocutor's head to the floor, the young man shouted a question about why they were all making a fuss over some nonsense. The girl, smiling, said that after today's lesson she would like to teach him magic and asked if he agreed. The guy, getting up from the floor, answered affirmatively. Looking away, he thought that this girl was too serious about her lessons and was generally quite stubborn. She waved her hand and said that they would see each other later and asked him not to run away this time. She also shouted what he had promised, raising her hands. The hero, raising his finger to his face, noted that this girl was extremely popular, while someone's screams could be heard from the side. Taking the student by the collar, the young man said that it was time for them to go as well. The guide pulled him along the corridor, while he said something about his dreams being shattered. Someone stepped on the tiles. An old building appeared. The hero, grinning, noted that he was extremely surprised by the conditions of the lower class. His old opponents appeared behind him. The prince, with his mouth slightly open, introduced himself. They all began to lower themselves. The warriors knelt before the young man. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, did not understand what they were doing. The prince, with his mouth slightly open, explained that they were all representatives of noble and royal families and that worshipping such a simple man was extremely absurd. Frowning, he explained that they were doing this because they wanted a truce. The hero, with his mouth open in surprise, asked again. God, making a cross with her hands, sent a message that she was categorically against it. Looking at the tower, the young man began to say something. The hero, standing in front of his former enemies, explained that if they did not advance to the highest class at the next exam, they would lose their blessing of nobility and receive a curse, and they answered in the affirmative. A message about the characteristics of nobility appeared and the protagonist asked whether this concerned the experience they had recently gained and explained that their development would definitely be hindered and they should listen to him. Looking at the system window, the boy thought that the inability to increase his level was becoming a big problem. With his mouth wide open, the prince shouted a question about whether he forgave them. They all surrounded him, thanking him for this. Gritting his teeth, the boy did not understand why they were sticking to him. Raising her hands, the god sent messages that she did not approve of the quick integration into the group, and therefore her trust in him was falling. The young man, with his mouth wide open, said that he was not to blame for this situation. He stepped on the tile with force, crumbling it. Frowning, he breathed heavily. Walking forward, the hero shouted that because those people fell on their knees in front of him, and therefore he had a strange feeling because of this. The girl, covering her mouth with her hand, noted that such funny situations always happened to Kanu. Exhaling, the guy asked where they were going now. Suddenly, his eyes and the god's mouth opened wide when the student said that they would go to a place where no one would bother them. Walking forward, Lesha explained that most likely they would be able to study normally there, and added that she had previously helped the hero, and it was an extremely difficult time for her. The protagonist, wide-eyed, asked if she had really helped the heroes before. Turning around, she asked if the interlocutor was interested in the heroes and added that she had helped the hero for some time, who was quite self-confident. Putting her finger to her face, she also noted that it was hard for her with him, and added that it was easy for her to communicate with the protagonist. Memories from the past appeared in the guy's head and he realized that he was scared to remember those days with her, because it was very difficult. He also remembered this girl. Rubbing his chin, the hero asked if this hero was engaged in more dangerous hunting. Remembering this person at school, he realized that he was constantly reading books about fantasy worlds back in school and it was logical why he adapted so quickly. God, putting her finger to her face, sent a message asking about outsiders. Smiling, Lesha said that they were finally there and invited him to start training. The hero sat down on his coat. The girl, holding his shoulders, explained that magic has a cause and effect. Still holding his hand, she added that it was comparable to the passions between a guy and a girl. The protagonist, closing his eyes, tried to understand what kind of warmth began to spread throughout his body. God hit him on the forehead and sent messages that she was too uncomfortable. Smiling, the student asked the young man if he understood what she was telling him. Covering his face with his hands, the hero answered affirmatively. Opening her eyes wide, Lesha asked where the guy got the ring from and added that she was probably late. Turning around, the young man asked what she meant, but the interlocutor asked him to concentrate. Putting his hand on his stomach, he noted that he began to feel warmth inside. He continued to hold his hand, when suddenly he received a notification that he was an outsider. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked why this feeling had disappeared. God opened her mouth wide and laughed, sending messages that she was very happy to see it. Staring at the stats window, the boy couldn't believe that the outsider's level could increase. Suddenly, he bent over and screamed in pain, and the girl immediately asked if he was okay. Gritting his teeth in pain, the boy understood that the frequency of the reset had become too fast, and the balance of forces that he had been controlling all the time had collapsed. Squeezing his hand, he said that everything was okay. Rising to his feet, Kanu understood what would happen if he overused his power unnecessarily. Suddenly, energy began to accumulate in one of his hands. The boy, gritting his teeth, begged for it to work. A bright, huge beam shot straight into the air. The girl, with her eyes wide open, did not understand what was happening. Looking at the sky, she asked what happened. The hero, wiping his forehead, noted that he felt as if he had been born again. The girl, with her mouth wide open, asked him how he could use magic at all. Turning around, he asked again. Lesha, with her mouth wide open, asked if he had done it unconsciously. Raising his hand in the air, Kanu realized that it was magic when he used the power of a knoll, imitating fencing. Energy began to accumulate near his hand again. These rays were visible from behind the castle. The man, with his mouth slightly open, said nothing. Smiling widely, the guy said that he had managed to use magic, but the girl noted that he did it without a blessing. The man, raising his fist, shouted that he had managed to find those who used dangerous magic inside the school. The hero, turning around, could not believe what he saw. The man frowned and said that Kanu had already broken the rules during the fencing lesson. Suddenly, his clothes flew off while he was shouting that the hero would not go unpunished this time. With his mouth wide open, the boy tried to use the forgiveness skill and shouted with requests for forgiveness. Grinning furiously, the man ordered the youth to come to him, when suddenly the blessing of forgiveness was destroyed. The man flew into the air. Grinning, he shouted that the boy would answer for his fencing lesson. The hero, holding his hand in front of him, apologized and added that apparently he has a talent for magic too. The teacher frowned and looked at him. Suddenly, he was struck by the protagonist's ray. The boy, smiling widely, laughed. Many plants appeared. The hero, sitting in the audience, asked why it looked so much like a botanical garden. Crossing his arms over his chest, he also noted that he hadn't even thought about listening to lectures before. He remembered another teacher coming in and yelling at him to take responsibility. The man, frowning, yelled that they would have to attend new lectures on some subject, and also that they weren't allowed to be rude or use magic in class. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man didn't understand what the point of a lesson on growing and killing monsters was. Looking at his two classmates, he noted that many of them already had pairs. Suddenly, he noticed the prince, thinking that the class monitor was somehow invisible. Sitting down next to him, the young man offered him to sit together, because they would still be listening to this lecture together. The prince, closing his eyes, explained that he wanted to study and asked to be left alone. Smiling furiously, the hero asked if the other man was refusing his wonderful offer, because did he really want to continue being a loser? The prince chuckled in agreement, crossing his arms over his chest. Suddenly, the protagonist's gaze turned to the other side. A phoenix had appeared in the classroom. Smiling, the teacher entered the classroom. Carrying a slug in her hands, she said that she was glad to meet the young generation of future scientists. Opening her mouth, she introduced herself. Standing in front of the students, the woman also added that she was counting on them. Crossing her arms over her chest, the hero noted that this elf had been popular at the entrance ceremony, as well as here. Suddenly, a phoenix flew up to him and said something. The protagonist, frowning, did not understand why this bird was looking at him like that. The teacher, smiling, explained that they would find out why the living creatures around the academy had been in fear lately, and added that her classes would be held once every 2 weeks. Looking at his neighbor, the hero noted that they would only have 2 classes a month and asked him if that was cool. The prince opened his mouth wide and shouted, correcting the boy. The teacher scowled at him, telling the students to be quiet. Suddenly, the hero looked down at her. The elf opened her eyes wide and tried to say something. The slug in her hands opened his mouth wide as the girl told them to forget about her last words and added that the lesson would be over. She ran out of the classroom, shouting that tomorrow's lesson would be held at the same time. The protagonist bared his teeth and shouted at Alpice that this was all because of him. The boy opened his mouth slightly, trying to understand why he was surrounded by idiots. A castle appeared. A stone hung from the ceiling. The girl lay on the floor of the cave with her eyes closed. Suddenly, her eyes opened slightly. She stood up and tried to understand where she was, but someone called out to her. The demon, sitting on the throne, greeted the girl. Suddenly her eyes widened. Opening his mouth, Cogmus asked if the girl could see, since he was the 14th son of the Demon King. Covering her mouth with her hand, she screamed. Suddenly, Mayan narrowed her eyes. Turning away, she said that the demon was extremely handsome and his voice was also pleasant. Closing his eyes, the demon asked what kind of nonsense his hostage was talking about. Blushing, the warrior thought that the son of the Demon King was also a prince and therefore this was her chance to make her dream come true. Using the charm skill, she shouted at him to become her captive. Suddenly, something headed towards her. Several magic projectiles pierced her armor. Her eyes widened. Holding his hand in front of him, the prince noted that it was dangerous, and he never thought that this girl would attack him. She fell to the floor. Suddenly, his eyes widened while he was talking about how a hero is a hero after all. A notification appeared in front of his face stating that he had received the curse of a hero. Covering his face with his hand, he realized that he had killed the hostage with his own hands. Gritting his teeth, the demon said that if he couldn't grow, there would be no way to save Dieriku from the hero's hands. Remembering him, he knew he had to find a way to level up. Suddenly, he looked away when he heard his assistant shout that someone had arrived. The prince stared ahead. The doors of the throne room began to open. Bora appeared from behind them. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She noticed her friend's body on the ground. Looking at her, the demon noted that she had followed the tracks left by the goblins. The knight called out to Mayan, who was lying on the floor. The demon smirked and greeted Bora, calling her brave for coming here without support. The girl frowned, and the guy standing in the shadows behind her asked if it was possible to send the heroes alone. Cogmus opened his eyes wide and used the technique of looking through. Alsos held the sword in his hand. While the enemy studied the information about him on the system window, the boy asked if the demon ruled this area. Cogmus smiled widely and answered that it was. He stood in front of his throne, saying that he was the one who ruled the goblins of the Rocky Mountain, and who killed the hero. The enemy smiled slyly. The prince frowned, looking down. Athena raised her hand and asked with a frightened face if this would end if they killed the villain who created such a vile trap. Cogmus grinned and answered that the guests liked his gift. Alsos clutched the sword in his hand and said that the demon who killed the hero and the knights will now pay for his sins. The blonde rushed forward, frowning. The enemy pressed a button on the floor and said that the boy was very excited. Suddenly, a large stone fell down. Bora's eyes widened in fear. The rock fell on Mayan while the villain screamed that there would be nothing to resurrect if there was no body. The boy extended his hand forward. Bora gritted her teeth, using the speed technique. They rushed towards her friend. The demon pulled the brightly shining thread towards himself and screamed that they were too slow. The thread tied up the saviors, and the enemy screamed that he couldn't give up his precious bait of a hero so easily. The girl ran towards Mayan, but her comrade screamed that she should stop because it was too dangerous. She ran with her sword in her hand. She couldn't slow down because of the activated speed skill. Bora turned around when the prince extended his hand towards her. She frowned, not understanding what was happening. The princess stretched her arms forward and screamed for the heroine to not be distracted, because she would take care of everything. A loud explosion thundered in front of Bora, fragments flying around. Alsos raised his sword, sighing heavily. Suddenly, his brows furrowed in tension. The villain swung the thread and shouted that it was hard for the prince to protect the ballast. Arrows flew towards Bora. She closed one eye and clenched her teeth, thinking that she would not be able to dodge. Suddenly, 2 flashes appeared in the air. Someone stretched out their hands towards the stone. The heroine grabbed Mayan, hugging her tightly. She turned around, covered in sweat. The prince stretched out his hand forward, his face darkened. The demon furiously frowned and paid his respects to the blonde. Arrows stuck out of Alsos's body, and Cogmus said that the boy sacrificed his life to protect the heroine. Athena loudly called out to her friend. She created a fireball in her hands and shouted that she would not forgive the enemy for this. The demon grabbed the young man with a smile and said that the corpse the girl needed could accidentally burn, so she should be more careful. The princess frowned and clenched her teeth. The villain's eyes shone brightly and he praised her. Suddenly, 2 projectiles passed through the prince's body. An arrow pierced the sorceress's body. Cadmus closed his eyes and said that the second victim was eliminated, and the girl fell down. Bora was holding Mayan in her arms, and the enemy said that only she was left. The heroine looked at him and called him a vile coward. The demon aimed a crossbow at her and replied that he was simply leading the goblins, and the heroine, who came with the knights, said something to him about cowardice. The girl sweated when the enemy said that they had a small difference in levels, and the quality of the guy's equipment was significantly inferior to what she had. He frowned and said that he would have died long ago if he had not been more careful, and she called him a coward. His eyes shone brightly and he added that they were enemies, and if her life was hanging by a thread, then all means and methods were good. Bora swung her sword and loudly thanked the enemy for the advice. She attacked him, but he raised his elbow, stopping her blow. The heroine clenched her teeth, using a technique that made her body a powerful weapon in all situations. The villain frowned and thought that this was a very absurd blessing. He took off his jacket and shouted that it was nothing compared to what he had. Something enveloped the girl's body, and she looked down in bewilderment. The fabric squeezed her, and she frowned, and Cadmus asked if she was familiar with such black magic. He pulled up his shirt sleeves and said that humans do not learn anything other than the 100 techniques necessary for war. Bora sweated when the enemy said that she would now be his new hostage for negotiations. Her eyes began to close, she could not breathe. A ray of light appeared from a hole in the wall. The demon closed one eye and screamed, not understanding what was happening. Someone was climbing down while the demon covered his face from the light. There was a blue sky above the castle. The headmistress of the academy was standing at the window, asking how the man was doing. She turned around and clarified that she was interested in the student's grades, study attitude and such, because he had almost no performance evaluations during the holidays. The old man looked at the woman and said that some abilities cannot be found out even through the status window, and if the students continue in the same spirit and fail to graduate, they will not receive any reward. A system window about the skill called teacher was visible. The tea was pouring into the cup while the professor was saying that if nothing changed, it would be better to resign from his position and that this year would be hard. The headmistress slammed her fist on the table and asked why her interlocutor was only talking about bad news. She lay down on the table and said that she helped the saint who only pretended to be noble and even enrolled heroes here. She tried hard to rise from last place for the last 10,000 years. The old man handed her a cup of tea. He smiled and told her not to worry because there was still something. The woman looked at him in surprise and asked if the hidden labyrinth had opened. The man sipped the tea and replied that there was a student with the blessing of a C-rank elf, so maybe something would work out with that person too. There were various trees growing in the greenhouse. Celeblis smiled and greeted Kana. She frowned, saying that they could communicate informally when they were alone. The boy smiled awkwardly and laughed. His eyes were closed, and he thought that he was definitely wrong. He remembered the students fighting the slimes. Someone was holding a bone in their hand. The boy raised his hand and the teacher praised him. The woman smiled and said that the student had caught the slime's attention with something they were interested in. She called him capable. The boy screamed in fear when the professor said that she would give him a special lesson. They were standing in the garden and the boy greeted Celeblis. She touched her face with her finger and said that in this special lesson they would learn how to communicate with monsters and she would use her familiar, this slime, as an example. She turned around and told Kanu to follow her. She sat down on the ground. Next to her lay a slime and the professor told the student to lie down. The boy's eyes widened in shock. He lay on her lap, saying that he did not expect something like this. He looked at the system window and thought that he wouldn't be able to keep calm if he didn't have the blessing of an outsider. The professor was smiling while a certain goddess was saying that this woman was suspicious. Celeblis smiled. The youth remembered the girl with a towel around her neck. Then he remembered another girl coming up behind him and thought that this was a crazy school and this whole world had gone crazy too. The willow branches were hanging down. 2 moons were shining above the cemetery. The monster surrounded the girl, preparing to eat her. Dairoka frowned, looking at the enemies. The predator swung its paw, screaming that it would cut her into pieces. The demon dodged the attack. She grabbed the villain by the arm. Then she tore the limb from his body, and he screamed loudly. The girl frowned, looking away. The hand of their comrade flew past the other predators. Dairoka went forward, and fire appeared behind her. She turned around and said that the enemies were weaklings, but they bragged like that. The wolves fell to the ground, and the demon said that she was done with this. The protagonist picked up a bone, and the predator screamed for him to not come closer. The guy ran after the enemy, laughing loudly. Several moons shone brightly in the sky. The beast lay on the ground, slimes were around it. The young man with a wide smile said that hunting is really much more interesting than lessons. A system window appeared in the air when he wanted to check the demon's stats. Kanu touched his face, surprised that the girl had risen 4 levels, but it was still not enough to obtain the curse of greed. Dairaoka crossed her arms and said that it was difficult. The boy took out a scroll of paper and replied that the results of their work were already visible. He remembered how the man closed his eyes, begging him to stop bringing them mirrors. The demon crossed her arms and replied that they should change the content of the request if they did not like it. She raised her eyebrows and added that they had done what they were asked, so she did not see a problem with anything. The boy looked away and thought that the man would hardly agree to such a thing, and the unknown deity agreed. He frowned and said that he would give the demon another task, namely an S-rank quest. The protagonist smiled and threw a shovel over his shoulder. He stuck it into the ground with the blade. He started digging quickly, shouting that he didn't understand why he had to do this, because it didn't look like a high-ranking quest. The girl sat down on the ground smiling, saying that it was more interesting than lessons, and the guy ordered her to shut up and help. Dairaoka closed her eyes and said that she was very tired of hunting gnolls, so she couldn't move at all. A certain deity raised her hand, agreeing with Kanu's words that the demon was fine just a second ago. A cemetery was visible under the night sky. The girl silently watched her master dig a huge hole. The protagonist frowned and said that it would take quite a long time, so they could blow everything up, but Dairaoka replied that this could turn the local landscape into ruins. She smiled and added that when the customer saw this, he was unlikely to be happy with such a mission. The boy leaned his elbow on the shovel and asked if this meant he would have to work here forever. Suddenly, he grabbed his weapon and decided to send more workers with shovels. He swung his sword and a bright circle appeared in the air. A man's face appeared from the portal. Workers came out one by one. The crowd went to the protagonist, greeting him. The girl approached the owner and asked if this was orc magic, to which the boy replied that she had decided to ask too late, unlike Cogmus. 3 moons shone brightly. They silently watched as the workers dug the earth. The boy smiled and said that people should use their minds more often. He looked up when the deity was indignant that the boy was not acting like an outsider, but Kanu replied that as long as he sat here, he was still an outsider. The goddess touched her cheeks and said that she was amazed at his logic. They sat on the ground and the boy said that there were more workers than he expected and the population was increasing. The girl with the basket smiled and asked if the protagonist wanted to get something to eat. The boy was eating a sandwich. He looked at the woman and asked if another hero had come to that valley, to which she replied that the hero was going to become strong, he stayed to train. Kanu imagined the face of the goddess and thought that she could have caught him if he went to Orkral, and from now on he was forbidden to go there. He stood up and looked away. The demon stood up and asked where he was going, to which he replied that it was already dawn, so he needed to go to lectures. He asked the girl to keep an eye on the workers. The men raised their shovels in fear when Dairaoka looked at them sternly. The academy building was visible. The boy walked through the grounds and thought about the breeding lesson, where they teach how to raise and keep monsters. He remembered Celeblis holding his hands and thought that he couldn't understand the meaning of this discipline because they were only looking at each other. He looked at the system window and assumed that it was because of the blessing. The unknown deity crossed her arms, displeased, saying that his trust in the protagonist was falling. The boy turned around when the teacher called him. The woman was holding a textbook in her hand, saying that she wanted to discuss the midterm exam result, and that regardless of the boy's grades, his place in the upper class was confirmed. Kanu furrowed his brows, asking why he received such a privilege, and she replied that advantages do not come for free. She smiled and added that the boy was Celeblis' best student, so it was impossible for him to be sent to the lower class. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock when the teacher said that because of this, he would be required to attend additional classes for the midterm exam. The woman grabbed his hands and shouted that it was important for Celeblis to work because the reputation of the institution was at stake. She frowned and asked the student to do it for the sake of the academy's employees. The boy threw her hands away and answered with an awkward laugh that he would try. The teacher adjusted her glasses and said that in that case she was counting on him, and then said goodbye. Kanu watched her go, confused. The deity smiled and said that this was a chance to teach the elf teacher a lesson. The boy, with a displeased face, answered that there was nothing to be happy about, because if Celeblis' reputation fell, the same would happen to him. The student touched his face and smiled when the deity said that it had nothing to do with him. He replied that in the event of an outsider being disgraced, the god who gave him a blessing would be considered a fool. The deity began to punch the protagonist in the head, saying that it was completely unreasonable. It opened its mouth in surprise when the boy said that he planned to attend extra classes because he was obliged to receive an automatic grade on the midterm exams. He raised his hand and shouted that he was ready for it. There were white clouds above the cemetery. Kanu walked towards Dairaoka, calling out to her. The girl smiled and asked if the lessons went well. The protagonist also smiled and noted that the work here was going smoothly. The demon sniffed, saying that the boy smelled like an elf girl, and he replied that she should not say stupid things, and also asked her to come with him. Dairaoka smiled and agreed. They sat on the edge of a cliff, and the boy explained that they needed to capture a strong monster. He lay on the ground, saying that when you hide, you get the effect of surprise. He asked the girl to lie down too. The demon covered her mouth with her hands and said that Kanu had already enslaved her, and now he was asking for something like this. The boy looked at the deity with an angry expression, who offered him to catch a dragon with a smile. The girl presented huge reptiles and said that the monster that would suit her master perfectly was either a demonic dragon or a dead one. The protagonist frowned and asked where he should look for such monsters. Dairoka raised her hand and said that there was another perfect candidate. Then she smiled and pointed at herself. Kanu looked at the slave with bewilderment, and thought that he should rein her in. They looked down. The boy frowned and thought that on Earth, creatures that do not exist in reality are called monsters. He imagined a gnoll hunting another creature, and thought that in this world, monsters are divided into those who eat slime. Then he imagined two creatures smiling. They were also divided into those who lived with slimes in the world. The beast stomped its huge foot on the ground. The elephant-like monster began to devour the slime. The boy looked down at the creature. The demon crossed her arms and explained that it was called a Lamborghini. She pictured a knight riding such a beast and said that such cavalry were also called the flowers of battle. The boy pictured Celeblis' face and said that she would faint if she saw it. Kanu sat on his knees while a certain god said that he was disappointed because the protagonist had missed a good chance. Suddenly, someone's green tail appeared. A huge snake wrapped itself around the Lamborghini's body. The monster, whose body was half human, laughed loudly. The boy opened his mouth in shock. The Lamborghini's eyes shone brightly. It fell down, raising dust around itself. The predator smiled slyly. The Lamia looked away and said that she would have a feast today. Kanu looked down in fear when the monster turned its attention to him. The Lamia licked her lips and said that even from here she could see how cute the main character was. She wanted to take him with her. The demon grinned and bowed her head. She jumped off the cliff, shouting that she would take care of the wretch. The monster smiled widely and shouted that she did not need a female. Dairoka grabbed the Lamia by the tail and said that she thought the same. The predator clenched her teeth and screamed in pain. The girl smiled and said that this guy was her master. She clenched her hand into a fist and said that such low-class Lamias had no right to look down on people. The monster closed her eyes and flew back from the blow. The girl stepped on her shoulder. Her eyes turned red and she said that the wretch was too arrogant for a nonentity who forgot her place. The Lamia cried in fear as the demon raised her hand, from which black smoke came. Kanu frowned and ordered Dairoka to stop because the talking monster would be easy to tame. The girl turned around. Suddenly, the enemy hit her hand with its tail. The Lamia ran away laughing loudly. She turned around and said that she would retreat this time. Suddenly, the monster looked at something from above. She twitched her tail and blood splashed in the air. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and said that this was what her master was looking for. Purple eyes were visible. The monster grabbed the Lamia's body with sharp fangs. Kanu looked down in shock, and the unknown god was very pleased. The dragon ate the monster, while the deity offered the boy to tame this cute creature. The protagonist jumped down. He introduced the red dragon and said that this beast is different, to which the demon replied that Alcazar is the king. The blue dragon exhaled steam. The system reported that the fury of the dragon that the protagonist killed provoked the dragons nearby. The monster swung its paw. It activated its hunting skill, aiming at Kana. The boy smiled and asked why everyone was so eager to kill it. The monster threw its head back when it was attacked. A piece of the Lamia's tail flew out of its mouth. The boy jumped up, holding a weapon in his hands. System windows with the names of skills appeared. A red aura appeared around the blade of the sword. The boy swung the weapon, indignant at being summoned to this dangerous world and given a defective sword. He created a red streak in the air. The dragon looked up. Sweat from fear appeared on its skin. The monster froze, looking at the red streak of energy. Then it turned around, looking at the black mark on the ground. The protagonist smiled and said that from now on, the dragon belongs to him. The sun was shining in the sky. The boy touched his face and asked what to feed such a monster. The blue dragon was trembling in fear, covering its eyes with its paws, and the girl answered that these creatures are omnivores. The demon held the tail of a Lamia in her hand, saying that the dragon can be given anything, even steel, and the protagonist concluded with a smile that raising this creature would be easy. The dragon looked at the boy with fear when he called it. The student placed his hand on the beast's head. It smiled and invited him to follow him. Dairoka crossed her arms when the boy suggested naming the new pet Cogmo 2-0. He smiled and looked away. They sat on the dragon's back, and the boy shouted for it to fly to the academy. A green forest was visible. The boy and the girl were talking, smiling. Another traveler was sitting nearby. He was unhappy that he was still on a hike, although he should have been hanging out in the snot-nosed for a long time. Hanu frowned when a certain god complained of a headache. He said that he was not doing better. The mercenary guild building was visible. The young man approached the girl, who showed him a notebook with the guild's assignments. He smiled and said that he was going to the snot-nosed. He asked if there was an assignment to protect the aristocrats. The manager smiled awkwardly and replied that she could not give him this assignment due to his low level. The traveler frowned in shock when she added that exceptions were not made even for heroes. A girl appeared behind him and said that she could help in this situation. Cassandra said with a smile that her group was heading to the Snot-Nosed. On an assignment, she invited the boy to join. Hanu smiled and shouted that it sounded great. The boy was sweating, thinking that he expected it to be a group of beautiful mercenaries led by a super cute. The mercenary hugged the boy's shoulder and asked why Hanu was sitting here alone. The other man crossed his arms and asked with a smile if he should get used to it. The young man closed his eyes and thought that he would have gone alone if he had known it would be like this. They turned around when they heard a loud sound. A huge monster was approaching them. The trolls smiled as they looked at the humans. The blonde raised his hand and shouted that they would hold off the enemies while Hanu used magic. The mercenary ran forward, shouting for everyone to get their weapons ready. He kicked off the ground, creating a bright flash. The man swung his sword. He frowned, looking at the slime on the sword, which was useless. The man widened his eyes in fear, looking straight ahead. The enemy clapped his hands and the mercenary fell down. He threw his head back, screaming loudly in pain. The other travelers rushed into the fight to help the wounded man. The trolls opened their mouths wide, shouting something in their own language. The men attacked the monsters with spears. Hanu froze in shock, not believing that these were the trolls. He imagined himself under the beam of light, not understanding what he was supposed to do with these enemies. He turned around, hearing Cassandra scream loudly as she fell. The boy caught her and screamed for her to come to her senses. He gritted his teeth and thought that the only one who could stand against the trolls now was himself. Hanu turned around, frowning, and some wind god told him to try. The mercenary turned around and screamed at the boy to save his magic. The other man smirked and screamed at him to just look at the true form of the dragon's daughter. The boy sweated and screamed that she was injured, so they could only surrender and run. Everyone turned around, seeing the system notification of the king's wrath. A beast's skull appeared in the air. The trolls stared at it in confusion. The skeleton of a dragon stood before them. The creature's eyes were shining brightly. Cassandra opened one eye and commanded the monster to attack. The dragon rushed forward. Its paw sank into the troll's body. It pressed the enemy into the ground, turning it into a puddle. The monster swung its tail. It attacked the enemy that was behind it. The mercenaries looked at the leader with smiles and said that she was definitely the daughter of a dragon. Kanu watched with displeasure as the boys praised the girl. Shouts in honor of Cassandra echoed through the forest, while the boy thought about how much he wanted to go to the academy. The students were standing next to the monument. They looked up, seeing something in the sky. A blue dragon was flapping its wings, and the students were scared. The protagonist hit the pet on the head and told him not to clownish himself. Cosmo fell to the ground, and the boy jumped off him. The teachers looked at Kanu stunned. The protagonist petted the beast and said that he found it on his way here. Now he wants to raise it and train it. He winked and asked if the professor would mind. The protagonist warmed up his hands, saying that this should be enough. He touched a tree while his hand was emitting a red aura. He then threw a log to the side, ordering the dragon to bring it. The pet opened its mouth and screamed loudly. It then ran after the log while Celeblis said that the dragon was listening to its master perfectly. The guy crossed his arms and smiled. They turned around when Hanu screamed loudly, asking if the monster breeding teacher could spare him a minute. The woman frowned and said that it was tactless of him because she was already teaching an important lesson. The guy showed the furry beast and said that the professor would change his mind if he saw it. The creature barked, and the mercenary said that it was his friend. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that it looked like a mage crossed a toy with a dog, and some god said that it was a rare deity. Celeblis placed her hand on her forehead and said that the student could go, but he said that he wanted to sign up for the electives too. Kanu smiled and asked if he could get rid of these annoying classes if he did it right. Hannah frowned in displeasure. He crossed his arms and thought that his genius plan had failed. He imagined the teacher crossing her arms and thought that she was not at all impressed by that small creature. The professor stood in front of the students and told them to be quiet. The woman created a purple flame in her hand and said that they would begin studying black magic. Her cheeks turned red as she asked what they thought of the discipline. She wrote symbols on the board and said that most people think black magic is evil, but they are wrong, and this stereotype started because of a long-lived demon who used black magic. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought that the class president had mentioned this. He then lay down on his desk and fell asleep. There was a night sky above the cemetery. Dairoka turned around when her master said that he had learned about the principle of black magic in class. He asked why elves couldn't use it. The demon smiled and said that elves don't live as long as demons or angels, and they exist longer by stretching their lives. The young man raised his eyebrows, not understanding such a formulation. The girl stretched out a thread in her hands and explained that a wound that would heal in a day for a human would heal in 2 weeks for an elf. This species weakened their health for the sake of longevity. She clapped her hands and added that demons themselves are long-lived with fast regeneration, so they simply cannot be compared. Dairoka approached her master's ear and whispered that this also applies to nighttime. She glared at Hannah, who came to the conclusion that the problem was in the power of healing. They turned around, hearing something. The workers joyfully shouted that they did it. The boy approached them while they were smiling and hugging. Kanu and Dairoka went down. They looked into the pit, and the girl asked if they were going to go there right away. The boy smiled and said that they would. Then they jumped down. The demon lit a purple flame on her finger. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and said that he tripped over something. In front of them were only dirty walls. Suddenly, they turned around. A huge troll swung his hand. The monster was smiling widely, and Kanu called this monster a pudding. He grabbed the hilt of the sword. He opened his eyes wide and cut the enemy's body in two. The girl covered her face as pieces of slime flew past her. 2 more enemies were running towards them, and the protagonist was surprised that even such chubby people would get angry if you climbed on them. Green spots were visible on the walls. Pieces of the troll's body flew out of the passage. Kanu, covered in the remains of the enemy, said that they were disgusting both to look at and to smell. Suddenly, the ring on his finger began to shine. He blushed in shock, and Dairoka and the unknown deity looked at the accessory with curiosity. A bright light was visible. The travelers walked forward, and the demon asked if the outsider was tired of the mysteries and secrets that the dungeon concealed. The young man looked away and replied that they could do this after clearing it. Dairoka smiled and said that he did not even notice that the appearance of the walls had changed. She again mentioned that he should have been born a demon. Kanu held his hand up, asking the slave to stop. They walked along the corridor. The ring on the boy's finger shone brightly. In front of them was a wall. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and assumed that there was a room behind the wall. There was a crack in the surface, and the protagonist replied that she was right. He clenched his fist and said with a smile that it was always worth knocking before entering. The wall collapsed with a powerful explosion. The travelers went forward. There was furniture in the room. The young man decided that he was wrong to call this place a grave. They went inside, and Kanu asked if there was anyone alive. He looked angrily at the demon, who said that every time such moments she wanted to die of shame. The protagonist went forward. Suddenly, his eyes widened, hearing someone's voice. Someone's hand in shackles rose up. The girl turned around, saying that they woke someone up, and the young man apologized to the stranger for disturbing him, and the demon said that there was no need to apologize to a corpse. A muscular body was visible under the stones. The man in the torn jacket stood up. The old man, whose eyes were yellow, asked how they got here, to a secret prison that could only be opened by a witch. The protagonist glared at the slave and told her that it was not a corpse, so she must apologize. The prisoner put his hand on his forehead. He opened his mouth wide, screaming in anger at the witch. Kanu smiled and suggested that the stranger had gone mad, and Dairoka replied that this was an example of weak human consciousness. The prisoner clenched his hand into a fist and ordered them to answer the question. The boy frowned and asked if the locals only knew how to attack guests. He and the demon jumped back from the attack. The man stood by the wall, screaming about the witch. The outsider sat on his knees, saying that now the enemy had destroyed the room more than he had. The prisoner frowned and screamed again about the witch. The youth raised his sword. He smiled widely and asked if the old man intended to communicate. He attacked the villain. The madman covered his face with his hands, furiously frowning. The girl blushed and said that it was unbelievable. Kanu swung his weapon again. He cut the prisoner's body into 2 halves. The muscle fibers quickly grew back. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when he realized that the enemy was regenerating just like that orc. He jumped up and shouted that he wouldn't fall for it twice. The boy jumped back and said that he dealt with the old man before he recovered, and Dairoka replied that the man could have given them clues. The protagonist smiled and said that the demon could find out everything using a blessing, and the girl said that she couldn't see the dead status window. Suddenly, she screamed in shock. The old man stamped his foot. The enemy quickly ran towards them. The boy clenched his hand into a fist and ordered the girl to not let the old man return to the room. She turned around. Then she kicked the prisoner, sending him flying into the air. Kanu closed his eyes and began to sweat. The enemy was hanging from the ceiling. Dairoka closed her eyes as her master shouted that they would be in big trouble if the old man went berserk again. There was a torch hanging on the wall. The demon's hands were immobilized with shackles. He opened his eyes and realized that he was in a prison. Bora crossed her arms, looking at him through the bars. Cogmus looked at her, and she said that she had a question for him. The heroine frowned and asked which boy he was talking about. There was a torch between the prison cells. The girl looked at the prisoner and said that all his slaves were disbanded, although they wanted to follow their master even after the curse was broken. The demon was sitting on the floor and she continued that the slaves were afraid that he would be executed and ran away in a hurry. The boy chuckled and said that they did not even say goodbye. Bora stood behind the bars, saying that he didn't look like a demon at all, and Cogmus yelled at her to stop humiliating him and just kill him. The girl closed her eyes and said that she came here with other intentions. The boy looked at her silently. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Then he turned away and told her to forget about it. He gritted his teeth and asked why the heroine saved him. Bora remembered the demon saying that she was lecturing him about cowardice after killing some pathetic goblin. The girl smiled and explained that Cogmus' actions were self-defense, and if he wasn't a demon, they would be considered ordinary invaders. The boy frowned when the heroine called him. She looked down and asked who the prisoner was talking about then. A light was visible. The demon looked down and said that this was a true beast that did not know defeat and retreat, and its level was so high that it was impossible to count. He imagined the goblins swinging their clubs. Then he imagined the heroes falling down and said that if that boy invaded the dungeon, the plan and traps that were devised to protect him would be completely useless. The demon imagined Kanu smiling and holding a bloody sword in his hand. He remembered their meeting and thought that the protagonist was immune to any poison and never got tired. The boy attacked the goblin and Cogmus said that the goblins would not last a day near him. He clenched his hands into fists and decided that the more he thought, the further he got from the answer. Bora touched her face and asked if the prisoner knew anything else, and the boy yelled that Kanu was just a walking disaster. She closed her eyes and asked what the demon wanted to do in the future. Cogmus looked down and replied that his plans had been ruined by the saint and that he had no idea what he was going to do next. He turned around when the heroine expressed her joy. She opened the door and asked if he wanted to be her partner. The shackles fell off the demon's hands. He rubbed his wrist and asked if she was suggesting that he betray his people and side with the humans. The heroine smiled and confirmed this. She stood in front of the boy and added that she was suggesting exactly that. The demon imagined the saint's face and thought that even if he refused, she was still alive and would not leave him alone. His nails were black. He thought that if he was lucky enough to escape from here, his body would not return to his homeland. The boy raised his hand and said that he did not know how useful he would be, but he would become the girl's partner. Bora smiled and replied that she hoped for their cooperation. She grabbed his hand and said that she would introduce him to the people of the kingdom and the heroes with whom he would be allied from now on. There were several moons above the building. The prince pointed to the map, saying that the Eastern Swordsman squad had subdued a dragon in the Knight's kingdom. He raised one finger and said that they must capture all the monsters that left their habitat after this incident. The guy with glasses asked if he had to listen to the explanation. Alsus frowned and replied that those below level 10 must be present. The demon looked ahead and thought that this hero was not only weak but also a winner. Chulsu raised his eyebrows. 2 system notifications about his stats appeared. Cogmus looked away and thought that these heroes had already sold out to the aristocrats to have such blessings with such a low level. Bora looked at the boy, who assumed that they were keeping the true heroes a secret according to the saint's plan. The girl asked with a smile if the demon wanted to say hello to his new friends, and he turned away. He walked away and said that he was going to rest. The workers were cleaning the dungeon. The girl smiled and said that she had finished cleaning. She bowed, and Kanu replied that she could go. He turned around and asked how long his slave was going to sit like this. The demon was sitting on the old man, who was shaking from the tension. She yawned and asked if they could go now, since the preparations were finished and everything they needed was here. The prisoner fell to the floor with a loud scream, and Dairoka said that she did not understand how the ancient women fought for him. The protagonist looked down in shock, and the girl said that the wall paintings in the ruins said so. She smiled and added that the mistress of the ruins was a witch who had power equal to a god. Kanu opened his mouth in shock, and a god said that he had no choice. The old man frowned and said that he was captured by this witch and could not meet his beloved and child. A deity was sitting on him, and he said that his body suddenly became heavy. The protagonist smiled and said that he would leave the prisoner a parting gift as a sign of support. The man looked at the guy in fear. A yellow ring appeared in the air. A skeleton fell on the old man. The outsider smiled and wished him good health. Seeing the old man off, Dairoka confessed her surprise to the owner. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl noticed that the main character managed to bestow such words and loot on him. The old man looked at the gifts he had received in surprise. And falling to his knees in front of Kanu, he thanked the hero who was raising a dragon. Following the owner, the demoness asked if the madman would really defend this place at the cost of his life. And pointing her finger back, she added that this meant that they would be able to stop possible attacks by mercenaries until they collected all the treasures of the ruins. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man noticed that a certain god was surprised and delighted by his intelligence, but only said, "Aha." Suddenly, the outsider's eyebrows went up when he heard laughter. Another crowd of trolls was rushing at the heroes, and the warrior noted that there were a bunch of them inside, too. With an indifferent face, the guy dodged the blows of the slime, while Dairoka pushed off the floor with her foot. The girl rushed past all the monsters with rapid jumps. Having landed next to her master, the demoness exclaimed that there were too many of them, and they would not be able to cope with them all. Kanu dodged another blow, and when he heard from his companion that it was worth destroying one, as 3 more came, he asked what was going on in this dungeon. To the embarrassment of the girl and the indignation of the god, the hero picked her up in his arms, declaring that this would not do and asked her to hold on tighter. He did not even pay attention to the blow to the head, and when the demoness asked what he was doing, he explained that he did not want to lose the translator again. His eyes lit up with a scarlet glow when the young man added that he had a good plan, although he did not like such things. In response to the call of the king's wrath, a bone dragon appeared, rushing into battle with the trolls. and the only thing the terrible pet screamed was that he would kill everyone. True, seeing the owner and the monsters, he asked what kind of place it was. While the dragon tore the mucus apart, the outsider laughed. What was happening greatly amused Kanu. Gritting his teeth, the young man finally admitted that Dairoka was much heavier than he thought, and asked if she was alive. The girl looked at him confused. Lying under a pile of bones, the demoness said that this was the end, and the hero did not understand what this meant. Looking at the owner with slight irritation, she added that her patience had come to an end. The young man arched an eyebrow when the demoness grabbed him by the collar. After which Dairoka kissed the puzzled outsider. A certain god was shocked. Waving his arms, the spirit was angry and disappointed, and cursed the hero. The stone cracked, and the members of the squad fell down. Dairoka hung in the air, releasing her wings, and was surprised that there was a basement here. Pressing his palm to his lips, Kanu cursed. Now one nasty thing kissed him, now another. The girl looked up with curiosity, and while her master muttered that it was good that everything was sorted out, only the curses of bloodshed and slaughter had increased, she concluded that it was now becoming clear how long ago these ruins had been created. Rubbing his chin, the young man clarified in what sense, and the demoness answered that the ceiling they had broken through was being restored, and this phenomenon was often encountered in the mythical era. Remembering some acquaintances, the hero clarified that it looked like that prisoner or one orc, and Dairoka reminded that the saint was also able to resurrect the dead. But even she could not reunite such a corpse piece by piece to a whole state. When the body was dying, the soul was suffering. Even looking at his unusual guard, it immediately became clear. A golden light flashed in front of the surprised boy, and he clarified whether the demoness meant the outsider under the guard. The hero's eyes reflected surprise. To be honest, he had long had doubts about the image of the body and soul in the status window. Perhaps it was the effect of the slaughter curse, but he saw souls flying around him. Grabbing the annoying spirit, Kanu asked, since he had the blessing of the outsider, as long as his soul did not suffer when he died, he would be able to resurrect? Putting a finger to her lips, Dairoka admitted that it was quite possible, although she had never heard of a blessing affecting an individual's soul in any way. A certain god became uncomfortable. He did not like the interference of another blessing. Kanu smirked when he heard the giggling again. Looking at the ring shining, the young man realized that they were very close. While the demoness was more worried that those terrible creatures were also below, they would not be able to fight them. Rushing forward, the hero shouted for Dairoka to hurry up before the slugs came. Continuing to run, the girl admitted that she felt calmer once they entered, and the owner added that the light was getting brighter. Perhaps they were almost there. With wide eyes, the demoness said that this was it. The squad stopped near the golden door, and the outsider expressed confidence that the boss was in the room. This was where they really were waiting for the end. Opening the status window, Dairoka said that on the way here they hunted a lot, and the level rose significantly, to which the young man first objected that in fact he was the one who destroyed everyone, and then asked how much higher he became. The girl turned the window towards him, offering him to take a look for himself. She was sure that very soon he would receive the desired curse of greed. With wide eyes looking at the level, the hero asked why so many. Putting a finger to her chin, the demoness reminded that they defeated a bunch of trolls, and that corpse was somewhere around level 38. Rubbing his face, Kanu wondered how many times she killed the poor guy. But then there was a hum, and the young man exclaimed that the door responded to the ring and began to open. Looking into the opening that appeared, the girl explained that this was very simple magic, and there was nothing to worry about. Entering inside, the eyes of both travelers widened. The trickling water gurgled. In the middle of the falling water was a pond, but the hero noticed that nothing was visible because of the water fog, and Dairoka admitted that inside the dungeon there were still many unsolved mysteries, but she had never seen such a huge waterfall before. The silhouette in the fog called to come to her. Hearing the address of the cute to the owner, the demoness' face distorted with anger. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl remembered that she still had experience left to level up, and a certain god agreed with her, to which the outsider demanded to calm down. The waterfall continued to murmur. Frowning with displeasure, the young man declared that he was not cute at all. The woman smiled, and noted that this was too much. Putting her palm on her hip, the mermaid reminded that she had given the hero a ring and a blessing along with an invitation. Dairoka's eyes widened. She recognized the archwitch in Bror and the boss. Not believing that she was still alive, the outsider glanced sideways at the girl, asking if they knew each other. While the witch stroked the dragon's face, the demoness explained that she was the only monster in fantasy history to kill the demon king, while not being a hero. Raising her eyebrows, and Brora confirmed this, in the past she had bet everything on love and could not admit defeat. The woman added that she was a monster who took everything from her hero friend and betrayed him. The water in the pond began to rise as the mermaid added that the only way to atone for her guilt was to die. 2 dragon forms rose from the water, and with a sly smile, the woman asked for mercy. Raising an eyebrow in confusion, Kanu noticed that in the world of fantasy, even suicide was something fantastic. The water figures let out a roar. They rushed into battle. The water bubbled. Jumping into the air, the hero shouted that these attacks were too fast. The mermaid laughed, calling her husband a cutie. Raising her palm, and Brora noticed that the young man could float in the air without wings. The mermaid moved her finger and asked how the hero was going to dodge. The two figures collided in the place where the boys had just been. But a demonic wing shot into the air. The demoness held the owner aloft, and he thanked her, and then asked her to throw it towards the enemy. Which Dairoka did, and the outsider snatched the sword right in midair. Swinging the blade at the mermaid, the guy used the holy sword technique. A powerful blow slashed across the chest of the surprised witch. But the next moment, the hero's face expressed shock. The woman's wound erupted in sea foam, and her shoulder began to grow back, while she recognized her husband as quite capable. Kanu found himself captured by water jets, like a rope. This turned out to be unpleasant. Finding himself next to the mermaid, the young man found this hobby disgusting, noticed that he could not move and demanded to let go, to which he was called stupid. She had tied him up so that he could not escape from her. The outsider grinned when he heard that taming the hero was a piece of cake, but he only laughed. Stretching out his hands with a ball of dark magic, the guy said that he was very sorry, but he did not have such a blessing. The witch's face expressed surprise. Using a stream of dark magic, Kanu dispelled the water fetters, along with half of the monster's body. Only the tail fell to the floor. But the next moment, the foam went up. Having recovered, and Brora enthusiastically exclaimed that her husband had such cool black magic. Summoning a ball of water in her palm, the witch declared that she wanted it all to be hers. Shaking off her palm, the outsider figured that if her body could regenerate like an orc or a guard, then in this confined space there was no means to fight her. Directing the water dragons forward, the mermaid shouted that she was not interested in lazy boys. The young man met the attack face to face. He cut off the water jets with a holy blade. And smirked. After all, this could not continue indefinitely. Getting into a fighting stance, the hero activated all his powers. Then he made a swing. A wave of dark magic flew straight at the mermaid. Resting her hand on the palm, the witch reminded that all his attacks were useless. A powerful clap was heard. Throwing himself through the dust, Kanu said that he didn't care, because his goal was not the death of his opponent. Grabbing the wriggling tail, the outsider thought about the curse of the ruins and the blessing of the outsider. If he had no experience in such a fight, he would have to sweat. Doing a somersault in the air, the young man shouted for the orc to open a portal. Then he threw the load. The mermaid disappeared into the portal. Kanu stopped. With a triumphant face, the guy announced that one thing was done. But then the outsider grabbed his head. He exclaimed that although they were outside these ruins, his warehouse was also ruins, and Dairoka asked if since his orc was silent, everything was fine. Turning to the demoness, the young man asked why she had snuck up on him from behind. His heart almost sank into his heels, to which he heard a reproach that he had more important things to do. Frowning, the hero asked what she was talking about, treasures or something? Putting a finger to her cheek, the girl reminded him that the blessing that the witch had given said that there were no rewards or guards in these ruins. Smiling, the demoness concluded that the ruins could no longer perform their function. Kanu lowered his sword and asked what she meant. The next moment they were both running, escaping from the collapsing ceiling, and the guy was shouting, "Why didn't Dairoka say this earlier?" At this time, on the training ground, the orc turned around at the portal. A tail plopped out of it onto the tile. Squinting one eye, the guard wondered out loud. Did that hero really think that the training ground was his personal dump? The tail was emanating sea foam, and the witch was completely restored, turning her tail into legs. The woman looked around. Glancing at the status window, Brora realized that she had found herself in yet another ruin, and there were rules here. Rubbing her chin, the mermaid concluded that this was where the heroes were trained, and since she had betrayed that young man, she should now train him. Having landed on Kongmin's back, the orc grumbled that another strange one had crawled out. Holding his nose, the guard decided that he had been offered to work with a rotten fish. Sweat was running down the young man's face when he asked if that very hero had really sent this woman. Folding her arms across her chest, the mermaid admitted that it seemed so. Proudly raising her head, the witch introduced herself as the keeper of the ruins, and added that they would see each other more often from now on. Kongmin's eyebrows rose. He realized what this meant. Standing back to back with the orc, Brora informed him that in addition to this ill-mannered pig, he had to defeat her as well to finish his training. The boy's face expressed despair. At this time, a huge crowd had gathered in front of the academy building. The students demanded that the ruins be opened and that their safety be guaranteed. These cries were clearly audible through the window of the headmistress's office. Clutching her head, the woman muttered that yes, she wanted an earthquake to occur and everything to collapse. But she never wanted this rebellion from the parents and students. The elderly rector put a cup of tea in front of the headmistress, and noticed that her plan to control the ruins with the help of the temple had at some point taken a wrong turn. With a calm face, the old man explained that because the ruins were located right under the academy, people who were difficult to ignore were starting to rebel. The headmistress, looking in despair ahead, said that the heroes who were so eager to get to them had never shown up, and that scoundrel saint had not responded. Starting to pound her fists on the table, the woman screamed that they would lose all the students and would simply disappear as an institution. The headmistress shuddered when the rector suggested doing as they wanted, and she asked what exactly. Jumping up abruptly, the woman exclaimed that everything was right, they had to do at least something. Pointing her finger at the old man, the headmistress ordered that all the professors be gathered immediately. They had to discuss measures to preserve the academy, to which he noted that always staying afloat was quite a task. Kogmo yawned widely. While the dragon slept peacefully, the main character grumbled that he was so busy preparing for the midterms, and they were simply cancelled, and the situation at the academy was terrible. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the young man added that he had only received the curse of greed for conquering the dungeon and nothing more, and for some reason there was no mention of the status window. While a certain side was riding on the dragon's back, the outsider grumbled that he did not understand why he was risking his life, because without his main blessing, a catastrophe would have happened. Folding his arms over his chest, the guy added that he thought he could get it if he helped Dairoka develop, but he never expected to be awarded it for monopolizing the ruins, and the spirit praised him for his greed. But then Kanu heard a familiar voice and turned around. With a satisfied smile, the professor of dark magic said that there was a matter in which her student would need help. Did he want to go to her lab? Soon they arrived. Seeing a coffin in the center of the room, the young man assumed that there was a person inside it, and this seemed creepy. Brittany's pressed her fist to her chest and explained that it was supposed to contain a divine protection that allowed the outsider to use dark magic, and he confirmed this, realizing that the curse of greed was doing its job. Turning around, the professor said that she had heard of the boy's abilities. Looking at the student with admiration, Brittany's clarified, though, that he had learned dark magic on his own. Smiling sheepishly, Kanu admitted that thanks to the help of a second-year student, Lesha could now use it, and the woman retorted that he was being modest. The professor's smile disappeared when she admitted that she had one request that he might find creepy. Turning away from Kanu, the woman explained that from the ruins discovered beneath the academy until now, they had accumulated many problems, and they had found themselves in a position where they were unable to say no. Looking away, the young man thought that she was talking about the ruins that the fish-tailed one was guarding. Putting her hands on the coffin, the professor continued that at the request of the Duke of the Empire, they were obliged to find the one who killed his wife. The outsider folded his arms over his chest, and when Brittany's added that he and the director of the academy were trying to master black magic, he asked if they were really trying to resurrect a corpse to ask about the killer. Smiling confusedly, the woman admitted that everything was correct, she would raise everyone, and the student could play the role of an assistant. Rolling up his sleeves, Kanu was about to begin, but realized that nothing was ready yet, although some gods supported his rashness. The young man pointed his hand at the Duchess's body. A scarlet flash lit up her chest. He remembered the elder's ritual to undo the woman's death. Closing his eyes, the outsider muttered that he must make a sacrifice, and his life force would be the price. Scarlet light flared throughout the room. Feeling the pain, the guy winced. How terrible it felt to have his strength forcibly drawn out, it really hurt. Trying to hold her hair back, the professor could not believe that it was possible in one go. The coffin gave off a blinding white light. The woman even covered her face from the flash. Confusedly looking at the settling smoke, Kanu could not understand whether it had worked, and some god's heart sank in anticipation. Fingers grabbed the edge of the coffin, and the Duchess noticed that she was not in a temple. The young man looked pleased when Brittany's was delighted that he had managed it alone. Coming out of the smoke, the son of the Empire demanded an answer from the suspicious people. A bright golden light engulfed the figure of the Duchess when she asked why she was resurrected. A furious flame flared up around the warrior. Her gaze was full of righteous anger. The mages looked at the Duchess in confusion. The professor cleared her throat. Bowing to my lady, Brittany's congratulated her on her resurrection, and explained that they were here at the request of her husband. With a friendly smile, the woman said that she was the one who resurrected her and gave her name, after which she expressed her understanding that the situation was very confusing, asking for permission to explain the details. As they spoke, Kanu examined his palm. Clenching his fist, the young man muttered that when life force is taken away, it is quite painful, but thanks to the blessing of the outsider, no other problems arose. A sudden scream made the hero turn around. 2 assassins had managed to sneak into the room, cut off the head of the newly resurrected Duchess and stun the professor. Both assassins were now looking at him. The confused mage asked where they were coming from. Looking at the scouts in shock, the guy couldn't understand what was going on, and what he had gotten himself into again. But the assassins didn't answer his questions and prepared their weapons. The girl threw the dagger over her ally's shoulder. To Kanu's horror, it pierced his shoulder. When the second one rushed at him, the young man noted that they weren't going to answer him. The assassin's palm covered the hero's face. But the outsider only smirked and praised him for his good reaction. The guy's eyes widened. His accomplice shuddered and shouted for him to run away. But the assassin's body had already been pierced by a beam of dark magic, and the spellcaster advised against going ahead without complete confidence in victory. The assassin only managed to scream, after which he collapsed at the hero's feet. The accomplice looked sullenly at the enemy and asked who he was, if he was a demon. Pulling a knife from his shoulder, the outsider replied that it was clear at first glance that he was 100% human, and since the first one had already died, and asked whether he should leave her as a hostage. The scout threw the Duchess's head away. Summoning a ball of green energy, the assassin demanded not to make her laugh. Snatching a long blade from him, the girl screamed that he had turned up his nose too early. Swinging to strike, she exclaimed that she would show the power of the fourth demon king, who had killed many heroes. Kanu tried to stop and calm her down. He missed the first attack under his hand, reminding him that he had a knife, but the opponent demanded that he shut up. The boy's eyes lit up scarlet as he stated that he actually wanted to leave her alive. The outsider was forced to kick the killer away. The girl let out a wheeze. While the hero watched in shock, a god admired the kick behind him. The boy cringed and muttered that he hoped she was alive, but he immediately turned around at the strange sound. His eyebrows rose. Kanu's loud scream rang out over the academy. The Duchess frowned and declared that it was interesting. Left without a body, Tinishtana admitted that she thought she would finally be left alone. Unwinding the bandage, the professor assumed that this happened because of what the magic caster said while using resurrection magic. The boy, sitting right on the floor, looked at her questioningly. Putting the head of the Empire's son back on her neck, Brittany's added that in order to resurrect a person, the life force of at least 5 was needed, and she did not understand how the student managed to escape death. A certain god was delighted when his protege replied that it was all thanks to the blessing of an outsider. Rubbing her chin, the professor remembered that one of her acquaintances also had a blessing that she did not know about before, and came to the conclusion that this world really is huge. Folding her hands behind her back, the Duchess said that the blessing of this young man contributed greatly to her resurrection, and clarified how long this masquerade would last. Then, to the shock of the hero, the woman's head flew down. Putting the head of a disgruntled Tinashtan back in place, the professor explained that theoretically, according to the rules of magic, until Kanu's life force runs out. Glancing at the barren spirit, the guy realized that the Duchess, albeit indirectly, also received the blessing of an outsider. Suddenly he heard the woman's voice. Although she was silent, she was thinking about the life that could end any day. The outsider stared at Milady, continuing to listen that in order for her to stay in this world at least a little longer, she had to protect this young man. Rubbing her chin, the Duchess continued to think that she was unable to respond to the recent attack, whether she could cope, and meanwhile the guy even saw her status window. The hero rubbed his eyes, not understanding what was happening. Pointing his finger at the son of the Empire, Kanu shouted that even he did not have the blessing of the observer. How did she get it in her state? She asked what the fuss was about, and she herself thought that spending time with such a lively young man would not be bad at all. Pointing at the status window, the outsider said that he saw the Duchess's status window and heard her inner voice. Tinishtana raised an eyebrow and objected that this was nonsense. Because of the blessing of marriage, no one could see her status window. Behind their backs, the professor selflessly wrote down that, unlike the first resurrection, the second occurred solely from the life forces of the student. But could one say that the Duchess became a pawn? The son of the Empire clenched her teeth. From these words it became clear that she became the property of this guy. He questioningly pointed his finger at himself. With anger in her eyes, Tinishtana asked how she was supposed to serve a commoner. The guy looked away, glad that Jarak was not here. At night, the protagonist enjoyed tea. His face glowed with happiness, because he drank tea for the first time in this world, and it was quite good. Turning inside the room, Kanu admitted that if it were not for this fuss, he would have happily relaxed. Selona looked confused. Because between Derek and Tinishtana, it was as if lightning ran. The Duchess glanced sideways at the demoness, and said that the presence of monsters in the human world was absurd and asked if she was happy with her life as a slave. Waving her hand in front of her face, the girl asked why the flies had bred. Was it because of the rot nearby, and didn't her interlocutor know that even level 0 corpses were respected nowadays? The young man giggled in confusion. He remembered how the professor had carried away the dead murderers, intending to report on the Duchess's murder in more detail, and asked Kana to protect the son of the Empire until everything calmed down. Then the outsider had closed his eyes while the woman expressed hope that he would take good care of her. But now he realized how much the professor of black magic had harnessed him. The women almost started a fight. Crushing the cup in his hand, the guy barked that they should fight on the street. The next day in the capital, Hanu and his team returned to the city, which he was incredibly happy about. Waving a stack of papers, Cassandra said that she had to visit the guild, and her companions could rest and come a little later. Stroking his empty stomach, the fighter decided that it was high time to stroll around the city, and first have a snack. Soon he had a kebab in his hands. Chewing the meat, the young man grumbled that he caught so many trolls, but did not receive much development. And throwing food on the ground, shouting that it was quite expected that he, as the main character, delivered the finishing blow, so why the hell did they give him this curse? The remains of the food looked at Hanu with extreme displeasure. Pressing his palms to his stomach, the guy muttered that a little more and he would die. After that, they went to the guild. Cassandra introduced the guys to a couple of aristocrats. The man smiled sheepishly as the warrior introduced him as Count Zerodis, Lord of Dairoki, the man who had sent them the request, but the man greeted her and asked her to call him by his first name. Raising his eyebrows, the count asked for him to be delivered to the academy safely. Hanu scratched his cheek, wondering about the title of the man who had sent them the request. The girl with glasses looked over the gentleman's shoulder and explained that the previous owner had been sold into slavery for his debts, and the noble gentleman Zerodis had become the new master of this area. Rubbing his chin, the mercenary thought that things were getting worse, and he was sure that the only thing missing from his future colleagues was a beautiful accountant like him. While the guy agreed and thought that it was better to hope that Ruth would not let him down, some infantile god was ordering popcorn, and the beast was disgusted by such a brave expression. Night overtook them in the forest. Sparks flew from the fire. Looking at the fire, Hanu was glad that he had now at least learned how to light a fire. Examining the stick, the guy thought that, unlike what the path had been like before meeting Zerodis, the road to the academy had surprisingly passed without incident. The atmosphere was suspiciously quiet. Even the veteran mercenaries of Cassandra were able to relax. At that moment, a dove flew between the trees and landed on the count's hand, which appeared from the carriage. The mercenary looked at it with suspicion and decided to follow. The others continued to talk, and the boy tiptoed to the carriage. Pressing his back, Hanu triumphed that he was able to come close. He listened intently, and he heard the voice of the count's assistant, who said that the demon king ordered to hurry. As soon as the sun rose, it would be necessary to speed up. Adjusting her glasses, the girl added that the source of chaos and earthquakes had not been found, and the appearance of changes was quite possible. The demon king gave them such a difficult mission. For the sake of successful penetration into the academy, they would have to try. Stroking the dove on the head, Zerodis said that this was obvious. Smiling at the bird, the man added that the king was famous for his love for his daughter. They had to make every effort and do everything possible. Hanu covered his face with his hands, realizing what he had just heard. Grinning, the young man thought that he knew it. This was a big event that he could have missed if he stayed in the temple. Glancing at the window, the count noticed that they had one rat there. Huge green paws grabbed the mercenary. The status window was broken. He came to when the sun had already risen. Opening his eyes, Hanu realized that he was tied up. The secretary, who had clearly changed, looked at the hero, informing the owner that he had woken up. The guy began to twitch and moaned. Coming closer, the count advised him to sit still, and asked if the prisoner was interested and why they did not kill him right away. Grinning, the man said that the answer was simple. The guy was so insignificant that even a fly would be more useful. The mercenary frowned and growled even louder and indignantly. As he walked away, Zerodis said that his ears were already drooping from his moaning and ordered that they deal with the prisoner. The girl swung her huge paw. The young man closed his eyes. He could not die like that, but then he heard some impatient god asking if he needed help. The demonist's eyes widened. Kana moaned in agreement. Of course he needed it. At that time, the sea dragon confidently walked along the city streets. Something caught the protagonist's attention. Seeing a crowd of protesters near the building, he wondered why it was so noisy today. Knights in golden armor walked through the crowd of students, saying that they were doing their duty and demanding that they make way. The light reflected from their armor was frankly blinding. Looking out from behind the owner, Dairoka, to his surprise at the Knight's Majesty, said that they were knights of the golden path of the Empire. Kanu's gaze was puzzled. What kind of a strange name was that? Or were these knights made up of rich nobles or something? The demonist told him that it was said that this order carried out mass murders, but did not take any valuable treasures from those they exterminated. They were quite famous among people. Turning to the girl, the outsider asked if there were really such cruel people. There was no point in interfering, and it was better for them to go their own way, to which Dairoka noted that they were armed, and did not compromise. They would not interfere without serious reasons. The guy raised an eyebrow when the demonist suggested that something was happening in the academy. He hoped that it was not because of the Duchess who was now in the room. The headmistress folded her arms over her chest, looking at the knights in her office. Frowning, the woman said that all she heard was that they wanted to take sole possession of the ruins that had arisen in their academy. Maybe she had gotten old since she had heard all sorts of nonsense. The eldest knight retorted that he was sorry that such talk had reached her. On behalf of the Empire, they only wanted to express their opinion regarding the safety of the students who would be responsible for their future, as well as the safety of the city. Frowning, the knight reminded that the enemies had not even been able to detect the weakness of the Duchess. They had no chance to return, and His Excellency the Duke had also expressed great regret. Raising her eyes to the ceiling, the headmistress asked if they really thought that she was a simple teacher who did not see the whole situation, were afraid of a possible attack from Tanashta, so they turned their gaze only to the outside. The woman added with a grin that they clearly enjoyed licking the feet of the authorities. It was said that there was not a drop of knightly nobility left in the current knights, and in general, what kind of knights were they who did not even have protection from justice? The commander gloomily remained silent at the reproach that the saint did not trust them to carry out assignments. A tense silence hung in the office. The knight grabbed his sword. The rector, who came forward, declared that this was enough. They were both too excited. Folding his hands in a prayerful gesture, the old man added that if the knights cooperated, they would be able to reach safety as quickly as possible. If they were the first to explore the ruins, then they were ready to provide support from their side. Extending his palm, the man asked if their cooperation in this case would not be more effective. Although they did not belong to the Empire, they should have understood that they cared about it. Putting away his weapon, the knight agreed to go down first and explore the ruins. The door slammed behind the guests. The headmistress asked gloomily if they had left. The principal replied with a smile that they most likely had. The woman immediately sat down on the edge of the table and blamed Professor Beatrice for everything. The old man asked the headmistress with a satisfied look if they could refuse this, to which she replied that the order had been given by the headmistress herself, and that until the troops entered the academy, she planned to make repairs and build a new building. The principal reminded that it was assumed that the fourth demon king named Jerichard, the only female demon king known as the demon of poison and murder, was behind the infiltration incident. Glancing tiredly at the old man, the headmistress drawled that since her beloved daughter had died, it was no wonder they had invaded so soon this time, and in response she heard that when the saint destroyed all the troops, it was said that she had captured a very powerful demon. The rector thought about it when the headmistress asked when the saint had personally gone to the battlefield, and replied that according to history, it was about 200 years ago. When a new demon lord attacked, if the saint had launched an attack, the demon lord would not have been long in coming. After that, she had never personally entered the battle. The woman wrinkled her brow and reminded him that there should not have been demons on the human continent unless they were slaves who had been captured, but the old man thought that was wrong. Smiling, he promised that if the heroes grew strong enough, they would be able to repel any threat, as always. At that time, in the forest, a small dragon was chewing on the back of its prey. Watching this, the protagonist admitted that he had managed to catch it with such difficulty, but the midterm exams were cancelled due to the demon infiltration incident. With his cheek in his fist, Kanu added that it had only been a few days and there was already a war. Maybe that was why the gods had forced him to go to the academy? A god was hanging around. Smiling, Dairoka reminded him that the demon infiltration was already a big problem, and she hadn't met anyone from her race since she was sold. Turning sharply to the girl, Kanu asked why she didn't cover her horns first, but she said she didn't want to. Frowning, the Duchess noted that it had been half a year since the heroes were summoned. In any case, a lot could have changed in that time. Lowering her eyebrows, Tinishtana added that the saint had become a legend that had protected humanity for thousands of years. There was nothing to be done, a dirty fight had begun. Smiling carelessly, the young man asked, instead of just standing aside, how about contributing to the cause of peace? But the son of the Empire shook her head. She believed that there was no need, and thanks to this incident, she was convinced that there were demon minions in the Empire. Looking gloomily ahead, the Duchess added that she did not know exactly who the informant was, but it would be foolish to take any more risks. Sitting down next to the outsider, the woman said that, as far as she knew, the ruins that were currently being explored contained the remains of the most powerful mage in history, named Ambrora. Glancing sideways at Kanu, she asked if he wanted to help return the treasures that were in the ruins to their places. The guy looked at the Duchess in confusion. Then he looked away and said that it was empty. The son of the Empire jumped up and demanded an explanation. But she was immediately thrown aside by Dairoka, who gloated that she herself did not understand anything. Grinning, the demoness reminded that all they needed was to resurrect and protect the Duchess from assassins, and she was too vain. Tinishtana indignantly clenched her fists and shouted that when the strong have everything, if she was jealous, then what difference did it make whether she was a demon or a human? Giggling, Dairoka explained that it was a matter of greed. A person whose age difference was twice that of his master should just keep quiet and disappear. The Duchess clearly did not like this. Folding her arms across her chest, the woman found it funny that someone from another race dared to say something like that. If the level was high, then there should be no difference between dignity and lifespan, the opportunity to marry a woman from a noble family. Of course, as a demon, she knew nothing about humans. The hero glanced sideways at a certain god in confusion, while the girls continued to yell at each other, and admitted that women were really that loud, and didn't he agree with him? But the spirit was outraged, because age did not matter. Kanu closed his eyes and muttered that he was in this mess, and he could not understand how everything turned out like this. There were many footprints leading to the hole in the ground. There was dirt on the walls. The knights in golden armor reported that the entrance to the dungeon was currently difficult because the ground was unstable due to the endless attacks of the trolls, and the crew was suffering many injuries. The warrior raised his hand and said that if this continued, all resources would soon be exhausted. Suddenly, the boy slammed his fist on the table and shouted loudly, asking if he should believe it. His face was hidden by a helmet, and he said that it was impossible that the knights of the Empire were not able to escape from the clutches of the trolls. The man raised his hand and ordered everyone to immediately prepare for a second invasion. They would prove that they did not need the help of Tanasta and the saints. The protagonist stood on the wall of the castle. He put his hands in his pockets, noting the commotion around him. The young man crossed his arms and said that there was something suspicious about these knights. Because they attacked too recklessly and quickly, he asked if this was how the empire always worked. Tinishtana crossed her arms and replied that the Golden Path Knights were a group that represented military power and money, and they had plenty of healers and potions, but it was strange that they wanted a short-term battle instead of a long-term strategy. Diaroka smiled as she sat next to the protagonist. He furrowed his brows and asked why she was looking at him like that. The demon smiled and replied that they came to see if that corpse woman was right or not, and were only focused on attacking. Kanu's sweat dropped in shock when the girl added that they were investigating the ruins of a witch who had fought the demon king alone, and naturally, there were no villains from the temple. The Duchess furrowed her brows and shouted that it was impossible because even if they were going in opposite directions, they were still citizens of the same empire. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked if they had sent the assassins, and the demon said that there weren't many people with enough power to eliminate the Duchess, the noblest of nobles. The blonde stood up and shouted that they had to get rid of the traitors right now and restore justice. Selona ran into the office and shouted that she had great news. She walked up to the desk and said that a great noble of the Lake Kingdom had visited Hogwarts with the hero. She smiled, her cheeks flushed with joy. The guy frowned in shock and screamed. The warrior closed her eyes and confirmed what she had said. Diaroka touched her head and asked if this was a real hero, because she didn't feel the energy of the villains from the temple at all. Tinishtana touched her face and said that the Lake Kingdom was far from Prolagina, where the heroes lived. She introduced the dragons and said that Moglian, known as the Black Nightmare, had taken the place of the Blue Dragon King Pronos, and the situation there was complicated. Selona raised her eyebrows and said that nobles who had the blessing had no reason to lie. The boy turned around and said that what they both said made sense. He crossed his arms and shouted that it had already happened, so they would not avoid it and would check it out themselves. There was a blue sky above the castle. Kanu looked ahead through a hole in the paper. He and Diaroka watched a carriage pass by. The girl asked with a smile if they could just pretend to come in and check since they were here. The boy turned around and said that the god was unusually quiet for some reason and asked where the demon bought the food. She smiled and said that she did not buy it. She asked if the protagonist still spoke to the god directly. The boy closed his eyes and said that he should not have started a conversation with a slave girl in the first place. The Duchess raised her eyebrows, standing behind the bushes. The carriage began to drive away. 3 people stood at the entrance to the church. The protagonist frowned tensely. A black-haired boy stood in front of him, and Kanu thought that this was really a hero. He imagined the smile on the mercenary's face and realized that it was Hanu, who studied in the same class with him. The boy scratched his cheek and thought that this hero had not changed much. Next to Hanu stood a long-haired nobleman from the Lake Kingdom. The Duchess frowned and said that she once received a message that there was a problem with the inheritance. Diaroka closed her eyes and laughed. She covered one eye with her hand and screamed that she did not expect such a meeting. She ran forward and screamed that she must kill him right now. Kanu furrowed his brows and screamed, asking what she was doing. The girl ran towards the 3. Her body was emitting a dark aura. The protagonist grabbed her and said that things would only get worse as she revealed them. The demon turned around and screamed for the boy to leave her alone. The outsider gritted his teeth, screaming for his slave to wait a bit because they didn't know why they came here. He had his hands on Diaroka's waist. He used a special technique and jumped back. He and his slave fell to the ground. The boy stood up and told the girl to lie there and calm down. Diaroka opened her mouth, her head spinning. The protagonist touched her chin and said that if it was about the Lake Kingdom, they would surely bring someone who knew more. A certain deity looked down. It extended a finger forward and began to laugh at the demon's failure. The girl was lying on the ground, making vague sounds. The demon was standing in front of a white building. The 3 from the academy looked straight ahead, dumbfounded. The girl turned around and asked why they were standing. She turned away from them and crossed her arms. Then she put her hand on the tree. The protagonist was sitting on the bench, while the slave and the Duchess were standing behind him. He smiled and asked if the others had arrived. There was a blue sky above the castle, and someone was surprised that there were demons among the nobility of the Lake Kingdom. Tinishtana crossed her arms and said that it was to be expected from a second-year student. She asked if the teenagers had noticed any demonic movements in their kingdom. Kanu frowned and said that the Duchess had laid it out as it was. The students were kneeling. The protagonist touched his chin, trying to remember the name, and the demon said the name Zerotis. The boy smiled and said that it was the demon count, with Hanu by his side. He continued to smile, saying that he didn't want to think that all demons were bad. Fire appeared around the protagonist, and he said that each of them was hostile to humans, and apparently they had somehow harmed Diaroka, so there was nothing wrong with learning more. The princess pointed at herself in fear when the outsider said to tell everything they knew. She sweated and said that her relationship with the nobles was not so good. She imagined Zerotis sitting on one knee, and said that he had actively participated in the war, and was not related to the royal family by blood. The man smiled, while the princess explained that he was a merchant with little history, and it was strange that he received the title of count. The young girl frowned in shock. The prince of the mercenary kingdom raised his hand and said that he had something else to tell. He remembered two people in white robes passing something to each other, and said that the count hired mercenaries from their country very often, and it was strange for him not to have at least one knight. The guy sweated and said that for escort missions it was quite normal. After all, it wouldn't hurt to have someone strong in the team, although the frequency of orders was too high. Kanu furrowed his brows and asked if they were constantly refusing the count's orders. The prince raised his brows and shouted that they were not, because there was a limit to everything, and it was not only the protection of nobles that was important, but also that of mercenaries, and the more often they refused, the lower the rank of divine favor. He gritted his teeth and said that as a member of the royal family, he was sent to investigate, but Zeroda said nothing as the mercenaries escorted him. Dairoka turned around and suggested that there were demons among the convoy that might not be recognized. The Duchess slammed her fist on the table, asking why the temple did not know about such important information. She furrowed her brows and added that the temple was called to protect people. Tinishtana opened her mouth wide and shouted that her brother said that many heroes are motivated by battle, but some simply have no choice. Alpice introduced the prince and said that out of all the heroes in the story, the new ones are the most problematic. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that if it weren't for that goddess, they wouldn't have to go through all this trouble now. He smiled and offered to see for themselves because they needed to appreciate a piece of Korean flesh after leaving the temple. The god clenched his fists and smiled. It was night above the building. Hanu's eyes widened, not understanding how he survived and got here. He imagined himself in armor and thought that it was natural for a Shonen manhwa to get its first opponent. He imagined Tiger's face and thought that it was hard for him to lose his first colleagues. Then he remembered the faces of the three girls and decided that he had become stronger for going through all this. Hanu remembered Arya's smile. He opened his mouth and remained silent. His hand clenched into a fist. He looked up and loudly asked what he should do. He shouted that he was unique. The boy stood up and shouted that he was a real hero. But everything turned out like this. Suddenly everything went monochrome and someone called the mercenary a hero who was played with by the gods. The boy turned around and loudly asked who it was. In front of him was an empty bed. He did not turn around until the stranger said that the hero did not understand everything yet. Hanu created fire in his hand and shouted for the owner of the voice to stop hiding. Suddenly, a round table appeared in front of him. The boy opened his mouth in shock and began to sweat. A demon was sitting on the throne. Hanu frowned and asked who it was. The man opened his mouth, preparing to ask a question. He rested his cheek on his hand, asking how much the mercenary knew about the gods. The boy looked up and asked if the stranger meant the goddess who summoned them. The demon looked down and confirmed it, and then asked what these gods meant to the mercenary. The boy clenched his fist and said that all he knew was that they had given the temple a saint to ward off evil, but he had never met any of them except the goddess. The man sat on the throne as the traveler explained that the gods had summoned humans to defeat the demon lord. The stranger bared his teeth, angry that they were going to do the same thing again. The woman raised her hands, looking at the demon lord in fear. Hanu's brows furrowed in tension as the man asked if he was ready to face the truth. The torch had a green flame. The lord sat on the throne, explaining that in the distant past he had stood on the front lines of battle with the hero Obelia to save the world. Hanu covered his mouth with his hands after asking in shock if the man was a hero too. The demon looked down and replied that he was a summoned like a mercenary, but the heroes of today do not know Obelia. The woman crossed her arms and said that in their time, instead of calling her by her name, she was more often called a saint. The man smiled, asking if she was still pretending to be a saint. The hero's mouth opened in surprise when he realized that the woman he met after receiving instructions from the goddess was a fake. The lord remembered himself in his youth and said that 3,000 years ago, he was a hero and worked together with Obelia, a brave heroine who was famous for her outstanding skills. The young hero looked at the system notification. One day he thought about why the level became the absolute value of everything, because originally in the world, they only grew through their own efforts, even if there were no levels. He stood in a large, bright room, in the legendary gentle library where you can learn anything, and he was able to uncover the truth that the gods had hidden. The knight fought the monster, and the demon said that in the even more distant past, the hero's patronage was a patronage of a completely different effect, but after the hero defeated the demon king lord with the help of the arrogant goddess, everything began to change. The youth flipped through a book. He learned about this after hastily making a contract with the demon god, and back then, demons were not subject to such hostility as they are now. The man bared his sharp teeth viciously. The demon god that the other demons followed was one of the three most powerful gods, and since he always ruined the joy of the other gods with his unique impatience, he simply became the object of their anger, and although time passed and everyone made peace, the role-playing game remained the same. Hanu raised his hands and asked if the Lord meant the role-playing game in the current situation where monsters were swarming everywhere and threatening the continent. He suddenly closed his eyes and screamed when he heard a loud sound. The man clenched his fist and shouted loudly that this was a game where gods tried to determine each other's superiority without fighting directly, and humans were sacrificed for this kind of thing. The mercenary widened his eyes and mentally guessed that this was a story about a fallen god and a liberator. The woman looked away and said that according to the reports from their people in the human forces, the greatest hero right now is called Bora. She then pointed her hand at the boy and added that she and the Lord decided that the best person to be with them was him. The traveler froze in shock. He then smiled and thought that this was a situation that made him truly accepted. He furrowed his brows and thought that this was how the story was originally planned to go, and as expected, he was the true hero. The Lord smiled while looking down. Hanu looked at the demon with fear as he said he had a request for the boy. The man presented a castle and asked him to find the Holy Grail, which was hidden in the basement of Hogwarts, which was the key to changing this situation. He created purple energy in his hand and said that he would now awaken the mercenary's original skills so that he could successfully find the Grail. The boy looked at the light in his hands in shock. Hanu smiled as the system screen showed that he could now demand as much help as the fallen creature had been given, and some impatient demon god burst into laughter. 3 moons shone above the castle. The hero ran forward. He hid behind the bushes and asked why there were so many places in the school where students could not go. Dairoka crossed her arms with a smile and said that the protagonist would go there anyway, and he ordered her to hide or she would be noticed. The girl looked away and said that the master had forgotten the easiest way. The demon spread her wings and said that it would be easier to fly to the destination. Kanu frowned and asked what had come over her, since she couldn't just suddenly offer to help him, and she replied with a wide smile that it was her job. She extended her hand to the boy and asked him to take it. Dairoka then flew up. They looked at the castle from above, and the girl said that she felt magical energy in the second room on the 4th floor. The protagonist jumped out the window, covering his face with his hands. He jumped down, and the demon asked if they planned to quickly inspect everything and leave. They approached the bed where Hanu was lying. The outsider frowned, and the slave said that this man had received the curse of a hero instead of patronage. The boy frowned and replied that this happened because of the goddess. Hanu opened his eyes, looking up. He sat up in bed, looking at the source of the noise. The mercenary raised one finger and asked if the goddess had returned Kanu. The protagonist looked down in shock, not understanding when he had woken up. He smiled and said that he wanted to ask the traveler about the nobleman who came with him. A vein appeared on the protagonist's face when Kanu said that the goddess was the last boss. The mercenary smiled and said that he had found out the whole truth, so there was no need to worry. The unknown deity gritted its teeth in displeasure at the impudent hero. The outsider looked up and asked the gods to calm down, when a male god poked his head out, and a god chased the others away. The guy touched the sword and said that Kanu was not in the right state right now. He waved his weapon and said that he wanted to hear a lot of things from the mercenary, and he didn't want to do this to him because they were in the same class after all, but since it had been a long time since he became a hero, the protagonist would do his best. The protagonist jumped on the bed and shouted that he was happy to fight with a friend from his hometown. He smiled and said that he didn't care even if it was a guy who ran away from saving the world. He used the falling skill and long claws grew on his hand. The guy's skin turned blue, and he said that he would take revenge on Kanu. The protagonist frowned, shocked by the mercenary's appearance. Dairoka also widened her eyes in shock. The guy turned into a demon and said that he would take everything on himself despite the protagonist being tainted by evil. He smiled widely and created dark energy in his hand. He shouted that he was the protagonist. The youth frowned and raised his sword. An explosion thundered in the castle. The guy flew into the sky. He landed down, placing his hand on the ground. The protagonist looked up, not understanding how Hyunwoo suddenly became so strong. The demon's feet had sharp paws. He crossed his arms, saying that he liked this phrase. He smiled and explained that this power was befitting of a true protagonist. The monster raised his fist and shouted that with this power, he would punish his former comrade who betrayed humanity, and not only him, but also Kang Min and Bora, who neglected him. The outsider smirked and said that the goddess told him that she would send him to the original world. He swung his weapon and shouted that he just wanted to be with his family, not complete strangers. The demon raised his hands, creating flames. A loud explosion was heard. The enemy was missing a part of his arm. Suddenly, his body was covered in blue fire. He smiled as his arm regenerated with the skill. He flexed his biceps and laughed, saying that he was invincible, and some wind spirit and an impatient demon praised him. The boy adjusted his hair and asked why everyone he dealt with was like that, and Asa said that the protagonist could not lose. The boy smiled and asked if Hanu's neck hurt, and called him down. The opponent smiled and said that the outsider would soon get used to it. Suddenly, something exploded behind him. Dairoka and Zerodus flew into the sky. The girl smiled and said that she did not expect the chance for revenge to come so soon. The man looked down and said that through hunting and the curse of the nobles, she had become stronger, but it was still not enough to win. He raised his hands and clenched them into fists, and Dairoka screamed that she would return everything he took. Kanu and Hana looked up, and the protagonist said that the demons should deal with it themselves, but they would not hesitate for now. The monster looked away and asked why the outsider's partner was so beautiful. The girl furrowed her brows as she fought the enemy. He imagined the girls' faces and said that the relationship he had with the heroine had disappeared as the basis of his growth process. He looked to the side and said that he had another reason to get rid of the protagonist. The enemy furrowed his brows and shouted that he would get rid of the boy and get his partner because he could not stand to see how popular he was in this world. The protagonist swung his sword and said that popularity was more about Kangmin. He cut off the enemy's arm and said that along with his strange appearance came mental problems. The outsider raised his eyebrows and asked if the demon understood how sad his parents would be to see him like this now. The enemy swung his arm and shouted that his parents, more than anyone, wanted him to succeed. An explosion thundered in front of Han. He smirked and said that with this incredible power, he could do whatever he wanted. The girl looked away and said that the mercenary would definitely be able to use this blessing of falling brilliantly. The monster looked at the boy and said that he was holding up well. He asked how much longer he could hold out. The hero looked away and said that he was confident that he could hold out, and that the scoundrel should worry about himself because he had abandoned his duty as a hero, and the wound from the holy sword seemed large. The demon showed his muscles and said that this was just a side effect of this power, so nothing bad would happen to him. The protagonist swung his sword and shouted that the enemy was stalling for time to recover. Hanu extended his hand to the side and shouted that it was enough. The boy rushed towards the enemy and said with a smile that he had settled down comfortably. His eyes turned red, and he asked if the magic would have an effect. The outsider directed a red stream of light towards the demon. The knight looked at the red beam above the palace. He raised his hand up and ordered the others to quickly get inside. The warriors ran forward. The man gritted his teeth, not understanding what was happening. While the demons were fighting in the air, Kanu and Hanu were fighting on the ground. The blonde raised a finger and ordered them to stop, otherwise he would have to use physical force. The monster turned around and asked how dare some arrogant native behave like that. He raised his hand towards the knights and ordered them to not interfere. The knights flew to the side. The other warriors jumped towards the enemy to grab him. Zerodis turned around and said that the situation was developing strangely, and Dairoka ordered him not to look away. She frowned in fear when the enemy rushed towards her and shouted that they were not playing games here either. Suddenly, her master appeared in front of the girl. He looked down and ordered the demonist to hold him. She wrapped her arms around him and asked what he was doing here, to which the guy replied that he left Hanu with those fools and now he will deal with this enemy. The man chuckled upon hearing this. There were 3 people floating in the air and the demon said that it had been many years since humans had attacked him without fear. He created green energy in his hands and asked if they hoped to defeat him. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked if there was a way to avoid the battle. Dairoka released the boy and shouted that she could defeat the villain alone. The protagonist stood stunned. He began to fall down, shouting for Zerodis to not move until he returned. The enemy smiled and said that he would not listen to a human. The girl looked at the purple flash in the sky and the man said that she could follow him if she wished to die. A green forest was visible. The girl looked down and said that she did not find any signs of surveillance. She turned around as Hanu gritted his teeth and asked why he could not use the restoration power normally. The count smiled and replied that after all, the hero had become a great demon lord, a holy sword made of a special material that could defeat demons. The young man looked at his hand in shock, which had become smaller. The man frowned in shock, hearing Jerkard's voice. A purple portal appeared in front of them, and she said that the time had finally come. She was wearing a dress. She said that the nasty Hogwarts would be destroyed. She smiled and said that the key had proven that it could do its job well. Zerodis fell to the ground and thought that he had not expected her to personally appear in the human world. Hana looked away and greeted the demon queen. She beckoned him to her with her finger. Suddenly, the mercenary screamed loudly, raising his hands. Jerkard pointed her hand at the portal. She smiled and said that it was time to stop hesitating. The monsters came out of the portal. The boy sat by the tree, exhausted. The girl smiled and said that before the saint arrived, they would put an end to everything. She stood in front of the monsters. There was a night sky above the building. The priest frowned and shouted that they were under attack. The saint turned around when she heard this. The man raised his hands and shouted that there was an attack on Hogwarts Academy, where the heroes were supposed to enroll, and the attacker was the former hero Hanu. The woman closed her eyes and said that this guy was causing a lot of trouble. The clerk handed her a piece of paper and said that many people had gathered in the dungeon because of the commotion. There were many casualties, and the school buildings were destroyed. The man frowned and said that Hanu had succumbed to the attack. The saint looked at the photo and thought that even in this situation, the goddess was silent. She crumpled the paper and said that they could no longer indulge him, and that they needed to choose strong heroes and go to Hogwarts immediately. The city was burning, the wounded were being carried away. The knight sat on a rock, asking if anyone had come to laugh. The principal smiled and said that she had come to ask for something. The man frowned. The woman looked down and said that they had discovered a huge magical power, and they needed to prepare. The knight raised his hand and said that they could not help her. He put his hand under his cloak and added that the power of demons had long been rooted in the country itself. He showed a glass bottle and said that even the supply of recovery potions had been exhausted, and that was why they had rushed to take over the dungeon. The principal frowned in fear when she heard that the Holy Grail was in the dungeon of their academy. The boy stood on a rock. There were 3 items called the hero's conditions. They were the Holy Grail, the Sacred Dragon, and the Holy Sword. Aurora's eyes were shining brightly. In the past she had defeated the Demon Lord alone, but that wouldn't have happened without the Grail's effect. The man frowned and said that he was not the hero who could defeat the Demon Lord. The headmistress touched her face and said that in that case they would need a means to weaken the Demon Lord's defense. Her green hair hid her face and she asked why the knight was telling her all this. He put his hand on his chest and said that he was doing this because she asked him to and they needed Hogwarts' support. The woman smiled and said that in that case she had no reason to refuse. They shook hands. Black smoke was coming from the building. Dirt was visible on the walls. The old man frowned. He was not sure if it was okay to bring anyone here. The protagonist turned around and said that they had no choice because they were being watched. They approached the sleeping girl who was with Hanu. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Kanu pressed himself against the glass, seeing that she had woken up. The girl screamed in fear. The guide put his hand on the glass and asked if she hit her head hard. The stranger was sitting on the floor. She was looking down, and the protagonist said that she was the daughter of the Demon Queen. He smiled and said that he did the right thing when he saved her. Diaroka covered her mouth with her hand and said that she was a high-level demon, but she was still too young because she did not remember anything. The protagonist looked away and asked what the princess was doing in such a place, and the slave answered that for demons, the concept of children is different than for humans, and they, just like humans, give new life, but the mother needs to share her power so that the child can survive. She introduced Jericard and her daughter and added that no demon is happy about a decrease in power. Diaroka crossed her arms and said that it was unusual, that this was a child born from a female demon who ascended the throne. While the count was fighting with Hanu, the outsider asked if this precious child could be used as a hostage to free the mercenary. The girl furrowed her brows and said that they couldn't do that because the queen wouldn't do anything. The girl furrowed her brows and shouted that Hanu was needed for the great demon lord's plan. Canute touched his face and imagined the enemy's face. The queen's daughter smiled and asked if they knew the secret of summoning heroes. The youth looked away and said that he only knew that the goddess was a liar and that he didn't even want to know anything else. He imagined the woman with her eyes closed and thought that this was the arrogant goddess who was currently in charge of summoning heroes, and being the greatest helper in creating heroes and repelling the great demon's attacks for quite some time, she played an important role. The boy imagined a crowd of people around the world and thought that when the great demon Cain was a hero, another god ruled, and the people who created chaos with the gods eventually joined the god. There was a circle behind the goddess. The summoning of heroes began to be used as a means to prove the superiority of the gods, and everything was repeated and led to the present that they have now. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and asked if the goddess was to blame for everything. The young demoness touched her face and answered that the great demon king thought that there was a problem with the summoning of heroes itself. She imagined the faces of different people and said that the hero's freedom was limited under the pretext of divine patronage, and using him as a tool will never lead to anything good in the end. The girl raised her hand and shouted that therefore the gods in the world are not patrons, and the heroes supported by such gods have no right to be heroes, because the gods see humans as toys. She smiled and said that she was telling Kanu all this because he looked like a demon, and because they could be together someday. Diaroka furrowed her brows in anger. She grabbed the princess by the hair and said that this was truly an insolent statement. The boy grabbed the slave girl by the wrist and told her to calm down because such a thing would never happen. He furrowed his brows and looked down. The young demoness looked at him in fear as he wondered if she was telling the truth. There was black smoke above the forest. A goblin was pounding on a drum. Hanu was lying in a circle on the ground. His eyes were closed. Suddenly, he opened them. His eyes were red. He looked at his hand and said that it definitely took so much effort. The boy looked at the system notification and said that he could clearly see the body's owner's favors now. Jericard sat on one knee, saying that the physical side effects were well compensated by the protection of survival. She congratulated the great lord of demons on his arrival. A black cloak fluttered in the air, and the demon said that he would get used to the body, and at the same time he would check something. There was a crowd of monsters behind him, and he said that they would easily capture Hogwarts. The bell rang loudly. The guy was standing on the ground. He looked straight ahead, addressing the people who remained in the castle. The knight grabbed his head, feeling in his head the voice of the villain who ordered to bring him the Holy Grail. He smiled and added that if they did not want to do this, then let them prepare to disappear from the face of this earth. The headmistress frowned and said that she did not expect the enemy to attack so soon. The rector approached her and said that it was necessary to return the forces sent in pursuit to the defense, and the woman replied that this was unlikely to stop the villains. They turned around when the knight leader asked if there was a response from the Empire and the temple. The headmistress turned around and said that there was no word from the Empire, but there were responses from the temple and the nearby kingdoms, and it looked like it would be some time before troops were sent out. The man slammed his fist on the table and cursed loudly. He furrowed his brows and said that they were in a situation where they would have to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The demons' bodies were emitting purple energy, and the headmaster guessed that because of this, they would only be able to stop one of them. The warriors were holding swords in their hands. The ogre's face was black. The knight leader placed his fists on the table and asked if there was no way. The door opened. The professor furrowed his brows and shouted that they were ready, and that the students would also participate in the defense, maintaining the spirit of nobility. The headmistress smiled happily. She ran to the window and said that the fencing teacher had done well because the students had shown their courage. A crowd of knights and students stood together. Aristocrats must protect their lineage. The headmistress frowned and said that it was wrong for the children to be forced to come forward because of the patronage of an aristocrat. She raised her hand and said that she was worried, and the rector asked if that student would be in the ranks too. The headmistress turned around and asked who he was talking about. There were stains on the walls. The protagonist put his finger to his nose and said that it had become chilly, and the god asked if he had caught a cold. There were 3 moons in the sky. Someone stamped their foot. The monsters were walking towards the gates of the academy. The headmistress raised her hand and called the students. The students looked tense, and she said that they would have the opportunity to gain practical experience during their studies. The knights were wearing armor, and she said they could overcome this. The principal and the professor stood silently next to the headmistress. She frowned and shouted at them not to retreat and fight. Everyone ran forward when the woman shouted that they would take revenge on those who dared to set foot on their academy grounds without fear. An explosion thundered. Monsters fought with students and knights. The headmistress created fire in her hand. She fought with Jerichard. The demon stretched her hand out to the side. There was dark energy around her palm. She grabbed the weapon and called her opponent weak. She smiled and shouted that the witch would not be able to scratch her with such blows. The headmistress frowned and called the demon queen annoying. The villain smirked. The witch stretched her hands out and shouted at the demoness not to underestimate the head of Hogwarts Academy. There was a loud explosion. The walls shook. Everyone turned around and Kanu asked why everything was shaking. The boy turned around abruptly when Dairoka said that something happened. Dark energy was coming from the door. Suddenly it exploded. Someone came inside and said that a guard should have been posted to protect such a place. The demon smirked and added that he did not know what use it would have been. The protagonist looked at the enemy in Hanu's body in shock. The furniture was lying on the floor, and the enemy asked where the Holy Grail was. The girl covered her face with her hand, feeling this energy. The villain smirked and said that the party here was fun and this little guy was a real hero. Kanu took out his sword and told the enemy to stop talking nonsense and reveal his true identity. Suddenly, a lot of system notifications appeared in front of his face. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what all this was. A certain deity was breaking the purple screens, screaming for the outsider to run away from here. He asked why the gods suddenly appeared. The demon's eyes widened in tension. He opened his mouth and said that the protagonist was more dangerous than he thought. The boy clenched his fist as the enemy asked if he wanted to know his true identity. The villain furrowed his brows and shouted that his name was Cain and he was the great demon lord. The boy was surrounded by notifications, shouting that he could not see anything. Suddenly, he looked straight ahead in fear. A projectile of purple energy flew at him. Dairoka frowned and called out to her master. The protagonist's head was burning. He gritted his teeth and said that he was beaten because of the gods, and the gods began to apologize, and someone even began to spray water. The boy bent his legs and screamed loudly. He looked at the screen and saw that he had a new patronage. The boy's skills were written there. A certain deity fainted. The demon laughed loudly. He created a purple flame and said that getting the approval of the gods in such a short time was amazing. The hero looked away when the enemy asked if he was afraid of the power he had suddenly gained. The enemy looked straight ahead and said that power that was easy to gain was also easy to lose. He offered Kanu to humbly cooperate with him. He frowned and added that if the plan succeeded, he promised to return him and this body he occupied safe and sound. The youth threw the sword over his shoulders and laughed, and said that last time, the one who said something like that had brilliantly deceived him. He smiled and said that a simple solution was right in front of him now. The saint smiled and said that if the protagonist defeated the great demon lord, the gods who blessed him would directly grant his wish. Cain gritted his teeth and said that the outsider was full of arrogant confidence. He asked if he had the strength to carry out these thoughts. He rushed towards the boy and shouted that he would test it on him himself. Kanu blocked his blow and shouted that such attacks would not happen until the gods intervened. The enemy smirked and replied that the hero still felt calm. Kanu spat out a stream of blood, having received a blow to the chest. The demon jumped back. He smiled and asked how the guy felt now. The protagonist replied that it definitely hurt a little, but now it was his turn. A purple haze was visible. Kanu was swinging his sword furiously. Suddenly, the palm of the hero of legends glowed with an unusual color. The protagonist, having dodged the enemy's attack, laughed and added that he saw everything. A moment later, Hanu approached the protagonist's body with his fist. It seemed like the outsider clenched his jaw in pain and grunted. Baring his teeth, The guy exclaimed that this idiot hit the same place again. Suddenly, the mercenary crossed his fingers menacingly. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard. Diaroka, with her mouth wide open, told her master that she shouldn't fight him alone, and then added that she would join him as well. Kanu, lying on the ground, asked his slave to wait, and then told him that he had become much stronger since their last battle. Trying to get up, the protagonist explained that this was no joke, because he really wasn't Hanu. Puzzled, his eyes wide, the protagonist said that this was the great demon lord. Turning around, the outsider said that this guy was his other one, and therefore he would somehow figure it out himself. Smiling, the guy said that they should run. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The guy, clenching his jaw, listened to him continue to wag his tongue, and there was no politeness. Hanu called him an arrogant hero, after which sweat ran down his face. It was visible how the hero of legends quickly flew towards the young man. The mercenary, with his mouth wide open, asked him to be more modest. After a while, the monster's paw appeared. The orc, opening his jaw, asked if there was an earthquake again. A moment later, there was a loud explosion, and it was also heard that they needed to run because the floor was exploding. The school principal, turning around, asked what it was and if something was happening below. Jerichard, looking ahead, asked if she was now distracted by something else, and why she exclaimed that she should let the elf disappear. Suddenly, magical projectiles appeared in front of the fourth demon king. The woman looked up in bewilderment. A dragon was seen flying in the sky. The saint was standing on the huge monster. The priestess objected that the demon was interfering in something that was none of his business again, to which he, opening his jaw, shouted her name. Obelia asked the other children to help, after which the principal, raising his eyebrows, answered positively. Jumping down, the princess explained that she would deal with her herself. A bright light was visible in the dragon's mouth. A moment later, the monster released a powerful energy. At the same time, Jerichard swung her spear. The woman stretched out her palm and shouted that she would slit her throat. It seemed as if two magical forces were approaching each other. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard in the sky. Suddenly, the girl landed on the ground. The saint abruptly rushed towards her opponent. The demon, baring his teeth, was very displeased. Smiling, the evil spirit noted that she had not changed, and how dare she, who had not been on the front lines for a long time, block the path of the great demon lord. Obelia, narrowing her eyes, retorted that she thought she was mistaken in some ways, and the reason she did not go to the front was not because she was afraid of the great demon lord or anything like that. The night sky was visible. The warrior watched the bright fire. Bora clenched her fists in bewilderment. The class president lowered his eyebrows and said that it seemed like the saint had started a full-scale battle. Mayan, turning her gaze to the side, said that they had not yet matured, and then asked if they could help. In the past, the girl turned away from the orcs. Remembering the sleeping boy, the blonde said that they never met. Looking away, the warrior listened that they had no choice but to try. The class president, placing her hand on her ally's face, explained that they were summoned to this world to overcome situations like this, and then added that they would definitely win and return home. Cogmos, crossing his arms, said that they had nothing to worry about, and although the great demon king had appeared, he had come to the saint's territory himself, and therefore he was at a disadvantage. Alsos clenched his fist and exclaimed that he was right, and then said that they should be sure that they would do everything possible to help the heroes fulfill their duty. A tear appeared under Mayan's eye. Suddenly, the girl opened her mouth wide and shouted that no matter what, they should all return home together. Bora, raising the corners of her lips, agreed with her. Many warriors appeared and they exclaimed that they should do everything in their power. After a while, it was seen that Hanu let go of the sword. The hero of legends frowned menacingly. Suddenly, the blade flew into the protagonist's chest, and the mercenary asked if he had done everything in his power. A moment later, Kanu grabbed the sharp weapon. Smiling, the outsider thought that this could really be dangerous. It was seen how the sword quickly bounced off the ground. The knight of the golden path of the empire, stretching out his palm in front of him, shouted loudly. It seemed like a huge troll was standing over the warrior. A moment later, the swordsman jumped up from the ground. Suddenly, a knight of the golden path of the empire cut off the monster's paw. The commander turned his head to the side, hearing how he was addressed. Extending his finger forward, the warrior shouted that the knights of the golden path should not be afraid and resist, and also that they should not surrender. In the distance, several houses were seen to be engulfed in bright flames. Suddenly, two goblins quickly rushed forward, and at the same time loudly groaned. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard, from which the monsters screamed. Mayan, opening her mouth wide, exclaimed that she could not stand goblins, and then added that they should leave them to her. It seemed like many guys were fiercely fighting the opponents. Tyker, joyfully bulging his eyes, asked if they were heroes, after which one of the knights of the golden path of the empire replied that they were reinforcements, and therefore they were saved. Alsus, brows lowered menacingly, turned to the heroes and suggested that they destroy the enemies in front of them. After some time, a huge amount of debris could be seen falling down. Hanu, with his hands in his pockets, said that it was still noisy up there and did not know what Sir Kalodi was doing. The hero of legends turned towards Kanu and then addressed him. The protagonist, pulling his sword out of the pile, groaned in pain. The mercenary, with his mouth slightly open, noted that he had held out quite well. There were 3 unconscious bodies lying on the floor, and the guy said that all of his comrades had fallen, and at the same time asked if he had any more tricks left. The protagonist, grinning slyly, asked if he was scared, after which he added that he was talking too much. Closing his eyes, the young man exclaimed that it did not matter how strong he pretended to be. Opening his mouth wide, the teenager shouted that Kanu shouldn't make fun of him, and then asked who else was scared. Suddenly, the outsider covered his opponent's mouth with his hand. Kanu raised the corners of his lips and laughed. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that it seemed like he wasn't feeling well. Holding out his palm, Hanu said that there was nothing to be done about this immature body, but even with it, he was not so weak that his opponent would be arrogant. The protagonist objected that it was not arrogance, but confidence, because he was sure of one thing, namely that he could endure, and at the same time, the hero of legends, using dark magic, replied that this was called arrogance. A moment later, a bright beam appeared behind the mercenary. The guy turned his head back in bewilderment. The girl, lying on the ground, groaned and said that she could not believe that she still retained this strength. Suddenly, the saint, holding a sword in her hand, asked that he did not know about this, starting a fight. Angrily lowering her eyebrows, the priestess explained that no one could resist her unless he was at least on the same level as the demon lord. The outsider, his eyes wide with surprise, asked if this was really the saint. Baring his teeth, Kanu asked what he should do now, to which some god replied that he needed to act confidently. Hanu, spreading his fingers, said that he thought so. Grinning slyly, the hero of legends exclaimed that she had come after all, after which he named Obelia. The princess closed her eyes and said that when she heard the news, she wondered if it was true, and then asked if they had any shame at all, since the elder had stolen the younger's body. Sharply raising her eyebrows, the saint added that this was the first time they had met like this. The protagonist held his sword tightly, and at the same time the priestess said that she was pleased to meet him. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist greeted the princess. A moment later, the mercenary powerfully pushed the outsider back. Turning his gaze to the side, the boy explained that this was not the case where he could interfere. The saint could be seen raising her sword. A second later, the priestess swung her dagger at the enemy. Suddenly, it seemed like the girl lowered her eyebrows menacingly. From afar, a fierce battle between 2 strong heroes could be seen. A moment later, the princess tried to quickly break. The saint opened her mouth and noted that he had become stronger than the last time she saw him, to which the protagonist asked if she was talking about the demon lord or Hannah. The priestess smiled happily and explained that because the hero Hannah had become stronger, the demon lord could use such power albeit under restrictions, and if it were another hero who could not improve his skills as planned, he would not be able to use the same power as now. The princess added that it turned out that Kanu was also strong enough to be immune to his attacks, after which he smiled happily and laughed. Suddenly, the hero of legends, using dark magic, asked if they had time to chat leisurely. A second later, the mercenary waved his hand and shouted that from now on he was going to take the matter seriously. It was seen how the girl calmly lowered her eyebrows. A moment later, it seemed like the guys were fighting each other fiercely. Kanu, menacingly baring his teeth, called him a kid. The protagonist smirked and asked if his opponent was just going to run away after hitting someone else's face. Suddenly, the saint was behind the hero of legends. The priestess dealt a slashing blow to the mercenary's back, causing him to cry out in pain. The guy, perplexed, lowered his head and did not answer. Suddenly, the protagonist, his eyes wide in shock, asked what it was. A menacing demon began to appear behind the young man. A huge hole was visible in the stone ceiling. The magical entity opened its mouth wide and created a sound wave as it began to scream loudly. Covering his ears with both hands, Kanu screamed and did not understand what it was. The saint frowned angrily and remained silent. Blue flames were visible on Khan's back and he sighed heavily. Turning his head back, the demon said something about a sword that pierces souls, and then added that this was a technique even more demonic than the demons themselves. Coming up from behind, the princess noted that for him, who was in someone else's body, this was even more fatal, after which she advised him to simply give up and calmly leave this place. The hero of legends pressed his hand to his chest and cried out that it was too late, and then declared that they were practically one with this body and could not be separated, and suddenly asked if the priestess was not convinced of this after her sword attack. The mercenary in his new appearance screamed furiously that this body was now his, and began to laugh loudly, to which the girl lowered her hands and said that in this case, nothing could be done. Obelia's hair fluttered in the wind, when suddenly she said that she would have to make some sacrifices. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist anxiously asked her to wait, and then clarified whether she was going to get rid of Hanu. Lowering her eyebrows, the princess explained that recognizing that something is beyond the capabilities of an individual is also an ability. The boy smirked as the girl spoke about how the hero's power was the power that was given to him to destroy demons, and then admitted that she thought that at least for the sake of the hero's honor it would be better to stop this disgrace. Suddenly, magic wrapped around the swordsman's palm, and he noted that this was a good decision. A magical portal appeared in the distance, and the hero of legends explained that the body and soul, which had become one, could never be separated. The mercenary clenched his teeth in satisfaction and began to speak. Suddenly, a piece of the stone wall began to collapse on the saint, while her opponent screamed that even if she tried to do it. Smiling widely, the boy in the other person's body assumed that judging by the way the dungeon was reacting, he had nothing more to do here, and then added that in that case he would invade any kingdom or empire in the same way, and would laugh at their failures. Bright energy beams appeared in the middle of the cave. Obelia began to run away from the broken stones and loudly asked Hannah to stop. Kanu looked at the hole in the wall and remained silent. The protagonist's eyes widened and he wondered if this was a dungeon. The protagonist's pupil noticeably enlarged, when he suddenly cried out in alarm. The outsider opened his mouth wide and called the pig and fish, then ordered them to quickly open the portal. Stone ruins were visible in the darkness. Suddenly, the mercenary ran out of the magic portal. Bruce was climbing the stairs and told the hero that they had returned. Kang Min pointed his finger forward and was surprised by Kanu's appearance, after which he asked why he was here and if he had returned home. The protagonist's jaw dropped in fear and said that he was a little busy now, so he would tell them everything later, and then clarified where the pig and fish were now. And Brora exclaimed with wide eyes that it was her husband, and asked if he had come because he missed her. The orc stated that he did not want to see him again, so he asked why he had come here, to which the protagonist frowned angrily and asked what he had said and if he wanted to die. Suddenly, the outsider worriedly asked if there was anything hidden in her dungeon, to which the archwitch put her finger to her mouth and said that she did not understand what they were talking about. Grabbing the sea dragon's mistress by the arms, the mercenary shouted that a demon lord had invaded there and caused a disturbance, to which she was surprised by this, since she had killed the demon lord, and Kanu assumed that it was probably the next demon lord. The protagonist shouted that in any case there was definitely nothing in the dungeon, and clarified whether this was true, because they couldn't just invade there, to which Ambrora raised her eyebrows in embarrassment, and thoughtfully muttered that she hid something there. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist exclaimed that the situation was urgent, so he should say so quickly. Closing his eyes, the archwitch exhaled heavily. 3 explosions were heard between the lush crowns of the trees. Someone rushed through the forest at high speed. Obelia angrily lowered her eyebrows. At the same second, it seemed like her weapon was leaving bright yellow marks in the air. Grinning, Hanu in the body of the demon lord shouted that even after accumulating enough power, it was ridiculous that she could not use it as much as she wanted. With a start, the princess explained that as a saint, she would not mind even if such forests were to disappear from the face of the earth, and then added that it would be so if only she could get rid of him. Grinning viciously, the hero of legends asked with a grin if these were the words of the saint. Sliding his feet through the grass, the demon cried out that this world was full of contradictions. Stretching his fingers forward, the mercenary in his new form shouted a word of agreement, and then declared that testing this will was also his job to oppose the god. Suddenly, Kanu, riding Kogmo, knocked him down, to which he cried out loudly. Looking back, the swordsman in the body of the demon lord was indignant at the bastard interfering with him again. Smiling widely, the protagonist praised the dragon for his excellent work. The animal's neck showed how it took a sip, when suddenly the protagonist suggested to immediately proceed with the next attack. At the same second, the beast released a powerful stream of water from its mouth. Strong splashes flew straight at Hannah. Lowering her hand with the sword down, Obelia noticed that the protagonist was still not visible, and it turns out that this is what he prepared, to which he explained that this is also true, but there were other things that he needed. Looking away, the princess began to say something about such attacks. A guy with wings appeared among the clouds of dust, and the saint said that such attacks do not cause much harm to him. Taking a step forward, the hero of legends quietly coughed. Putting his hand to his face, the mercenary in the body of the demon lord felt this pain and asked what the hero did to his eye. Smiling widely, Kanu shouted that they need to move forward, because the effect was great. The priestess raised her fingers to her mouth and muttered that it couldn't be and didn't understand how it happened, to which the boy replied that it was nothing and said that he had only received help and advice from his superior in subjugating the demon lord. Suddenly, Hanu in the demon body waved his hand and agreed with this. Throwing the torn wing to the ground, the young man said that he didn't know what and how the enemy did this. Frowning angrily, the hero of legends in the demon lord's body declared that this time he would finish him off. Walking forward on the grass, the protagonist retorted that he actually wanted to say that himself. Surrounding his sword with bright magic, the protagonist exclaimed that he was looking forward to the start of the second battle. The heroes stood in the middle of the battlefield. Hanu clenched his teeth in anger and screamed loudly. The saint inquired as to how this had happened, to which the protagonist smiled broadly and replied that it was nothing special, before explaining that he had simply received a little advice and help from his older comrade in subduing the demon lord. The mermaid was shown throwing water into Kogmo's mouth, and the protagonist explained that she had said that the holy sword was useless, and had advised him to try the holy water from the holy cup. Frowning sternly, the hero of legends in the demon's body was outraged that the damned fish was still alive, and then exclaimed that it was that witch who had taken the holy cup. Covering her mouth with her fingers, Obelia muttered that the holy water could indeed cleanse one of an attached filthy soul. Extending his palm forward, Hanu called out to the hero. Suddenly, bright magical portals appeared in the sky, and the mercenary exclaimed that he should know when to stop mocking. At that very moment, a troll began to crawl out of the magic passage. A goblin and a gnoll appeared on the other side. A moment later, an entire army of monsters stood in front of the guys. Smiling widely, the guy in the body of the demon lord shouted that this was just one small hope, after which he added that he would trample even that. A dark sky appeared, and someone was heard saying that it would be a protracted battle. Running a finger over his lips, Kanu declared that he was also quite confident with such a battle, when suddenly the system reported the use of King Ass's wrath. Grinning, the protagonist was silent, when suddenly a notification appeared with a description of the ability. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist cried out that he did not understand what was happening, and why it was changing at will, and some dragon god asked him not to torture his dead children. Suddenly, flashes of lightning were heard in the sky. At the same second, a magical dragon rushed close to the clearing. The animal placed its bone paw on the grass. The beast began to growl, and the outsider turned his head from side to side and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the eyes of the magical entity began to glow red. Opening its mouth wide to attack, the bone dragon shouted that it would protect him. Turning its head back, the saint asked why a skeletal animal, and whether they could not sense the presence of a living dragon or god. Hitting his head with his palm, Kanu clarified whether all those who appeared due to the king's anger were the children of the dragon god, and whether he was thus telling them to stop tormenting them, exchanging the curse for patronage, and it turned out that one god was sad about this, and another began to kick the dragon god. Suddenly, the goblins bulged their eyes in fear. The crowd of monsters rushed to run away, making terrible sounds. Turning his head back, Hanu in the body of the demon lord was silent. Suddenly, the hero of legends looked away. The dragons bared their teeth. The protagonist held a holy sword in his hands. Magic traces of holy water appeared on the demon's body. A small explosion occurred next to the guy, and he called out to the hero. Dropping his jaw, the young man asked his name. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped out from behind the bushes. Holding the weapon above himself, the outsider introduced himself, and then explained that this was a precious name given to him by his parents. Closing his eyes, the mercenary said that his opponent was also a good son, whom it was even a pity to leave as a toy of the gods. A bright trace from the blow of the holy sword remained in the air. It seemed like knights were fighting trolls near the castle. The schoolboy turned around and asked what had suddenly happened to the sky, to which the warrior replied that some god was announcing that young Asa had defeated the great demon lord. Bora widened her eyes and did not believe it. The unknown deity raised its hands high above itself. Magic seals appeared under the knight's feet, but they did not understand what they were. Suddenly, a bright flash of energy appeared in the sky. Long beams of light fell directly onto the territory of the settlement, and it turned out that some god was summoning the heroes to one place. The orc opened his mouth wide and shouted that a hero with such skills would not even be able to see the demon lord. Swinging his weapon, the swordsman cried out indignantly and clarified whether he thought he would continue to be in this place, since he could not allow Khan to overtake him. Opening his mouth wide, the boy shouted that he would catch the demon lord. Kangmin raised an eyebrow in confusion when he realized where they were. The class president raised her head and explained that this was the place they were first summoned to, when suddenly a student called out to her friend. Sitting on the ground, the student said that he was late, to which his friends asked how he had been living all this time, because just a second ago they were fighting, and then suddenly they were summoned here. Dropping her jaw, the class president noted that before coming here, they saw a window that said that some Asa had defeated the demon lord. With his mouth open in confusion, the student said that everything was as he thought. The girl enthusiastically widened her eyes and confirmed his words. They heard someone say that they had not seen each other for a long time, when suddenly the silhouette of a man appeared high on the mountain, who said that he was very glad that they were all safe and sound. The guys were surprised by Kanu's appearance, and he smiled broadly and asked if they had been living well all this time. Running forward, the boy shouted that his comrade was a scoundrel, and then asked if he had returned to Earth. Hugging his friend, the boys asked if he had been there all this time and what he had been doing, to which he replied that he would tell them all the details later, but asked if any of them had seen Hannah. Turning her head to the side, Mayan said that the hero of legends was lying there, and suggested that he was unconscious, and some god was preparing to send the heroes away. The students raised their heads up, and a message appeared that some god was asking Kanu, who had defeated the great demon lord. The magical creature smiled and asked what the main character's wish was. With his eyes widened in delight, the boy admitted that he was seeing the image of the god Asa for the first time, after which he said that his wish was to return to Earth, namely to where his family was. The unknown deity grinned and laughed happily, and then said that he was sorry, but nothing could be done. A notification appeared that some god was raising his hammer, when suddenly a bright seal appeared under the guy's feet. The protagonist looked at his palms in surprise. Some god, waving his hand, saw off young Asa. The protagonist smiled contentedly. Suddenly a school classroom appeared, in which there were students. The guys threw things up and shouted that they were back. The students, happily opening their mouths, said that they were back, and they were home. The outsider, wide-eyed, said that they really were back. Dairoka, raising her eyebrows, asked her master if this was his homeland, to which she received the answer that this place smelled of detergents, and the air conditioner was working, namely, his native land. A moment later, the mercenary, bewildered, bulging his eyes, clarified why she was here. The demon extended her finger, and explained that she had prepared something, but he did not say how he wanted to go home. Sharply embracing her master, the slave exclaimed that perhaps the god he had always talked about had fulfilled her wish as well. The guy clenched his jaw in displeasure. A tall building was visible, and at that very moment the main character asked to quickly cover the horns on her head.